the scene shifted to another location. Zhuo Fan continued on his way, finally arriving at the contact point for the demonic scheme sect. As he walked, the male lead muttered to himself, "After so many years in the Tianyu Empire, I finally have some time for a road trip. This kind of sect assignment requires acceptance just to join, and the same to leave. How annoying. How can I possibly be happy out here? I wonder if there's anything new and interesting. I don't even know who's going to be greeting me." As soon as the words left his mouth, wisps of black smoke, writhing like caterpillars, began to drift out from the forest. There was no avoiding it. It was precisely the four superpowered brothers of the demonic scheme sect materializing before him. Violent Demon chuckled evenly and spoke up. "Heh heh, are you the one preparing to join our demonic scheme sect?" Zhuo Fan laughed awkwardly and replied, "The one sent to greet me as a new disciple of the demonic scheme sect. Are you guys? Haha. Well, that's just great then. All familiar faces. All familiar faces." Then he mused to himself. These four little demons, before the great battle with the Chuanrong Kingdom's army, were discovered by the Impermanence 5 who came to the Tianyu Empire as reinforcements, and were promptly grabbed by the scruff of their necks and dragged back to the sect. These four brats actually escaped from the sect's prison and still haven't returned to turn themselves in. This is truly outrageous. But having no other choice, the four clueless superpowered brothers obediently returned to face their punishment. Originally, Zhuo Fan thought that after this trip they probably wouldn't be coming back, either confined for repentance or thrown back into prison. But never in a million years did he imagine that these four little demons would be the very ones Xia Weiyue arranged to come and greet him. This filled the male lead with unexpected joy. A hidden world sect, with high mountains and remote, desolate waters. Ordinary secular disciples would never be able to find the main gates of such a sect. Without a member of the sect to guide the way, it would be incredibly difficult to locate. The four scheming demons, upon seeing Zhuo Fan, exchanged glances and immediately sought to seize the opportunity to put on airs. Violent Demon hastily spoke up. "So you are the new disciple preparing to enter our sect? We are the great heroes of the demonic path, the four most handsome grand executives of the demonic scheme sect known as the Four Scheming Demons. We've come to greet you. Quickly, state your name, hometown, age, date of birth, and whether you have a lover." Zhuo Fan's face turned purple with rage upon hearing this, but the young man still forced a fake smile and said, "Oh, is that so? You look familiar. I thought you were some friends of mine. Turns out you're not. How strange." What followed was a divinely sorrowful rap session. Before long, screams echoed throughout the forest and mountains. The four superpowered brothers had likely messed with the wrong person. Each and every one of them was wrapped into such pain by Zhuo Fan that foam bubbled at their mouths. They cried out in terror. "Butler Zhuo, we won't do it again. We were only joking around with you just now. Please, spare us." Seeing this scene, Zhuo Fan could only cross his arms and watch, then laughed coldly. The male lead then spoke leisurely. "I don't care what sect you belong to or what positions you hold, but you must remember one thing for me. No matter what territory I step into, I have never, ever, stood beneath anyone." The four scheming demons remained kneeling on the ground and said, "Butler Zhuo, after all these days, your personality is still so prickly and hasn't changed a bit. Still as domineering as ever." Zhuo Fan scoffed in reply. "What do you mean, after all these days? It's only been a little over half a year. How could one's temperament possibly change?" Wimp Demon hurriedly explained. "Oh no, Butler Zhuo, you misunderstand. We were just following standard procedure, that's all. And besides, after you join the sect, you won't exactly be some prized possession there. When newcomers arrive, they're all expected to act pitiful. We were just trying to give you a little rehearsal beforehand to help you avoid suffering losses once you enter the sect." His eyebrows furrowed slightly. Zhuo Fan stared coldly at the four of them, then let out a light snort and said, "You motherfuckers, do you lot really think that once I enter the sect, I'll be bullied by others?" The four scheming demons heard this and stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded, then collectively shook their heads. Immediately after, Violent Demon smacked Wimp Demon hard on the head and cursed loudly. "You great-brained idiot, don't you have eyes in your head? Who is Butler Zhuo, huh? If he doesn't go around bullying others, that's one thing. Who would dare bully him? You must be tired of living." However, after pondering for a moment, Violent Demon then said, "It's just that, Butler Zhuo, there are some things you should still keep within limits. If we don't seize the time to get moving, we'll be late returning to the sect. When that happens, it won't be pleasant if the sect leader gets angry." Yet right at that moment, from the distant part of the forest, the loud sounds of fighting could be heard. The four scheming demons were startled upon hearing this. Then their eyes lit up with excitement as they looked at one another. Wimp Demon said, "Sounds like someone's fighting. There's a good show to watch." Violent Demon also nodded, his body trembling with excitement as he said, "I just wonder how strong both sides are." The other three looked at each other with solemn faces and said, "Let's go." Immediately after, the four fools stepped on the gas and shot off toward the site of the conflict. Seeing this, Zhuo Fan was utterly exasperated. He had reached his limit. The male lead sighed and said, "Now I know why Xie Wei locked you all up for 100 years. If it were me, I would lock you up for 1,000 years. Ah, no, make that 10,000 years. Truly, there are no words." Right after that, Zhuo Fan also stepped on the gas and shot off. The scene shifted. Moments later, 4 foolish faces appeared from within the bushes. Down below, 2 groups of people stood facing off against one another. On one side were men in dark crimson robes. On the other side were people in golden robes, though it seemed the golden robed side was being beaten into a disadvantage. Perhaps the 2 sides were fighting over a single medicinal herb. Suddenly, from above, Zhuo Fan descended and said, "Finally caught up to you lot. Let's see where you think you can run off to." The 4 scheming demons looked over in alarm and saw the male lead standing leisurely beside them. Violent Demon roared in frustration. A rubberneck trying to put on airs. Zhuo Fan furrowed his brows involuntarily and muttered, "Hey, those guys are fighting over a 9th grade spirit herb, the triple vein soul stabilizing grass. No wonder it's so precious." Violent Demon glanced at him, then calmly nodded and said, "Butler Zhuo is indeed profoundly knowledgeable. This is precisely the precious 9th grade spirit herb, the triple vein soul stabilizing grass. It is said that pills refined from it can stabilize the soul and prevent it from scattering." Zhuo Fan thought to himself, back when Ningxiang suffered damage to her primordial spirit, if I had possessed this kind of spirit herb, I wouldn't have needed to go begging Xie Wei for help. Zhuo Fan asked again, "Hey, who are these people? Do you know them?" Nodding slightly, Violent Demon replied, "Those on the side wearing dark robes are from the Demon Soul sect. Although they are also of the demonic path, they are not of the same faction as our sect. Their sect is also more powerful than our demonic scheme sect. It is best not to casually provoke them. As for those wearing golden robes, they are in the same camp as us. They are one of the 3 guardian sects of the Tianyu Empire, namely the Mystical Heaven sect. It's just that the righteous and demonic paths are incompatible. We and they, after all, cannot walk the same road." Zhuo Fan was inwardly alarmed and thought, "What? The Mystical Heaven sect? Isn't that the place Chu Baijun mentioned that Chu Qingqing went to?" The scene shifted down to the conflict below. Shui Ruohua angrily shouted, "Third Han. This spirit herb was clearly discovered first by disciples of our sect. You suddenly appeared and made a move to snatch it. What exactly is the meaning of this?" Third Han, on his side, merely laughed lightly and replied, "Jade Sword Fairy, Shui Ruohua. The Heavenly Sword sect truly produces unpolished jade that cannot hide its brilliance. Your reputation is well deserved. Your long sword has yet to be drawn from its sheath, yet it already exudes such sword intent, intimidating the heart. Truly admirable, truly admirable." Shui Ruohua roared again, "Cut the nonsense. Are you going to yield this spirit herb or not?" Furrowing his brows involuntarily, Third Han laughed coldly and replied, "This spirit herb is ownerless. Whoever obtains it, it belongs to them. On what grounds should we yield it to you? Unless Fairy Ruohua is willing to spend a night with me, then the matter of that spirit herb could be considered." Shui Ruohua heard this, and her eyes filled with bitter resentment. She raised her sword and slashed forward, roaring, "You shameless scoundrel!" But on his side, Third Han remained very calm, standing there with his arms crossed. Immediately after, his sharp cold eyes opened. He merely sidestepped Shui Ruohua's sword strike while simultaneously his palm glowed crimson. He directly landed an immensely powerful palm strike on the beauty's abdomen. The blow was like a thunderbolt from the heavens. The disciples of the Mystical Heaven sect, seeing this, were utterly shocked, their mouths agape and eyes wide. Shui Ruohua coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying quite a distance away. "Our Demon Soul sect is ranked among the 3 sects," Third Han threatened. "When you encounter us, you could simply avoid conflict altogether. Just scram, and that would be enough. Why overestimate yourselves like this? This spirit herb belongs to us." Third Han continued, "So what if you discovered it first? In this vast world, strength is supreme. Whoever can seize it, it belongs to them." The second demon, hiding in the bushes, commented, "That foolish girl has suffered a loss this time, hasn't she? And that's not all. If that young lady gets captured and taken back by the young master of the Demon Soul sect, then the Mystical Heaven sect will truly lose face." "Why, do the Demonic Scheme sect and the Mystical Heaven sect have a major grudge?" Zhuo Fan questioned. "No, neither of those 2 sects is on good terms with us. It's just that the Mystical Heaven sect is of the righteous path." The second demon replied. The sly demon laughed heartily. "We of the demonic path naturally delight in seeing the righteous path lose face." Zhuo Fan thought to himself, "How petty. Regardless of whether it's the righteous or demonic path, the ultimate consideration should always be benefits, not orthodox lineage." Suddenly, the sound of a sword stabbing into the ground rang out. "Fight on." Shui Ruohua struggled to her feet, her body still trembling, looking utterly frail. "It seems you're no match for Third Han. You've already lost. Continuing to fight is certainly futile. Do you still wish to continue?" The question was laced with mockery and contempt. Why should I back down? Though weakened, Shui Ruohua was undeterred. She was determined to retrieve the spirit herb because it concerned the life of her sect's young master. Third Han, emboldened, jeered. He burst into mocking laughter. That sickly invalid. He was born destined to die, with his innate 5 elements incomplete. Why does he still linger in this world? Shui Ruohua was so infuriated she bit her lip until it bled. Shut up. I will absolutely not let anything happen to my junior disciple. As she screamed, Ruohua grabbed her weapon and charged at the enemy. She could barely even hold her sword steady. What chance did she have against Third Han? Truly overestimating yourself. Ruohua was swatted away. Blood spilled from her mouth once more. Ruohua sobbed. Junior brother, I'm sorry, I couldn't protect your life. A hand reached out and caught her. It was Zhuo Fan, quick to lend a hand to a beautiful woman. Shui Ruohua was extremely surprised. But Zhuo Fan simply said curtly, don't overthink it, we don't know each other. Before anyone could be seen, voices echoed out. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The eldest demon and his companions leaped out. Ruohua was so shocked she screamed. What? You are from the demonic scheme sect. I never imagined that stumbling upon a single spirit herb would draw in 3 great sects to vie for it. Third Han found this matter quite amusing. Zhuo Fan pulled the eldest demon aside. What did the 4 of you just say? I said this spirit herb belongs to us. The eldest demon hesitated. I wasn't wrong, was I, Butler Zhuo? Wrong, my foot. Zhuo Fan snapped at the eldest demon. After following me for so long, do you still not understand my assets? A 9th grade spirit herb is worth robbing for. Have you all become beggars? Everyone was collectively stunned. Who is this guy? He calls robbing a 9th grade spirit herb begging. He dares to insult us like this. Who gave him such nerve? Since when has the demonic scheme sect been so arrogant? Third Han seemed quite annoyed as well. He stared intently at Zhuo Fan's back and wondered, where did this guy come from? He's putting on far too much of a show. Butler Zhuo, if you didn't want to snatch the medicine, then why did you come out here? The old demon asked. I jumped out purely to save her. Zhuo Fan declared clearly and pointed toward Shui Ruohua. Ruohua racked her brains but still couldn't fathom what this brat's intentions were. The sound of mocking applause rang out. So it's about playing the hero to save the beauty, is it? Or perhaps, pausing for a second, Third Han continued. You are just like this young master here, also taken by this delicate fairy and wish to capture her for some dual cultivation. Without hesitation, Zhuo Fan retorted. My purpose is simply to save this young lady. Scram, now, don't make me take action. Zhuo Fan glanced over, his eyes brimming with battle intent. His eyebrows furrowed slightly. Third Han seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He burst into loud laughter, then looked toward the male lead and said mockingly, You, force me to take action. Ha ha, are you even worthy? A mere brat at the 6th layer of the heavenly profound realm. Are you Xie Wu's son, acting so arrogantly within the sect that it's become a habit? And now you've come out here seeking death. Didn't your father teach you any better? The most important thing when out in the world is knowing how to keep your tail between your legs. Don't go throwing away your pitiful little life like this. Zhuo Fan's eyelids twitched slightly. The male lead chuckled and said, And what makes you so sure of that? Strolling forward slowly, Third Han wore a self-satisfied expression, as if he saw through everything. It's very simple. Those 4 dwarf demons are neither human nor ghost. The 4 of them behind you are, after all, experts at the 6th layer of the Radiant Soul Realm. Their status within the sect is definitely not low. If they're not elders, they're executives. Ordinary disciples wouldn't dare to be disrespectful to them like that. Yet you, a mere brat at the 6th layer of the heavenly profound realm, dared to shout at them loudly, and even slap their faces. And these 4 dwarf demons don't show a shred of resentment. Clearly, your status within the sect is even higher than theirs. And in a situation where a heavenly profound realm brat outranks Radiant Soul Realm experts, there's only one possibility. That can only mean you are the son of the demonic scheme sect Xie Wue. 3rd Han's reasoning was quite clear. It genuinely startled the people from the mystical heaven sect. They cast doubtful glances toward Zhuo Fan, thinking, it seems this brat truly is Xie Wu's son. But I've never heard any news of this before. The demonic scheme sect's secrecy is truly impeccable. On his side, Zhuo Fan also smiled and shook his head, thinking, his analysis actually makes sense. If I were also in a state of ignorance, I probably could only have speculated the same. After all, a situation where a heavenly profound realm oppresses Radiant Soul realms could only be explained by using authority to bully others. Sighing helplessly, Zhuo Fan chuckled softly and said, Mortals always judge by appearances. But this doesn't matter. As long as they don't block my path, I won't pay them any mind. Immediately after, Zhuo Fan gently stepped forward and walked directly toward that 9th grade spirit herb. It was as if there was no one obstructing the male lead's path. He simply casually walked over to pick the spirit herb. Seeing this, 3rd Han's eyes twitched slightly. A contemptuous smile curled at the corner of his mouth. No wonder I've never heard any news about Xie Wue having an heir. Turns out he's truly a worthless son. As a demonic cultivator, from head to toe he doesn't emit even a strand of baleful energy. He must be a cripple. Men, go teach that insolent brat a lesson. As soon as the words fell, a burly man with thick, dark arms clasped his fists and bowed. His entire body suddenly erupted with aura. He was an expert at the 9th layer of the heavenly profound realm. With a whoosh, the burly man instantly appeared before Zhuo Fan. He threw a punch, then bared his teeth in a grin. "Ha ha, you stinking brat. Who told you to dare touch the belongings and the woman my young master has his eyes on? Do you want to meet your maker naked?" Yet right at that moment, bursts of eerie laughter rang out, for streaks of black smoke suddenly shot out from behind Zhuo Fan. They were precisely the 4 scheming demons. They laughed sinisterly. "Heh heh heh, daring to lay a hand on our butler Zhuo? How reckless." The burly man couldn't help but be startled. Before he could even react, the 4 of them had each grabbed one of his limbs and then laughed maniacally. With a ripping sound, they tore the man into 4 pieces. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The people of the mystical heaven sect saw this, and their eyebrows twitched violently. Their little hearts nearly leaped out of their chests. Ugh, who exactly are these 4 people? Their methods are so cruel. Even for demonic cultivators, this is far too brutal. And these 4 are utterly shameless as well. His eyes involuntarily twitching, Third Han roared furiously. "Humph. Very well, demonic scheme sect. You actually have the gall to kill a man of my demon soul sect. You 4 are truly courting death." Saying this, Third Han stomped his foot fiercely and charged straight toward the 4 of them. On this side, the 4 scheming demons were unafraid. They merely laughed sinisterly and transformed back into 4 streaks of black smoke, advancing to meet the attack head-on. This was a battle between 4 experts at the 6th layer of the Radiant Soul Realm against a single expert at the 7th layer of the Radiant Soul Realm. However, the 4 scheming demons possessed bizarre movement techniques and the support of a joint attack formation. As expected, the moment they engaged, they immediately gained the upper hand. A shrewd glint flashed in his eyes. Third Han seemed to sense the strangeness of his opponents, but instead of growing anxious, he laughed sinisterly. "Humph. Transforming the real into the illusory. Not much different from the shadow soul formation of my demon soul sect. And you think this paltry skill can defeat this young master? Dream on." Then he roared, "Demonic treasure, soul-binding net." Immediately after, Third Han waved his hand. A gray shadow shot straight toward the 4 scheming demons. The 4 of them couldn't help but freeze. Before they could even understand what was happening, the gray shadow suddenly exploded, transforming into a large blue net that enveloped all 4 of them. Even if they transformed into black smoke, they couldn't escape in the slightest. Moreover, that large net was continuously tightening. In just a few moments, it had wrapped the 4 of them up like a zongzi, pressed tightly together so constricted they could barely breathe. Violent Demon and the other 3 demons struggled incessantly. The more they struggled, the tighter the net constricted, pinned down to the point of agony. The 4 scheming demons ceaselessly called out Zhuo Fan's name, demanding he come out. Third Han saw this and scoffed, then contemptuously said, "You 4 are experts at the 6th layer of the Radiant Soul Realm, yet I captured you so easily. And now you're shamelessly begging for help from a brat at the 6th layer of the Heavenly Profound Realm. Ha ha, truly a laughingstock for the world. Absolutely ridiculous." Violent Demon, however, was not afraid in the slightest. He looked toward Third Han and laughed heartily. "Humph. Laugh, laugh, your father. Go ahead and laugh. You dared to offend us, and that means you've offended Butler Zhuo. Dare to offend Butler Zhuo? I fear your head won't remain on your neck much longer. Ha ha." The other 3 little demons also laughed freely and heartily because they knew very well that behind them stood Zhuo Fan. As long as the male lead was unharmed, they would be fine. Only if Zhuo Fan were to lose would they have to kneel, kowtow, and beg for mercy. His brows involuntarily furrowed. Third Han grew even more suspicious. Originally, he had thought these 4 little demons were there to escort and protect Zhuo Fan. If they were captured, they should either be kowtowing and begging for forgiveness, or preferring death over submission, or shouting for their young master to flee. But what on earth was this? There was not a trace of fear in their eyes. They didn't even seem worried about their young master's safety. It was as if there was no need for concern. Suddenly, a thud rang out. Third Han, lost in his hazy thoughts, looked up in astonishment. He saw Zhuo Fan calmly and leisurely holding up the spirit herb, his face completely composed. Third Han was utterly bewildered. What is going on? Did he not pay the slightest attention to the battle just now? He doesn't even care that his 4 subordinates have been captured. His eyes narrowed slightly. Third Han stared intently at Zhuo Fan. For the first time, a sense of unease rose within him. This kind of situation only has 2 explanations. Either he is a complete fool, fundamentally unaware of the grave danger approaching, or this man has an unshakable composure, his expression never changing. A rare find in this world, capable of remaining unfazed even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. In other words, this guy is no ordinary person. On this side, Zhuo Fan already held the spirit herb in his hand. A faint, indifferent smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he walked toward Shui Ruohua, his demeanor unchanged. He walked slowly, without a trace of panic or fear. It was as if the entire world around him had frozen for his sake, and nothing was worthy of the male lead's attention. For a moment, the atmosphere became rather eerie. Everyone else stood frozen in place. Only Zhuo Fan walked slowly. Zhuo Fan brought the spirit herb before Shui Ruohua and smiled faintly. "Hey, girl, this 9th grade spirit herb, do you want it? I saw you risking your life for it just now. You must really want to obtain it, right?" Staring intently at Zhuo Fan, Shui Ruohua involuntarily said in confusion. "What do you want?" The male lead replied. "Smart. There's no free lunch in this world. If you want this spirit herb, you'll have to give something in return." Smiling faintly, Zhuo Fan glanced over Shui Ruohua and then laughed lightly. "Very similar." Her cheeks involuntarily flushed red. Shui Ruohua hastily retreated backward, her eyes fierce as she looked at the male lead and said, "Demonic scoundrel, don't harbor any delusions. This young lady is not so easily bullied by you." Completely unbothered, Zhuo Fan merely looked at Shui Ruohua and nodded slightly. Then he took a deep breath. He said indifferently, "Ha ha ha. Even your temperament is similar. Both very strong-willed. Young lady, do not misunderstand. I have no interest in dual cultivation, nor will I violate you. I saw you risking your life for this earlier. You must truly desire it, yes. I only wish to ask you a few questions. If you answer honestly, then naturally, this spirit herb will be yours." Slightly flustered, Shui Ruohua stared at Zhuo Fan for a long moment. A flicker of bewildered confusion flashed in her eyes. Shui Ruohua was momentarily stirred. Just then, Zhuo Fan spoke up and broke the silence. "Since you have not refused, I shall take it that you agree." Those words from Zhuo Fan snapped Shui Ruohua back to her senses. She hastily retorted, "Who said that?" Zhuo Fan suddenly turned serious and said, "May I ask, young lady, does your esteemed sect have a disciple by the name of Chu Qingqing?" Upon hearing that name, Shui Ruohua was startled. Her eyes widened as she said, "That is correct. Junior sister Chu Qingqing is indeed a disciple newly accepted by my master. She does indeed hail from the Tianyu Empire." Having said this, Shui Ruohua asked Zhuo Fan suspiciously, "You know her?" Zhuo Fan looked at Shui Ruohua with melancholy eyes and asked, "Is she doing well now?" Hearing this question from Zhuo Fan, Shui Ruohua thought to herself, "He seems very concerned about junior sister Chu." But she still honestly told Zhuo Fan, "Junior sister is our master's closed-door disciple. Master dotes on her very much, and she is living very well." After hearing Shui Ruohua's words, Zhuo Fan felt relieved and said, "That is good." Saying this, he raised his hand and offered the 9th grade spirit herb to Shui Ruohua as a token of thanks. After receiving the 9th grade spirit herb, Shui Ruohua remained suspicious of Zhuo Fan and pondered. Did this man truly just give me a 9th grade spirit herb in exchange for 2 unrelated questions? No matter how she thought about it, she still couldn't bring herself to trust Zhuo Fan. She asked again, "Who exactly are you? And what is your relationship with junior sister Chu? Did you two know each other before?" Zhuo Fan turned his back, preparing to leave, but still answered Shui Ruohua's question. "Young lady, that matter is none of your concern. Who I am is also unimportant." As soon as he finished speaking, he paused and glanced back slightly at Shui Ruohua. "Don't mention today's matter in front of her. Our transaction is complete. Take the spiritual medicine and go." After hearing Zhuo Fan's words, Shui Ruohua thought to herself, "This guy can turn hostile faster than flipping a book." Suddenly, from afar, a young man in purple robes with curly hair shouted loudly, "You've been fiddling around there for half a day. What exactly do you mean?" From a distance, a group of people was walking toward where Zhuo Fan and Shui Ruohua were standing. The leader of that group was 3rd Han, who closed the distance and continued speaking. "In the end, isn't it just that the strongest cultivator has the final say?" 3rd Han looked at them with a mocking face and said, "If I, 3rd Han, want to snatch something, who among you can stop me?" After hearing those words, Zhuo Fan's expression remained calm without a trace of fear. He replied sarcastically, "One must know one's own limits. Without the strength, don't go running around outside." As soon as he finished, 3rd Han called Zhuo Fan a brat and said, "What you said just now is very correct. Without strength, don't go running around outside. Those words apply to them, and they also apply to you." After he finished speaking, the wind blew strongly from the cliff, making the atmosphere even more tense. But Zhuo Fan calmly responded as if he hadn't heard 3rd Han's words at all. "It seems you've misunderstood. Those words of mine weren't directed at them, but at you." Hearing those words, 3rd Han acted as if his tail had been stepped on. He shouted angrily and quickly used magic to attack Zhuo Fan, saying, "You're just a heavenly profound realm cultivator. What right do you have to show off in front of me?" But Zhuo Fan had already prepared and countered quickly. He pushed 3rd Han far back, surprising him into disbelief. "He's just a heavenly profound realm 6th layer cultivator. How can his spiritual power surpass mine, radiant soul realm 7th layer expert?" After pushing 3rd Han away, Zhuo Fan gently moved toward the captured spirits. He thought to himself, spirit binding net refined from spirit beasts' souls, specializes in capturing spirits. Upon seeing Zhuofan, one of the captives shouted loudly, Butler Zhuo, save us. Zhuofan stood there and thought, could it be that even these four can't escape? Ha ha ha. After thinking, he prepared to raise his hand to cast a spell to break the spirit binding net. Seeing this action, Third Han said from a distance, this 8th grade magical artifact, except for my secret technique, you cannot possibly save them. Before Third Han could finish, Zhuofan had already easily broken the spirit binding net and mocked, I'm sorry, what did you just say? After witnessing Zhuofan's series of actions, Third Han was stunned and couldn't believe his own eyes. This brat, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. I underestimated you just now. But now, I will use my strength to teach you what it means that there is always a higher mountain and someone better than you. Having said that, he summoned his own magic and fiercely attacked Zhuofan. But Zhuofan gently redirected 3rd Han's magical force, causing the surrounding ground to quickly crack into branches. The people standing on the cliff were also affected, causing many large rocks to fall from above. Zhuofan's gentle action made Third Han tremble in fear. He sat down on the ground and stammered, How is this possible? When the thick smoke cleared, a dark figure hidden in the depths looked down from above and said to Third Han, I have no interest in fighting you. But remember this clearly, I am not Xiaoyue's son. I am arrogant only because I have the strength to back it up. After saying those words, Zhuofan's entire body radiated black smoke, his eyes bloodshot, and he warned Third Han, if you dare cross the line, I will definitely knock your brains out. Hearing Zhuofan's warning, Third Han was terrified and threatened him, you wouldn't dare kill the young master of the Demon Soul sect, aren't you afraid of war between the two sects? Hearing his words, Zhuofan said softly but with weight, complaining is the right of the living. But if you no longer exist in this world, you won't be able to complain. Zhuofan and the four scheming demons left that place and flew straight to the demonic scheme sect. Sly Demon looked at him and asked, Butler Zhuo, why did you save that little girl? Scrooge Demon also chimed in, is it because you've taken a liking to her? Hearing the two demons ask that, he cursed, damn it, I just wanted to ask about the mystical heaven sect. Then Violent Demon also opened his mouth to ask, what about that little demon from the Demon Soul sect? Why did you let him off too? That's not your style. Hearing that, he chuckled lightly and asked, what is my style? Born to kill. After a pause, he said, after all, the opponent is also a major sect. It's enough to intimidate him. Violent Demon did not skimp on praise. Butler Zhuo's work is still without any flaws, so thoughtful. Having said that, he laughed heartily. No wonder even the sect leader looks up to you and strongly invites you to join the sect. Hearing him say that, Zhuofan suddenly remembered something and turned to ask, right, I just heard him mention something about mid-ranked and low-ranked. What does that mean? He replied, Butler Zhuo, don't mention this painful matter, especially not inside the sect. Having said that, he glanced at Zhuofan and continued, otherwise, you'll get beaten. Even the sect leader won't be able to help you. Zhuofan asked curiously, why? Violent Demon began to explain, actually, the Western continent has a total of 10 great sections. Apart from the Double Dragon Gathering, which stands at the peak of the Western continent. The remaining 9 sects are divided by strength into high-ranked, mid-ranked, and low-ranked. The stronger the sect, the more they can reside in large nations and enjoy more cultivation resources. For example, the Demon Soul sect is mid-ranked. Our demonic scheme sect and the mystical heaven sect are both low-ranked. So whenever our disciples encounter them, they always feel inferior. It's a bit frustrating. Sly Demon also chimed in, that's right. Especially 60 years ago, when we fought against them, the 4 of us brothers joined forces and had a chance to win. But it was that Scrooge Demon, who ran off to pick up someone else's magical artifact, causing our combined formation to fail and us to lose badly. Because of that, the sect leader locked us up in Lightning Accumulation Mountain for nearly 100 years. Scrooge Demon, lying down, also took a hit and looked over. Then he angrily kicked Sly Demon in the face and shouted loudly, Third brother, didn't we agree not to bring up old debts? Why are you digging up my past? Looking for a beating? Zhuofan paid no attention to the two demons bickering and continued asking, if the mystical heaven sect and we are both low-ranked. The sect's strength probably isn't as good as theirs, so how dare we rob spiritual medicine from them and fight them? Violent Demon replied with a grimace, Butler Zhuo, you don't know this. Although we can't provoke that Demon Soul sect, don't forget we belong to the 3 protector sects of the Tianyu Empire, connected in alliance. He began to analyze, the only mid-ranked sect in the Tianyu Empire, the Heavenly Circulation sect, is considered our boss. They always protect us, so as long as it's not a major issue. The Demon Soul sect won't openly start a war between the 2 sections. Otherwise, the Heavenly Circulation sect would definitely step in. Both being mid-ranked, if they fought, neither would gain anything. He probably understood the gist of it and thought silently. I'm afraid that when the trouble with the beast-taming sect happened, it wasn't just the demonic scheme sect alone. Along with the other two sects, no wonder 300 years ago when Santong caused havoc in the Jianyu Empire, the three protector sects shifted blame onto each other, none willing to act. Suddenly, Violent Demon pointed ahead excitedly and shouted, "Butler Zhua, we're here." That's the entrance to the sect. Streams of black energy flew through the forest, and then they landed in a clearing. The four demons began forming seals and muttering incomprehensible incantations. Suddenly, a purple ring of light appeared from the void. He stepped inside. Once inside, he took a deep breath and said comfortably, "No wonder it's a hidden mountain gate. The cultivation environment is completely different." Suddenly, a flash of light streaked by. A knife appeared at his neck from nowhere, and his eyes showed surprise. A blonde girl appeared from nowhere and asked, "Who?" Yuer pressed the knife close to his neck and asked coldly, "How dare you barge into our sect? This is the demonic scheme sect." He showed no fear at all, even pressed his neck closer and smiled. Then he quickly grabbed the arm holding the knife. Her arm was caught, and the knife fell. Zhua Fan, showing no mercy for the fairer sex, twisted her arm behind her back, causing her to widen her eyes and open her mouth in pain. Looking at her, he thought, the killing intent in this girl's eyes is truly cold. No wonder she's a disciple of the demonic sect, so young and already killing like ants, just like when I first entered the demonic path. Thinking that, he curled his lip and said, "Truly a newborn calf that knows no fear. But unfortunately, you're not at that level yet." Yuer's face darkened upon hearing those words, then she gritted her teeth in frustration. Ignoring the hand he was holding, she twisted her arm back, forming a strange crooked angle. Then she quickly reached behind her waist and, with full force, stabbed the knife downward. His eyes paused. Her knife stabbed precisely into his heart. Seeing that she had succeeded, she laughed gleefully. Suddenly, a sound rang out, causing her laughter to stop. Zhua Fan, the one who had just been stabbed, radiated black energy from his back and said arrogantly, "So, is this fun? You're really cruel to yourself, just like me back then. After a successful strike, you thought you had victory in hand, but instead, you revealed a weakness. Ruining the whole effort. This is a common mistake of youth." Yuer was stunned, panicking inside. What's wrong with this guy? He's been stabbed in the heart and can still laugh. Could it be that he did it on purpose? Another knife was picked up by her. She was determined to swing the knife and shouted loudly, "If one stab isn't enough, then another." A voice rang out from somewhere, "Stop," temporarily halting Yuer's action. That knife was stopped at Zhua Fan's throat. Streams of black energy wrapped around her, causing the knife to fall to the ground, leaving her wide-eyed and unable to react. He looked up at the sky and shouted to the four scheming demons, "You four, stop. Release her." The streams of black energy obeyed him, released her, and quickly flew away, leaving her slumped on the ground. The four scheming demons appeared and shouted loudly, "Good for you, girl. How dare you attack someone inside the demonic scheme sect?" Looking at Yuer fallen on the ground, Violent Demon shouted accusingly, "Who ordered you? Don't you want to live?" Yuer screamed like a madwoman, "Who are you? How could you open the barrier of our demonic scheme sect?" Looking at her, he had a thought. She shows no fear or submission. This young girl has some backbone. Hearing her question, Violent Demon burst out laughing and said loudly, "Young lady, you're really ignorant. We, the demonic heroes, the four scheming demons, have roamed the continent for many years. Who in the world doesn't know us?" She was utterly confused upon hearing those words. "I don't know. How can our demonic scheme sect have people like you, neither human nor ghost, so bizarre?" Her arrogant words enraged the four scheming demons, who shouted angrily, "Little girl, do you believe I'll tear your mouth apart?" Tearing her mouth would be too easy for her. If we're going to tear her into 4 pieces, 8 pieces, 16 pieces, 100 pieces. From somewhere, another girl appeared. "Isn't this the executive officer? Why are you shouting at the sect gate? Aren't you afraid of disturbing the elders, who will lock you back in the thunder prison and not let you return?" While they were cursing up a storm, hearing those words, the four scheming demons froze for a moment. The one who just appeared was Humeir, as charming as a vixen. Hearing her words, Yuer turned and questioned, "Senior sister, are they really people of our demonic scheme sect? Didn't you say you didn't know them?" She smiled and replied, "Silly girl, these 4 are the famous 4 scheming demons of our demonic scheme sect. They just returned to the sect a few days ago and now hold the position of executive officer." She continued, "But at that time, you were in seclusion cultivating the dark demonic path and didn't know, so it's fine." Violent Demon put on an arrogant air and replied, "Humph, humph, humph. That's right." Although she now knew they were her own people, Yuer still couldn't resist saying, "Even people like this can be executive officers. Is the demonic scheme sect running out of people?" Violent Demon had just calmed down a little, but now had to shout again, "Little girl, what did you say? Do you believe I'll tear you in half?" Zhua Fan, who had been silently watching, suddenly put his hand on Violent Demon's shoulder and said, "The young lady's sharp tongue isn't anything too serious. Let it go." Violent Demon raised his head to look at him, and then heard him say, "On the contrary, since I'm new here, you should introduce these two beauties to me." Hearing him say that, he was slightly surprised and thought, usually Butler Joie isn't interested in women. Why is he taking the initiative this time? Thinking that, he smiled slyly. I didn't expect Butler Joie to like this type now. Very well. Thinking it, doing it, Violent Demon quickly pointed at Humayer and said, "Humayer, come quickly and attend to our Butler Joie." Hearing this, Yuer shouted angrily, "Sect rules, no romantic relationships within the sect. You, as executive officers, know the rules but still break them. I will report this to the sect leader and have you severely punished." Violent Demon also shouted back without backing down, "This little girl, I'll tear her apart. She really doesn't know what's good for her." He could no longer stand their incessant arguing, so he spoke up to interrupt the quarrel. "Miss, don't misunderstand. I am a newly initiated disciple of the demonic scheme sect. He smiled amiably and said, "I just want to make some friends within the sect. No other intentions." Yuer silently looked at him. Humayer suddenly stepped forward, in front of Yuer's suspicious gaze. She walked toward him and said, "So you're the new junior disciple." She teased seductively, "You must have suffered a lot in the world to have white hair so young. Surely you've experienced great joy and great sorrow under heaven, haven't you?" He smiled and replied, "Something like that." Humayer reached out and lifted his face, saying, "But now that you've come to the demonic scheme sect, your senior sister will take care of you from now on." Then she leaned close to his face and said ambiguously, "I won't let you suffer any grievance." He also replied calmly, "Then thank you, senior sister." Violent Demon crossed his arms contentedly and said, "Humayer, from now on, Butler Joie is in your care. But absolutely do not slack off." She smiled and replied, "Don't worry. A cute junior like this, how would I dare slack off?" Then she wondered, "But why do you all call him Butler Joie? Is his name Butler Joie?" He quickly answered, "No, I used to be a steward for a family. My name is Joifan." Hearing this, Humayer nodded. Joifan, surely extraordinary. A good name." Violent Demon put on a proud air and said, "Of course. Butler Joie commands the wind and rain, very heroic." This time, he was favored by the sect leader. Personally invited to join the sect. He will be at least an elite disciple, the next sect leader of the future. How could his name not be good? Hearing his words, her eyes widened in surprise. He was personally invited by the sect leader. She chuckled softly, then ran her finger along her lips and said, "Interesting." Humayer smiled seductively. "For executive officers, don't just stand there." As she spoke, she gently reached out and stroked his cheek. Even inner sect disciples are at least at the radiant soul realm, let alone elite disciples. But this junior disciple, Humayer hesitated. "What? Are you still looking down on our Butler Joie?" Violent Demon shouted. "Our Butler Joie is no ordinary person. Of course, he walks an extraordinary path. How could he follow common conventions? In my opinion, making Butler Joie an elite disciple is a bit of a waste. He should become an executive officer of the sect directly." The eldest and Sly Demon said in unison, disagreeing. "Executive officer? How is that worthy of Butler Joie? He should be an elder of the sect." "Butler Joie wouldn't even be an elder. He should be an enshrined guardian." "Butler Joie might not even want to be an enshrined guardian." "Then tell that Xiaoyue to abdicate and let him be sect leader directly." The demons laughed heartily among themselves, while Humayer looked on in confusion. "I've long heard that the minds of these 4 executive officers aren't normal. Today, I, Humayer, have truly witnessed it. Indeed, their reputation is well deserved." Glancing over at Joifan, Humayer thought again, "From the mouths of these 4, I can't find out the background of this kid. But seeing these 4 little demons, who are executive officers, so respectful and flattering to him, within the complex sect, he must have very deep connections." Joifan stood there coldly. Joifan remained silent, observing. It seemed the two were probing each other, neither willing to speak first. "Miss, what is your name?" Joifan suddenly asked, but he was asking Yuer. Yuer didn't answer immediately, acting as if she had no intention of replying. Without letting Joifan wait, Humayer answered for the blonde girl. "Junior disciple, her name is Yuer." Humayer added, "With cultivation at Heavenly Profound Realm 6th layer, she is an outer sect disciple. Before you reach Radiant Soul Realm, you will also have to enter the outer sect. From now on, she will be your senior sister. The two of you should take care of each other." Humayer said and laughed teasingly. Joifan paid no attention to the joke. He slightly parted his lips. "Yuer." He picked up the knife. "Your name is Yuer." Joifan turned and said to Yuer with an indifferent expression, "You should use the crescent moon curved knife shadow. It suits the name quite well." Before she could steady herself, Joifan swung the blade toward Yuer, startling her. The 2 girls were shocked, feeling as if their hearts had jumped out of their chests. Yuer broke out in a cold sweat, not understanding Butler Joie's intention. "Little girl, earlier you scared me with your move. This time, I've scared you back. Looks like we're even." "Ha ha ha." Joifan laughed heartily. Heh, Butler Zhua, that girl injured you. How can just scaring her be enough? The old demon beside him asked in confusion. I've just joined the sect and was merely greeting senior sister Yuer. Nothing serious. You guys, when you get to the sect leader, don't talk nonsense. Let this matter drop. Hearing him say this, Yuer stood frozen, staring wide-eyed. Yes, sir, they said in unison. The actions of these four weren't simply taking care of the kid, it was completely the behavior of subordinates paying homage. Could it be that this person is the son of some enshrined guardian in the sect? Hu Meier was lost in thought. Oh my, dear junior disciple truly is magnanimous, with the bearing of a father figure. Every time she spoke, her demeanor was completely different. Shuafan glanced at her. Senior sister Meier, you're too kind. I couldn't remember earlier. Now that you mention my father, I suddenly recall. He smiled in reply. My father once mentioned a very thoughtful executive officer in the sect, a certain who. It must be senior sister Meier. My father often praised that having senior sister Meier by his side was truly wonderful. This kid indeed has connections. I just don't know whose backing he relies on. She glared at him. Although outwardly frivolous, her suspicion and powers of observation were very sharp. Does this Butler Zhua even have a father? Why haven't I seen him before? And he knows Hu Meier. Could he be from inside the sect? The eldest and second eldest turned and whispered to each other. It's getting late. We should go see the sect leader now. Farewell for now. With that, the four quickly vanished. Meier immediately said, Yuer, go tend to your wounds yourself. Your senior sister has matters to attend to. Then she also vanished in a flash. Yuer closed her eyes and let out a sigh. In another forest, with rolling mountains, for scheming demons, let's stop running. Shuafan suddenly called out. Butler Zhua, that little girl injured you. Are you really not going to pursue it? The eldest, violent demon still couldn't let go of this matter. He pressed Shuafan again. How about we find an opportunity and kill that girl? I quite like that girl's personality, just like when I first entered the demonic path, simple and naive. Although it was Yuer who attacked me earlier, I think she didn't know anything and was probably being used. On the contrary, later that Hu Meier appeared to clean up the aftermath, asking questions, probing for information about me. If we had left, it would have been fine. But if she still didn't let it go, she probably would have silenced us. He calmly analyzed her actions. He paused for a few seconds. For scheming demons, did any information about my coming to the demonic scheme sect get leaked? He asked. How is it that I haven't even joined the sect yet but I've already been targeted? This is very normal. Competition within the sect is already fierce, and between disciples, it's even more brutal. You also know that we demonic cultivators have secret techniques that use bloodline and spirit to cultivate. Where do those materials come from? We can't attack disciples of other sections. The eldest said gently, so we select suitable cauldrons from the disciples who have been eliminated, the rejects, for our own use. In other words, being eliminated here means losing your life. The second eldest continued. It seems that the news of Xiao Yue personally inviting me to join the sect got out, causing the sect's disciples to target me. Ha ha ha, a bunch of kids who just entered the demonic path want to trap your ancestral demon. He smiled, curling his lip, and thought, interesting. He concluded with a sentence. Every move they made left clear traces of light. A dark figure was secretly observing. He laughed coldly and said, so that person is the new disciple personally invited by the sect leader, Heavenly Profound Realm's 6th layer. That's very ordinary. The sect leader actually invites someone like that to join the sect, and doesn't even hesitate to use a 9th grade elixir. Hu Meier beside him also chimed in. That silly kid is quite interesting. Earlier, Yuer injured him. He even took the initiative to make peace. And judging by his tone, his father must be some big shot in the sect. She speculated. Hi. Probably some second-generation rich kid. She put on a frivolous, innocent, and simple expression, not like a demonic cultivator at all, getting in through the back door. The sect leader doesn't seem like such an unprincipled person. Perhaps his talent is good. The sect leader values him. That wouldn't be without reason. Her face was beautiful, and her deductive skills weren't bad. Right, how was his fight with Yuer? Don't worry, second senior brother. This kid's strength is very poor. Although he broke Yuer's arm, Yuer recounted. His chest also took a knife blow. It was probably close to even. He barely won. Depending on how the sect leader arranges things. If he is placed as an inner sect disciple personally taught by the sect leader. The man in the black robe continued. Then his potential must be outstanding, and he will be a threat to us. We must eliminate him quickly. If, as usual, he is placed in the outer sect, then it's probably just connections. The sect leader must have reached another secret agreement with some enshrined guardian. Outside a solid palace, the eldest, violent demon stood with Shuafan right at the city gate. He raised his fist, showing a joyful expression. A bit of light shot out. Stepping out from the gate was an elder, with a majestic and steady posture. That is Elder Yao. You are the new disciple, Shuafan. He spoke. Yes. He obediently clasped his hands and greeted the elder. The sect leader has ordered. Shuafan is to reside in the labor office. Suddenly, his attitude changed, and he raised his voice. Starting today, you are a menial disciple of our sect. Take him away. The 4 old demons and Fan, before his authority, knelt down to receive the order. The 4 old demons shouted in unison, menial disciple. They spoke haltingly. Fan was the same. His gaze immediately changed, his expression shifting. Elder Yao, are you mistaken? Violent demon approached cautiously. Our butler Zhua excels in both civil and martial arts, a rare talent. How can he be a menial disciple? This is the sect leader's order. How could it be mistaken? He replied in a deep voice. Take him to register quickly. Tomorrow, his menial work officially begins. The elder resolutely walked into the city, and the gate slammed shut. Fan lowered his head. The 4 old demons were still in shock. What exactly is Yue up to? He thought, his eyes showing clear dissatisfaction. He used a 9th grade elixir to force me into the sect, only to make me a menial disciple. Outside, the mountains and forests still undulated. Second senior brother, even if this kid isn't outstanding, he still has heavenly profound realm 6th layer strength. Hu Ear commented. He can't get into the inner sect. But he's more than qualified for the outer sect. There's no need to assign him to the labor office, right? She wondered. This sect leader's decisions are unpredictable. He just arrived and hasn't made any mistakes. She continued to wonder. Oh, could it be? The man in the black robe suddenly realized something. What? You know something? Hu Ear asked him. It seems you were right. This kid really didn't enter the sect through the front door. We both know that to enter our sect, you need the approval of 2 people. One is the sect leader, the other is the High Venerable. And the High Venerable has always been upright and strict with the sect rules. Ear listened intently to his analysis, especially toward those second-generation heirs who rely on their father's connections to take the spots of sect disciples. He hates them, especially after the disastrous defeat at the Double Dragon Gathering last time. The High Venerable is even more furious and hard to deal with. Probably, the sect leader's plan was discovered by the High Venerable, and the 2 sides reached an agreement. This kid can stay, but he cannot enter the elite ranks. To participate in the Double Dragon Gathering, you must know that menial disciples aren't criminals. They're those who are eliminated as soon as they enter the sect. To become an elite disciple, they don't even have that qualification. Thus, this kid's life is as good as ruined. Mayor sighed. But he didn't think like her. I'm not so sure. If he were ruined just like that, how could the person behind him agree? They're probably waiting until his strength is sufficient to give him the position of an enshrined elder, relying on the sect. He continued with a long speech. After all, although people from the labor office cannot become elites, there's no such restriction on becoming an enshrined elder. And elite disciples are all the favorite successors of the next sect leader. He continued. Probably the High Venerable is making a choice. First, to prevent these second-generation heirs from dragging down the strength of the elite disciples. Second, to prevent the emergence of a single dominant family within the sect. So, do we still need to pay attention to this kid? Maya returned to the original question. Pay attention to what? He asked back. Haha, as long as he can't become an elite disciple and has no right to fight in the Double Dragon Gathering, he poses no threat to us. Leave him in the labor office, waiting for the person behind him to arrange an elder or executive officer position for him. Mayor glanced back and chuckled softly. The figures of the 2 gradually disappeared behind the forest. Fan slowly called out to the 4 scheming demons. You tell me, what status does a menial disciple have in the sect? He wondered. The 4 demons sat pondering on the steps, all looking bored. Probably not very high, he guessed. But that's right. Back then, even when we 4 caused trouble, we were only locked up in Lightning Accumulation Mountain. We never ended up in that place. He propped his chin and spoke. The labor office is the prison for sinners in the sect. Only those who have committed heinous crimes are sent there, never to be released for life. Disciples who fail the entrance exam are assigned there, with almost no cultivation resources. They live out their lives in idle mediocrity, with no future prospects. Therefore, that place is also called. He paused for a moment. The disciples' grave. It's truly shocking. At that moment, in the sect leader Xiaoyue's room, which spanned hundreds of square meters, Elder Yao clasped his hands and said respectfully, reporting to the sect leader, as you instructed, that kid has been sent to the labor office. Xiaoyue smiled upon hearing this and said in a deep voice, very good. You may withdraw. Elder Yao bowed and quickly walked out. Once he was gone, Xiaoyue let out a soft sigh. The man behind the desk spoke calmly, High Venerable, are you satisfied this time? If so, then at the Double Dragon Gathering this time. I'm afraid our demonic scheme sect has no hope again. A fine talent, thrown into the labor office by you. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light immediately appeared at the very first seat. The light gradually condensed into a hazy human form. The figure said in a deep voice, the sect leader thinks very highly of that kid. It's just that this old man still has reservations and wants to observe secretly. The High Venerable's face now showed 2 distinct eyes filled with curiosity. What kind of junior could it be? That makes the sect leader spare no expense, even a 9th grade elixir, to bring him into the sect. Xiaoyue laughed heartily and replied, "It seems the High Venerable has been scared by those second-generation heirs, thinking that this time our sect will also send a talentless kid to the Double Dragon Gathering. He slowly continued, but you are mistaken. This sect is like the High Venerable." Xiaoyue's eyes suddenly radiated dark power. He spoke with conviction, "We absolutely must win the Double Dragon Gathering, this time. I will not let anyone stand in my way." Sect leader, you want to become the most renowned sect leader in the history of the demonic scheme sect without equal. The High Venerable narrowed his eyes, full of doubt. He said calmly, "Xiaoyue, you came down from the last Double Dragon Gathering and know the humiliation of that crushing defeat. I have never doubted your determination to win." The High Venerable still hadn't let go of all his doubts. But to let a kid who hasn't even reached Radiant Soul Realm become an elite disciple, that is something this old man cannot decide so easily. Xiaoyue chuckled softly and replied, "No matter." He slowly stood up and said, "This kid is astonishing. Just watch." Xiaoyue stepped down the stairs one by one, affirming as he walked, "He certainly has the qualifications to become the pillar of our demonic scheme sect at this Double Dragon Gathering." He walked straight to the center of the main hall. The High Venerable asked doubtfully, "For you to praise him so highly, which you have never done before, does this kid truly have such great ability?" He called out, "Impermanence 5, what do you think?" As soon as he finished speaking, 5 old men immediately appeared before him. The High Venerable then asked, "Last time, when this kid asked for help from our demonic scheme sect, I sent you all. That was to have you assess this kid and see if he is worthy of entering the elite ranks. What do you think?" The 5 old men pondered upon hearing this and did not answer immediately. Elder Tiger stepped forward as the representative and said, reporting to the High Venerable, "Although the 5 of us went to support the Luo clan." He continued slowly, "Our time with this kid was not long, but we also discovered that he is meticulous and his schemes are no less than the sect leaders. A man of his caliber, decisive in his actions, I'm afraid he is not someone ordinary people can control. Even the sect leader would have great difficulty doing so." The High Venerable was surprised upon hearing this. "Oh, so he's not a pushover either. A little toughness is good, being too soft can't make a pillar. Xiaoyue's judgment can be trusted." Elder Tiger continued slowly, "Moreover, last time, before we captured the 3 from the beast-taming sect, one of them had his body destroyed and had to act with just his spirit." He suddenly said sternly, "When I briefly interrogated them, I discovered that the person who destroyed his body was this kid." The High Venerable asked back in astonishment, "What? He's a heavenly profound realm. He destroyed the body of an ethereal stage expert." Elder Tongue laughed heartily and replied, "To be fair, those 3 were too foolish and fell for his trap. But even so, that kid toyed with 3 great experts in the palm of his hand and severely injured one. Truly a miracle." The High Venerable listened intently to every word. "Furthermore, do you still remember the 4 scheming demons, those 4 brats?" Elder Tongue continued, "In the past, they were lawless and listened to no one." He exclaimed with some surprise, "There was no choice, so the sect leader locked them down in Lightning Accumulation Mountain as punishment. But this time, they have been very obedient, especially toward Zhuofan. Not only do they follow his orders, but when they saw him treated unfairly, they truly sympathized and felt indignant for him." He glanced at the elder beside him and explained, "This is what Elder Eyes observed. There is a kingly power in that child that unites people's hearts. Perhaps he is the one you have been searching for, the person to whom you can entrust the great cause." Hearing Elder Tongue's words, the High Venerable widened his eyes in astonishment. He smiled meaningfully and thought, "Perhaps this old man should properly test this kid." At the same time, in the dark sky, crows flocked together. Violent demons suddenly shouted loudly, "Butler Zhuo, we've arrived." He continued, "The labor office. Before them now was a row of dilapidated houses, pitch black and deserted, no different from a slum. Zhuofan cursed inwardly, "Xiaoyue, you brought me to this place. Are you trying to mess with me? Just you wait." Violent demons shouted loudly into the interior, "Is there anyone alive? Come out here." A pair of feet wearing flip-flops hurriedly ran over, saying, "Coming, coming." An old man with completely white beard and hair stepped forward and asked with a bright smile, "What instructions do you have?" Zhuofan quietly observed the old man. Foundation Establishment Realm. No wonder he was assigned to the labor office. This life will only be like this. Violent demon asked in confusion, "Hey, old man, let me ask you. You've been here for a while, why are you the only one?" The old man cheerfully replied, "They've all gone out to work, like watering the medicine garden, cleaning, etc. They haven't returned yet." Violent demon continued, "Then where is your supervisor here?" He clasped his hands and said, reporting to the great masters, "This old decayed one is Yuan Xingang, the supervisor here, for over 100 years now." Violent demon asked in surprise, "You've been here for 100 years? You've got quite a long life." Yuan Xingang explained calmly, "To be honest with you, being able to survive in the labor office also has its tricks. Either you stand out and get promoted to sect elder or executive officer, or you make yourself the smallest of the small. Elder Yuan pointed at his face and chuckled, this old decayed one is just such a small figure. The old man puffed out his chest and laughed, this old decayed one has always suppressed his cultivation. People see nothing on me worth exploiting, so they let me be. Now, I've been here the longest, so I became the supervisor. Zhua Fan also responded, if it were me, I'd fight my way out. How could I just sit here and wait to die? The old man sighed and said, young master, you say that easily. He turned his head and said with resignation, the disciples of the labor office all have low cultivation and don't know the formation techniques to open the barrier. How could they easily escape? It's not that there's no path to survival, it's whether you yourself can grasp it. Heaven and earth are not benevolent, treating all things as straw dogs. Humans are born to face life and death. Whether one can escape depends entirely on one's own ability. Once you break free from suffering, you will surely become an expert. Hearing these words from the old man, he showed a hint of surprise, thinking, this old man has such insight into the great Tao. The old man also looked back at him. Finally, the old man scratched his head and asked with a smile, after all this time, I still don't know how to address you and what business you have here. Violent Demon said, oh, that's right. Then the 4 scheming demons gathered in formation and introduced themselves. Old man, we are the demonic heroes, the jade trees facing the wind. The handsome and dashing 4 scheming demons of the demonic scheme sect now serving as sect executive officers. The man beside him looked on, speechless. After the introduction, the old man immediately bowed his head respectfully and said, so you are the executive officers. I fail to welcome you from afar, please forgive my offense. He asked, it's just that I don't know what important matter brings you executive officers here. Violent Demon pointed at him and said, this time the main reason is that our butler Zhua somehow offended the sect leader and was sent to the labor office. But it's fine, he'll be back soon. He's only staying here temporarily for a while. You must take good care of him. If there is any mistake, I will hold you accountable. After saying that, Violent Demon jumped out of the formation. The old man quickly clasped his hands in agreement. You 4 masters, rest assured. This old decayed one absolutely dares not make things difficult for this Lord Zhua. Suddenly remembering something, he hesitated and said, it's just that there are indeed a few big shots in the labor office, who are truly untouchable. Hearing this, his face darkened, thinking, it seems there's a hidden story. Violent Demon heard the old man's words and pointed, shouting, what do you mean, untouchable? When the time comes, just drop the 4 of our names. Just as the 4 scheming demons were enthusiastically offering their protection, he doused them with cold water, saying, do I need to drop your names? Hearing this, they were not annoyed or displeased, but instead waved their hands and laughed, Butler Zhua is right. With Butler Zhua's abilities, the 4 of us aren't even worthy to watch over him. Finally, the 4 scheming demons left. Before leaving, they said, then you stay here. We'll go find out what exactly is going on. We will definitely find a way to get you out. He looked in their direction thoughtfully. The old man also looked after them. Suddenly, he smiled faintly, I never dreamed that one day I would be watched over by these 4 little demons. The old man behind him also let out a sigh, Master Zhua Fan has such good affinity. He continued with a smile, this old decayed one has seen quite a few experts banished to the labor office, but someone like Butler Zhua who receives such care is truly rare. Hearing the old man's words, he glanced over, then clasped his hands and smiled, I am Zhua Fan. From now on, I will call you Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan quickly waved his hands in refusal, how can that be? This old decayed one doesn't dare. I am only at the Foundation Establishment realm, and you are an expert at the Heavenly Profound realm. Zhua Fan smiled at him and said, so what? I, Zhua Fan, respect a person, and there is surely something worthy of respect. He continued, although your cultivation is not high, your insight into the great Tao is quite deep. If your cultivation aptitude could be improved, your future achievements would be limitless. Saying this, he reached into his robe, as if to take something out. Finally, he took out a pill, presented it, and said to Elder Yuan, this is a heaven-penetrating pill I brought from home. It can improve one's bones and tendons. It will double the effectiveness of your cultivation. In the future, when we contemplate the heavenly Tao, we must discuss it together. Holding the heaven-penetrating pill in his hand, Elder Yuan was so overjoyed he stammered, a 10th grade elixir. Hearing the old man recognize the elixir, he did not spare his praise, Elder Yuan is truly knowledgeable. With Qi-gathering realm cultivation, you still recognize a 10th grade elixir. Elder Yuan also laughed in reply, now that I'm doing menial work, I once assisted an alchemist and saw a 10th grade elixir. Only that one time, and never again since. In the middle of speaking, Elder Yuan suddenly stopped, opening his mouth as if to say something more. Unexpectedly, Elder Yuan clasped his hands in an endearing manner and said, Master Zhua Fan, you've just met this old decayed one and already given such a precious gift. This old decayed one is truly flattered and dare not accept it. He was left speechless, then smiled awkwardly and replied, it's nothing. Then he turned away and said, I have plenty of these. Having said that, he calmly walked away. Elder Yuan suddenly called out loudly, "Great Master, Master Zhuofan, where did you come from? Why must you enter this demonic scheme sect?" He replied lightly, "No choice. I was forced." They had completely disappeared, only his voice was heard asking, "Elder Yuan, I wonder where I will be staying now." At a place with majestic mountains, clouds covering the hilltops, in a certain cave, Shui Ruohua was receiving treatment. Young Master Xian Xiaoyu coughed a few times and asked, "Elder Tsong, is senior sister Ruohua's injury serious?" Elder Tsong stroked his beard and replied, "It's been this long and she still hasn't recovered. Should we inform her father and the various enshrined guardians?" He continued, "Young Master, don't worry." The four of them practiced the heavenly auxiliary four elements formation, wood, fire, earth, metal, each with a different form. Under the support of the auxiliary heaven formation's power, Ruohua's injuries will surely recover quickly. Even the earth's meridians can be fused with the auxiliary heaven's primal chaos. Finally, he closed his eyes and said, "Truly, there's no need to bother the sect leader and the others over such a small matter." A stream of golden energy rose above Shui Ruohua's head. She looked sincerely and said, "Thank you, 3 junior sisters, for coming to my rescue." One of the junior sisters also took her hand and said, "Senior sister, you're too kind." It was the right thing to do. Young Master Xian Xiaoyu also stepped forward, coughed lightly a few times, and asked, "Senior sister Ruohua, are you all right?" She smiled and replied, "Of course, silly junior brother." At that moment, Chu Qingqing spoke up, "Senior sister, if you're fine now, then this junior sister will return to her cultivation." Chu Qingqing turned to leave, when suddenly a voice rang out from behind, "Wait." She turned her head to look. Then she heard young Master Xian Xiaoyu say, "Junior sister Chu Qingqing, ever since you came to the mystical heaven sect, you've immersed yourself in cultivation day and night, ignoring the outside world. Aren't you bored? Today, you finally come out of seclusion, yet you want to leave already?" Chu Qingqing stood still and said, "Young Master Xian Xiaoyu, excellence comes from diligence, wasted by pleasure. The path of cultivation values perseverance. My only purpose in coming to the mystical heaven sect is to cultivate. If it weren't for senior sister Ruohua's injury requiring the heavenly auxiliary four elements formation for treatment, I would not have come out of seclusion." Shui Ruohua stood behind, watching Chu Qingqing's back, her heart filled with mixed feelings. She thought, this junior sister Chu Qingqing is indeed the sword bearer of the cold light sword, truly like a sword, with a cold heart. Young Master Xian Xiaoyu also thought, this ice beauty of ours is not someone just anyone can move. Chu Qingqing didn't intend to linger any longer. Without even turning around, she said, "Farewell." Another voice rang out, stopping her footsteps. "Junior sister Chu, please wait." She turned back irritably and asked, "What now?" She and young Master Xian Xiaoyu simultaneously turned their heads to look at Shui Ruohua and heard her say, "This time when I went out I met some people who seemed to be related to you." She asked, "Related to me?" Elder Tsong beside him also asked curiously, "Ruohua, weren't you injured by third Han of the Demon Soul sect? How is that related to Chu Qingqing?" She replied, "The one who injured me was indeed third Han of the Demon Soul sect." Having said that, Shui Ruohua suddenly hesitated, then said haltingly, "But," after a long while, she finally said, "The person who saved me was from the demonic scheme sect." Shui Ruohua's words surprised everyone. They exclaimed in unison, "What?" Chu Qingqing also looked as if deep in thought. One of the junior sisters asked, "We've always had a grudge with the demonic scheme sect. How could they risk offending the demon soul sect to save us?" She continued, "Actually, they didn't come to save me. It was because of Chu Qingqing that they saved me." Chu Qingqing was startled upon hearing her say that. Young Master Xian Xiaoyu asked very curiously, "Sister Ruohua, what exactly happened?" Shui Ruohua began to recall, "Here's what happened. We discovered a 9th grade spiritual medicine in a small valley, the three-faced soul-settling herb. Hearing just the first sentence, Elder Tsong lost his composure and exclaimed, "What? That's a good thing. Did you get it?" She replied, "Of course I got it. To treat young Master Xian Xiaoyu's illness, I would have risked my life to get it." Hearing her say that, young Master Xian Xiaoyu was deeply moved. He clutched his chest, coughed, and said, "Sister Ruohua, thank you. Originally, we wouldn't have been able to get this herb because third Han of the Demon Soul sect had also set his sights on it. He is truly formidable." She said with a pained expression, "I only fought one exchange with him and was severely injured." The youngest junior sister snorted and cursed, "This third Han deserves to die. He even attacks women. Next time we four sisters meet him, we'll definitely use our heavenly auxiliary four elements formation to teach him a lesson. That third Han is no ordinary figure. Don't underestimate him." But, even a young master of a mid-ranked sect like him met his match. She fell back into her reminiscence. "At the moment I was in critical danger, a man appeared. It was him. With a gentle wave of his hand, he split the ground, causing that third Han not to dare to take a single step beyond. Even after he had left, that third Han still did not dare to step forward. He retreated. The fact that I could obtain this 9th grade spiritual medicine was also given to me by his own hand. Finally, she said. And he was from the demonic scheme sect. Hearing that, everyone looked stunned. Chuchingcheng alone still showed no expression. The youngest junior sister suddenly interjected, "Senior sister Ruohua, could it be that demon took a liking to you and wants you to dual cultivate with him?" This question made Shui Ruohua blush. She blushed and explained, "No. Although he did have a condition for giving me the spiritual medicine, it wasn't aimed at me. He only asked me 2 questions related to junior sister Chuchingcheng." At this point, Chuchingcheng also began to pay attention to this story and asked, "What questions?" Shui Ruohua replied, "One was asking me if you were at the mystical heaven sect. The other was asking how you were doing now." She was slightly startled upon hearing the second question. Then she couldn't help but ask, "Then what is his name?" Shui Ruohua replied helplessly, "That I don't know." He didn't say either. He even told me to forget that incident. But there were 4 little, radiant soul realm brats following him, and they all called him Butler Zhua. As soon as that name was mentioned, it was as if an electric current shot through her head. She opened her eyes wide in surprise. Then tears fell uncontrollably as she choked up and said, "It's him. It's really him." Then she raised her hand to wipe away the tears and smiled. "He still remembers me." At this moment, she was no longer as cold as before. Everyone focused their attention on her. The youngest junior sister even exaggerated, "Chuchingcheng has been here so long, this is the first time I've seen her smile. When she doesn't smile, she's a national beauty. When she smiles, she puts 100 flowers to shame." But for some reason, young Master Xian Xiaoyu gritted his teeth. He trembled and said, "Who is that man?" To make junior sister Chuchingcheng so happy just by hearing his name, Shui Ruohua stood behind young Master Xian Xiaoyu. She clearly witnessed his trembling. She calmly replied, "He is a demon, a great demon who can pierce people's hearts. A great demon." Zhua Fan was meditating to repair his body. He was in a dilapidated room, the surrounding walls with water stains looking very unsightly, and the room had only one window for the moonlight to shine through. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Elder Yuan burst through the door and shouted loudly, Zhua Fan, wake up quickly. We're gathering." As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed his hand. Then he quickly dragged him away. He didn't know what was happening and opened his mouth to ask, "Elder Yuan, what's going on?" In such a hurry, Elder Yuan dragged him along inside. "You just arrived, you don't know." Elder Yuan said anxiously, "The 2 great masters are summoning everyone in the labor office. We must hurry there. If we're late, we won't keep our little lives." He asked in surprise, "The 2 great masters, isn't the labor office under your management?" Elder Yuan replied, "This old decayed one is only the nominal supervisor. In places like this, the strong are always respected." Hearing this, he understood in his heart. So there are local bullies here too. Thinking that, he smiled with interest. "I hope you don't provoke me." Ahead, a group of people was gathering. Elder Yuan panicked and cried out, "This is bad. Only this few people. Most of them must have already gone in. We're late." Contrary to that worried look, he put his hands behind his back leisurely and said, "So what? It's not like we're the last ones." Who would have thought that as soon as he finished speaking, Elder Yuan abandoned him and ran ahead, calling back, "You can be a little late, but this old decayed one cannot be late." The disciples of the labor office had gathered in one place. On the platform, 2 people were standing. One of them had a fierce appearance, named Kuei Lang, and a girl with a scorpion tattoo on her eye, named Yueling. He looked up at the high platform and said to Elder Yuan, "I didn't expect the labor office to have Radiant Soul Realm 4th layer experts." Elder Yuan whispered, "In the past, they were both inner sect disciples. Because they made mistakes, they were punished to the labor office. Their lives are as good as ruined now, so their tempers aren't very good. You'd better not provoke them casually." While they were talking, Elder Yuan was suddenly called by name. Kuei-Lang said fiercely, "Old man Yuan, you're here. Why aren't you up here? What are you mumbling about? Hurry up and bring the roster here. I'm counting heads." Elder Yuan scratched his head and stepped forward, saying, "2 great masters, please forgive me. Today, this old decayed one is late. I beg your pardon." Kuei-Lang's cat-like face shouted, "Old man, if it weren't for your poor aptitude, I would definitely use you to practice my art. Your legs are getting slower and slower." At that moment, Elder Yuan handed over a stack of papers and smiled, "Thank you, Lord Kuei-Lang, for your mercy." Kuei-Lang began to call the roll according to the list. Zhang Fugui, Li Erqiu. Those who heard their names raised their hands high and shouted, "Here." After reading for a while, he paused and said, There's a newcomer, Zhua Fan." Zhua Fan heard his name but remained as calm as ever. Kuei-Lang smiled maliciously and said, "Since there's a newcomer, we need to lay down the rules first." Elder Yuan heard this and panicked, pleading, No, Lord Kuei, please be merciful. He went to Kuei-lang's side and whispered, "Lord Kuei, this gentleman is backed by 4 executive officers. They instructed that he be well taken care of." He didn't take these words to heart at all. He snorted and said, "So what if he's backed by executive officers? Behind me are elders." He looked down below and continued, "Now that you're here, you must follow the rules here." Elder Yuan panicked and said, "Lord Kuei, this time is different. Those 4 executive officers think very highly of this gentleman. They even threatened to go to the sect leader to seek justice for him. Think about it, would the elder behind you care about you that much?" Kuei-lang was slightly startled upon hearing this. At this moment, Yueling finally spoke up, "Kuei-lang, if this kid is so highly regarded, his background must be extraordinary. It's better to avoid trouble." Hearing that advice, he thought, indeed, no need to stir up a hornet's nest for a drop of honey. Thinking that, he raised his voice, "Today I rang the bell to gather everyone, not for anything else, but for one matter." Then he shouted loudly, "That is, today, the Azura field opens again. Only the victor can step out of here." As soon as he finished speaking, the people below shouted in unison, "What? Are you kidding? The Azura field opens once every 3 years. It's only been half a year. How come?" Kuei-lang said, "Whether it's 3 years or half a year, it's all the same. Only the strong can survive to the end. The losers can only be considered materials offered to the sect." Having said that, he pointed to the bell beside him and said, "Now, inside this cave, when the bell rings, the slaughter begins. When the bell stops, it stops immediately. Do you hear?" Elder Yuan was extremely worried and continued to plead for Zhuofan, "Lord Kuei, Zhuofan is a newcomer. He has never seen the cruelty of the Azura field. Could you be merciful and not let him participate?" He shouted arrogantly, "I've already spared him trouble out of respect for the executive officers. But rules are rules. If he doesn't follow them, how can I make others obey in the future?" Yueling also spoke up, "Elder Yuan, don't be too anxious. That kid has Heavenly Profound Realm 6th layer cultivation, which is considered strong among these menial disciples. He will surely survive to the end." A disciple couldn't bear it any longer and shouted, "Ghost King and Yama." Yueling the black-faced Yama, "Kuei-lang, you motherfuckers, fuck you. Don't think I don't know. The sect doesn't actually require collecting cultivation materials. You're only collecting materials for your own little brothers and sisters using public office for private gain. I'm going to the sect to report you." That disciple's shout drew Zhuofan's attention. As soon as he finished shouting, that disciple quickly leaped away. Zhuofan also watched him go. Suddenly, a sword energy slashed down, hitting that disciple. He fell before everyone's eyes. With an example right in front of them, the other disciples' faces turned extremely ugly, to be precise, terrified. Except for Zhuofan, who only glanced over without any expression. Kuei-lang was the one who had just struck. He withdrew his hand and said, "The Azura field has opened. Whoever dares to run away, that will be killed without mercy. If you don't take action, I will take action for you, until enough are killed." Having said that, he widened his eyes and threatened, "As for who will be unlucky, that remains to be seen." After hearing those words, the menial disciple's eyes looked up as if seeing ghosts. Suddenly, a disciple with bloodshot eyes, as if mad, swung his blade toward everyone. He struck without mercy. A bloody scene began to unfold. Zhuofan, like an outsider, stood there silently. He closed his eyes and whispered, "Madness appears under extreme crisis. Perhaps at first, people killed each other to survive, but gradually, in this frenzied slaughter, the demons in their hearts completely controlled them. Their hearts only know killing. Everyone has become a demon, an Azura field without a single true human remaining." Somewhere, a pair of blood-red eyes had taken notice of him. He chose him as his target and swung his blade. He only dodged lightly. The man's eyes widened and he froze. Then he suddenly fell. Something red appeared from his eyes. He still made no move, silently holding his arms, even as bodies lay all around. It was impossible to tell how many menial disciples had fallen. The battle continued, and he remained an outsider. Kuei-lang looked at the entire scene below and wondered, "What's wrong with that kid? Such a bloody scene, I'm getting a bit excited. This kid acts like it has nothing to do with him, so calm. It's as if he isn't even in this Azura field." Yueling also spoke up, "This kid is truly strange. He doesn't seem like a demonic cultivator at all. He doesn't even seem like an ordinary cultivator. In such a scene, even righteous cultivators would be shouting for blood. But him." Suddenly, a voice rang out beside them. "He is the true expert." Kuei-lang looked over. The one who spoke was Elder Yen. He continued, "Everyone has a demon in their heart. We demonic cultivators especially want to bring out the demon within. Refine it. Comprehend the great Tao. Ordinary people only cultivate the appearance of the demon. Once they encounter such a killing field, they are controlled by their demonic nature and sink into hell. But he is different. He has internalized his demonic nature, truly achieving that he controls the demon, not the demon controlling him. Who would have thought that at such a young age, he has such mental state and cultivation? In the future, he will surely achieve the great Tao, with limitless prospects." Just as Elder Yuan was immersed in his own world, he heard Kuei-lang shout, "Old man Yuan, are you sick? Since when did this guy become so profound? We couldn't understand a word you said." Elder Yuan smiled awkwardly and rubbed his head. This old decayed one didn't say anything. "Don't mind me, you two. I've long wanted to say that this Shuafan is no ordinary person. I hope you two will take good care of him in the future." Suddenly, Guilang grabbed Elder Yuan's collar and lifted him up, saying darkly, "You've been blabbing for half a day telling us to take care of him, as if he were some peerless expert. So profound, huh?" Elder Yuan quickly begged for mercy. This old decayed one won't dare again. After warning him, he put him down and said contemptuously, "Strength is nothing but you put on such airs, even talking about the Tao. You almost scared us. No wonder people say an old man who doesn't die is a thief. You, old man, are about to become a spirit." At this moment, Yueling turned to him and said, "Kue Lang, that's enough." He heard that and shouted loudly, "Stop, stop the shouting." The power of that shout was so great that the people below were affected, all wide-eyed and wanting to fly away. The entire field fell. Those still alive collapsed to the ground. Then he noticed something, and his face showed confusion. Yueling looked over and asked, "What's wrong, Kue Lang?" He said, "Impossible. The two of us combined to unleash the demonic sound Soul Caesar. He's only at Heavenly Profound Realm's 6th layer. His spiritual power cannot withstand our combined suppression." Shuafan was completely unaffected by that pressure. He still stood tall. Yueling wondered, could he have a magical artifact protecting his spirit? Elder Yuan beside him smiled and said, "This old decayed one told you so. He is no ordinary person. You two had better take good care of him." Kue Lang looked at him and thought, a magical artifact that protects the spirit is not something an ordinary person can produce. Having such a good item, his background must be profound. Thinking that, he raised his hand and laughed loudly. "Congratulations to all of you for surviving this Azura field. Now you can all go back. Tomorrow, there are many menial tasks waiting for you." The disciples, hearing this, acted as if they had survived a great disaster, all overjoyed. They said with relief, "Great, we survived again. Surviving a great disaster brings future blessings." He alone said contemptuously, "A bunch of pigs, letting themselves be slaughtered." The disciples left one after another. Watching them, he sighed, "These people, how are they any different from pigs raised in a farm pen?" Elder Yuan also said, "The difference here is that they still have a glimmer of hope to live." He said, "Human hearts are selfish. Human hearts give birth to demons. If they didn't fight to the death in rebellion, even if unsuccessful, the sect would gain no benefit. The labor office would have ceased to exist long ago. But the sect gives them a path. As long as they cultivate to become strong enough, they can leave here and become executive elders. So they desperately slaughter each other, thinking that one day they might achieve results, which in turn facilitates the existence of the labor office. Finally, he concluded, therefore, it's not that the sect raises them like pigs, it's that they build a pig pen in their own hearts. But that's also good. While Elder Yuan was speaking, he stood silently listening. He continued, "In this world where the strong are respected, even if you're in a pig pen, as long as you're strong enough, you can break out. The rest are all weak. The strong devour the weak. Death is deserved." Shuafan seemed to realize something. He looked up at the sky and thought, in this world, there is no such thing as benevolence. There is only survival and death. This labor office is the Azura Hell. It is both a place for the sect to obtain cultivation materials and a true place for experts to be reborn. Gazing into the distance, he realized a truth so simple, so extreme. There is only survival and death. This tiny labor office is a small world that laughs away all the false illusions of the outside world. Suddenly, his entire body lit up. His eyes turned white, and the flame between his brows also grew. Heavenly Profound Realm 7th layer. His whole body seemed covered in a layer of energy, with wind howling around them. Watching his cultivation advance, Elder Yuan thought, this kid, after experiencing the Azura field, his state of mind improved, leading to an instant increase in cultivation. State of mind and cultivation are not directly linked, but those who can use state of mind to elevate cultivation are few and far between throughout history. Looking at his back, he sighed, this kid's comprehension is very high, rare in the world. Truly a man of great talent. Shuafan suddenly turned around. He asked Elder Yuan, why are you looking at me with such a burning gaze? Elder Yuan laughed and scratched his head. This old decayed one is just happy to see Master Shuafan emerge safely from the Azura field. At this moment, remembering what had happened, he continued, I never thought the labor office would select materials like this. It's just that with Elder Yuan's strength, surviving so many Azura fields is truly a miracle. Elder Yuan waved his hand and said, it's not about miracles, just different ways of living. When sect elders come to select materials for cultivation, this old man deliberately suppresses his cultivation. The elders don't choose him, so he can survive. Besides, initially, the Azura field didn't have these many rules. Later, since this old decayed one had been here the longest, he naturally became the supervisor, with a death-exempt golden token, escaping suffering. Hearing this, he suddenly asked, oh, so the rules of this Azura field. Hearing this question, Elder Yuan widened his eyes and fell silent. Then he looked around, acting mysteriously. Then he leaned close to him and whispered, Zhuofan, listen carefully. Actually, the rules of this Azura field were only established after Lord Kuei-Lang arrived. He asked, why would he do that? Elder Yuan began to explain, raising two fingers. The labor office has two types of people. One type are the eliminated. The other type are strong experts punished to come here. They themselves have sins on their backs, so naturally they don't have as many ways to survive, fearing they might be stuck here for life. Having said that, he clenched his fist and continued, but within the sect there is a rule. Those who render great service, regardless of what mistakes they made before, can be absolved. He wondered, assigned to the labor office, what kind of service can they render? Elder Yuan smiled and said, if a person wants to render service, they can find a way anywhere. For example, if this Azura field continues to be maintained, that would truly be a great service. He feigned surprise with an, oh, and said, why do you say that? Elder Yuan analyzed for him. Before, the people of the labor office knew there was a way to survive, but only a few could escape. So everyone just muddled along, living one day at a time. People like this old man went to great lengths to suppress their cultivation, afraid of being spotted by the elders practicing demonic arts and taken away. Therefore, the cultivation materials back then were relatively poor. But now, with the rules of the Azura field, if the people of the labor office want to live longer, they must train desperately to be stronger than others. Suddenly, the overall strength increased dramatically and the quality of cultivation materials for the sect's elders also improved rapidly. Moreover, the Azura field creates an illusion in people that their fate is in their own hands. Those who die in battle are considered cultivation materials. Those who survive can continue to live on, and will no longer be selected by the elders. Those who are stronger than others can live. Those who are weaker deserve to die. Especially after Yueling arrived, she improved several rules. Those below, Qi Gathering Realm, don't have to participate in the Azura field, to ensure the supply of new blood isn't exhausted, making the best use of everything. If this continues, the overall strength of the labor office disciples will be relatively high. This is a great achievement. The two of them might even be able to return to the inner sect because of this. Zhuofan thought to himself, these two are clearly manipulating the mind, awakening the fighting spirit in these eliminated people who had lost the will to live. If such a group could obtain sufficient cultivation resources, their future potential would definitely surpass some inner sect disciples. He seemed to understand everything and said with his eyes closed, could it be that Xiao Yue wants me to manage the labor office and render great service to the sect? Elder Yuan didn't hear clearly and asked back, what? What did you say? He regained his composure and changed the subject, nothing. I was just lamenting that these two are talents. It's a pity they're not valued by the sect. Elder Yuan agreed, that's right. He suddenly asked, right, what did they do to be punished here? Then something else caught his attention. On the rooftop, under the moonlight, a girl appeared. She was Yue. Yue also noticed his presence. He looked up at her and applauded in praise, excellent skills, Miss Yue. We meet again. Yue muttered, it's that kid. Then she turned her face away, ignoring him. But he still enthusiastically struck up a conversation. Miss Yue, what a coincidence. Were you also punished to the labor office? Hearing him say that, she shouted angrily, you're the one newly punished to the labor office. He continued to provoke, smiling and saying, that's right. I am currently in the labor office. Yue was now speechless. Yue then sneered and said, you're quite the liar. Ridiculous. Then she leaped down from the rooftop to the ground, her tone mocking. When you first arrived, you said you wanted to be an elite disciple, to be the sect leader. In the end, you couldn't even get through the door of the main hall and were sent straight to the labor office. Hearing this, he exclaimed in surprise, oh, how do you know I couldn't get through the door of the main hall? Then he smiled brightly and said provocatively, you seem to care about me quite a bit. Hearing this, Yue's lips twitched violently as she denied it. Who cares about you? It's just that your shame has spread throughout the entire sect. She pointed at him triumphantly and said, after entering the sect leader and the elders couldn't even be bothered to see you. You were sent straight to the labor office. Throughout history, you are the first. Hearing her say that, Zhuofan's gaze suddenly became sharp. He thought to himself, it seems I was definitely targeted as soon as I entered the sect. Otherwise, there's no way the news of an ordinary disciple would spread so quickly that everyone knows. But now that I'm in the labor office, those people have probably withdrawn their attention, right? Otherwise, with such a good opportunity to act, why hasn't there been any movement after so many days? Thinking that, Zhuofan smiled and spoke in a teasing manner. Miss Yue, have you missed me these past few days? Has senior sister Mayor missed me? Yue answered without hesitation. Humph, senior sister wouldn't. Saying that, she just realized his intention and hurriedly denied it. Ah, I don't miss you at all. Elder Yuan suddenly burst out laughing. Master Zhuofan, you really have a way with young maidens. Seeing his expression, Yue narrowed her eyes, full of anger. Then, like a madwoman losing her mind, she charged forward roaring. "Old man, how dare you mock me? You want to die." Her speed was very fast. In an instant, she was close to Elder Yuan, to his astonishment. But to Zhuo Fan, a child like her was nothing. He directly grabbed her hand and said with a smile, "Miss Yue, don't be so impatient." Immediately, she suddenly screamed in great pain. Zhuo Fan seemed to realize something was wrong and asked in confusion, "I didn't use any force just now. Could it be that your injury hasn't healed yet?" This sentence seemed to touch her pride. She gave a vague glare and shouted, "None of your business." Immediately after, a large, thin black shadow appeared along with a loud shout, "How dare you? Who dares to bully my little sister?" It was a girl with a scorpion tattoo on her left eye, looking fiercely at Zhuo Fan. Seeing her, Elder Yuan exclaimed in surprise, "Ghost-faced Yama, Welling." Hearing that, Zhuo Fan asked, "You are her sister?" "Ah, me." She slowly stepped forward with a dark, imposing aura, speaking in an arrogant tone, "Kid, no matter what background you have behind you, if you dare bully my sister." Having said that, Welling radiated a threatening energy pressure toward him. "That I will definitely tear you apart. You'll die without a burial place." Hearing this, Zhuo Fan chuckled lightly and replied, "You are not the first person in this world to dare say such words to me, nor will you be the last." But, his gaze suddenly turned sharp as he looked at Yueling and emphasized, "The outcome for all of you is the same." Hearing these words from him, she was full of doubt. A heavenly profound realm 7th layer dares to proudly talk back to a radiant soul realm 3rd layer expert like me? The reason can only be one. The forces behind him are strong, so much so that he doesn't even consider ghost-faced Yama like me in his eyes. Thinking this, Yueling gritted her teeth in anger, suppressing herself as she calculated. "If I kill this kid now, it's easy, but there will definitely be big trouble later, especially for Yue." But then Elder Yuan's voice rang out, interrupting her train of thought. "Lord Yueling, misunderstanding, misunderstanding." He smiled and explained, "Just now, Miss Yue was practicing her blade here. We passed by and simply asked with concern. There was no intention of conflict." This young man Zhuo Fan even applauded and praised Miss Yue's agile figure. Then Elder Yuan smiled and said, "Isn't that right, Miss Yue?" At this, Yueling asked her back with some doubt, "Is that so, Yue?" Hearing that, Yue honestly replied, "They didn't do anything. I struck first." Hearing her answer, he felt a bit surprised and inwardly admired. This girl, although stubborn in personality, is not unreasonable. She dares to act and admit it. Admirable. But Yueling still firmly defended her sister, speaking in a deep voice, "Even if you struck first, it must have been because you were provoked." Then she hurriedly shouted, "Yue, let's go." Before leaving, Yueling narrowed her eyes at Zhuo Fan with a murderous look and said, "Stinky brat, this isn't over. Just wait." Having said that, the two of them immediately flew into the sky. Yueling's parting words still echoed in the air. "Yue, no one in the inner sect is good. If anything happens, come find me." Zhuo Fan watched their figures and said with resignation, "So is that it? Her sister struck first, yet she tells me to wait and see." Elder Yuan sighed and said, "In this world, right and wrong, grievances, there's no such thing as reason. Only strength matters. Moreover, the reason Yueling backed down this time was entirely because she didn't know your background and didn't dare to confront you directly." Then he turned to look at him and reminded him, "But if she plays dirty tricks later, you'll have to be careful." After hearing Elder Yuan's words, Zhuo Fan probed for information. This time, Yueling collected cultivation materials for Miss Yue, didn't she? He answered without hesitation, "That's right." Although Yueling has the title of Yama and is ruthless, she really loves her little sister. He also explained further, to be honest, Yueling was punished to the labor office precisely because of her sister. Originally, with her sister's aptitude, she would have been eliminated long ago. To put her in the labor office, Yueling stole a 7th grade pill for her sister to use, transforming her constitution, which made Yue what she is today. At this point, his voice held a hint of regret, but it also ruined Yueling herself. After hearing this story, Zhuo Fan spoke meaningfully. "Ah, so she treats her sister very well, generously. But this time, she may have done a bad thing with good intentions." Elder Yuan was very confused and asked him, "What do you mean by that?" Zhuo Fan smiled and slowly said, "I've heard that Yue practices the dark demonic blade technique. The most important aspect of this martial art is the two words, dark demonic. Devouring thousands of vengeful souls and evil energy enhances the power of the blade technique, triggering the demonic nature of the user." At this point, his voice suddenly deepened, emphasizing, "Greatly increasing power, slaying gods when facing gods, slaying Buddhas when facing Buddhas." But Elder Yuan asked curiously, "But what?" Then Zhuo Fan turned his head with bloodshot eyes full of cunning and replied, "But right now, Yue's injury hasn't healed yet. Practicing in this state will surely cause her demonic nature to erupt, her body to deteriorate. When that happens, won't Yueling die of regret?" Having said that, he suddenly sounded puzzled, but a broken arm, logically speaking, after taking a spirit pill, should be fine in a day or two. Why hasn't it healed yet? Elder Yuan squinted, his eyes probing. Then he also asked, why didn't you tell them that? Zhua Fan immediately replied, why should I tell them? Besides, there's something wrong with this matter. I'm afraid. He hesitated for a moment, then looked up at the distant sky and said meaningfully, our labor office, this only peaceful place, is about to be disturbed as well. Xiao Yue chuckled lightly. The arrogant posture of this man standing on the steps was irritating, and when he opened his mouth it was full of pride. Ha ha ha, there's no such rule. Since you've entered my sect, you should at least call me sect leader. Zhua Fan was not very agreeable, but he still complied. Humph, sect leader. He continued, may I ask, sect leader, why did you go to all the trouble to come all the way to the Tianyu Empire to find me, even spending a 9th grade pill to bring me into the sect? Was it just to have me clean your house? Xiao Yue still smiled. If I used a 9th grade pill to hire you to clean my house, then I, the sect leader, would truly be at a loss. Besides, do you look like someone who would diligently clean a house? Zhua Fan rested his chin on his shoulder, looking at the sect leader with a very, very friendly smile. Xiao Yue continued, Zhua Fan, to be honest, I originally intended to take you under my wing as a personal disciple, in the name of the sect leader's disciple, to enter the elite ranks and represent the sect at the Double Dragon gathering. Then why has this happened now? Xiao Yue explained, but you've just joined the sect. The High Venerable doesn't yet trust your abilities, so he sent you to the labor office first to test you. Zhua Fan lowered his eyes, muttering to himself, High Venerable. He closed his eyes, sighed softly, and said, I can understand his concerns. It's just that. He was quite frustrated and confused by this arrangement. Elite disciples, inner disciples, outer disciples, the labor office, these 4 levels, arranged step by step. Why must I go to the lowest level, the labor office? I am a heavenly profound realm 7th layer cultivator. Surely I could at least be an outer disciple, right? Zhua Fan asked further, and what is this double dragon gathering? Xiao Yue didn't directly answer Zhua Fan's question, only saying, you don't need to know about the double dragon gathering for now. As for the High Venerable's arrangement. Having said that, Xiao Yue suddenly laughed out loud, his voice ringing out clearly. This might be my fault. I probably praised you too much, making the High Venerable not believe it, so he sent you to the labor office. Xiao Yue smiled so much that his eyes narrowed, still looking directly at Zhua Fan as he continued. He said that if you're really that good, you can still stand out in the labor office. I thought it made sense, so I agreed. After all, with your abilities, casually performing a great service would get you out. His chin was no longer resting on his shoulder. He slammed it down onto the ground. Zhua Fan raised his voice and said, perform a service. My foot. Zhua Fan shouted, all his emotions seeming to explode in an instant. The labor office is isolated from the world. I don't even have a chance to perform a service. Besides, the credit for reforming the labor office disciples has already been taken by those two, Weling and Kuelang. He continued to protest, what can I do? I can't do anything. Xiao Yue narrowed his eyes at the angry person before him, then turned his face away, speaking sternly as he gave an order. In short, you must prove your ability to the entire sect. If you can't even surpass those two, then it's fitting for you to stay in the labor office for life. Xiao Yue continued, and his voice paused for a long while, leaving Zhua Fan behind him, holding his chin, not understanding what would happen next. Xiao Yue's expression turned ice cold, his gaze sharp, his voice even colder. Standing before me, speaking without restraint, running your mouth all day. This time is just a warning. Next time, it won't be so easy on you. Do you hear? Hearing this, Zhua Fan's eyes widened, his face full of dissatisfaction. But only a moment later, he smiled and replied, got it. Xiao Yue looked at Zhua Fan once more, his eyes filled with complex and incomprehensible emotions. Then he turned his back and said coldly, very well, since you are a menial disciple, start cleaning. I want to see if this menial disciple can perform his proper duties. Zhua Fan did not refuse at all and replied very agreeably, no problem. The broom swished across the floor for a while, creating a thick layer of dust. Then, Zhua Fan used his inner power to increase his sweeping speed. In just a moment, the broom swished loudly, and layers of dust accumulated thicker and thicker. Next, the dust gathered into a tornado and flew straight toward Xiao Yue. This man-made tornado engulfed Xiao Yue in a thick cloud of dust, dirtying his clothes, and he was practically swept out of the room. How could Xiao Yue swallow this insult? He shouted loudly, stop, Zhuo Fan, stop right there. Zhua Fan was still holding the broom, sweeping back and forth, his face innocently looking up as if without any guilt, and asked, huh? Sect leader, what's wrong? Xiao Yue was so angry he was about to jump out of his skin, his voice so loud it seemed to blow the roof off. Are you doing this on purpose? Who sweeps like that? Are you fighting a battle? How could Zhua Fan miss the chance to provoke this man? He still smiled as if asking for a beating and said, so that's not allowed. I always sweep like this. No matter how furious Xiao Yue was, he had to hold back. He thought to himself, if I didn't still have use for you, I would definitely kill you now. But outwardly he still had to soften. Alright, you don't need to sweep here anymore. Go do something else. Zhuofan turned away at the speed of light, but the clueless broom on his shoulder accidentally hit a vase in the room. Oh, crash. The precious vase thus met its end, not a single piece intact. Xiao Yue's face stiffened completely, unable to utter a word. As for that troublemaker who never stopped, what would Zhuofan do? He chose to rush quickly to the shattered pieces and said, "Sect leader, don't worry, let me clean it up." Once again, the clueless broom accidentally hit another vase. Xiao Yue's face was so stiff that every wrinkle was visible. Zhuofan, as if he wouldn't shed a tear until he saw the coffin, still grinned and raised his hand to volunteer. "No problem, sect leader, I'll clean it up." Xiao Yue could no longer bear it and had to shout and chase him out. Get out of here. From now on, you don't need to do the cleaning work anymore. Figure out how to get out of the labor office." Zhuofan ran out as fast as he could, a triumphant smile still on his face. At this moment, only Xiao Yue remained in the hall, sitting on the main seat. Xiao Yue was shaking with anger and took a long while to recover. But he still couldn't swallow this insult. He then shouted loudly, "Someone." Immediately, someone entered from outside. "Sect leader, what has angered you so?" Xiao Yue said furiously, "Are you blind? A battlefield on the floor, don't you see it?" The steward saw this scene and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, stammering as he spoke. This, what in the world? It must have been a menial disciple assigned to clean your room who did it." Then he affirmed firmly, "Sect leader, rest assured. This humble one will immediately find out which menial disciple did it and will definitely bring his head back to you." Already annoyed, and now faced with this clever fool, Xiao Yue shouted again, "Listen to me first." After calming his mood for a moment, Xiao Yue continued, "The menial disciple who broke my things. I know his name is Zhuofan, but no one is to touch him." Xiao Yue's entire body was filled with murderous intent, his voice also fierce. "But whoever assigned him to clean my room, you investigate that for me. I want to kill him." Dusk gradually fell, the evening glow covering the earth and sky. The members of the labor office gradually gathered together, chatting and laughing. Seeing this, Kuei-Lang laughed and said, "You're all here, but that kid hasn't arrived yet. It seems he's more likely dead than alive." Yueling beside him chimed in with a sinister smile, "The sect leader's temper is eccentric. He finds fault in everything. In the past, quite a few menial disciples lost their lives because they displeased the sect leader." Yueling continued, "This kid just arrived and went to work in the sect leader's room. How could he not make a mistake?" Kuei-Lang triumphantly added, "That kid probably won't be coming back." Ha 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 ha. Yuan Xinggang glanced at the two beside him, who were gleefully expecting Zhuofan's misfortune, but said nothing. Yueling then laughed heartily at this victory. She laughed so hard she didn't notice the commotion in the sky. With a crash, a loud noise rang out. A beam of light shot straight down from the sky to the ground. This commotion sent everyone scattering. Executive Sun stepped out from the chaos and ordered with great authority, "Supervisors of the labor office, come out here, all of you." Kuei-Lang was quite surprised. "Hey, isn't that Executive Sun, who oversees the sect leader's main hall?" Yueling rejoiced inwardly. "Haha, he must have come to tell us to dispose of the body." She affirmed confidently, absolutely." Yuan Xinggang stepped forward respectfully, clasped his hands, and bowed. "Executive Sun, your great presence honors us. Forgive us for not welcoming you from afar." This old decayed one, Yuan Xinggang, is the supervisor of the labor office. Before he could finish, Executive Sun barked at him, "Get lost. Do I not know about the labor office? Damn it, you're just a figurehead. Call Yueling and Kuei-Lang to see me." The two named immediately stepped forward, clasped their hands, and bowed, saying respectfully, "We pay respects to Executive Sunday. May we ask what instructions you have for us this time?" Executive Sun replied coldly, "Instructions? I wouldn't dare. If I instructed you to do something, I'd probably lose my head because of you." Executive Sun suddenly shouted, his fury blazing, pointing towards the sect leader's hall. "Which disciple did you send to clean the sect leader's main hall? Not only was he clumsy, he could be called the king of destruction. When I went in to check, the entire main hall was almost destroyed by him." Kuei-Lang apologized outwardly, but his face was extremely delighted, as if encountering some amusement. Yes, this is our fault. Please, Executive Sun and sect leader, calm your anger." Inwardly, he thought triumphantly, "That kid is dead for sure." Yueling beside him began to cleverly steal the conversation. "Executive Sun, we will immediately go and dispose of the body, and clean up the main hall." Executive Sun's voice returned to its initial coldness. "Dispose of what? Did I say there was a body in the main hall?" Yueling's joy showed on her face, her voice brightening. "Could it be that the sect leader blew that kid into pieces with one palm strike? He died without leaving a single bone or piece of flesh." Executive Sun's face darkened, and he said sternly, "You're dreaming. That kid ran away. He wasn't in the sect leader's hall at all. This time, it was their turn to have O-shaped eyes and A-shaped mouths. What? He ran away. Following her good partner Yueling, Kuei-lang also learned the clever habit and opened his mouth with promises. Executive son, rest assured. He can't escape. I will immediately lead people to search the entire sect. We definitely won't need the help of the outer and inner sect disciples, causing everyone extra trouble. Unable to stand these two any longer, Executive son shouted, search for what? It was the sect leader who let him go. Moreover, the sect leader said that no one is to touch him. Yueling and Kuei-lang stood frozen on the spot, O-shaped eyes and A-shaped mouths. Part 2. Yueling thought, still in disbelief, the sect leader let him go. Kuei-lang also couldn't have expected this turn of events. Not allowed to touch him. Seeing these two standing stiffly, Executive son shook his head slightly and said, don't think you're the only one surprised by this. This old man, having followed the sect leader for so many years, is also very surprised. But this is the sect leader's order. Executive son widened his eyes, his voice carrying a clear warning. That menial disciple named Shuofan. No one is to touch him. Furthermore, which bastard sent that kid to clean the sect leader's main hall? Executive son raised his voice and shouted, come out here. The sect leader needs someone to vent his anger on. Hearing this, both Kuei-lang and Yueling broke out in cold sweat from guilt, looking at each other helplessly. Suddenly, Kuei-lang glanced at the crowd standing behind him. Then he shouted loudly, Zhang Fugue, I told you to go clean the sect leader's quarters. Why did you send Zhuofan? The named person broke out in a cold sweat, not knowing why he was being implicated. He could only try to explain, no. Today I was cleaning Venerable Shi's place. How could Kuei-lang let him continue? He immediately shouted to intimidate, shut up. I told you to clean the sect leader's quarters. And you let Zhuofan go instead. Having said that, he threw another punch. A fatal punch flew straight toward Zhang Fugue, sending him flying high into the air before everyone's disbelieving eyes. Yet Kuei-lang still had the energy to continue shouting, don't you know that the sect leader's quarters must be cleaned by a disciple with rich experience? Go die. After this shout, that Zhang Fugue exploded with a bang and died, turning into smoke. After smoothing things over, Kuei-lang was still panting heavily. Very quickly, he respectfully replied to Executive son, reporting, Executive Sunday. The one who caused the incident has been dealt with. May I ask for your instruction? Executive son glanced at this man. Then he spoke a warning, Yueling, Kuei-lang, I don't wish to meddle in your underhanded activities but don't involve the sect's routine affairs. Otherwise. Hearing this, the two couldn't help but break out in cold sweat from fear. Executive son continued, furthermore, I have followed the sect leader for over a decade. For him to fly into such a rage, that is very rare. But to be so angry, yet forcibly suppress it is even rarer. Even after turning to walk away for some distance, Executive son stopped and glanced back at the two, saying, therefore, that kid named Shuofan, although he is a menial disciple, you should understand clearly in your hearts. This time, Yueling's expression was truly indescribable. Of course, Kuei-lang, kneeling on the ground, also had an equally indescribable expression. Executive son cleared his throat again. Alright, since the guilty one is dead, this old man will return to report. Executive son's figure instantly flew into the air, leaving behind only a gentle breeze and his words. You too, know your place. Yueling and Kuei-lang below still respectfully saw him off. Executive son, go slowly. After Executive son left, the two looked at each other, still tense and fearful. Yuan Xinggang, as if unaware of how urgent the situation was, still smiled leisurely and added fuel to the fire. He, this old decayed one told you long ago that Shuofan is no ordinary person. You didn't believe it. Do you believe it now? This old man was truly unbearable, so Yueling and Kuei-lang had to shout, get lost. Moonlight shone down below, the sky filled with twinkling stars. A figure stood in a desolate open field. Shuofan crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and slowly felt the pure air. Suddenly, a loud call came, Zhuofan. He immediately opened his eyes, his initial expression wiped away. Yueling in the distance continued to shout, it's so late, where are you going? Don't you know that after cleaning, you have to return to gather? The sound was very loud, shaking a whole patch of forest. Shuofan spread his hands, turning his head away. I don't know, no one told me. Yueling was irritated by this brazen attitude, her eyes narrowing, her teeth grinding. Kuei-lang standing beside her glanced over and broke out in a cold sweat. Kuei-lang turned and raised his voice to correct him. This time, considering it's your first offense and you didn't know the situation, we won't pursue it. If there's a next time, you will be severely punished. Shuofan still looked on with cold eyes. He curled his lip, bypassed Kuei-lang with an arrogant expression, and said, fine, I await your punishment. Yueling looked in that direction, grinding her teeth. This bastard, using his connections to act high and mighty. Kuei-lang behind her crossed his arms and spoke. This kid's background is mysterious. Until we find out clearly, That it's not convenient for us to act. After we clarify his identity, we can think of a way to deal with him. It won't be too late. Yueling still frowned, but the anger in her eyes had subsided somewhat. After that, the two no longer assigned cleaning work to Zhuofan. He was not confined to any open space. Zhuofan was free and easy, completely forgetting Xiaoyue's words. Then came scenes of Zhuofan talking with others. He just quietly cultivated in this labor office. Sometimes he would talk with an old man about lofty mental states. And so, 2 months passed. The greatest event of the demonic scheme sect, the outer sect grand competition, had begun. On an open field, logs lay in piles, and everyone gathered together. Kuei-lang put his hands on his hips and clearly announced, "Today I called everyone here to tell you that the outer sect grand competition's martial stage will be built by our labor office in 3 days." Several faces listened attentively. Kuei-lang continued, "Everyone must take this seriously. If any accident occurs, be careful, you will pay the price." Suddenly, Zhuofan's voice rang out, "TCH, just do the work. Why all the fuss?" These words made Kuei-lang stiffen. From a distance, Zhuofan crossed his arms and slowly said, "If they can't fight without a stage, then our sect's outer disciples are truly useless, not even as good as our labor office's Azura field, where we can tear and kill anytime." Kuei-gang's face showed clear anger. Elder Yuan behind him gently raised his hand, thinking with amusement, "Ha ha ha, it's Zhuofan again." These 2 months, many times he had made these two so angry they trembled, yet they could do nothing else. Kuei-gang's expression was one of unspeakable frustration. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Zhuofan, you motherfucker. Will you die if you don't say a few words?" Zhuofan just smiled meaningfully and nodded. Kuei-gang clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. "This stinky brat, I'm going to kill him." Elder Yuan smiled. "Lord Kuei, calm down, calm down." Suddenly, someone ran over from a distance. "Kuei-lang, Yueling." Kuei-lang called out, "Father." Kuei-gang's face lit up with joy. Shuigang put his hand on his shoulder and said with an expectant look, "You must successfully advance in this outer sect grand competition. Don't disappoint the training your father has given you." Kuei-gang immediately replied, "Don't worry, father. Your son will not let you down." Yueling also asked her sister, "Yuer, how is your dark demonic blade technique coming along? Do you have confidence in advancing to the inner sect in this outer sect grand competition?" Yuer replied, "Don't worry, sister. No problem at all." Yuer touched her belly. Zhuofan saw this and asked, "What's wrong?" "Still not healed." Kuei-lang curled his lip. "Lady Yueling, if my son and your sister meet on the martial stage, who do you think will win?" Yueling replied sinisterly, "Do you even need to ask?" "Naturally, my sister Yuer." Kuei-lang crossed his arms and argued, "Although Yuer's strength is not weak, my son is even stronger." Yueling affirmed, "It's definitely my sister." The two argued fiercely. "No, my son, my sister." Suddenly, Zhuofan's voice rang out, "I think it's more likely that the two of them will both lose." He stood above with folded arms. "Neither is overwhelmingly stronger. You don't need to argue. You should both be happy, right?" Kuei-gang shouted angrily, "Shut up. My son is about to become the outer sect grand competition champion. Are you trying to curse him to fail?" Yueling also chimed in, "That's right. If anything happens to Yuer this time, I don't care how complicated your background is, I will never let you off." Zhuofan's expression was calm. "Was I wrong? When two people compete in martial arts, either one wins and one loses, or both lose. Could it be that both win?" Kuei-lang and Yueling looked up, speechless, unable to bear Zhuofan's words. Yueling was furious. "Zhuofan, you motherfucker, the only thing you're good at is your mouth. This kid, how does he make senior sister so angry?" Kuei-gang wondered, "Father, who is this?" Zhuofan landed and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, let me introduce myself. I am currently a sworn brother with your father. I am Zhuofan. Since you are his son, you should probably call me Uncle Master." Kuei-gang was dumbfounded. "Oh, so, Uncle Master. This junior, Kuei-gang, pays his respects." Zhuofan was pleased. "Good boy." Behind him, Kuei-lang was furious. "Stinky brat, don't push your luck." Kuei-lang, seeing his son easily believing Zhuofan's words, scolded him. "Shuigang, why are you still so naive and easily fooled? This kid is just a second-generation heir. He has no connection to me whatsoever." "What, Uncle Master?" He just smiled lightly at this. "Being able to call me brother is your fortune. Perhaps in the future, your son will beg to call me Uncle Master. Whether I'll even accept then is another matter." Kuei-lang shouted. "I wouldn't want it." Kuei-gang also asked, "Father, if he's not of the same generation, why does he keep joking like that? How can you just tolerate it?" Shuigang had never seen this before. Kuei-lang pointed at him as he was leaving and said, "Shuigang, let me tell you, this kid is a second-generation heir. He doesn't need money. He's just a plain ordinary person. Even if he becomes an executive elder in the future, he won't amount to much. Don't follow him. It will delay your own progress. Your future achievements will definitely surpass his." Hearing this, he sneered, "So what if I'm a second-generation heir? Aren't you the same? Using a little bit of your position and power. To collect cultivation materials for those two. Now you look down on me, a second-generation heir. Don't you wish in your hearts that you could be a second-generation heir like me? Everywhere you go, you're just jealous. He looked at Yue and Yueling. Your mouths curse me the worst, but in your hearts, aren't you the most envious? You just don't want to admit it. It's just that sour grapes mentality. Then he looked at Kuei-lang. We're all demonic cultivators. Why pretend to be so noble? Kuei-lang was so angry he trembled and loudly retorted. Humph, stop your sophistry here. Yue and Shuigang both have very good aptitude. With hard work, advancing to the inner sect is common. We are just doing our best to support them. Pointing at him, he said, unlike you, a second-generation heir, lazing around all day waiting to die, with no ambition. You don't even practice martial arts. You only rely on your high cultivation to survive in the Azura field. If you continue like this, I'm afraid that even before the people behind you get you out of the labor office, you'll have already died in the Azura field. He shook his head, disagreeing with this view. Martial arts are just external things. They are not the essence of cultivation. Although I don't practice martial arts, I cultivate my mind. The mind is where the great Tao resides. State of mind leads the way. It will naturally open the meridians and raise cultivation. Martial arts, techniques, enlightenment. These are the roots of cultivation. For you to focus solely on martial arts and abandon the roots, that is the most ridiculous thing. Elder Yuan was stunned upon hearing these words, while Kuei-lang continued to curse him. Shuafan, damn it, you talk so much. Then suddenly he scratched his head. I can't understand a single sentence. This made everyone around helplessly cover their faces and fall over. Elder Yuan laughed heartily, thinking, the disciples of this sect have always fought fiercely, valuing martial arts over the Tao. Warrior-type experts like Kuei-lang haven't even touched the edge of the great Tao. It's truly lamentable. Then he fell into deep thought. But this Shuafan, clearly from the mundane world, has such profound and unfathomable insight into mind cultivation and Tao practice. It's truly terrifying. If this person could lead the way and change the sect's culture of valuing martial arts over the Tao, it would be a great merit, benefiting the sect in the future. Suddenly, Humeyer appeared here, intrigued, and said, oh, what's all the excitement about? Seeing Humeyer appear, he stared intently, deducing a few things. Labor office, disciples aren't working. What are you all gathered here for? Humeyer smiled cheerfully and greeted those around her, but he clearly knew her sinister and dark nature. This woman appears to treat everyone warmly, but in reality she hides a knife in her smile. Last time this woman appeared, she launched a sneak attack. This time, her appearance surely won't bring anything good either. It's just that this time her target isn't me, but, Yueling quickly stepped forward to greet Humeyer. Senior Sister Mayor, long time no see. During the time I was punished to menial work, thank you for taking care of little Sister Yue. Such a great kindness, Yueling finds it hard to repay. Humeyer put on a polite smile, but inwardly she was laughing with joy at the foolish prey. Why be so polite? We're all sisters within the family. Then Humeyer asked, right, Yue, how is your practice of the dark demonic blade technique coming along? Yue, being named, also answered sincerely, reporting, Senior Sister, I've become proficient. Suddenly, Humeyer slapped Yue on her right shoulder. Yue, you must work hard. Your sister has sacrificed everything for you. If you can't advance to the inner sect, then her efforts will have been in vain. Seeing this action of hers, he also understood and smiled, and Humeyer continued to shift to the next target. Right, Shuigang, how is your practice of the blood slaughter art coming along? Kuei-gang, very naively, said, no problem. Aunt Mayor, I have improved considerably these past few days. In this outer sect grand competition, I will surely advance smoothly to the inner sect. Humeyer smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this. Kuei-lang stepped forward, rubbed his bald head, and thanked Humeyer. Senior Sister Mayor, it's thanks to your help that Shuigang has such confidence in participating in the grand competition. Otherwise, that blood slaughter art martial technique is only available in the inner sect's sutra depository. Ling Yue and I are both burdened with sins. We can't go in anymore. Fortunately, you found a way to retrieve it. She began to manipulate psychologically. What are you saying, senior brother? We are senior and junior siblings who entered the sect together. Could I not even help with such a small matter? Now that you are stuck in the mud, it's inconvenient to lead the younger generation. How could I, as their uncle/aunt, let them suffer grievances? Having said that, she seemed to remember something and then took a medicine bottle from between her breasts. Right, Shuigang, I have a 5th grade pill here. A blood spirit pill. During the grand competition, if you feel your strength waning, you should take one. It will ensure vigorous energy. Combined with your blood slaughter art, your power can directly increase by 2 to 3 times. Consider it as your uncle/aunt helping you once more. Seeing Humeyer willingly take out such a precious item as a 5th grade spiritual pill, Kuei-lang was even more moved. Mayor, your care for Shuigang is truly like a mother's. She joked back. Senior brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Then, having done her business, she turned and left, making others think this was just a normal visit to encourage the younger generation, not to complete her sinister intentions. Alright, senior brother, senior sister, you two hurry up and busy yourselves with the martial arts platform. I won't disturb you any longer. She still narrowed her eyes and glanced at the two chess pieces she had just set up. And you, Yuer and Shuigang, you two also hurry and practice. These next few days, you must definitely work hard. Then she flew away. Kuei-lang and Kuei-gang watched her leave with proud and satisfied expressions. Then he also kindly advised them a little. Out of consideration that we're all from the labor office, I'll kindly remind you of one thing. Her willingness to help you definitely has an ulterior motive. Zhuo Fan only gave a warning. Don't not believe me. That woman is absolutely no pushover. Without benefit, she wouldn't get up early. Kuei-lang replied fiercely, shut up. I know there are no good people in the sect, plenty of treacherous villains. People like you, who sow discord, are a dime a dozen. Kuei-lang shouted even louder, but the righteous have their path, the demonic have their way. Our demonic scheme sect still has people who value loyalty. Junior sister Ear. Once received a favor from US, and now she's repaying it. That's just how it is. You just arrived and don't know anything. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhuo Fan only curled his lips slightly. He quietly recalled the story of the farmer and the snake. It's happening again. Thinking that because you once did someone a favor, that person is trustworthy. Such thinking is not only stupid but also ridiculous. Zhuo Fan's gaze grew sharper. He walked over to them. Only when standing close to them did the clear difference become apparent. Zhuo Fan was only half their size. Zhuo Fan gently grasped the massive arm of one of them, Kuei-gang. Suddenly, Kuei-gang clutched his arm and screamed in pain. Kuei-lang quickly ran over and asked Zhuo Fan, what are you doing? Kuei-lang's face showed a hint of fear. This kid is too bizarre. Kuei-lang continued to look at Zhuo Fan, thinking. His every move reveals mystery, making it impossible to gauge his depth. Zhuo Fan's thoughts are truly unpredictable. Zhuo Fan said calmly, how long have you been practicing blood slaughter? Probably less than half a year, right? Kuei-gang said with difficulty, 3-4 months. Zhuo Fan said calmly, kid, this time your uncle will give you a piece of advice. Zhuo Fan added, don't force things. Let go when you can. Otherwise, you will surely encounter great disaster and regret it for life. Kuei-gang was very stunned. Zhuo Fan continued, and you, the same. Remember these words. Yuer's face was stunned. Yuer was extremely flustered. Yueling said angrily, get lost. My sister and the others are about to have the outer sect grand competition. What are you saying? You don't need to build a martial arts platform here anymore. Go clean the back mountain cemetery for me. Stay there for a month. I don't want to see you again. Kuei-lang also shouted loudly, that's right. No matter how deep your background is, in the labor office, you have to listen to US. We're sending you to the back mountain to clean the cemetery. Don't delay. Go now. Zhuo Fan only quietly turned his back. If you don't listen to the old, you'll suffer right before your eyes. Zhuo Fan had already left but still added another sentence. Those who create their own karma cannot live. Yuer thought worriedly. Zhuo Fan's words seemed to imply something. It doesn't seem like he's trying to harm us. Yueling turned to her sister and said, Yuer, listen to me. That guy just now likes to talk nonsense. Don't be influenced by him. In this outer sect grand competition, you must give it your all. Only to see Yuer and Kuei-gang both silent. Time flew by, and 3 days had passed. An elderly man said, don't worry, you two. They will surely advance smoothly to the inner sect. He looked at Kuei-lang and Yueling and added, on the contrary, as for him, when will you let him come back? The back mountain cemetery is windy and cold, not a place to stay long. Yueling spoke up, I hope that kid never comes back. Yueling added, if it weren't for the sect's rules, I would truly want to bury him there forever to ease the hatred in my heart. Kuei-lang also said, someone's coming. Only to see a skinny man carrying someone on his shoulder and a fat man flying down. Only to see Yueling looking up at the sky in horror. Yueling was horrified to see that the person lying there was her sister, Yuer. Only to see Yuer lying there, her body covered in injuries, barely breathing. The fat man said, outer sect disciple, Yuer. In the outer sect grand competition, she was severely injured. Her meridians are all severed. She's crippled. She is now specially handed over to the labor office for disposal. Yueling trembled as she saw poor Yuer lying there. Yueling said, how did this happen? No one answered Yueling's question. Kuei-lang said loudly, executive officer, please wait. What exactly happened? Did Yuer lose in the outer sect grand competition? Even so, she's not an eliminated disciple. There's no need to send her to us. The fat man said, she's crippled. What use is keeping her in the outer sect? If I don't throw her to your trash heap, where else can I throw her? Besides, don't you have the Azura field competition? Then you can treat her as cultivation material, can't you? Yueling was just staring at her sister, not knowing what to do. Yueling shouted back, what did you say? Kuei-lang held Yueling back to keep her from going too far. Yueling, calm down. Do you want to suffer the sect's spirit-extinguishing torture? You are all burdened with sins. Even if your strength surpasses mine, you still have to obediently stay here for me. If you dare to commit an offense, the sect's rules are not just decorations. Kuei Lang cursed inwardly, this second-generation heir bastard. Kuei Lang gritted his teeth and said, I'm sorry, Executive Officer. Ling Yue acted rashly just now. Please forgive her. It's just that Yue Ling wants to know who injured my little sister like this. The fat man said, What? You want revenge? I advise you to forget it. You are a sinner. You have no right to attack anyone in the sect, let alone someone from the labor office. Otherwise, you will face the sect's torture. Yue Ling screamed, but he ruined my sister's entire life. Yue Ling, lying in Kuei Lang's arms, said, that person struck so hard, it was clearly intentional. Ghost-faced Yama Yue Ling, even if I am ground to dust, I will not let him go. The fat man looked at Yue Ling contemptuously. He added, it's not hard for you to find out who it was, but I advise you to forget it. Your sister used the ferocity of the dark demonic blade technique, which is terrifyingly powerful. Her opponent was stunned. He continued fiercely, but your sister couldn't control it and was counterattacked by the ferocity, leading to her meridians being severed. So her condition is entirely self-inflicted. Yue Ling exclaimed in shock, what did you say? Yue Ling gritted her teeth and wept bitterly. How could this happen? Yue Ling's hands trembled as she held her sister. Yue, if you couldn't control that ferocity to enhance the demon blade's power, why didn't you say so earlier? Yue Ling said tremblingly, I wouldn't have collected so many cultivation materials for you. Yue comforted Yue Ling, big sister, I'm sorry for wasting your efforts. Yue Ling's face was extremely grim. Yue Ling grew even more sorrowful at her sister's words. What's the use of saying these things now? But why did you? Yue said weakly, big sister, I could control the dark demonic blade technique, but my arm was injured. Yue Ling was startled when Yue said that. Injured? Yue Ling asked worriedly, what injury? How were you injured? Who injured you? Yue just closed her eyes silently because the pain was too great. Yue spoke, 2 months ago, when Zhuofan first arrived at the sect, I thought he was suspicious, so I launched a sneak attack. In the end, I injured him, and he injured me too. But for some reason, my injury never improved. Yue Ling enunciated each word, Zhuofan. Yue Ling, as if going mad, heard that name once more. It's you again. Just you wait. You ruined my sister. I don't care what your background is. I will tear you apart to ease the hatred in my heart. Kuei Lang added loudly, no wonder he warned us before, telling us to let go when we could. He must have known something in advance, or everything was his doing, taking revenge on us. Kuei Lang then cried out, oh no. If Zhuofan did this to Yue, maybe he also did something to Shuigang. Then 2 more figures carrying something flew down. Kuei Lang was shocked. Only a weak hand was raised. Kuei Lang called out loudly to his son, Shuigang, only to see the person lying there also covered in wounds, as pitiful as Yue. The fat man said, hey, what's going on? Today, I don't know what bad luck we've encountered. The first one was a girl, and this is the second. Both of them, just as they were about to unleash their final move, exploded themselves and backfired. He added, this kid also took a combat pill. Probably the backlash was stronger, even his blood vessels burst. Crippled. So naturally, he's sent to the labor office for disposal. Kuei Lang watched his son lying motionless in pain. The fat man said, oh, I see. TSK, why go so far? To get into the inner sect, they don't even care about their lives. Kuei Lang repeated that name again, trembling, Zhuofan. Kuei Lang gritted his teeth and said, you dared to ruin my son. I will never rest under the same sky as you. Yue Ling said, what? Shuigang too by that kid? Kuei Lang recalled, 3 days ago, that kid slapped my son's arm. Although I didn't notice anything wrong at the time, it was definitely his doing. No doubt. Yue Ling also said angrily, that's right. That kid is the great enemy of both our families. Yue Ling roared, Kuei Lang, let's go. Let's go get that kid's head. Kuei Lang roared, fine. The old man who had been silent finally spoke up, wait, 2 great masters. Don't be too hasty before things are clear. Don't wrong an innocent person. The 2 didn't heed the old man's words and quickly flew into the sky, leaving behind their words. Get lost. In this sect, there are no good people, only enemies and benefactors. The old man was dumbfounded. The old man loudly said to the other 2 executive officers, quickly go stop them. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. That Zhuofan is no ordinary person, nothing must happen to him. The fat man said, are you kidding? Back then, those 2 fought their way from the outer sect into the inner sect. We're no match for them. The person standing next to him added, usually, we can use the sect rules to suppress them. But now, with their anger burning, if we go to provoke them, we'd be seeking death. A white-haired man added, in short, this is the labor office's territory. We've brought the people and said what we needed to say. All 4 flew into the sky, leaving behind a sentence, farewell. No need to see us off. The old man muttered, these second-generation heirs are indeed unreliable. As executive officers, they don't even dare to stop disciples from killing each other. The old man added sorrowfully, in the long run, the demonic scheme sect will surely be ruined by the likes of you. As if remembering something, he added, like back then. Only to see streams of black energy with a green hue, hovering and drifting among the rocks, all converging toward Zhuofan, who was enjoying gathering them. Zhuofan said happily, no wonder this is where the sect's successive sect leaders and enshrined elders are buried. The Yin energy here is truly abundant. This is the most wonderful tonic. This Yin cold cemetery might be a place of death for others, but for a talent like me, it is a true blessed land. Only to see Zhuofan clench his fist, looking as if he were enjoying it. Zhuofan thought, in just 3 short days, my cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds, and I feel like I'm about to break through. Zhuofan also thought, I have to thank those two for sending me to such a good place. Only to see Kuei Lang and Yueling filled with murderous aura, charging toward Zhuofan. Zhuofan was also very surprised to see them. Kuei Lang looked fiercely at Zhuofan. Yueling was no different from Kuei Lang. As for Zhuofan, he only looked at them indifferently. What are you doing, looking at me with those eyes? 2 figures shot up from the ground. Yueling and Kuei Lang attacked together. He roared fiercely, Zhuofan, I want your life. A powerful punch struck down. The spot where he punched formed a deep pit, but the person there had already vanished. Zhuofan, behind them, asked as if nothing had happened, what are you two doing? This startled the two, who spun around. Yueling glared at him with hatred and said, Zhuofan, you still have the nerve to ask us what we're doing. Today, I will definitely take your head to get justice for my sister and Kui gang. He acted very surprised and said, so that's it. Those two have indeed run into trouble. She shouted, Zhuofan, so it was you who did this. If you have any grievance with US, take it out on US. Why did you have to lay hands on the 2 children and ruin their lives? Why did you have to lay hands on the 2 children and ruin their lives? Hearing her shout like that, he stood there, picked his finger, and then kindly advised, I warned you long ago but you didn't listen. Harming the 2 juniors has nothing to do with me. Now I advise you again, don't act rashly. If you end up dying unjustly, it would truly be not worth it. Hearing him say that, Kuei Lang burst out laughing and said, such a big mouth. You're just a second-generation heir who relied on connections to get into the sect. A mere, heavenly profound realm 7th layer. You dare to talk big to us? Do you know the difference between the radiant soul realm and the heavenly profound realm? With a single thought from US, even if you don't die, you'll only have half a life left. He remained silent, waiting for him to finish. When he finished, he replied, you're talking about ordinary, heavenly profound realm and radiant soul realm cultivators. But I am no ordinary person. You two are no match for me. When the two saw his contempt for them, they angrily used a sonic technique and shouted, arrogant. Its power was immense. But it was nothing. He remained as calm as ever. Suddenly, his power erupted, a great force bursting forth. Yueling and Kuei Lang stared wide-eyed at the scene before them. Sweat began to drip down his face. He said tremblingly, how is this possible? Only then did he speak, now do you know why I wasn't knocked down by you in the Ashura field before? It's not because I had some magical artifact protecting my spirit, but because my spiritual power is already above yours. Moreover, even if the 2 of you combined your spirits, you couldn't withstand the intensity of my spirit. The 2 were stunned upon hearing this. He said again, go back. I told you before that you are no match for me. Don't do anything futile. At this moment, Yueling said coldly, if we no longer treat him as a heavenly profound realm cultivator, then we'll treat him as a radiant soul realm expert. Kuei Lang also agreed, use full strength. 1 strike to kill. The 2 reached an agreement and shouted in unison, fine. Then they charged forward. Zhuofan remained motionless. Yueling charged fiercely and shouted, profound martial technique, Moon Yin long strike. Her hand radiated a golden light. Kuei Lang also shouted, profound martial technique, Wind Wolf fierce claw. His hand radiated a mass of black energy. When they approached, he only smiled, dodged that attack, and then, he raised the broom handle in his hand high and struck Kuei Lang in the face. Yueling couldn't react in time, only able to widen her eyes. She caught Kuei Lang's massive body. Both were swept away by another swing of his broom, flying far out. Before their eyes, they didn't know what had happened, only seeing a region of entangled golden light. Lowering the broom, Zhuofan's entire body was enveloped in a layer of killing intent. Suddenly, from somewhere, Elder Yuan rushed over breathlessly and shouted, Zhuofan, Zhuofan, are you alright? He looked to the side and was startled. Before him was a large trench, with smoke and dust still lingering on both sides. Elder Yuan wondered, this place, what happened? He didn't answer but asked back, Elder Yuan, why are you here? Elder Yuan replied, oh, I originally came to advise those 2 and to buy some time waiting for the others to call the 4 enshrined guardians to support you. But now it seems, it's probably no longer necessary. He smiled and said, Elder Yuan, you thought of me. But as for them wanting to hurt me, they don't have the skill. Have someone carry them back. I still want to stay here a while longer. Don't worry about me anymore. He turned his back and said to Elder Yuan, when I have time, I will definitely come back to discuss the Tao with you. Suddenly, someone called his name, Shua Fan, startling Elder Yuan. Yueling, holding her injured body, stepped out and said, even if we are no match for you, I will remember this grudge. Having said that, she shouted, one day, I will kill you and get justice for Yuer. Unfortunately, her threat had little effect on him. Shua Fan spoke, you two listen carefully. He turned back to look at them. I, Shua Fan, may not do good deeds, but I have always been open and above board. I have no grievances with those two children or with you, so I would not secretly do anything to them. Moreover, if I wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Why would I need to go through all this trouble? Yueling shouted in disbelief. If not you, then who? If it wasn't you, how could you have predicted today's competition outcome 3 days ago? He replied, go ask Humayer about that. Weren't those two children's matters all helped by her? Yueling was stunned. What? At that moment, Kuei-lang also stepped out holding his injured body. Hearing this, he shouted, what nonsense are you talking? How could these things be done by Mayor? Besides, do you have any proof? He didn't turn around and said, this has nothing to do with me. If you want to find out the truth, investigate it yourselves. Having said that, he turned his head and warned, but in the end, if you still dare to come looking for trouble with me. Then he flew up and left behind the words, then don't blame me for not being merciful next time. Shua Fan was gone. Yueling turned to Kuei-lang and asked, Kuei-lang, do you think his words are believable? Kuei-lang said thoughtfully, I don't know. But one thing he said is very true, with his strength, he wouldn't need to use such methods to deal with us. This answer stunned Yueling. She said, so that means what he said might be true. Holding her injuries, she continued, I should have thought of it sooner. There shouldn't be anyone trustworthy in the demonic scheme sect. At this moment, Elder Yuan beside them finally spoke. Thank goodness you two weren't injured in your bones and tendons. Here, take these. He handed out 2 pills and said, these pills are only 3rd grade, but within less than an hour they should help you recover a bit. Kuei-lang took a pill and said, Elder Yuan, I never realized it before, but you're actually not a bad person. At this moment, if you had colluded with Shua Fan to kill us. He put the pill to his mouth and said, your days in the labor office would have been much easier, wouldn't they? Elder Yuan laughed heartily and replied, this old man is only at the chi gathering realm. Whether you live or die doesn't actually affect me much. After all, there will always be someone above me. Besides, life and death have their own path. Fallen leaves return to their roots. This is the cycle of heaven's way. Death must always serve life to be in accordance with the Tao. The labor office has the Azura field. Many disciples are used as cultivation materials, their lives wasted. But their deaths fulfill the lives of others. The strong devour the weak, the law of nature. Today, you two should not have died. It would be a pity if you did. Kuei-lang then asked kindly, hey, Elder Yuan, although what you say seems very reasonable, just like that Shua Fan, I can't understand a word you say. Can you speak more simply? Elder Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. Lord Kuei-lang, just rest and recover. This old decayed one is just rambling. I'll find time to talk with that kid Shua Fan instead. Then he suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, that's right. Shua Fan is powerful and unfathomable. But he gets along very closely with an old man at the Foundation establishment realm like me. It must be because you both speak such incomprehensible words and have a common language. Elder Yuan remained silent. After a moment, he said, that's right. Because the two of us are both Tao realizers. Night fell. Yueling and Kuei-lang walked along a long corridor. Kuei-lang held his chest and said, it seems that Kid Shua Fan didn't intend to kill us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have recovered so quickly. Then he suddenly stopped. Seeing a door ahead open, he wondered, why is Yuer and Shuigang's room door open? As if realizing something, the two looked at each other. Inside the room were Yuer and another person lying silently, their bodies bandaged. Kuei-lang pushed the door open and called out, Junior Sister Yuer. Hu Meier's hand, which was about to do something, froze at his shout. She quickly composed herself, turned around, and smiled, Senior Brother Kuei-lang, Junior Sister Yueling. Why are you two just getting back? Yuer and Shuigang are injured like this, yet you still had the mood to go out for a stroll. Yueling and Kuei-lang maintained grim expressions. Hu Meier continued with a smile, luckily, I was here to take care of them. Otherwise, how lonely they would be. Yueling couldn't hold back and shouted, Hu Meier, when Yuer and Shuigang were on the martial arts platform and suddenly suffered backlash, was it your doing? Hu Meier calmly replied, why would Junior Sister say that? She said, to help these two children pass the outer sect grand competition smoothly. I can say I did my utmost. Now that their cultivation went wrong and this happened, Junior Sister blames me. Aren't you afraid of making me sad? Yueling was so angry she gritted her teeth and said, you. At that moment, Kuei-lang beside her also shouted, stop pretending. We all know it in our hearts. Although I don't know how you did it, seeing your smug look before, I knew it all in my heart. Now, let's just speak frankly. Why did you do it? Hearing him expose her like that, Humayer didn't hide it anymore and laughed. Senior brother Kuei-lang is still so straightforward. Then this junior sister won't pretend either. She admitted, that's right. Everything was my plan. And not just today's matter, the things before were also my doing. Kuei-lang asked in confusion, what before? She quickly replied, what? Have you forgotten how you were sent to the labor office? It seems you've been living quite well in the labor office, no longer remembering the outside world. Kuei-lang was startled upon hearing this, then gritted his teeth in anger and said, what exactly is going on? Explain it clearly to me. Humayer said, now that things have come to this, I won't hide it anymore. She began to recount everything. Back then, because you, senior brother Kuei-lang, fell in love with an outer sect disciple and even had a son, I secretly reported it to the sect elders. That's why you were punished to the labor office, and this child Shuigang also faced the danger of execution. But your master, after all, is an enshrined guardian with enough influence, and wanted to keep this child. Having said that, she covered her mouth and laughed. Truly a happy and joyful outcome. Kuei-lang couldn't believe it and gritted his teeth. What? It was you? Humayer then turned to Yueling and said, junior sister, do you still remember the matter of the 5th grade pill? She continued, I wanted to improve Yuer's constitution. Your sister had the kindness to pass on the information to you. Even though you went to steal the pill, you actually went. I had no choice but to report your theft to the sect. Yueling stammered in shock. So it was you. I never imagined that the suffering of the past several decades for me and senior brother Kuei-lang was all caused by you. Just as the story began, Kuei-lang couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, why did you do this? We treated you well. Yueling also shouted angrily, that's right. I was the one who personally led you into the sect. Why did you frame me like this? Seeing them so angry, Humayer laughed and said, reasons. Of course there are, and very good ones. I am not someone who would, without reason, act harshly against my former benefactors. Kuei-lang listened silently. She continued, senior brother Kuei-lang, you were the one who brought me into the sect, and I truly respected you. But you shouldn't have, after a night of passion, pulled up your pants and refused to acknowledge it. Having said that, she shouted angrily, and you even talked about sect rules that we can dual cultivate but not develop feelings. I actually believed that nonsense at the time. In the end, you turned around and had relations with another woman, even had a child. Is that what you call dual cultivation without feelings? Hearing this, Kuei-lang weakly asked, just for this? You. Humayer replied, of course not just for this trivial matter. She continued, the most important thing was still the issue of the elite disciple roster. Junior sister Lingyue and senior brother Kuei-lang were both renowned figures in the inner sect. If I didn't get rid of you, there wouldn't be enough spots on the elite roster to go around. The two were somewhat stunned upon hearing this reason. At this moment, Kuei-lang shouted angrily, pointing at her, damn it, so this was your real purpose, you venomous woman. Yueling also shouted, if you wanted the roster, just target us. Why did you have to go after Yuer and the others? Humayer said, the wildfire never truly dies. The spring wind blows and it grows again. If you don't root out the weeds, they'll grow back sooner or later. Rather than waiting for them to come after me for revenge, I might as well strike first and cripple them. Originally, I heard the sect leader had recruited a disciple from outside, so I incited that Yuer girl to test him. If it worked, using his hand to get rid of her would have been good. Unfortunately, that Zhuofan turned out to be useless. He was injured by Yuer and even sent to the labor office. I had no choice but to follow the original plan. Kuei-lang and Yueling exchanged glances. This Humayer calls Zhuofan useless. It seems she doesn't know how formidable he is. Thinking that, Kuei-lang snorted loudly and said, Humayer, even if the two of us have to suffer the sect's punishment. He raised his fist and shouted, we will take your life today. Yueling also struck at the same time. A flash of light, stones shattered, and the two were sent flying. Kuei-lang was kicked in the chest, Yueling was struck in the waist. The two were caught off guard and both retreated, clutching their chests in shock. Lu Su was the one who had just struck. They exclaimed in unison, second senior brother. Lu Su, it's you. Lu Su said, junior brother, junior sister, your cultivation is profound. After so many years in the labor office, it hasn't diminished at all. He continued, with my radiant soul realm 5th layer strength, I still couldn't suppress you two immediately. Truly admirable, admirable. Kuei-lang held his chest and shouted, Lu Su, were you also involved in this? He feigned innocence and said, junior brother, junior sister, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Having said that, his face suddenly turned stern, and he said coldly, I don't approve. Then he said to Humayer, junior sister Mayer, come with me. Don't get entangled with them. A gust of wind blew, and the two left together. How could Kuei-lang and the others let Mayer go so easily? They also leaped over the hole Lu Su had made and shouted as they chased, don't think you can leave so easily. Suddenly, 2 iron chains were thrown out. The two were wrapped by the chains and then brought to an open space, where they were dropped. In the sky, for streams of black smoke appeared, swirling around. The 4 scheming demons appeared. Violent Demon crossed his arms and said, I just received news that there's someone in the labor office who isn't afraid to die. Who dares to cause trouble for our butler Joie? The 4 of us took a look around here, and you 2 are the only ones who fit the bill. Having said that, he shouted, tell me, were you going to cause trouble for butler Joie? Kuei-Lang asked in confusion, but, butler Joie, who is he? And besides, who are you for? Why have you come to our labor office? The 4 demons, hearing these questions, simultaneously darkened their faces, their eyes blazing with murderous intent. Violent Demon gritted his teeth and cursed, damn it. We are the famous 4 demonic heroes, renowned throughout the sect. And you dare say you don't know us? For that alone, you deserve to be torn apart. Tear you apart. Tear you into 8 pieces. Kuei-Lang and Yueling were tightly bound. The chains binding them had been shot from Violent Demon's sleeves. He looked at them and said coldly, brothers, let's send these 2 blind dogs who can't recognize the Almighty to hell. As soon as Violent Demon finished speaking, 4 streaks of black energy rushed forward, lifting Kuei-Lang into the air. A voice began, tear into 4 pieces. Kuei-Lang shouted in panic, what are you doing? Yueling also watched, trembling. Violent Demon held Kuei-Lang's massive arm and shouted excitedly, same old rule, I'll count to 3, then tear. Suddenly, a voice rang out, drawing Violent Demon's attention. Stop. Show mercy. For executive officers, show mercy. They didn't know your identities and offended you. Please forgive them. Elder Yuan shouted as he hurriedly ran over. Violent Demon said indifferently, offending is one thing, but not knowing our names is a crime punishable by death. He continued to command, brothers, keep pulling. Seeing this, Elder Yuan urgently shouted, wait, wait, wait. You can't kill them, because, he shouted loudly, they are friends of Butler Joie. The 4 scheming demons heard that name and turned their heads in unison. They dropped Kuei-Lang, who still didn't understand what was happening, to the ground. Then, in unison, they knelt down, bowed their heads, and said, so you are friends of Butler Joie. A misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Please forgive us for offending you just now. Please don't mention it to Butler Joie, otherwise, we'll be in big trouble. This was the first time Kuei-Lang had looked so confused and dumbfounded. Yueling also stood there stunned. Seeing this scene, Elder Yuan thought with satisfaction, I didn't expect Chuofan's deterrence to be so strong. He sighed and continued thinking, to have tamed these 4 little demons to this extent, truly a miracle. Then Violent Demon sensed something was wrong. He raised his head and said, hey, that's not right. With Butler Joie's personality he wouldn't make friends so easily. He turned his back and muttered, when we first met him, you didn't say anything. It was either submit or be destroyed. No such thing as friends. Having said that, he looked over suspiciously and asked, are you really friends of Butler Joie? Kuei-Lang and Yueling were rarely so embarrassed. They just trembled and dared not speak. Not receiving an answer from them, Violent Demon turned to ask Elder Yuan, you sent someone to tell us that someone was causing trouble for Butler Joie. The 4 of us came for a look, and the only ones here who fit are these 2, Radiant Soul Realm, disciples. He folded his arms and asked suspiciously, if they are Butler Joie's friends, then who is the one causing trouble for him? Elder Yuan thought to himself, these 4 little demons, since when did they learn to think? Coming back to the sect this time, they've truly undergone a remarkable transformation. They've changed a lot. Thinking that, he still had to find a way to get the other 2 out of trouble. Reporting to the 4 executive officers, the ones who were causing trouble for Butler Joie. Flew away just now. They were trying to chase after them, but you stopped them. Didn't you see? The 4 scheming demons were startled upon hearing this. Violent Demon began to look a little embarrassed. That does seem to be the case. He walked over to Kuei-Lang, shook his hand to make peace, and said, sorry about that. So you're on our side, all working for Butler Joie. I offended you just now. Please don't mention it to Butler Joie. After apologizing, he looked into the distance and said, I just don't know who they are, daring to cause trouble for Butler Joie. We must quickly eliminate them. Kuei-Lang, seeing the 4 scheming demons change so abruptly, whispered to Yueling, these 4 are crazy, I don't know where they came from. But they are strong and easily used. Why not trick them into taking revenge for us, to deal with Humayer and Lu Su? The 2 exchanged glances, secretly plotting. Suddenly, Elder Yuan's voice rang out, interrupting their improper thoughts. For executive officers, those 2 are inner sect disciples. You cannot casually attack them. If you're not careful, the sect rules will punish you. Moreover, Butler Joie could have taken their lives if he wanted to. Otherwise, how could they have escaped? Don't do anything pointless and ruin Butler Joie's grand plan. The 4 scheming demons folded their arms and listened silently to Elder Yuan. Then Kuei-Lang seemed about to say something. Elder Yuan, Elder Yuan continued, for executive officers, although their methods are cruel, it was caused by their circumstances. In fact, they are simple and honest. They have just been pardoned and returned to the sect recently. Their loyalty and courage increased, truly rare. They should not get involved in the sex grievances and fall into danger again. Elder Yuan continued, besides, I have said before that death should serve life. Going for revenge is meaningless. It would be better to take good care of those two young ones and find a way to help them. Hearing him say that, Kuei-lang and Yueling were somewhat stunned. Finally, Kuei-lang understood the deeper meaning. He bowed his head and said, Elder Yuan, this time I understood what you said. You are right. I should use this life of mine. Elder Yuan smiled kindly at him. They walked to the room where Yue and Kuei-gang had been lying, only to see Kuei-gang with his eyes closed, his entire body bandaged like a mummy. Violent Demon looked inside and said, hey, they seem to be seriously injured. Didn't these two take any healing pills? Do you want us to give you two? Yueling silently shed tears, while Kuei-lang clasped his hands and gritted his teeth. Thank you for the kind offer, executive officers. It's just that. Their meridians are all severed. Even a 7th grade pill would be useless. Violent Demon folded his arms and said, why are you crying? It just severed meridians. What's the big deal? To the astonishment of the two, he continued, aren't you friends? Butler Zhua is very generous with his own people. Go find Butler Zhua to save them. Kuei-lang asked incredulously, what? Butler Zhua can really save my son and the others? Violent Demon replied, let me make it clear to you, in this world, there's nothing he can do. Wimp Demon also chimed in, that's right. Back then, Elderly fought someone and had his meridian severed. Butler Zhua restored him, and he even broke through to the ethereal stage in the process. Hearing the scheming demons say this, they looked at each other joyfully and said, so, Kuei-gang and you still have a glimmer of hope. Then Kuei-lang suddenly thought and asked, hey, but who exactly is this Butler Zhua? At that moment, Zhua Fan was sitting on a rock with his eyes closed, cultivating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. He stood up, snorted coldly a few times, and said, not even a full day, and you, back again. What, did your wounds heal that fast? Come back for another beating. He glanced over and said, but this time, fair warning, I won't show any mercy. Kuei-lang and Yueling stood there with dark expressions. Then, to his surprise, they knelt down before him. They kowtowed desperately and said, we were blind and offended you earlier. Please, Butler Zhua, hold it against us. Please save the lives of those two young ones. He looked at them for a long while, then coldly turned his back and said, no. From somewhere, Elder Yuan walked over leisurely and pleaded for them, Master Zhua Fan, those two young ones are in critical danger, their future uncertain. 2 tender sprouts are about to wither. Why won't you save them? He turned his face and replied, I have no relationship with them. Why should I save them? Elder Yuan then smiled and asked, then, sir, do you have a relationship with me? He quickly answered, Elder Yuan is my Tao discussion friend. Of course, I have a relationship with you. But discussing the Tao is discussing the Tao. It has nothing to do with personal favors. Even if you beg, I won't save them. By this time, Kuei-lang and Yueling had kowtowed until their foreheads bled, looking up at him with desperate eyes. Elder Yuan continued, then may I ask Butler Zhua, if today the one about to die were this old man, would you save me or not? Zhua Fan quickly replied, if Elder Yuan dies, then Zhua Fan will have no one left to discuss the Tao with. Of course, I would save you. Elder Yuan spoke solemnly, then so be it. Today, let this old man's life be exchanged for Master Zhua Fan saving one of those two. Is that acceptable? He stared wide-eyed at him, then said, life for life. Can that be the same? Elder Yuan asked, why not the same? In the eyes of the strong, life is just a number within the greater scheme. For that number to be stable, it means there is vitality. They die, I live, or they live, I die. In truth, the greater picture is the same. No one cares. The demon is the root of evil, representing destruction, destroying heaven and earth. But after total destruction, vitality is born. Even the demon has its Tao, the Tao follows nature. Death must always serve life to be in accordance with the great Tao of heaven. If this old man exchanges his life for another, and can prolong the future of a younger generation, then my death is worthwhile. He stood frozen, listening to Elder Yuan's words. Then he smiled and replied, the great righteousness of the demonic path is called destruction, but in truth it is life. Heaven and earth are not benevolent. The demon destroys heaven and earth, appearing evil, but in truth it saves all living beings, bearing all sins, so that I may enter the demonic path to destroy the sages. After hearing Elder Yuan speak, he praised, well said, die for the sake of life, destroy heaven and earth to exist. Finally, he rubbed his neck and said, Elder Yuan, I have learned from you. Thank you for your guidance. I will save them, and you need to exchange your life. Elder Yuan then asked, then, Master Zhua Fan, will you save one or both? He replied helplessly, if I save only one, I am sure Elder Yuan would want to exchange his life for the other. To avoid trouble, I'll save both. Elder Yuan looked at him and thought, this man is truly intelligent. He understands at a single point. Truly rare. In the sky, someone was flying by, the elders on their routine patrol. Watching the elders fly away, Hume cursed angrily, "Damn it. Today, we finally had the opportunity with the elders patrolling the sect rules. If we could have lured those two here for all the elders to see them, being sinners, openly attacking inner sect disciples, they would surely have been doomed. But those 4 madmen showed up halfway and stopped them." She sighed and continued, "A truly wasted effort." Lu Su also agreed, speaking up, "That's right. Their amnesty is about to be announced. If we act now, they could come after us at any time." He turned to her and said, "By then, both of us will be threatened, and those elite disciple spots will be hard to secure." Hume closed her eyes silently. Then she suddenly opened her eyes and asked, "Right, second senior brother, we still Haven." T found out the background of that Fan, which enshrined elder seat he under. Just before she could finish, Lu Su quickly agreed. He laughed and said, "That's right. We'll throw a stone to find the way, frame him. Butler Zhua, this way." Kuei-lang respectfully led the way for him. The other disciples, seeing Kuei-lang so submissive, said in surprise, "Since when did Kuei-lang become so soft?" And Yueling beside him also looked so humble. Could it be that these two were taught a lesson by that second-generation heir Fan's bodyguards and are truly afraid? In the room, there was a large hole in the wall. He stepped in and said, "A few days away, and you left Kuei-gang and you in this rundown room." That's quite a meaningful gesture. Kuei-lang scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. "Steward Zhua, you must be laughing at us. And you in this shabby room is for a noble cause, you see." Kuei-lang scratched his head and chuckled. "Steward Zhua, you must be laughing at us. Actually, all of this was caused by that Humeyer coming here to wreck things." They continued walking along the room's corridor. Just as they reached the door, they heard a voice. "Boss, I bet he wakes up in 1 month, and that little girl in half a month." Another person said, "No way, that kid will take a month and a half, and the girl 1 month. They're too badly injured, they couldn't possibly wake up that early." "Alright then, bet placed, hands off." 1 5th grade pill. Fan looked at the scene inside the room, his eyes radiating deep helplessness, while Kuei-lang let out a sigh and said, "They're gambling on my son and Yuer." The 4 scheming demons were so absorbed in their game that they didn't sense Fan behind them. Violent Demon excitedly shouted, "Place your bets quickly. Once you bet, hands off." Fan suddenly leaned in from behind and said, "Having so much fun. Count me in too." Violent Demon quickly responded, "Sure, hand over 1 5th grade spirit stone first." Then, suddenly, they realized something was off and stealthily glanced over. Seeing that the visitor was Fan, the 4 scheming demons jumped in fright and bowed their heads, exclaiming, "Steward Zhua." Seeing the 4 scheming demons so obedient, Kuei-lang thought in surprise, how unbelievable. These 4 lawless little devils actually show such deference. At that moment, Violent Demon pointed inside and asked him, "Steward Zhua, have you come to save them?" He followed Fan and said, "They're too badly hurt. It looks like you'll have to put in a great effort." Fan walked with his hands clasped behind his back and replied, "Their condition. I anticipated it long ago. Since I've come, I can certainly save them." Walking over to Yuer's bed, he reached out to check her pulse. Then said, "This child Yuer cultivates the Yin demon arts, refining her skills through ferocious and baleful qi. Under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be any issue. Unfortunately, 2 months ago I injured one of her arms. If she continued to enhance her cultivation under such conditions, it would inevitably lead to physical collapse with all her tendons and meridians severed. At that time, I noticed the wound on her arm hadn't healed after 2 months. I knew then that someone was playing tricks, either tampering with her pills or constantly urging her to train while injured, preventing the wound from ever healing. Waiting until the outer sect grand exam to trigger the ferocious baleful power and make it erupt all at once. Back then, I saw that Humeyer always used their sisterly bond to urge her to train, employing psychological pressure tactics. I had already guessed it. That's why I warned you. A pity you all dismissed my words as untrue. Kuei-gang cultivates the blood fiend art, similar to my own demonic fiend art. Such cultivation methods demand an extremely high level of physical resilience. Normally, beginners must train for 3 to 5 years before achieving minor mastery and 8 to 10 years before being able to wield it freely. Later, when I touched his arm, I was actually probing the strength of his bloodline. Sure enough, his bloodline was already damaged. Under such circumstances, breaking through the body's limits and using pill power to ignite his entire body's potential is truly no different from seeking death. Although this was all a vile scheme by Humeyer to lure Kuei-gang into rupturing his own bloodline, I also reminded you all back then. A pity, a pity. The two listened in silence, lowering their heads. At this moment, Scrooge Demon called out to him, puzzled. "Steward Zhua, if you knew everything all along, why didn't you just explain it clearly then?" Fan looked up at the ceiling and replied, "Indeed, I knew all along. However, I didn't want to say anything. What can you do about it? The 4 scheming demons, upon hearing this, chimed in together with a laugh, truly worthy of Steward Zhua, just stubbornly arrogant. Perhaps they were unaware that Zhuo Fan was thinking to himself at that moment, if I had spoken plainly, where would today's life-saving grace come from? Xiao Yue told me to earn some merit. I had originally planned to dig a pit and reel these 2 in. However, that mausoleum cultivation area in the back is truly excellent. Whether I reel them in or not doesn't matter much anymore. But since Elder Yuan has stepped forward and even offered the great Tao to enlighten me, I must give him face. Besides, I also want to experience firsthand the true meaning of the demonic path, exterminating the remaining dregs of life, as Elder Yuan put it. Using death to nurture life, using old demons to sustain the fate, and nourishing the seeds of new demons. Interesting. Violent Demon poked his head over and asked, Steward Zhua, how exactly do you plan to save them? Suddenly, an azure dragon appeared upon his face. He said to them, you're about to see. Out of nowhere, the azure dragon had grown large and coiled above their heads. Kuei Lang looked up, his jaw dropping. Elder Yuan also stared wide-eyed and muttered, Heavenly Dragon Soul Pulse. Zhuo Fan quickly corrected him, Heavenly Dragon Healing Chant. The Heavenly Dragon Healing Chant in midair opened its mouth wide. Yuer's entire body seemed to undergo a transformation as her body absorbed the energy brought forth by the chant. Kuei Gang experienced the same. Afterward, Zhuo Fan took hold of Yuer's hand and channeled his power into her. Yueling couldn't help but blurt out, this. It's miraculous. Kuei Lang also said, such a divine ability exists. A wondrous art of rejuvenation. Amidst everyone's astonishment, Yuer slowly opened her eyes. Yueling exclaimed with joy, Yuer, are you alright? Yue rubbed her eyes and then asked hazily, Sister, what happened to me? Then she looked down at her hand, which was being held by someone. Looking up, she saw Zhuo Fan's smiling face. Her expression suddenly changed. Then, with a slap, she struck his face and screamed, what do you think you're doing? Kuei Lang and Yueling were so startled they couldn't react in time. Seeing Zhuo Fan covering his trembling face, Yueling panicked and stammered, begging for mercy. Zhuo, Steward Zhuo, please don't be angry. This girl just woke up. She's still groggy. Please don't hold it against her. You wretched girl, what have you done? Apologize to Steward Zhuo this instant. Yue, still dazed and not understanding what had happened, stared blankly like a fool. Yue retorted defiantly, Sister, he was touching my hand. Why should I apologize to him? Yueling raised her voice as well. You wretched girl, Steward Zhuo is the benefactor who saved your life. Hearing her sister's words, Yue was momentarily stunned and asked herself, what? A life-saving benefactor? Just then, Kuei Gang also regained consciousness. He rubbed his eyes and asked, what are you all making such a racket about? Immediately, Kuei Lang grabbed his son by the head and scolded him. You stinking brat. He forced his son's head down and said sternly, this time, your life was saved by your Uncle Zhuo. Hurry up and kowtow 3 times to thank him for his life-saving grace. Kuei Gang, very cooperatively, cupped his hands and said, yes, yes. Thank you, Uncle, for saving my life. Only then did Yue regain her composure and ask, Sister, what exactly is going on here? Yueling sighed and said, it's like this. She must have recounted a very long story, then summarized, that's exactly what happened. Everything was a trick orchestrated by Humeyer. It was she who found ways to trap you both. If not for Steward Zhuo intervening to save you, the 2 of you would be cripples for the rest of your lives. The 2 who had just been saved by him stared blankly at Zhuo Fan. Yue remembered the slap she had just delivered. Then, with difficulty, she said, sorry. Zhuo Fan turned his back and chuckled coldly. Miss Yue is so fierce and resolute. This apology, I dare not accept. Then he turned around and tossed something into Kuei Lang's hands, saying, take this. Father and son tilted their heads to look, wondering, what is this? Then, their eyes widened in shock, and they gasped, a 10th grade spirit pill. Zhuo Fan smiled and said to them, indeed, this is a 10th grade spirit pill, the heaven connecting pill. Have your son consume it. It will strengthen his tendons, fortify his bones and connect him thoroughly to the heavens and earth. In the future, even if he continuously breaks through all the way to the ethereal stage, it will pose no problem. Hearing this, Kuei Lang trembled, then dropped to his knees. Father and son kowtowed heavily to the floor and said, thank you, Steward Zhuo, for this grace of rebirth. Henceforth, the lives of this father and son belong to you. Thank you, Uncle Zhuo Fan. Thank you, Uncle Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan did not reply, only smiling faintly. Yueling cast a timid glance toward him. Finally, he spoke. All right, I consider the matter of saving them complete. I'm returning to the mausoleum courtyard in the rear mountain. Do not disturb me further. Having said this, he turned to leave. But Yueling cried out, wait, Steward Zhuo, what about Yue? If you do not intervene, she will only be able to stop at the 6th layer of the heavenly profound realm forever. Zhuo Fan turned his head and asked, and so what? I came to save lives. Now the person is saved. As for the extent of the recovery, that depends on my mood. He then added, right now, I am feeling very displeased and do not wish to save her further. Hearing this answer, Yueling slumped down onto the floor. Elder Yuan glanced over at her, then shook his head slightly. The 4 scheming demons were thoroughly enjoying seeing someone in distress. They covered their mouths and snickered. Violent Demon even said, I told you so long ago. Steward Zhua is incredibly petty. You still dared to offend him. Now you're paying the price, aren't you? This time, it was Yue who cried out. Wait! He stopped in his tracks and stood still. Yue shouted, thank you for saving me. And also, I'm sorry for striking you when I was unaware of the situation. But, she continued, her face flushing, to be able to maintain my current state and not become a cripple. I am already very content. Yes, that's all. No one knew what he was thinking, but Zhuo Fan's lips suddenly curved upward and he slightly turned his head back. After those words, Yue stood motionless behind him. Watching Yue, Elder Yuan thought to himself, this young girl is truly very forthright. Suddenly, Sly Demon spoke up. Hey, boss, didn't we forget something? Violent Demon heard this and rubbed his chin in thought, then said, that's right. I feel like we've overlooked something too. What was it we were going to do just now? Sly Demon quickly reminded him, hey, weren't we going to ask Steward Zhua for our Luo clan benefits? Violent Demon instantly remembered and laughed. Ah, that's right, the heaven-connecting pills we were going to ask Steward Zhua for. Finally remembered. Then they chased after him, shouting loudly, that's right, Steward Zhua. What about our heaven-connecting pills? Elder Yuan watched this and thought with amusement, to be able to tame these 4 scatterbrained little devils. This Zhua Fan is truly a divine being. At that moment, Zhua Fan was standing beneath a tree waiting for the 4 scheming demons to fly over. As soon as they landed, he spoke. You 4, finally got here. Violent Demon said, it seems Steward Zhua was specifically waiting for us. Zhua Fan tossed a pill box into his hands. Then he smiled and said, the inner thoughts of you 4 little devils. You think I don't understand? Although you weren't present for the final battle in the Jianyu Empire, the benefits you deserve will not be shortchanged. The 4 scheming demons cheered with delight. Following Steward Zhua truly leads to boundless prospects. Although we are now in the demon scheming sect, the 4 of us brothers are still willing to follow Steward Zhua. After letting them revel enough, Zhua Fan spoke again. Alright, now, I have a matter for you to handle. The 4 scheming demons immediately asked, what is it? Steward Zhua, please instruct us. Zhua Fan folded his arms and said, you are merely executive officers. Matters of excessive secrecy are likely difficult for you to probe. However, observe the recent intentions of the sect elders for me. Report to me any significant movements. In particular, pay close attention to whether the elders have recently shown any inclination to allow Kuei-Lang and Yueling to return to the inner sect. 3 days later, at a small courtyard in the woods, Hu Meier was walking toward it. At that moment, Lu Su was seated, playing the zither. Hu Meier rushed over in a flurry, exclaiming, second senior brother. I've encountered a ghost. I've encountered a ghost. Lu Su asked calmly, Mayor, what matter could cause such alarm? Could it be that the sky is about to fall? She immediately replied, the sky hasn't fallen, but something even more bizarre than the sky falling and the earth splitting has just happened. Lu Su inquired, what exactly is the matter, that even junior sister Mayor cannot remain composed? She continued, second senior brother, you might not even believe me if I tell you. Those 2 little devils have now completely recovered. They're even clamoring about returning to the outer sect. Upon hearing this, the rhythm of his zither playing began to falter and become chaotic. He abruptly stood up and shouted, how is that possible? Both of their tendons and meridians were severed. How could they recover in such a short period of time? No, no, no. It is fundamentally impossible for them to recover. Hu Meier agreed wholeheartedly. Exactly. That's why I said I've encountered a ghost. Lu Su concluded, this is absolutely not something that those 2, Kuei-Lang and Yueling, could accomplish on their own. They must have received assistance from some expert to produce such a miracle. But, who exactly intervened? Even among the sect's venerable guardians, those capable of such a feat are exceedingly rare. Moreover, the cost is considerable. Which venerable guardian would expend their lifelong efforts to save those 2 little devils? Hu Meier added, I'm afraid even if Kuei-Lang begged his own master, his master wouldn't bother with him. She then said, second senior brother, I've also heard whispers of another strange matter within the labor office. I just don't know if it's related to those 2 little devils. Lu Su quickly asked, what matter? She began to recount, on the very day those 2 little devils were injured, someone reportedly saw Kuei-Lang and Yueling showing great deference to someone as if they revered him. That Zhuo Fan, the guard who was previously punished by them and sent to sweep the burial grounds behind the mountain, returned and encountered those 2 little devils. At that time, those who witnessed their demeanor described it as fawning and sycophantic. Yet, not long after, Zhuo Fan was driven back to the burial grounds to sweep again. And those 2 little devils, in the blink of an eye, recovered completely. I wonder if there is any connection between these events. Lu Su listened to her account, and it was as if a thunderclap had sounded inside his head. Hu Meier continued, Could it be that this Fan called upon someone backing him to help those two? Lu Su appeared to be deep in thought. Then he quickly denied it. Impossible. Fan has absolutely no foundation within the sect. Where could he find someone to back him? Hu Meier asked in surprise. What? Fan has no foundation in a sect. He isn't a second-generation scion. Lu Su sneered contemptuously. What second-generation scion? That was merely our own speculation. He continued, I have already asked Master to help investigate. Fan, within the sect, fundamentally does not fall under the jurisdiction of any elder or venerable guardian. He is basically an outsider. Hu Meier then asked, if that's the case, why does the sect leader treat him the way he does? Lu Su replied, the sect leader's mind is unfathomably deep. It is difficult for ordinary people to guess. Let us not make wild conjectures. Perhaps the sect leader sees potential in that brat's aptitude. A pity he has yet to experience the storms of life, so he was placed in the labor office to be tempered for a while. After all, you and I both know that the sect leader is a man of the iron-blooded faction. It is understandable that he would be harsh and demanding toward his own disciples. Hearing this, Hu Meier let out a lilting laugh. Just a moment ago, you said not to guess the sect leader's thoughts, and now aren't you doing exactly that, making wild conjectures? Lu Su turned his head to look at her and replied, however, although we do not know if this matter is connected to that brat. One thing is certain, it is better to eliminate that brat sooner rather than later. If he is truly allowed to undergo training and emerge, he could very well pose a threat to our standing. Hu Meier smiled and said, second senior brother, you mean? Lu Su's lips parted in a grin. She then said, but even though he is not a second-generation scion now, he was still brought into the sect by the sect leader. Moreover, he will be a disciple of the sect leader in the future. If we act against him and the sect leader later investigates, Lu Su reassured her, rest assured, junior sister. The sect leader has always been ruthless and resolute in his actions. Even if he values that brat's potential somewhat, if he were to be disposed of within the labor office, the sect leader would absolutely not feel the slightest bit of pity for him. The weak have no qualifications to be disciples of the sect leader. Hu Meier narrowed her eyes and smiled seductively. If that's the case, then leave that brat to me, Meier, to handle. Fan, seventh layer of the heavenly profound realm. His essence and vitality are surely not bad. Lu Su, upon hearing this, warned her. Junior sister, although fresh meat is very good, do not become too greedy and gluttonous. She replied with a laugh, rest easy, second senior brother. Your junior sister knows her limits. I will not let greed interfere with our business. Meanwhile, Fan was in a cemetery area, a dark green light enveloping his entire body. He smiled and thought to himself, just a little more, and I can break through to the 8th layer of the heavenly profound realm. The forest trees rustled and swayed. Fan directed his gaze toward the disturbance. Hu Meier appeared from somewhere and said effusively, Junior brother Fan, it has been many days since we last met. This elder sister of yours has missed you dearly. He thought to himself, Hu Meier. She continued, what kind of place is this? Is this somewhere a person can live? Seeing her so overly enthusiastic, he thought wryly, 2 months ago she acted as if she couldn't see me when we crossed paths. Now she's suddenly so attentive. Hu Meier went on, those two, Kuei-Lang and Yueling, are truly something else. How could they abandon our junior brother in a place like this and neglect him completely? Hearing this, Fan smiled faintly. He now understood why she had come. He chuckled inwardly, it seems she has deduced that I was the one who saved those two juniors. Though thinking this, he outwardly maintained a smile and said, senior sister flatters me too much. I find this place quite suitable. It is no trouble at all. Then he licked his lips and thought with amusement, she came here specifically looking for me. Hu Meier wet her finger with her tongue and glided it sensually along her lips. How can junior brother debase himself like this? Even if you do not care for your own well-being, this elder sister's heart aches to see it, sending you to such a godforsaken place, exposed to the elements day and night. Saying this, she pressed closer and placed a hand on Fan's shoulder. She locked eyes with him and said with feigned concern, Junior brother Fanner, I shall go speak with those two right now and demand they bring you back immediately. Then she reached up and stroked his hair. This head of white hair has become so dry and brittle. It truly breaks my heart with pity. Her gaze lingered on him languidly. As her ample bosom pressed against him, he feigned panic and cried out, ah, senior sister Meier, what are you doing? She pursed her lips and leaned in seductively. You fool, seeing how much you have suffered lately, I only wish to show you some affection. Is it not natural to want to cherish you a little? He shied away and asked, cherish me? How? Hu Meier placed a finger upon his lips. Silly boy, you know full well yet you still ask. Elder sister has already made her intentions so clear. Surely you do not intend to keep playing dumb. He shut his eyes and cried out, ah, senior sister, please, stop. Her mouth exhaled a thin wisp of purple smoke that drifted softly against his lips. At that moment, her eyes flashed with a green glint as she muttered inwardly, you stinking brat, go and die. She was attempting to siphon something from him. He remained perfectly lucid and thought, so this Humayr cultivates a seductive charm art. No wonder she is so wanton and flirtatious. Then let us see, whose absorption is superior. He activated the heavenly demon great transformation art. A mass of black and red chi enveloped them both. His hand grasped hers, and her eyes widened in shock. At this moment, they appeared like a pair of lovers. Humayr wrapped her arms around the back of his neck. But internally, she was stunned and bewildered. What is happening? Why can I not sense his yang essence and vital energy? And what is this? This overwhelming force that is relentlessly invading my own body. I cannot stop it at all. Thinking this, she panicked and tried to pull away. Chuafan, what are you doing? He grinned and said, regretting it now. He then reached out and seized her by the throat. He laughed with savage excitement, his voice thick with malice. Too late. Humayr, her throat constricted by his grip, her tongue lolling out, struggled to speak. Stop. Don't. Her eyes bulged. From a distance, Kuei-lang and the others came running, shouting, Steward Zhua. But they suddenly halted in their tracks. The scene before them was easily misinterpreted. It looked as though he was being intimate with Humayr. Humayr, tears streaming down her face, cried out helplessly, quickly, save me. Seeing the situation, Kuei-lang loudly declared, it seems we have arrived at an inopportune moment. We shall return another time. But Steward Zhua, this woman is no good. Absolutely do not get serious with her. Zhuafan continued to draw out the last strands of her life force. Humayr's expression had become ghastly and distorted. He turned his head and explained, do not misunderstand. This woman came here to drain my vital essence. Hearing this, the group responded, oh, in understanding. Zhuafan continued, Humayr, originally, I could not be bothered to involve myself in the petty internal grudges of your sect. But now, you have provoked me directly. Saying this, he flung her aside. She scrambled weakly to sit up, her face filled with terror and panic. He added, today, I will spare your life for the time being. But this matter will not end here. All of you just wait. Now, get lost. She fled in utter disgrace. Seeing this, Yueling cried out, Humayr is getting away. Kuei-lang said, let it be. In Zhuafan's presence, it is not our place to decide. If Steward Zhua says to let that Humayr go, then we should not intervene. Zhuafan turned his back and chuckled. You lot understand how things work. You know to give me face. Right now, it is truly unnecessary for you to act on momentary anger, adding crime upon crime, and thereby forfeit your chance to return to the inner sect. Yueling and Kuei-lang suddenly exclaimed in shock, what? Return to the inner sect? Zhuafan replied, correct. Return to the inner sect. Zhuafan said to them, recently, in reviewing your service records at the labor office, those elders and venerable guardians have indeed shown an intention to pardon you. Otherwise, why would that Humayr have targeted those two juniors so openly and provocatively? It was clearly meant to bait you into making a mistake. Yueling and Kuei-lang listened to him, their mouths agape in astonishment. They exchanged glances, their eyes conveying the thought, so that's how it is. If we can truly return to the inner sect, then there will be plenty of opportunities for revenge later. Why risk our lives now, adding to our crimes and throwing our lives away? Yueling suddenly asked, but Steward Zhua, why did you spare her life? Why not simply kill her? You are not a convicted criminal yourself. You can be considered a disciple of the labor office. Even if you killed her, it would be a dispute between disciples, permissible by sect rules. Perhaps you could even escape menial labor and enter the inner sect. Who knows? Zhuafan closed his eyes and said, avoid suspicion. If I were to kill her within the labor office, I fear those with ulterior motives would blow the matter out of proportion, implicating others. You might also lose your chance to return to the inner sect. That is not what I desire. Besides, I have other plans. It is not yet the right time for her to die by my hand. He then abruptly recalled the main business at hand and said, ah, right. What did you come to see me about? Yueling and Kuei-lang exchanged glances. Then Yueling folded her arms and replied with a strained smile, Steward Zhua, we came here. Still about the matter concerning Yuer. Zhuafan raised a hand to cut her off. Say no more. I have already stated that I will not intervene, and I most certainly will not save her again. No matter who pleads, it is the same. On this point, Elder Yuan and I often discuss the Tao. He understands this best. Did you not notice that he did not accompany you this time? Yueling's heart ached upon hearing these words of refusal. Kuei-lang also cast a glance her way. Yuer, too, looked down despondently toward her sister. Then, Zhuafan suddenly spoke again. However, your arrival is very timely. Just in time, for I have a matter that requires your attention. Kuei-lang immediately cupped his hands and declared loudly, Steward Zhua has shown the grace of saving my son's life. Whatever orders you have, Kuei-lang would face mountains of blades and seas of flame without hesitation, even unto death. Yueling, however, remained listless. Looking at Yueling and Yuer's downcast eyes, Zhuafan thought, I knew you wouldn't be enthusiastic. But all of this was deliberate. It was precisely for today's matter. He then said, I do not need the two of you to go and do this. This task, I need these two to handle for me. He pointed toward Kuei-gang and Yuer. Kuei-lang looked back and asked, those two juniors. What can they possibly do? Fan answered, I need them to help me. Deal with one person. Yueling and Kuelang turned their faces toward him. Kuelang asked, who? Fan smiled and replied, Humayer. Hearing that name, the two of them gasped in shock. What? Fan continued, I am telling them to deal with Humayer. Not at this very moment, but 3 months from now. I have heard that by then, the outer sect grand exam will have concluded, and the inner sect grand exam will be about to commence. I want them, before everyone's eyes, using their status as outer sect disciples, to defeat an inner sect disciple. That is all. Kuelang cried out, that is impossible. These inner sect disciples have all broken through to the radiant soul realm. That Humayer is particularly outstanding among them. How could our two children possibly handle her? Saying this, he quickly cupped his hands and bowed his head. If Steward Zhuo bears a grudge against that woman, Kuelang, am willing to act on your behalf to vent the ill feeling in your heart. Fan scoffed contemptuously. If I wanted to kill her, I am more than capable of doing it myself. Then, Fan's expression turned menacing as he continued, what I want is for her, under the gaze of everyone at the inner sect grand exam, to be defeated by a bunch of juniors, to lose face utterly. Furthermore, during these 3 months, do not seek revenge on her yourselves. Otherwise, do not blame me for being discourteous. These words left the two of them dumbfounded. After a moment, Yueling spoke. Steward Zhuo, not everyone in this world is as exceptionally gifted as you. For our two children to cross hands with Humayer, they would need at least another 10 years. Fan, unwilling to waste more words, barked, enough nonsense. Which of these two little devils is willing to go? I will not force anyone. If you are willing to accept this task of mine, I shall personally instruct them for 3 months. I guarantee their strength will advance by leaps and bounds. Especially you, Yuer. If you agree, I will, in order to enhance your power, grant you a heaven-connecting pill to improve your meridians. Think it over yourselves. Yuer stared at him intently. Kuegang spoke first. Uncle Zhuo, I'll do it. Yuer also shouted loudly, fine. I agree to your terms. Yueling scolded angrily, you foolish girl. Do you not wish to live anymore? Yuer said sincerely, sister. Although my cultivation can no longer break through after this, I do not care. But I know, this will become a sickness in your heart. This time, there is a chance to fully recover, and even to personally deal with the woman who harmed us. I feel I can do it. Just pretend you never had this little sister. I no longer wish to be a burden to you. Yueling shoved her shoulder forcefully and said, foolish girl, don't talk nonsense. Then Yueling pulled her into an embrace, her voice trembling. You have never once been a burden to me. Yuer remained silent, allowing Yueling to hold her. At that moment, Fan sprouted a pair of wings, grabbed Yuer by the collar, and soared upward, saying, good, this is your choice. For these 3 months, you will follow me. Yueling raised her hand as if to say, wait, but he had already shot away, leaving only a final sentence behind. Everyone, 3 months from now I will return to you a completely renewed Yuer. Wait for it. She looked up at the sky and called out softly, Yuer. Elsewhere, the figure of a young man had appeared. It was the second senior brother, Lu Su. Humayer weakly called out, second senior brother. Seeing Humayer gravely injured, Lu Su was badly startled and rushed forward. After helping Humayer sit up, he asked, junior sister Mayer, what exactly happened? How did you end up so gravely injured? Could it be that while dealing with that stinking brat you were discovered by Kuelang and the others and they seized the opportunity to ambush you? Humayer shook her head with a bitter smile and replied, there was no need for those two to make a move at all. It was that stinking brat himself. He thrashed me up and down, left and right. We were mistaken. Completely and utterly mistaken. My luck this year has been truly abysmal, running headlong into such a terrifying monster. I nearly went off to sell salt and never came back. It scared the living daylights out of me. Lu Su listened, utterly bewildered, and asked, junior sister, what exactly are you talking about? Why can't I understand a word you're saying? Humayer smiled outwardly, but her heart wept. She shook her head and sighed repeatedly, replying, haha. It's not just you who doesn't understand. Even I can't make heads or tails of it. Clearly, he was just a tender young lamb. How could he suddenly transform into a ferocious wolf that devours people alive? If we had known this beforehand, your little sister here wouldn't have been tormented so miserably today. Then, Humayer calmly recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. After hearing her out, Lu Su's face became filled with utter shock. He said, what? That brat is truly that powerful? He even surpasses you and me? Humayer sighed and nodded, replying, indeed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been completely dominated by him. I couldn't even move. I didn't have the slightest chance to resist. Lu Su furrowed his brow in contemplation for a long while before speaking. If Fan truly possesses such unfathomable strength, then this complicated matter. It seems the sect leader deliberately recruited him to join the sect. That is not unreasonable at all. That brat truly has something extraordinary about him. But placing him in the labor office is somewhat strange. I wonder what the sect leader is planning. Humayer hastily said, second senior brother, you must not do anything rash. That brat is not someone we can handle. Absolutely do not provoke him any further. We have already incurred his enmity this time. If we provoke him again, I fear he will truly kill me. Lu Su said irritably, so what if he does? This is the demon scheming sect. No matter how formidable he is still just one person. His foundation here is naturally unstable. What can he possibly do? My only concern is, having recruited such a talent into the sect, what does the sect leader intend? I wonder if the selection of elite disciples will be affected. This matter can no longer be considered a mere rivalry between disciples. I must quickly report this to Master and see how the old man decides to handle it. Hu Meier's eyes lit up. Venerable sure. Lu Su nodded his head, his eyes burning with ambition. Correct. Let the old man send someone to probe the sect leader's intentions. What exactly is Ruofan standing within the sect? If there is no special connection, we can ask senior brother Sun, or perhaps a senior brother who has already become an elite disciple, to seize an opportunity and kill him. If he is of great use to the sect leader, then we must keep a very close watch on the labor office. Prevent him from achieving any significant merit again so as to avoid giving the sect leader a pretext to elevate him. As long as he has not the slightest accomplishment to his name, we can forever trample him underfoot, ensuring he can never raise his head again. Hu Meier heard this and nodded with joy, but then she quickly furrowed her brows and said, however, he is so powerful. If he merely finds an opportunity to challenge inner sect disciples before the elders and emerges victorious, he will easily stand out. We won't be able to suppress him. In 3 months, it will be the inner sect tournament. I fear he will become a major threat to us. Lu Su smiled nonchalantly and said, aha, on that point, we need not worry. When the time comes, even if we encounter him, we can simply admit defeat. It is of no great consequence. Hu Meier frowned slightly, not understanding. Lu Su, knowing her thoughts, smiled and continued, junior sister, do not forget. Once someone enters the labor office, all their prospects are already ruined. There are only 2 types of people in the labor office. The first type are those who bear a crime. They will either live out the rest of their days in the labor office, or they must achieve great merit to restore their status, like Kuei-lang and Yueling. Only by creating such a stir in the labor office that the venerable guardians and elders approve will a decision be made to commute their sentences. But there is another type of person, those who are simply discarded disciples of the labor office. The very disciples of the labor office are already existences at the very bottom rung of society, no matter how hard they strive day after day and increase their strength. According to the rules of the demon scheming sect, they cannot be ranked among the formal sect disciples. They can only be appointed to positions as venerable guardians or elders based on their strength. This ensures that the inner sect disciples are all individuals born with perfect innate foundation and aptitude. Ruofan may be strong, but since he has entered the labor office, and is not there as a criminal, he must belong to this bottom-feeding dreg layer. Therefore, no matter how hard he tries to prove his strength, he can only ever become an elder or venerable guardian. He can never become an elite disciple. Unless, Hu Meier asked urgently, unless what? After pondering for a while, Lu Su smiled and replied, junior sister Meier, you need not think about it any further, because that possibility absolutely does not exist. Unless he possesses the strength to overturn the entire sect. Unless he has the ability to become the sect leader and also gain the unanimous approval of the entire sect. Otherwise, the sect rules cannot be broken. He will forever be unable to join the ranks of the elite disciples. It is said that back then, the High Venerable was also once a disciple of the labor office. His strength was formidable, ranking first within the sect, yet even so, he remained merely a venerable guardian. This is precisely the immutable, ancient sect law. Hu Meier nodded happily and said, if that is the case, then Ruofan cannot possibly obstruct our path. Lu Su replied, indeed, my only concern is that the sect leader's arrangement to bring him into the sect is not aimed at us disciples but rather at those old fellows in the upper echelons. If the situation among them becomes unstable, then our own arrangements will also need to be adjusted. Scene shifts to another location. This was the place with the densest Yin energy within the burial grounds behind the mountain. Ruofan and Yuer appeared there. Yuer shivered, feeling only icy winds and seeing frost. She hugged herself tightly and looked around, her eyes filled with tension. Although she did not know where this place was, its eerie strangeness made her feel a strong sense of menace. Yuer was already at the 6th layer of the heavenly profound realm, yet she was instantly invaded by the cold energy. It was evident that this was no benign land. Ruofan spoke leisurely, Yuer, from now on, you will be under my tutelage. No matter what I say, you must obey. No matter how difficult the path ahead, no matter how painful it becomes. Even if you feel as though you are about to die, you must continue onward for me. And do not entertain the thought that anyone will come to save you. This place has been sealed by a barrier I have set up. Kuei-lang and Yueling will fundamentally be unable to discover it. Do you understand clearly? Yuer's heart was completely still. She had long ceased to care about life and death. Without much ado, she merely nodded impassively and replied, I understand. Ruofan observed her for a moment, then chuckled softly. You have no questions regarding the odds of survival, how much your strength will increase in the coming days, and so forth. Yue shook her head. No, I only know that you have a way to restore my meridians to their original state, allowing me to continue cultivating. That is enough. I care not for anything else. Zhuofan smiled faintly and nodded. Good. Very well then. No sooner had he spoken than Zhuofan suddenly formed a hand seal, pointing his finger forward while murmuring an incantation. Gather Yin to this point. Open the gates of the earthly and heavenly mansions. Let ghosts and spirits wail and roar. Converge upon my heart. Gusts of Yin wind, tear through the firmament. Annihilate gods, shatter the heavens. An invisible ripple of fluctuation emanated outward. Before Yuer's incredulous eyes, a phantom gate over 2 meters tall suddenly materialized in front of them. Creak. With a groan, the great door slowly swung open. Inside, there was nothing but pitch-black darkness. Gusts of Yin wind howled incessantly. Merely standing beside the door, Yuer could already feel the Yin energy emanating from within. On her hand, a layer of frost had already formed. The bones of that hand and wrist had momentarily lost all sensation. Yuer's face finally lost its composure, and she cried out in terror, What is this? Zhuofan replied, this is a grade 7 barrier I have set up, the Yin wind array. It concentrates and gathers all the Yin chill from the burial ground's winds, converging them here. An ordinary person stepping inside would surely have their very bones frozen brittle and their divine soul scattered by the winds. However, you are an exception, because you yourself are seeking death. Yuer's eyes widened as she stared straight ahead. Zhuofan smiled and said, from the very first moment I saw you, I discovered that this child possesses a malice exceeding that of ordinary people, not only toward enemies, but even more so toward herself. Initially, I assumed this was your demonic nature, but ultimately, after learning of your story, I realized, this is actually your death wish. Because you feel responsible for being demoted to menial labor, you consider yourself a burden. A wisp of black smoke coiled around Yuer. She continued to stare wide-eyed, listening to Zhuofan. On one hand, you strive diligently in your cultivation, unwilling to betray your sister's expectations. On the other hand, you seek death everywhere, disregarding life and death, feeling that even if you were to die, it would be a good thing, you would no longer be a burden. Zhuofan placed both hands behind his back and continued, so when you learned that I would not save you, you were hardly disappointed. You remained perfectly calm. It is simply because you have no desires, no demands. And having no desires makes one resolute. Am I wrong? Yuer stared in shock, thinking, all these years, not even my sister understood this. Yet this man. Immediately, Zhuofan continued, all right. Regardless of how one puts it, this is a commendable quality. Zhuofan held a talisman between 2 fingers and said, it is perfectly suited for cultivating this high-level profound martial skill, the Yin wind blade. Streams of black smoke suddenly surged forth. Zhuofan continued, this Yin wind blade technique utilizes Yin wind to temper the blade. It is far more powerful than your Yin demon blade. Zhuofan turned his back and added, moreover, your meridians have already developed flaws. This actually facilitates the infiltration of Yin wind. One could say it is a blessing born from disaster. I will not repair them for you. As long as you follow the cultivation method and circulate the Yin wind, it will become your greatest lethal weapon. Zhuofan smiled faintly, glancing at the black miasma swirling around Yuer's body. Zhuofan raised his hand and pushed Yuer straight forward. No time to gawk any longer. Go inside and see for yourself. Yuer's entire body tumbled forward into a pit, where the space flickered with a hazy purple light. Watching Yuer disappear completely behind that pit, Zhuofan chuckled inwardly and thought, finally lured her in. This demonic blade technique was specially crafted for you. A hint of sinister energy gleamed in Zhuofan's eyes as he thought further, everything I did earlier was all to invite you into the trap. I have been plotting this for a long time. Then, from deep within his mind, a sly, cunning laugh echoed as if it would reverberate throughout the entire forest. On a precarious rocky outcrop atop a mountain peak, Zhuofan's entire body was enveloped by a black smoke and a murderous aura. Zhuofan shut his eyes tightly, then exhaled a breath. He abruptly glanced to his left. Xiao Yue appeared and said, Zhuofan, congratulations on your recent rapid progress. In just a few short months, you have already reached the 8th layer of the heavenly profound realm. This is truly a cause for celebration. He looked up at him and said, Xiao Yue. Xiao Yue gritted his teeth and replied, call me sect leader. Zhuofan stood up, rubbed his knees, and said, oh, sect leader. To what do I owe the honor of your esteemed presence? Xiao Yue replied, it seems you have been living quite well lately, setting up barriers in the rear mountain mausoleum. He paused for a moment, then continued, cultivating in peaceful solitude, your power increasing rapidly, truly comfortable indeed. However, it appears the matters of our sect that were entrusted to you have not weighed on your mind in the slightest. Zhuofan laughed arrogantly, looking at Xiao Yue as he replied, how can you say that? Am I not doing exactly that right now? Xiao Yue angrily shouted, "Shut your mouth. What have you done? Aside from raising your cultivation, you've just been setting up these formations. I have no idea what game you're playing." From Xiao Yue's elevated vantage point, he said, "Zhuo Fan, where has the mettle and spirit you possessed back in the Luo clan gone? Why have you become so passive and indolent since arriving at our sect, idling away your days without attending to proper business?" Zhuo Fan tilted his face up and said, "Sect leader, your words are inaccurate. Who says I'm not doing anything? Am I not doing it right now? Surely you don't want me to simply fight my way through the elite disciples." Zhuo Fan continued to explain, "That would be quick, simple, and brutish, but I suspect that is not your intention." Xiao Yue folded his arms and replied, "Naturally, if it were that simple, I would have set you into action long ago. Why would I have you here accumulating merit and virtue? The waters within this demon scheming sect run very deep. If you were to fight your way straight up, I'm afraid you would easily become." Before Xiao Yue could finish his sentence, Zhuo Fan interjected, "The common enemy of everyone." Xiao Yue chuckled coldly, flashing a grin of bright white teeth, and replied, "You must have long since guessed the reason why our sect dispatched those 4 little devils to receive you into the sect." Xiao Yue called out again, "Hey, they must have gathered quite a bit of information for you by now, haven't they?" Zhuo Fan quickly answered, "Indeed." Then he raised his eyes and replied, "This demon scheming sect is rife with factions. Beyond the rivalries among disciples, the elders and venerable guardians behind them are also full of schemes and calculations." Zhuo Fan turned his back to Xiao Yue and said, "It is all for the sake of those elite disciple positions. Whoever enters the elite ranks receives focused cultivation and abundant resources. And as the elders and venerable guardians serving as their masters, they naturally gain control over these resources as well." Xiao Yue's expression turned slightly somber as he listened to Zhuo Fan continue. "Therefore, if I were to rashly barge in wanting a share of the pie, I fear I would be jointly attacked by everyone. Besides, sect leader, you also do not wish for me to go and partake in this share, am I right?" Xiao Yue suddenly chuckled and praised him. "Zhuo Fan, you are indeed intelligent. In truth, if you could fight your way into the inner sect, you would certainly catch the eye of the elders and venerable guardians. But that is not what I wish to see. At that time, you would merely be one more person dividing the benefits, unable to change the overall situation. This scheming mentality has long been a malady of our sect. Even the High Venerable, in conjunction with the sect leader like myself, cannot move against the interests of these old fellows." Under the radiant moonlight, a voice rang out. "And it is precisely because of their selfish interests that many disciples are experts at internal strife. But a bunch of useless trash in external conflicts. This has caused the strength of our demon scheming sect to decline further and further, which is why at the last Double Dragon gathering." Xiao Yue lowered his face and continued, "Therefore, when I mentioned your capabilities to the High Venerable, he immediately assigned you to the labor office. First, to observe you. Second, because he did not want you to get entangled in these murky waters. But this also requires you to completely overturn the interests of all those elders and venerable guardians, and what's more, you must make them concede defeat willingly and wholeheartedly." Zhuo Fan replied, "Whoa, so you're essentially telling me to slap them across the face, and then make them bow their heads and thank me for it. Aren't you making this too difficult for me?" Xiao Yue answered, "It is precisely because it is difficult that we sought you out. You brought this upon yourself." Xiao Yue continued, "Do you know, when I initially sought out Huangpu Qingtian, my intention was only for him to become a powerful combat strategist. But upon seeing that you possess such talent, I couldn't help but dare to be a bit bolder. I want you to bear the pressure from the elders and venerable guardians, and unify all the elite disciples, to prevent our demon scheming sect from once again suffering defeat at the Double Dragon gathering." The High Venerable's demands were even higher. He instructed you to unify the entire sect, which is why he sent you to the labor office. Zhuo Fan shut his eyes tightly and said, "Both of you just made off-the-cuff decisions without even asking whether I could actually accomplish this." Xiao Yue immediately said, "All right. Now that you have a general understanding of the situation, where is your merit? What exactly do you plan to do?" A hazy purple vortex suddenly appeared. Xiao Yue seemed somewhat surprised by the developments before him. He turned his head to look around. Immediately after, Zhuo Fan spoke. "Sect leader, 3 months from now, at the inner sect grand exam, I will issue a challenge. Naturally, I will not be the one acting personally. I will send someone else to do it." Zhuo Fan's eyes blazed red as he said, "An outer sect disciple challenging the elite disciples of the inner sect." Xiao Yue laughed and asked, "You want to slap those old fellows across the face in front of everyone, thereby damaging their prestige?" Zhuo Fan lowered his head and replied, "Not only that. This move of mine is casting a stone to test the path, probing their limits. Moreover, I cannot afford to offend all of them. I must pull one faction to strike against another." Zhuo Fan stood on the ground, looking up as he replied, "Earlier, I established fairly good relations with Kuei Lang and Yueling. Their masters are." His words were cut off by Xiao Yue. "Venerable Bai and Venerable Qi." A wide grin spread across Xiao Yue's face. Then Xiao Yue replied, I understand your intention now. Our sect will swiftly summon those 2 disciples back to the inner sect. Amidst the vast and desolate expanse, the blue-haired young man said, my only concern is that the sect leader's arrangement to bring him into the sect was not aimed at us disciples, but rather at those old fellows above. If the situation among them becomes unstable, then our own arrangements must also change. In the deep stillness of the night, beneath an ancient roof, Sher Mashan respectfully said, disciple pays respects to master. The great elder of the demon-scheming sect narrowed his eyes upon hearing the address. Great elder. Next was Elder Air, the master of Humayer. Within a vast hall, 2 figures slowly entered. Guehu, his body rippling with bulging muscles and wreathed in black smoke, stood to one side. The great elder frowned and said, Guehu, due to your cultivation method, your killing intent is difficult to conceal. However, you should still strive to restrain it. Only by achieving a state of ease and freedom can you accomplish great things. Guehu replied respectfully, many thanks for master's guidance. This disciple will surely engrave it in his heart. Another person cast a glance toward the great elder. Sher Mashan chimed in, Guehu is truly worthy of being the inner sect's senior brother. His cultivation has advanced so rapidly. 7th layer of the radiant soul realm, coupled with this high-grade profound rank cultivation method. The nether fiend art. I'm afraid that not only within this inner sect but even among the elite disciples, those who can contend with him are few and far between. Lu Su, standing beside Humayer, said, Master is right. Senior brother is indeed outstanding. We cannot compare. If not for us junior brothers and sisters holding him back, forcing senior brother to stay and look after us, he should have long since entered the elite disciples. The great elder lowered his face and replied, it is of no consequence. Guehu staying behind to help you all advance was part of our initial agreement. But among the elite disciples, Venerable Sher has quite a number of disciples. When the time comes, Guehu will look after them for us. As soon as these words ended, Venerable Sher laughed heartily and replied, naturally. Immediately after, Venerable Sher continued, Guehu has taken on quite a few burdens for us. Recently, another spot has been vacated, which is sufficient. From now on, we are all on the same side. Of course, we must help one another. His mouth slowly closed, but then opened again as he continued, however, I did not expect that Venerable Chi and Venerable Bai could actually find so many elders and venerable guardians to support them, retrieving those 2 convicted disciples. Venerable Sher affirmed, in that case, given their strength they will surely occupy 2 spots. Elder Air suddenly interjected, that is also something unavoidable. Those in the spotlight attract much gossip. Venerable Sher frowned and replied, for the past several decades, the majority of disciples entering the elite ranks have been our people. The other elders and venerable guardians are green with envy, yet they have no capable disciples of their own to use. Thus, they have no choice but to support Venerable Chi and the others. Securing 2 spots from us, isn't that quite satisfying for them? Venerable Sher continued, this time we lost 2 spots. Let it be, there is no need to fuss over it. We eat the meat, but we must also leave some broth for others. Is that not so? Otherwise, if we incur their collective wrath, it won't be easy for us to resolve. Although we handled the elimination of those main contenders very discreetly, the old fellows in the sect know it in their hearts. This time we take a small loss, it can be considered a vent for their pent-up anger. It is worth it. The great elder and elder heir, upon hearing this, both nodded silently in agreement. Lu Su suddenly had a request. Venerable Sher immediately prompted, speak. Lu Su began to explain, recently, the sect leader recruited a disciple from outside the sect named Zhuo Fan, who was then placed in the labor office. This disciple would like to request that master investigate this person's background. Venerable Sher frowned and asked, why? He is merely a disciple punished and sent to the labor office. What issue could there be? Lu Su replied, a major issue, reporting to master. This entire matter reeks of strangeness. Then Lu Su bowed respectfully and continued to explain, first, this brat was punished and sent to the labor office as soon as he entered the sect. He is neither considered a discarded disciple nor one bearing a crime. That is the first suspicious point. Next, this brat was personally sent in by the sect leader, yet after entering the sect leader has never once met with him. That is the second suspicious point. Finally, and most importantly, this brat's cultivation is clearly at the 7th layer of the heavenly profound realm, yet his actual combat strength far surpasses junior sister Mayer by several times. Humayer placed her hands on her hips and added, Master, there is a huge problem here. When junior sister Mayer exchanged blows with him, she was not a match for even a single round. Venerable Sher stroked his chin and said, such a bizarre occurrence indeed. There is certainly something peculiar about it. It seems the sect leader is pulling the strings behind the scenes. The great elder said, Venerable Sher, you say the sect leader is playing tricks. Could it be that he is targeting us? After all, our influence has indeed been too prominent over these past decades. Venerable Sher closed his eyes and replied, the sect leader's mind is unfathomable, and his methods are ruthless. If he cannot act openly against us, he will resort to underhanded schemes in the shadows. Should he truly succeed, where would that leave our comfortable days? Venerable Shi's face contorted, forming deep creases like cracks splitting across a cliff face. He said angrily, "Strike first to gain the upper hand. Regardless of what role that brat plays in the sect leader's grand scheme, we simply eliminate him, and the matter is settled. I will go personally. One fatal strike, unknown to gods, unseen by ghosts." Lu Su quickly objected, "Absolutely not, Venerable Shi. According to sect rules, venerable guardians and elders cannot arbitrarily attack disciples. If you were to be caught in the act, the crime would be immense." Venerable Shi shouted angrily, "Sect rules, sect rules. As long as I avoid detection, it won't be a matter of sect rules." Humph. Now, where is this brat? Lu Su hastily answered, reporting to Master. "He is at the mausoleum courtyard in the rear mountain." Venerable Shi instructed, "All of you remain here. I shall go and return swiftly." In an instant, a surge of blue energy shot away, streaking through the forest. Then, the spirit form of Venerable Shi halted before a barren patch of empty ground. He said, "Ha. This brat has actually set up a barrier. But unfortunately, in the face of an ethereal stage expert, such a barrier is utterly useless. Watch this old man break in and kill you, you little brat." Suddenly, Venerable Shi recoiled as if struck. He charged at the barrier with tremendous force. Immediately after, Venerable Shi was repelled backward by the barrier. He placed a hand over his chest and glanced at the barrier. Venerable Shi asked in terror, "Who are you?" Then, among the 36 stratagems, a single thought flashed through Venerable Shi's mind: run. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens and struck Venerable Shi, causing him to cough up a large mouthful of blood. Everyone around was anxious and called out, "Venerable Shi, what happened?" Venerable Shi's face was filled with panic as he stammered, It was the High Venerable." Everyone was stunned. Lu Su asked in alarm, "What?" "The number one expert of the demon scheming sect. The High Venerable, who is as elusive as a divine dragon, seen only in glimpses." He exclaimed in shock, "Could it be that this brat actually has the High Venerable watching over him?" Hu Meier was also bewildered, completely unable to comprehend what was happening. The great elder of the demon scheming sect had to speak up. "Venerable Shi, are you absolutely certain? Was it truly the High Venerable?" Venerable Shi, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth, replied, "Without a doubt. Although the High Venerable is extremely mysterious within the sect, and most people have only ever seen him appear in his spirit soul state, that presence, that power, I could not be mistaken. It was absolutely the High Venerable." The great elder of the demon scheming sect shouted, "Then we are in trouble. Does this not mean the High Venerable knows everything?" Venerable Shi replied, "Not necessarily. The High Venerable intercepted me midway. At that time, I had not yet made a move against that brat. He has no solid evidence against me." He continued, "Moreover, I feel he did not truly wish to tear apart all pretenses with me. It was merely a warning. Otherwise, with his strength, would this old life of mine not have been left behind there long ago?" The great elder of the demon scheming sect said, "In that case, the High Venerable wishes to maintain the current state of affairs, to avoid a great upheaval within the sect." Venerable Shi lowered his face. "That is what I believe as well. Although our power cannot be underestimated, the High Venerable has always prioritized the greater good of the sect. He certainly does not wish for such chaos to erupt." Yen Fu's jaw dropped. "Then, Master, does that brat represent his bottom line?" Venerable Shi felt a wave of dizziness. "Looking at your master's current state, you should understand. For the time being, do not provoke that brat. Furthermore, at tomorrow's Elder Council meeting, I must go and sound out the sect leader regarding this brat's origins. Why does he enjoy the High Venerable's favor to such an extent?" Lu Su's face was extremely tense. No matter how peculiar that brat Chuafan was, he could not be touched for now. The following day, outside under the gusty wind, a voice suddenly called out, "Master." Lu Su asked, "What did the sect leader say?" Venerable Shi replied, "My attempt to have the records expunged for Kuei-Lang and Yueling succeeded. They have been permitted to return to the inner sect." Lu Su was astonished. "What?" Venerable Shi glanced over at Lu Su and continued, "And furthermore, regarding information about Chuafan, the entire trail has been deliberately obscured. That old fox. There is absolutely some scheme behind this. He warned, recently, none of you are to cause trouble, especially regarding that mysterious Chuafan." Venerable Shi's expression was grim. "Wait for the sect grand exam in 3 months." All around the arena, a great crowd had gathered to watch. Xiao Yue also stood solemnly, anticipating the matches. Venerable Shi stood nearby and chuckled. "It seems the High Venerable has once again declined to attend this inner sect grand exam." Xiao Yue glanced at him. If he had come, would you still be standing here?" He then opened his mouth and said, "The High Venerable dislikes noisy crowds. Moreover, this inner sect grand exam is hardly worth watching. It would be better to watch the outer sect competitions. If it were not for my duties within the sect, I too would be too lazy to sit here." Venerable Shi merely thought to himself, "Yes, clearly, they hold the reins of the elite disciples. The outcome is long predetermined, hence there is nothing worth seeing." If not for pressure from the other elders and venerable guardians, Kuei-lang and Yueling would not even have these spots. The great elder of the demon scheming sect, standing beside them, also spoke up. Sect leader, this time we have not monopolized the positions. We have shown considerable restraint. Xiaoyue reflected inwardly, the great elder, as the head of the elders, and Venerable Shi, who ranks second among the venerable guardians. They are truly difficult to deal with. Now, to crack this hard bone formed by the alliance of these two, I fear I can only hope that Chuafan's strategy proves effective. Xiaoyue raised his voice. Very well, let the inner sect grand exam commence. The crowd below roared with excitement. Outside, the 4 tigers of the Jianyu Empire hovered in the air. One of them spoke up. Another boring and tiresome competition has begun. In the end, even those who enter the elite ranks are nothing more than the best of a bad lot. Truly promising experts are eliminated by them before the grand exam even starts. The man with spiky hair sighed. Nothing can be done. When a sect is riddled with such chronic maladies, it is difficult to revive. Looking at it this way, Xiaoyue's position as sect leader is truly wearisome. Every so often, he must endure the same tiresome spectacle. If it were me, I would have grown sick of it long ago. Thinking back now, perhaps it was a stroke of luck that we were not chosen as sect leader. The man in the middle laughed heartily. Indeed, our luck is truly excellent. To think back to those days at the Double Dragon Gathering, we were genuinely toyed with to the brink of death by those second-generation scions. In the end, only the 4 of us survived. The man with the braided hair said angrily, and now, we are forced to go and instruct disciples who fundamentally should not even be here. My luck is just fantastic. Another person replied, yeah, there are still a few outstanding ones among the elite disciples, but each one is more arrogant than the next. What great things can they possibly accomplish? The long-haired man sighed. That's right. Didn't Xiaoyue bring in a disciple with formidable strength from the Jianyu Empire to train? How is that person? He answered, don't even mention it. That whole regent estate family, as far as I know, is full of narcissists. Every day they go on about mandate of heaven, this and that, absolutely nauseating. Even if he has some skill, I can't be bothered to meet him. Afterward, the 3 departed. In the forest, a burst of purple-black light appeared. A figure holding a broom stood before it, and a golden-haired girl stepped out. Chuafan spoke up. It's time. Drink it and then complete your mission. Xiaoyue shouted loudly, very well, let the inner sect grand exam commence. The crowd below roared with excitement. Kuei-lang dispatched his opponent with a single strike, sending him flying onto his back. An elder announced, Arena 3, Match 8, Kuei-lang wins. The onlookers below were astonished, and whispers arose. Both are at the 4th layer of the Radiant Soul Realm, yet he was finished off in an instant. This Kuei-lang spent over a decade in the labor office, but it seems his strength wasn't affected in the slightest. Another person said, of course. He was the infamous Black Flame Yama, who commanded wind and rain in the inner sect back then. It was no joke. Now that he's returned to the inner sect, it looks like a spot among the elite disciples is as good as his. Another sighed, that's just great. Senior brother Lin Fang's desperate cultivation over these past few years has all been for nothing. The elder announced again, Arena 4, Match 7, Welling wins. She cast a sidelong glance. Further announcements followed, Arena 6, Match 9, Lu Su wins. Arena 8, Match 7, Humayer wins. Arena 1, Match 13, Gue Hu wins. Humayer remarked, as expected of senior brother Gue Hu. His efficiency is truly remarkable. Up on the stage, his opponent stammered, as senior brother, I forfeit. The referee immediately spoke up, Arena 1. But he stared in horror at the scene before him. Gue Hu said flatly, he shouldn't have registered. The elder had no choice but to announce, Arena 1, Match 14, Gue Hu wins. Next match, prepare yourselves. Everyone who had witnessed that horrifying scene fled, all demanding to forfeit their matches. The referee could only sigh and continue announcing, Arena 1. The final victor is Gue Hu. After the preliminary rounds concluded, the remaining contestants gathered in the center of the arena. An elder proclaimed, very well, there are only 5 spots for elite disciples. The rest of you come forward and draw your lots for the matchups. They came up one by one to draw lots. One person spoke up, reporting to elder, I drew lot number 5. This caused the elder a moment of surprise. Suddenly, a hand clamped down on that person's shoulder. It was Gue Hu. The purple-haired man was visibly terrified facing Gue Hu, but a single blow sent him flying away. Everyone's faces turned pale as death. The elder spoke up. The match has not yet begun. But Gue Hu only replied indifferently, what does it matter? The result will be the same regardless. The elder continued, the rest of you, continue drawing lots. Humayer chuckled softly, observing the great elder's prized disciple and remarking, even the elders have to show him respect. The elder announced, Arena 4 will face Humayer. She stepped onto the arena stage, flashing a seductive smile. Junior brother, why are you standing there gawking? Come here quickly. Her opponent drooled eagerly and rushed onto the stage. Alright, I'm coming right over, senior sister. Don't be hasty. Kuei-lang snorted. Humph. She's using her charm arts to bewitch him again. Hu-mei swayed coquettishly. Junior brother, what kind of technique is this? Just where are you looking at me? Her opponent was practically salivating, preparing to approach with a lecherous grin. This is my unique martial skill, the chest. No, the heart-piercing claw. He yelled as he charged toward Hu-mei. Senior sister, you'd better be careful. Ha ha ha. Hu-mei giggled slyly and collapsed into his arms with a cry. Close to his face, she called out to him twice in a gentle, alluring voice. Junior brother. He was utterly enraptured and responded in kind, senior sister. Suddenly, his pupils dilated wide, and a dark purple aura emanated from his entire body. In a mere instant, all his vital essence was drained away, leaving behind only a desiccated husk. An announcement rang out, Arena 4, Hu-mei wins. Watching the brutal competition among the inner sect disciples, where fellow members slaughtered one another, Xiaoyue felt a surge of anger. He narrowed his eyes at that vixen Hu-mei and spoke up. Venerable Shi, Great Elder, regarding the other disciples, I will say nothing. But this woman, she used seductive charm to secure victory. Is she truly qualified to enter the elite ranks? When you participate in the Double Dragon Gathering, everyone there is a top expert of their respective sects, with profound minds and cultivation. How could they possibly fall prey to such charm arts so easily? Xiaoyue concluded, a disciple who cultivates charm arts entering the elite ranks. That is rather inappropriate, isn't it? Venerable Shi beside him chuckled and replied, your words are misguided, sect leader. Our sect has always judged solely by strength, only looking at victory or defeat. We do not concern ourselves with what school or path one follows. Venerable Shi looked at Xiaoyue with a provocative tilt of his head and said, now that Hu-mei has won and secured a spot in the top 5, she should naturally enter the elite ranks. To arbitrarily change this would, I fear, make it difficult to appease the masses. Venerable Shi added to Xiaoyue, of course. If there were a 6th person who could step forward and defeat this Hu-mei, that would also be acceptable. Xiaoyue did not reply to Venerable Shi, but inwardly he was cursing. Shuafan, where the hell are you right now? Outside the arena, 3 ethereal spirit souls hovered. One of them laughed coldly, his curses laced with a hint of sorrow. Humph, humph, humph. Did you see that? These bastards have truly gone too far. Have they no one else left under their command? They even shoved someone who cultivates charm arts into our elite disciples. If this gets to the Double Dragon Gathering and that little girl starts flaunting her wanton wiles, what use will it be? We will absolutely become the laughingstock of the 9 sects. The 2 beside him also nodded, sighing in lament. Sigh. Well said. Given the cultivation and mental fortitude of elite disciples, those who could fall prey to this young girl's charm arts are few and far between. Even if she enters our elite disciples and receives further training, it will be utterly useless. That spirit soul added angrily, those old fools are simply using their own disciples to devour the sect's cultivation resources. Who says otherwise? I feel that Guihu still has some value worth cultivating. Kuei-lang is also acceptable. Indeed, even when picking the best of a bad lot, there are still some who stand out. The 3 exchanged bitter smiles. In summary, at least this time we have gained something. It's not like before, when sometimes not a single one of our candidates would get selected. Back at the arena, an elder stepped forward and summoned the 5 individuals to the front. Guihu, Kuei-lang, Yueling, Lu Su, and Hu-mei stepped forward. Below the stage, countless gazes were fixed intently upon them, hearts filled with excitement. The 5 felt the same, for they knew that the sect leader was about to formally announce their induction into the elite ranks. The 5 of them advanced before Xiaoyue, cupping their fists and bowing. Greetings, sect leader. Xiaoyue glanced at them, sneering inwardly, but his face betrayed no emotion. He spoke solemnly. As sect leader, I solemnly declare, congratulations to all of you. From this day forth, you are elite disciples. But before he could finish his sentence, a voice rang out, cutting him off. Wait a moment. Xiaoyue's eyes widened. In the next instant, leaves exploded outward in all directions, swirling up onto the stage. Xiaoyue's expression remained calm as he waited, saying nothing further, for he knew the main player had arrived. As for Venerable Heir and the Great Elder, their complexions were far from good as they narrowed their eyes toward the swirling vortex. Meanwhile, Kuei-lang and Yueling, upon hearing this familiar voice, immediately turned their gazes toward it. Kuei-lang was delighted, but Yueling was hardly pleased. Her eyes were filled with unease and worry. Lu Su and Hu-mei's eyes flew wide open, a flicker of trepidation and fear in their hearts. Hearing the same familiar voice, only Guihu remained indifferent, merely casting a sidelong glance without even turning his head. The figures who appeared there were none other than Steward Zhua and Yue. Zhuafan spoke up lightly, my apologies, 5 of you. I'm afraid one among you is not fated for the elite ranks. Steward Zhua, broom in hand and looking incredibly cool, declared, because the challenger has arrived. Xiaoyue's face showed a trace of satisfaction upon seeing Steward Zhua. Only Venerable Shi cried out in agitation, who? But Steward Zhua completely ignored his words and turned in another direction, leaving the old man utterly embarrassed. Venerable Shi fumed inwardly. Who is this stinking brat? He's just asking for a beating. Only Xiaoyue remained silent. Cold and aloof until now, he finally cracked a wicked, feigned smile and questioned, "Who are you people? What business do you have here at our sect?" Yue replied with a cold expression, "Outer sect disciple Yue, pays respects to the sect leader." Venerable Shi scrutinized Yue. This person appears gentle and endearing, yet her gaze is utterly indifferent. An aura of chilling yin energy constantly radiates from her entire being. Even for an ethereal stage expert like myself, a single glance seems to stir a chill within my heart. A staff slammed heavily into the ground. Zhuofan shouted loudly, "This humble one is a disciple of the labor office. Zhuofan pays respects to the sect leader." Upon hearing this name, Venerable Shi and Elder Heir's pupils constricted and a flicker of unease arose in their hearts. Venerable Shi thought to himself, so this is the one the sect leader brought in from outside. The two exchanged a glance, sharing the same thought. What exactly makes him so special? Today, we shall see for ourselves. At this moment, Xiao Yuan narrowed his eyes at the demonic brat Shuofan and cursed inwardly. "This stinking brat, what are you trying to do, acting so tough in front of everyone? Showing off your might to me, the sect leader? You've truly gotten used to being a king or a tyrant out there. Even after being assigned to the labor office for so long, you still haven't curbed that wild nature." After hearing his introduction, the crowd collectively turned their scrutinizing, piercing gazes upon the two of them. Especially Yueling, who was stunned by Yuer's drastic transformation. She thought in bewilderment, is this still my younger sister Yuer from before? Why does being near her feel like stepping into an ice cellar? Just one look sends a chill through my entire body. What did Zhuofan do to her during these 3 months? Kue Lang, standing beside her, was also dumbfounded and asked, what exactly did this steward Zhua do to this girl? Even if Yuer had taken a heaven-connecting pill before, it would only have raised her cultivation by 1 level. For this girl to jump 3 levels in just 3 short months is truly unbelievable. Over on this side, Humeir's face darkened with a certain fear. What was she dreading? Venerable Heir immediately barked, "Insolence! A lowly menial laborer dares to come and watch the excitement of the sect grand exam, and even barges onto the arena stage to disrupt it? What is the meaning of this?" Venerable Heir then turned to Xiao Yue and reported, "Sect leader, this menial laborer has violated sect rules. How should he be dealt with? We await your instructions." Xiao Yue narrowed his eyes at Venerable Heir and snorted coldly. "Humph. Venerable Heir, asking me about such a trivial matter. You're clearly trying to stir up trouble, probing for information." Xiao Yue spoke. "Zhuofan, you are a menial laborer. What have you come here for? As long as you have a reasonable explanation, this sect leader is a magnanimous man and naturally will not quibble over it." On the side, Venerable Shi was taken aback by Xiao Yue's words. Zhuofan stroked his chin and replied, "Oh, indeed. This humble one is merely a menial disciple. My purpose here is..." Zhuofan snapped his fingers, a blue radiance shimmering as he chuckled faintly. "Got to clean. But it seems now is not the time. Ha ha ha." This left everyone flabbergasted, thinking to themselves, "Zhuofan, what kind of excuse is that supposed to be?" Venerable Shi shouted, "Nonsense. Today is the inner sect grand exam. How could a menial disciple possibly be allowed inside?" He bellowed, "You tell me, who instructed you to come and clean?" Zhuofan pretended to ponder, scratching his face. "Oh, well, naturally it was an order from above. They told me to come and clean on Dingmao Day." Xiao Yue, standing behind him, clapped his hands upon hearing this. "Oh, then you must have mistaken the day. Today is Yibing Day." Zhuofan chimed in along with him, exclaiming, "So today is Yibing Day. Then I must have remembered wrong." He grabbed his broom and hastily turned to leave. "Then I shall take my leave." A voice thundered, "Halt." Venerable Shi leaped down from above, his robes billowing. He said sternly, "This place is the demon scheming sect. How can we allow you to behave with such insolence?" Zhuofan also stopped in his tracks. Venerable Shi looked up at Xiao Yue, his demeanor respectful. "Sect leader, during the inner and outer sect grand exams, menial disciples are forbidden from entering. Now that this brat has violated the sect rules, how should he be dealt with? Please provide your instruction." He thought to himself, "Regardless of what tricks you have up your sleeve, I'll force you to trip over this snag first." Xiao Yue raised an eyebrow slightly as he looked at the old man. He then asked aloud, "Who is the elder responsible for security duty today?" A man standing behind Venerable Shi spoke up. Reporting to the sect leader, "It is this old man." Xiao Yue immediately leaped down and attacked this man. He slammed the man's entire body straight into the ground, causing his eyes to bulge and the earth to crack beneath him. A mere menial disciple who remembered the wrong time and came to clean. This can be considered an unintentional error. Venerable Shi stared at the scene before him, somewhat stunned. The man who had taken that attack coughed up blood from his mouth and died instantly on the spot. Xiao Yue continued, "However, the one who allowed this menial disciple to enter, is guilty of dereliction of duty. According to sect rules, he should be executed. In that case, among the elders and executive officers responsible for security today, how many could be exempt from punishment? His gaze swept coldly over Venerable Shi. He asked aloud, "Well, do you still wish to pursue this matter further?" The old man could only bow his head in resignation. The sect leader is benevolent and righteous. This matter was surely an unintentional oversight by everyone involved. I beg the sect leader to be magnanimous. He thought to himself, "Xiaoyue, you are truly ruthless, threatening us with the lives of our people." Xiaoyue smiled with satisfaction. Zhuofan, watching the drama from the side, also curled his lip in a faint smile. Then he put on a foolish expression again and laughed, saying, "Today, this junior has caused a disturbance. I beg all you great lords not to assign blame. If there is nothing further for me here, I shall take my leave." Xiaoyue watched the direction he departed and thought to himself, the dignified head steward Zhua, a true hero, appearing in the guise of a minor character. It truly is a bit of an indignity for him. Over on this side, Venerable Shi also watched him leave, thinking, so timid and cowardly. I held him in contempt. We actually thought he had some connection with the sect leader. It seems we were overthinking it. He glanced at Xiaoyue, a mere insignificant junior. How could the sect leader possibly take notice of him? Suddenly, the group of demons flinched and looked up at the sky. Something had shot past. It was Guehu. He soared up behind Zhuofan and shouted loudly, "It's not so easy to leave the arena stage." He roared, "I've long heard you are an expert. Let this old man have a bit of fun." He dove straight toward Zhuofan. Zhuofan merely glanced back at him indifferently, his hand gripping the broom tightly. He swung the broom once. A colossal crimson demon with razor-sharp fangs materialized behind him. Guehu froze in midair. A tremendous explosion erupted, the ground trembling and shattering into pieces. Everyone present was utterly stupefied. Even the great elder of the demon-scheming sect could only stare wide-eyed in astonishment. Venerable Shi was horrified, his jaw agape. This brat merely swept casually, yet he could generate such immense pressure. Is this even human strength anymore? What kind of divine being is this brat? He stared in terror at the sight of Guehu lying unconscious instantly within the crater. How could someone like this appear in the labor office, the lowest of places? Zhuofan's gaze remained icy cold as he looked indifferently at the defeated foe in his wake. Truly a monster, Venerable Shi assessed. The two founding ancestors of the demon-scheming sect, observing from high above, shouted loudly, "That brat. We absolutely must pull him into the elite ranks." One of them spoke up. "Speaking of which, what is this brat's background? Is he a disciple of our demon-scheming sect? To possess such prodigious talent, how could we?" The other person calmly replied, "I think he looks like someone from the labor office. It's normal that we don't recognize him." "What? A disciple from the labor office?" the first person exclaimed in shock. He continued, "Such a great talent, yet relegated to the labor office. Those bastards in the sect are truly good for nothing. They're clearly undermining our demonic scheme sect." The other person chuckled, "But, at last, a promising talent has arrived. No matter. Tomorrow we'll go find Xiaoyue and demand the man. We'll transfer that brat from the labor office into our elite disciples." Zhuofan flicked his sleeve and smiled lightly. With a single sweep, all the dirt, stones, and water stains were sent flying cleanly away. Xiaoyue laughed heartily. Truly an excellent menial laborer. He certainly knows how to clean up trash. Venerable Shi, standing behind, ground his teeth in fury and let out a blatant, mocking laugh. Zhuofan smiled, clasped his hands, and spoke. "Thank you for your praise, evil sect leader. Is there anything else that needs cleaning?" Lu Su and Humei heard this and froze in terror. Xiaoyue smiled brightly, "No need. You clean up very well, but today you've truly mistaken the day. You may leave." Zhuofan nodded with a smile and turned to leave. Behind him, a figure was trembling violently. It was Guehu, blood still dripping from his mouth. He stared at Zhuofan in terror, assessing, "A monster." Lu Su spoke up, "What a relief. The sect leader still respects Venerable Air and the others, so he didn't deal with us." Hu Meier, standing behind, was still paralyzed with fear. Kuei Lang and Yu Ling on this side laughed, "So even you two have moments of fear." Xiaoyue looked toward Yue. He spoke and asked, "Outer sect disciple Yue, for what matter have you come?" Yue clasped her hands and reporting to sect leader. "This disciple is dissatisfied with the results of this inner sect grand competition." She raised her eyes and continued, "I have come specifically to issue a challenge." This single statement sent Lu Su and Humei into another wave of panic. Venerable Shi scolded, "Insolence. The results of the inner sect grand competition are not for an outer sect disciple like you to arbitrarily interfere with." He thought to himself, Zhuofan is the sect leader's man. He brought this little girl here. Needless to say, this was arranged by the sect leader. They came prepared. I must avoid this battle. Xiaoyue then spoke up, "Venerable Qi, that is incorrect. Our demonic scheme sect has always upheld that the strong are supreme. Anyone within the sect should not fear a challenge." He continued, and besides, didn't you say yourself that if someone could defeat them, it would be acceptable? This rebuttal left Venerable Sher momentarily speechless. He had no choice but to say, little girl, you must think very carefully about whether to proceed with this challenge. Even if you are the sect leader's person, once the challenge begins, should you encounter danger, the sect leader will not intervene to save you. Yue merely stood there, staring coldly at him. He threatened, you must carefully consider your own path of retreat. Do not become cannon fodder for someone else. Yue's expression remained unchanged as she spoke. Thank you for the reminder, Venerable Sher. However, my mind is made up. You need not say more. Xia Yue laughed heartily with immense satisfaction. Good. The lesser challenging the greater. Such courage. Yue, whom do you wish to challenge? Yue pointed toward the group of elite disciples and spoke. Those elite disciples. They are hardly low-hanging fruit. She smiled. Senior Sister Mayor, if you don't mind, please relinquish your position as an elite disciple. Yue spoke provocatively. Lu Su turned back to look at Mayor. Mayor was stunned for a moment. Then she smiled. Very well, Yue. Normally, I truly don't pick on you and I'm usually gentle with you. She roared, but don't you dare take me for some pushover. Power erupted from her. Lu Su stood watching, smiling provocatively at Yue. Kuei Lang and Yu Ling were stunned. What? The fourth layer of the Radiant Soul Realm, who Mayor has actually broken through. She spoke again. Yue, you've brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me if I'm too harsh. Yue sneered lightly. She manifested a large vortex in her hand. Suddenly, a treasured sword appeared in her grasp. All the elders were stunned. Xia Yue thought to himself, an 8th grade demonic treasure. With that protecting her, bridging a gap of up to 5 cultivation layers. That is quite achievable. No wonder this little girl is so confident. She truly came prepared. That brat is certainly willing to invest, even giving an 8th grade demonic treasure to this girl. It seems I must find time to pay him a visit, he assessed. Mayor's eyes were now filled with terror. Her hands trembled, yet she remained defiant. As expected, a new weapon changes everything. With good equipment, no wonder you dare to be so arrogant. But a fine horse needs a fine saddle. That 8th grade demonic treasure in your hands may not necessarily unleash its true power. She strained her neck and shouted, I know exactly what you're worth. Do you really think relying on an 8th grade demonic blade will allow you to defeat me? Ridiculous. Yue smiled. Oh, is that so? She erupted with power, then let's test that. Mayor stepped back, horrified, her entire body trembling. Why you? What kind of power is this? On the arena, only the silhouettes of Yue and Humea remained. Everyone else watched from above. Xia Yue assessed inwardly, such pure fiend power. Yu Ling stood in the arena, observing Yue. Kuei Lang spoke up, that monster's Fan. He's truly turned Yue into a monster just like himself. Lu Su also stood below the arena, observing. He called out, Junior sister, be careful. Mayor, standing on the arena, replied. This girl is threatening my position step by step, even my life. She screamed in agitation, I absolutely cannot let her live. Her body erupted with a primordial spirit attack. Yu Ling shouted, why you are, be careful. Yue remained standing still, smiling. Who Mayor, did you think that a heavenly profound realm cultivator like me would dare to challenge a radiant soul realm expert like you? Her eyes widened, looking utterly terrifying. Without having made any preparations whatsoever to protect my primordial spirit she spoke. A massive divine soul appeared behind Mayor. She froze in shock. She stood rooted to the spot, blood spurting from her mouth. Venerable Sher shouted, what is the meaning of this? Yue collapsed onto the arena, her hands trembling as she struggled to prop herself up. Yue stuck out her tongue. Inside her mouth was a small blue pearl. Xia Yue spoke, that is a soul-stabilizing pearl. The Grand Elder of the Demonic Scheme sect roared, what? A soul-stabilizing pearl? Isn't that the treasured artifact of the mystical heaven sect? How? Yue held the blue pearl in her hand and spoke. This is no ordinary soul-stabilizing pearl. It is an azure flame pearl, possessing even greater power than a soul-stabilizing pearl. She smiled and explained, although the method for refining this pearl originated from the soul-stabilizing pearl, a powerful primordial spirit flame was added. Should anyone attack it with primordial spirit power, they will surely be counterattacked by it. Venerable Sher thought to himself, so that's it. It's an enhanced version of the soul-stabilizing pearl. What a waste of heaven's resources. If only this old man had it. Yue spoke, her voice trembling, you damned girl. She strained her neck and screamed, you rely on the powerful demonic treasures in your hands, without any real skill of your own. If you've got the guts, fight me fair and square. Yue replied, in the demonic path there is no such thing as an unfair victory. As long as you win, it is absolute. She continued, and besides, you, a radiant soul realm 4th layer expert, want me, a heavenly profound realm cultivator, to fight you barehanded without using my treasures? Aren't you ashamed? She laughed scornfully. Mayor trembled. You. She stared at her warily. Girl, since when did you learn to have such a sharp tongue? Yue fell silent for a moment, staring at her. She recalled Zhou Fan's words. When facing an enemy, use every means at your disposal. Using words to shake the opponent's mental state is also a path to victory. That cold, indifferent personality of yours needs to change, Zhou Fan had instructed. She spoke, Senior Sister Mayor, you have shown me kindness and also grace. Now, your primordial spirit is severely wounded, making it difficult for you to move further. She raised her blade. I shall strike one blow toward you. Whether you can withstand it or not, from this moment on, all grudges and favors between us are settled. Mayor froze. Yue channeled her power into the blade. Xiao Yue assessed, this move, though powerful, has a very obvious weakness. He observed the battle and continued his assessment. This girl's combat experience is still far too shallow. Mayor laughed lightly. Little girl, let your senior sister teach you one more principle. She leaped forward, lunging ahead. She flew toward Yue and shouted, and no matter how powerful that move of yours is, what use is it if it doesn't hit? She unleashed her technique, Phantom Shadow Clone, and charged forward. Yu Ling shouted, why you are, be careful. Quickly withdraw your blade and defend. Mayor appeared behind her, too late. She raised her claws toward Yue and screamed, not leaving even a trace of vital energy to defend. That is truly a fatal flaw. Now, just die for me. To challenge this old lady, you still need another 100 years. Yue turned back to look at her, smiling faintly. Mayor was momentarily stunned. Yue raised her blade to block. A golden light radiated from all around. The light grew increasingly blinding, and the figures of the two combatants gradually faded within it. The blinding light engulfed the entire arena. On the other side, Kuei Lang and Yu Ling raised their hands to shield their eyes. Lu Su, on his side, did the same. He stared blankly toward the arena. A golden dragon appeared before Yue, baring its fangs and glaring as it attacked Mayor. She cried out in terror, what is that? Yue still only smiled faintly. Xiao Yue spoke, another 8th grade defensive demonic treasure. No wonder this little girl dared to concentrate all her vital energy into that blade strike. Venerable Shi cursed under his breath, damn it. A mere outer sect disciple with such high-end equipment. Xiao Yue thought to himself, just how many good things does that brat Zhou Fan possess? I absolutely must go extort a haul from him. Yue spoke, Senior Sister Mayor, you have been deceived. At this moment, Yue raised her blade once more. This is an 8th grade defensive demonic treasure, the dragon locking armor. Should anyone get close enough to attack me, they will be locked in place by this armor, making further movement extremely difficult. Thus, you can no longer flee. Mayor cried out in shock, why you? You deliberately exposed a weakness to bait my sneak attack. Since when did you become so cunning? Yue replied. At that moment, she swung her blade horizontally across Mayor's body, causing her to freeze in terror. Mayor's eyes watched Yue's receding silhouette before slowly closing. She widened her eyes and died on the spot. Now, on the arena, only Yue stood still, while Mayor's body, cleaved in two, lay strewn across the floor. Lu Su stared at the scene before him in horror. Kuei Lang and Yu Ling were no less terrified. All the elders were also stunned, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Xiao Yue smiled, a inner sect disciple, yet successfully challenged and killed in a single decisive blow by an outer sect disciple. How could such a person be worthy of entering the elite disciples? It seems the quality of this batch of inner sect disciples is truly lacking. Venerable Shi ground his teeth in resentment. He clasped his hands and reporting to the sect leader who Mayor is dead because her skills were inferior. This should not implicate the other disciples. As for the remaining position, another disciple can simply take her place. Xiao Yue roared furiously, you wretch. Selecting elite disciples to participate in the Double Dragon Gathering cannot be done so sloppily. Can we just casually swap in another disciple? Xiao Yue declared, if the quality of this batch of disciples is flawed, then the results of this inner sect grand competition are hereby nullified. The competition shall be held again in 3 months' time. Venerable Shi froze, unwilling to accept this. Sect leader, this. Xiao Yue's face was cold. What I want are elites, not worthless trash who get cleaved in two by a single blade. Venerable Shi could only swallow his resentment. Yes, sir. He thought to himself, this man has begun to act. By using a duel between disciples, he is challenging the interests of our upper echelon. Although the death of one who Mayor is insignificant, if this inner sect grand competition is delayed by another 3 months, who knows what other unforeseen events may occur. As long as Xiao Yue is given enough time to scheme, we will no longer be safe, he mused inwardly. Elder Heir arrived upon hearing the news and screamed, "Mymer." Venerable Shi seemed to have a sudden thought and smiled faintly. He shouted loudly, outer sect disciple Yue, since you have defeated the inner sect disciple who Mayor, you should now enter the inner sect. He stood high above and roared, now, which elder or venerable do you wish to become a disciple of? Speak. And furthermore, whichever elder or venerable is willing to accept her may also step forward voluntarily. All the elders and venerables rushed down to the arena. I came as soon as I heard. This child is mine to take. Elder Yang, don't make decisions on your own. I am also very fond of this girl. It is better that I personally guide her. You two stop fighting. This little girl must enter under my tutelage. Xia Wuyue perceived Venerable Shi's cunning and smiled faintly, thinking, Venerable Shi believes this little girl is a chess piece I have cultivated for many years. Now he wants to smoothly absorb her into the inner sect and keep her under his own watch. It would be like neutralizing one of my pieces. He thought further, but unfortunately, this piece was trained on a whim by that Zhuo Fan's methods are truly as miraculous as the work of ghosts and gods, he mused as he turned to leave. Venerable Shi glanced over and wondered, what is the meaning of this? Does he no longer need this piece? Is there another plot? He hastily spoke up. Sect leader, the various venerables and I are sincere in wanting to accept this disciple. However, there is only one such disciple, making her difficult to divide. He continued, but in this old man's opinion, Yue has just killed Humeyer, whose master, elder heir, has now lost a disciple for the first time. His heart is surely aching unbearably. Why not bestow this disciple Yue upon elder heir as compensation? The elders and venerables below looked up. Well played, Venerable Shi. So in the end, you want to swallow those 3 demonic treasures whole. It is still you. Elder heir is in league with him. Once they acquire this girl, the treasures plus an elite disciple all will belong to them. Yu Ling ground her teeth and thought, this is bad. It was precisely because that lecherous fiend set his eyes on me back then that I was branded with this poisonous scorpion on my face. Could it be that Yue will share the same wretched fate as me? Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind her. Venerable Shi, what you say is incorrect. It was Venerable Bai. Yu Ling spoke, Master. Venerable Bai continued, in the inner sect grand competition, life and death carry no grudges. Once one steps onto this arena, one has already disregarded life and death. As elders and venerables, we have long been mentally prepared for the life and death of our disciples. How could a situation arise where we are heartbroken over a disciple's death? On the contrary, under my tutelage, I have a disciple named Yu Ling who is this young girl's elder sister. If the two sisters can be together and compete against one another, they will truly progress by leaps and bounds and render great merit at the Double Dragon Gathering, he continued. Elder heir shouted down from above, Venerable Bai, are you saying you wish to contend with this old man for this disciple? Venerable Bai did not even look at him and continued, this old man is merely thinking of the sect's best interests and speaking the truth. And furthermore, even if I wanted to contend with you, could you possibly contend with me? Elder heir ground his teeth in fury. You. Venerable Shi had to step forward to defend him. Venerable Bai, what is the meaning of this? Using your status as a venerable to suppress an elder? A laugh rang out. Is that not allowed? Venerable Shi froze upon hearing this. It was the voice of Venerable Qi. Kuei Lang, seeing his master, immediately bowed. Master. Venerable Qi wrinkled his nose as if watching a comedy and continued, Venerable Shi, isn't that exactly what you usually do yourself? Venerable Shi immediately spoke up, Venerable Qi, you also want a piece of this? Venerable Qi snapped his fingers, such a talent, this old man naturally will not concede. Of course I had to come. Venerable Shi ground his teeth in fury. Xia Wuyue laughed inwardly. This Venerable Bai and Venerable Qi are ranked 3rd and 4th respectively among the venerables. If the two of them join forces, that they could likely hold their own against Venerable Shi. Finally, there are people who can keep those lawless fellows in check. He spoke up, when one encounters a 1,000-mile steed, everyone wishes to claim it. However, if you wish to claim her, shouldn't you at least ask the steed's opinion? If discord arises between master and disciple later, wasting such a talent would be a loss for the sect, he continued. Then he looked at Yue and spoke, the inner sect differs from the outer sect. A disciple's cultivation is guided by a master. Whose tutelage do you wish to enter? You may speak now. Yue listened intently to the sect leader's words. Then she lowered her head and said nothing more. Yu Ling called out to her, Yue. Suddenly, a voice whispered into her ear, little girl, if you don't want to die, return to the labor office. She thought, yes. Who? The voice continued to echo, after these 3 months, you should understand. The strong do not ask about one's origins. She lowered her eyes and looked down at her own 2 hands. She clenched them tightly. Yue clasped her hands, looked up at Xia Wuyue, and spoke, reporting to the sect leader. Yue has made her decision. Please send me back to the labor office. What? All the elders and venerables exclaimed. The elders standing below the arena were also stunned. She, what did she just say? I must have misheard. She actually requested to go to the labor office. Xia Wuyue looked at her and said seriously, Yue, have you thought this through carefully? Once you enter the labor office, it is as deep as the sea. From then on, your future will have no path forward. He continued, it is a place of absolute despair. Once you enter, you cannot leave again. Yue's gaze remained cold. Sect leader, Yue has made her decision. I shall go to the labor office and will absolutely not regret it. Xia Wuyue's face turned solemn. Very well. He waved his hand and declared, this is your own decision. This sect leader has never forced anyone. Starting today, you are a disciple of the labor office. Go. Venerable Shi disagreed and spoke up, sect leader, this is not right. After all, she is a talent. Xia Wuyue glanced at him. She wants to go to the labor office and is unwilling to contribute to the sect. What would you have me do? Beg her? Xia Wuyue roared, if her heart is not with us, keeping her is useless. In short, all of you remember this. From this day forward, this girl is a menial laborer. You need not harbor any further designs. If you truly have so much excess energy with nowhere to spend it, focus on the inner sect competition 3 months from now. He declared, this is an opportunity for your disciples and also an opportunity for you. Do not bring further shame upon yourselves. With that, Xia Wuyue smiled faintly. Venerable Shi could only watch the departing silhouette of the sect leader. He thought to himself, the sect leader so decisively cast that girl into the labor office. Is she a discarded pawn, or is there some other meaning behind it? The Grand Elder also looked in Venerable Shi's direction. Then he looked down and called out, Guei Hu, follow me. Guei Hu acknowledged the order and shot away. Venerable Shi also called for his disciple, Lu Su, follow me. Lu Su acknowledged the order and also flew off. Yu Ling spoke with regret, you foolish girl. Why go to that wretched place? I had such difficulty getting out of there. Yue smiled, it's fine. I feel that being there might actually make me stronger. Isn't that what you've always wanted for me? Look at me now. Didn't I just kill Humayer and avenge us? Yu Ling thought to herself, indeed. Perhaps following that person makes one far stronger than being an elite disciple. In the village, a voice rang out, Elder Yuan. Chua Fan opened the door. I'm back. Elder Yuan, who was pouring a cup of water, saw him and beamed. Oh my, Butler Zhua, how did you find the leisure to return from the rear mountain cemetery? Zhua Fan propped his broom in a corner and replied, those two only punished me for 1 month. It's been 3 months now. Shouldn't I have returned? Elder Yuan laughed and said, those two have long regarded you as a deity to be worshipped. How could they possibly restrain you? He poured another cup of hot water and continued, although this old man's cultivation is low, having lived to this age, I still have discerning eyes. You are stronger than those two. Now that they have returned to the inner sect, he handed the cup of water to Zhua Fan and said with a smile, then naturally, you are the boss of the labor office. Zhua Fan accepted the cup and laughed, no, I'm used to standing on the sidelines. Elder Yuan, you are the manager. From now on, the affairs of the labor office, that should still be handled by you. But if you ever feel overwhelmed, I can support you from behind. He laughed heartily. Elder Yuan smiled brightly, then I shall trouble Butler Zhua from now on. This old man can finally go from being a daughter-in-law to being the mother-in-law and taste the authority of being the boss. They both laughed cheerfully. Zhua Fan thought to himself, although I haven't known Elder Yuan for long, it feels like we're old friends who have known each other for years. Trustworthy, reliable, and worthy of respect. Elder Yuan saw Zhua Fan staring at him and scratched his head sheepishly, laughing. What's with that expression on your face? Zhua Fan continued his train of thought, speaking with Elder Yuan. I truly feel I have gained something. And moreover, a harvest unlike anything I've ever had before. This feeling is something I've never experienced in the past. Elder Yuan spoke up to inquire. Butler Zhua, I heard you taught that Yue for 3 months so she could deal with Humayer. Is that right? Zhua Fan laughed and replied, that's correct. And barring any unforeseen events, they are fighting right now. Elder Yuan was somewhat surprised. If they are currently in battle, how can you be so leisurely here? Shouldn't you be by her side looking after her? Zhua Fan laughed even more brightly. No need. Her victory is already assured. He said, this time, I invested heavily in that girl. With a snap of his fingers, a blue flame appeared. Elder Yuan was stunned. This is. He explained, I am a master alchemist. This flame can protect the primordial spirit and also wound the enemy's primordial spirit. I used it to refine an enhanced version of a soul-stabilizing pearl, an azure flame pearl. Elder Yuan questioned in return, a soul-stabilizing pearl, a 9th grade spirit armament, you can even refine that? Zhua Fan smiled brightly. Not only that, I also refined an 8th grade protective demonic treasure for her, the dragon-locking armor, and an 8th grade offensive demonic treasure, the Een Moon Blade. Elder Yuan listened and showered him with unending praise. A 9th grade artificer, a master alchemist. Butler Zhua, you are truly a man of all talents. Yet he still had a question. Butler Zhua, if you wanted to deal with that Humayer in the inner sect grand competition, wouldn't it have been more than enough to do it yourself? Why borrow the hand of a little girl? Zhua Fan listened seriously to Elder Yuan's question. He laughed lightly. Elder Yuan, you have been in the sect for a long time. You must understand the layout of power within this sect better than I do. Zhua Fan still held the cup of hot water tightly in his hand and continued. That Humayer is nothing more than a minor character. Killing her has little impact. I could have easily crushed her before, but I let her go precisely for the opportunity today. His gaze turned serious as he looked at Elder Yuan and continued. A inner sect disciple defeated by an outer sect disciple. This can be considered a shocking event. It will also cause immense shock throughout the entire sect, especially for those old men behind her. They will surely lose considerable face. But this is only the beginning, he said, closing his eyes. As the saying goes, it can happen once, but not repeatedly. The lesser overcoming the greater once is a success, a miracle. Twice, and people will start to grow suspicious. If this kind of thing happens 3 or 4 times, he continued. Then what exactly is the inner sect? Nothing but a laughingstock. This concluding statement left Elder Yuan stunned for a few seconds. Elder Yuan stammered and asked, "Why you? You want to overturn the authority of the inner sect?" Chua Fan replied, "Exactly. The reason the inner sect remains stagnant and corrupt is all because of the elite disciples selected by the inner sect. And the Grand Elders also hold the power to distribute cultivation resources. But if the inner sect disciples are no longer the elite source, what reason do they have to continue dividing those benefits? Now do you understand why I didn't personally step forward?" Elder Yuan suddenly seemed to awaken. Chua Fan continued, "If those people were to seize the opportunity to have an elder or executive take her in and absorb her into the inner sect, it would no longer have any effect whatsoever. And that is not what Xie Wuyue wants to see." Elder Yuan, hearing the sect leader's name, was so frightened he shushed Chua Fan, signaling him to be quiet. Elder Yuan reminded him, "Butler Shua, don't speak recklessly. How can you casually call the sect leader by name? You must address him respectfully as sect leader." Chua Fan replied, "What's the big deal? There are no outsiders here. Besides, Xie Wuyue wants to use me. He won't do anything to me over such a trivial matter." The old man propped his chin on his hand and analyzed. "According to what you're saying, if you train a few more people in the future, then even more will follow suit. Very soon, the path to becoming an elite disciple will no longer be through the inner sect. But will lie in your hands, Butler Shua. If that happens, it would mean the inner sect is completely stripped of its authority. What a brilliant strategy of pulling the rug out from under them," he assessed. However, he was still worried. "But, although your plan is brilliant, Butler Shua, have you ever considered the fate of those disciples you incite to challenge the inner sect?" Chua Fan merely smiled gently and replied, "What fate could they have? One battle to make a name for themselves, enter the inner sect, become elite disciples, turn into a fragrant morsel in everyone's eyes, and from then on step onto the peak of their lives." Elder Yuan pondered. "Is that truly the case? Do you really believe that?" Chua Fan fell silent for a moment. He sighed, scratched his head, and spoke. "People often say old age turns one into a spirit. That refers to people like you, Elder Yuan." He continued, "Indeed, starting with Yuer, the disciples I am about to send into the inner sect truly have no good endings awaiting them." Elder Yuan listened and assessed. "It seems Butler Zhu's heart is like a clear mirror. He has long since perceived everything. Then these children can be considered indirectly ruined by your hand." Chua Fan looked out the window. "It cannot be helped. To achieve great things, one cannot be bound by trivial details. As the saying goes, sacrifice the chariot to save the marshal, sacrifice the pawn to save the chariot. Pawns are fundamentally meant to be sacrificed." The bright moonlight outside streamed in through the window. He continued, "This time, I sent the pawn across the river to throw a stone and test the path. It was always intended as a probe. I never considered retrieving it. Does a mere pawn have a path of retreat? As for how well these pawns can survive within the inner sect, that will depend on their own fortunes." He glanced back at Elder Yuan and continued, "In any case, I've set the stage. Next, we wait for Xie Wuyue to make his move. If he coordinates with this momentum to reclaim the inner sect's grand authority, then everything will be accomplished." Elder Yuan sighed upon hearing the words, pawns. He spoke, "These disciples, no matter what, were taught by your own hand." He looked toward Chua Fan. "Even if you regard them as tools meant for a single use, it is still somewhat of a pity. Butler Zhua, have you ever considered summoning them back to your side?" Chua Fan's gaze turned cold and lowered. "Absolutely not." The old man questioned, "Why not? Even if you summoned them back to the labor office, they could become your right and left arms in the future. When the time comes for them to become elders and executives of the sect, they would be your power base, which would be beneficial for your future grand endeavors." Chua Fan immediately cut him off. "Not necessary," he calmly explained for the old man to understand. "Elder Yuan, both of us are individuals who have experienced much and can see far. They are still too young, nothing more than a bunch with limited vision. It's fine to simply make use of them a bit. Otherwise, if I force them to return here after their successful challenges, they would surely gnash their teeth and resent me in their hearts. Why bother?" He continued. Elder Yuan closed his eyes in thought. So he never considered this place a long-term residence. No wonder he doesn't care about the sect's internal affairs. He opened his eyes and assessed. Such a great talent, lacking any sense of belonging to the sect, will certainly not devote himself wholeheartedly. This is a loss for the sect. From outside, a loud call rang out. "Butler Zhua, are you here?" Chua Fan said to Elder Yuan. "You see, Kuei Lang has already arrived this quickly. Yuer's battle in the inner sect has truly become a living billboard." He smiled. "I guarantee he brought his son with him." Elder Yuan questioned in return. "You mean, Butler Zhua?" He only saw Chua Fan laugh lightly, full of disdain. The door gently opened. Elder Yuan and Chua Fan stepped outside, only to see before them a group of inner sect disciples. Kue Gang and Yue both hastily knelt down, their heads touching the ground, and shouted loudly, "Please, Master, accept us as your disciples." Elder Yuan stood behind, smiling, while Zhuo Fan was stunned for a moment. He furrowed his brows and asked, "What game are you playing?" Both of them shouted in unison, "Please, Master, accept us as your disciples." Elder Yuan laughed heartily. "Congratulations, Butler Zhuo, on opening your doors to disciples." Meanwhile, Zhuo Fan had become furious. He turned around in exasperation and roared, "Congratulations, my foot. I'm still a disciple of the sect myself. What disciples could I possibly accept? If you want a master, go find those elders and venerables." He pointed directly at Yuer's face. "Especially you," he screamed loudly. "Don't tell me you didn't win. If you won, then logically you should have taken Humayer's place. Even if not an elite disciple, you'd still be an inner sect disciple. What are you doing running back to the labor office?" Yuer replied resolutely, "To become your disciple." This statement made him flinch. He was infuriated yet again. "Become my disciple, my foot. A bunch of old men in the inner sect are waiting for you to bow to them. A bright future is reaching out for you, and you run back to this wretched place to bow to me?" Yuer spoke stubbornly. "I feel that under your tutelage, I will become stronger than under theirs." He immediately gritted his teeth, suppressing his rage. "Stronger, my foot. Right now I'm just a menial laborer. If you become my disciple, you'll be even lower than a menial laborer. What strength is there in that?" Yu Ling immediately shouted. "Butler Zhuo. As the saying goes, a mountain's fame lies not in its height but in the immortals who dwell there. Water's power lies not in its depth but in the dragons within. In the entire demonic scheme sect, I have never seen anyone who could, in a mere 3 months, train a disciple to be so outstanding. I believe that our Yuer, under your tutelage, will certainly be able to reach the true peak. Please do not sell yourself short any longer." Yu Ling praised him effusively. Kue Lang also clapped his son on the shoulder and laughed heartily. "That's right, I'm entrusting my stinking brat to you as well. I hope he can quickly catch up to the strength of his senior sister." He laughed loudly. Zhuo Fan was truly driven to the brink of madness. He spoke up. "Let me tell you all something. This labor office has nothing. No matter how well I train them, there are no spirit stones or pills for their cultivation." He asked Kue Lang and Yu Ling, "How fast do you think their progress will be?" Yu Ling was stunned into silence on the spot. Elder Yuan laughed heartily. "You needn't worry about that. Butler Zhuo is truly a man of wealth. Just look at Yuer's equipment. In the entire sect, which venerable or elder could bear to part with such things?" Zhuo Fan's face darkened. "Elder Yuan, must you undermine me at this crucial moment?" The old man laughed. "This old man is not undermining you. I am building a stage for you, Butler Zhuo." He continued. "Disciples you have personally trained, willingly returning to your side. This stage of yours is very easy to expand. Why waste it? As for your status as a disciple within the sect, one who has attained can be a master. You needn't be so hung up on it." Zhuo Fan declared firmly. "I absolutely will not take disciples. Not now, not ever." He whirled around. "Elder Yuan, say no more." He opened the door, intending to go inside. "And another thing, Kue Gang." He spoke to Kue Lang's son. "If you want to follow in Yuer's footsteps and storm the inner sect, I can also train you for 3 months. But after that, we have no further connection." He slammed the door shut and roared. "If you're unwilling to accept that right now, then scram this instant." Yu Ling, unwilling to give up, shouted. "Butler Zhuo, Yuer has already forfeited her inner sect qualification and willingly returned to this labor office. If you won't take her, then she is truly ruined." His voice rang out from within. "Ruined is ruined. She brought it upon herself. What does it have to do with me?" Everyone was left speechless. Elder Yuan turned to encourage them. "You all wait here. This old man will go in and try to persuade him. I will certainly settle this matter." He entered the room and called out. "This is not merely about your personal honor or disgrace. It also concerns the grand strategy of the sect." Kue Lang questioned. "How does becoming a disciple of the esteemed expert Zhuo Fan relate to the grand strategy of the sect?" Elder Yuan stepped inside and closed the door. He asked Zhuo Fan, "Butler Zhuo, do you have something weighing on your mind?" Zhuo Fan replied indifferently, "No." The old man asked again, "Then it must be a knot in your heart." Zhuo Fan denied it again. "Even less so," Elder Yuan declared. "As expected, there is a knot in your heart." Zhuo Fan still insisted. "I told you, there isn't." Elder Yuan asked again, "Then why do you react with such aversion, rejection, disgust, and even hatred toward the matter of accepting disciples?" Zhuo Fan answered, "I am used to being alone. I do not wish for any attachments." The old man laughed and said, "This old man has lived for many years, encountered no small number of people, and experienced no small number of things. You cannot deceive me." He continued, "If you merely wished for a solitary and peaceful existence, your attitude toward this matter should be one of indifference or nonchalance, not resentment. There is definitely something in your heart. He consoled him. Speak of it. Let's hear it. Perhaps this old man can help share your burden. Chua Fan looked at him seriously. He closed his eyes in contemplation. Then he spoke again. Elder Yuan, have you ever been betrayed by a disciple? Elder Yuan scratched his head and laughed. Butler Chua, don't jest. This old man is merely an old menial laborer. Who would become my disciple? He asked. What, were you betrayed by a disciple before? Chua Fan said. Back then, I treated him like a father treats a son. Elder Yuan was stunned. Butler Chua, how old are you? And you already had a relationship like father and son? Chua Fan continued. I like taking sons. Mind your own business. Elder Yuan could say no more. Fine. Continue. Chua Fan continued his account. Back then, I treated him as close as father and son. Yet, in order to snatch an item from me, he colluded with outsiders. He took advantage of when I was fighting an enemy and heavily wounded me. From that moment on, I swore I would absolutely never accept another disciple. Elder Yuan pondered. So that's how it is. If you take revenge, perhaps this knot in your heart will be untied. Otherwise, this knot will only tighten further, eventually becoming an unbreakable knot, impossible to untie. Having thought this, he asked further. So what happened to him? Did you kill him? Did you get your revenge? Chua Fan replied. He is too far away. I cannot reach him for the time being. His eyes turned furious. But one day, I will find him and settle this debt of betraying his master and ancestors. Elder Yuan said. If that is the case, then you should accept those two youngsters as disciples even more. Chua Fan's eyes narrowed with displeasure. His eyes blazed with fire. Elder Yuan, what is the meaning of this? Are you rubbing salt into my wound? You know perfectly well that I am allergic to disciples, yet you still bring up my painful past. Elder Yuan hastily denied it. No, you misunderstand. He explained. The reason I say that the one who tied the bell must untie it is because this is a knot in your heart. A knot created by a disciple naturally needs a disciple to untie it. If, once bitten by a snake, you fear ropes for 10 years and refuse to accept disciples, then this knot in your heart will forever remain within you, unable to be untied. He continued. At a critical moment, it may transform into an inner demon and harm you. We demonic cultivators have always defied the heavens. No matter what path lies ahead, we must overcome it. This is an experience, a tribulation to be overcome. Only then can we achieve the true fruit. He spoke to Chua Fan. If you cannot overcome this knot in your heart and only think of avoiding it, then no matter how strong your innate talent or how high your cultivation, you will find it difficult to reach the true peak. He pointed directly at Chua Fan. He affirmed. Because your heart of a powerhouse is not yet complete. His words struck Chua Fan's heart like a drop of water freezing solid. Chua Fan was stunned, as if frozen in place, and then as if he had realized something. Elder Yuan still smiled brightly. Chua Fan spoke. Elder Yuan, if not for your lacking cultivation, would certainly bow to you as my master. Elder Yuan smiled brightly. If I truly had a disciple like you, this old man would consider this life not lived in vain. His loud laughter echoed throughout the place. At the demonic scheme sect, a voice called out. Xia Wuyue, are you there? Xia Wuyue spoke. Fiend Yang, what business do you have coming uninvited to my sect leader's grand hall? The man saw Xia Wuyue lying on a daybed and laughed brightly. Of course I have matters to discuss with you. Xia Wuyue sat up straight and said. Now that the three fiends of the netherworld have all arrived, it seems there truly is important business. The three men entered. The one called Fiend Yang spoke up. Xia Wuyue, what is the meaning of this? Does it mean that if I, Fiend Yang, came alone, it would not be important business? Xia Wuyue raised an eyebrow. Watch your choice of words. Address me as sect leader. Fiend Yang immediately retorted. What are you pretending for? Back then, the four of us were the four fiends of hell, roaming the double dragon gathering, together. Aren't you just Fiend Sha to me? We brothers know each other inside and out. What's with the arrogance? Xia Wuyue roared. Guards, throw these three wretches out. The elders and venerables appeared. Yes, sect leader. But the elders suddenly froze in place. The three men before him stared at him, exuding a terrifying sense of danger. The elder and venerable stammered. These, the three venerable lords. Fiend Gue spoke up. You may withdraw. We four brothers are merely jesting. It's nothing. Everyone fearfully obeyed. Yes, Lord Fiend Gue. Fiend Gue continued. Xia Wuyue, we wish to inquire about a person. Fiend Gue smiled brightly. It's that menial labor disciple who suddenly appeared during the sect's grand competition. Just who exactly is he? Xia Wuyue fumed. Address me as sect leader. He explained. That brat is a disciple I just recruited from the outer sect. His name is Chua Fan. He's a prodigious talent. Fiend Yang cut him off. Obviously, we already know he's formidable. Otherwise, we wouldn't be inquiring about him. He continued. The key is, why did you place him in the labor office? Judging by his demeanor, he doesn't seem like someone who was rejected. Could it be he committed some offense? Xia Wuyue replied. What offense could he have committed? He was sent there the moment he arrived. Fiend Yang looked as if he couldn't believe his ears, so shocked his mouth gaped wide. What? You unlucky sect leader. This is truly a waste of heaven's treasures. If that brat could participate in the double dragon gathering, then we wouldn't have to lose face in front of the other sects. Fiend Gui spoke again. Xia Wuyue, among the four of us, your mind is the sharpest. That is why you sit in the position of sect leader. Surely you wouldn't do something as foolish as casting a pearl into the sea, would you? Xia Wuyue cut him off. Nonsense. I spent great effort to recruit this man. I even owe him a favor. I had no choice. Someone objected. Fiend Yang fumed. Who did this? Tell me. I'll risk my life against him. Xia Wuyue replied. The High Venerable. All three of them were stunned. Fiend Yang blurted out. The High Venerable. How can that be? Fiend Gui also spoke. Indeed, the High Venerable values talent above all else. Why would he reject such a talent? Xia Wuyue stood up and continued. Enough. You needn't speculate wildly. The High Venerable must have his reasons for doing this. He continued. A few days ago, he sent word to me, saying that brat shall remain in the labor office, never to leave again, much less become an elite disciple. Abandon such thoughts. The three of them exclaimed in shock. What? Fiend Gui still wasn't fully convinced. What grudge or grievance does the High Venerable have against this brat that he must ensure he rots in there? Xia Wuyue replied. No grudge, no grievance. And from the message he sent, it seems the High Venerable is rather fond of him. He continued. But the final line of the message was, the strong are strong wherever they are. He does not need to become an elite disciple. Xia Wuyue's voice was light. And besides, the three of you are not yet qualified to guide him. Fiend Yang was dissatisfied. What do you mean? We are ethereal stage experts. We can't even guide a mere heavenly profound realm brat. Fiend Gui questioned. Wait, if this man truly possesses such great talent, and even we are unqualified to guide him, then the only one who can guide him is. He said loudly. The High Venerable. Xia Wuyue's expression remained unchanged. Returning to the mountains and waters, Gui who appeared before the Grand Elder of the Demonic Scheme Sect. His body was covered in scratches. The Grand Elder of the Demonic Scheme Sect was about to speak. He spoke up. Forget it. It's only been 3 days. To expect you to gather your mental state so quickly is asking too much of you. Gui who opened his mouth. The Grand Elder of the Demonic Scheme Sect inquired. Well, is your heart more at peace now? Gui who shook his head. The old man nodded. As expected, you still cannot reach that level. Take your time. Gui who said, Master, your disciple does not understand. Why have you only had me sit in meditation to calm my mind these past few days and not allowed me to cultivate martial techniques? Within the inner sect, your disciple rarely encounters a worthy opponent. He recalled Zhuo Fan's appearance. But in the outer sect, the Grand Elder instructed, Gui who, the gap between you and that man is vast. He is not an existence you can deal with. At least in terms of mental state, the distance between you two is like heaven and earth. There is no comparison. Gui who's eyes widened. Mental state. The Grand Elder nodded. Indeed, mental state. Gui who, your innate talent is not bad. Your netherworld perception art is even cultivated to the peak. Within the inner sect, no one can match you. But these past few days, as your master probed your mental state, I discovered that your foundation is very poor. Previously, I didn't pay it much mind. However, after you exchanged a single move with that brat on the arena that day, I realized the gap between you two is heaven and earth. If we were to use cultivation realms as an analogy, his mental state already lies at the ethereal stage while you are still wandering at the foundation establishment realm. There is truly no comparison. Gui who was bewildered. What? I'm that far behind? The Grand Elder of the Demonic Scheme Sect narrowed his eyes. Gui who, what do you think a true expert should be like? Gui who flinched. He quickly replied, looking down upon the world from above. Invincible under heaven. The Grand Elder immediately scolded. Shallow. He lectured. One who is well-read radiates an aura of refinement. So it is with true experts. As a cultivator approaches the peak, they enter an implicit harmony with heaven and earth. Becoming one with them, the aura of their entire being is contained within, not outwardly expressed. This is the supreme mental state, equal to heaven and earth. He turned around, sweeping his hand. But do not think that such a state makes one a pushover. The Grand Elder of the Demonic Scheme Sect had long seen through it. When they do not act, it is nothing. But once they do, it is earth-shattering. They appear to lack strength, yet in truth they conceal their true power within, in harmony with heaven and earth. A single thought stirs, and all things retreat. This is a true expert. He turned his head and sighed. Before you made a move against that brat, did you know the extent of his strength? Gui who pondered, then lowered his face and replied, No, I did not. The Grand Elder said, Then that is correct. He contained his entire edge, which is the hallmark of a supreme mental state. You, on the other hand, were still brimming with killing intent, unable to fully control your own power. he continued. This single point alone makes the gap between you two abundantly clear. The Grand Elder of the demonic scheme sect pointed to his heart. The reason it is called mental state is because it encompasses all insights into cultivation and the great Tao. The heart is the source of all energy, vital force, spiritual energy, and the primordial spirit all move according to the heart. He continued, though cultivation levels may be the same, differing mental states result in a disparity of strength as vast as heaven and earth. There are even legends that speak of a state where a single thought can move mountains and overturn the earth. At that level, any vital force or primordial spirit becomes irrelevant. The heart is everything. Gue Hu asked, Master, does this mean that the elders and venerables of our sect are all individuals with extremely high mental states? The Grand Elder replied, demonic cultivators are inherently impatient for quick results and driven by profit. How many among them can truly quiet their hearts to refine their demonic arts and internalize their cultivation? His gaze hardened. Do you still remember the last time Venerable Shur went to ambush that brat only to be discovered by the High Venerable and return gravely wounded? Suddenly, he laughed heartily. Both are at the ethereal stage. The High Venerable quiets his heart to comprehend the Tao and possesses the supreme mental state. The Grand Elder reminisced. You should know, it is rumored that the High Venerable spent over 100 years cultivating to the radiant soul realm back then. His innate talent cannot be considered outstanding. Yet now, he is unmatched, precisely because he comprehends the great Tao. Gue Hu was surprised and asked, then, Master, what level is that brat's mental state at? How does it compare to yours? The Grand Elder said bluntly, far higher. He said, that man is an extraordinary talent. Not only is his strength profound, but his mental state is also exceptionally high. Observing the calmness with which he acted that day gave me the same feeling as facing the High Venerable. The Grand Elder looked at Gue Hu. Gue Hu, this brat is no ordinary person. He is definitely an expert, the sect leader invited from outside the sect. None of you disciples are a match for him. Therefore, do not casually provoke him. If you encounter him, show him 3 parts of courtesy. I fear the sect leader recruited him into the sect to target us elders and venerables. He sighed once more. The sect leader has finally made his move. Gue Hu ground his teeth. Chua Fan, clearly just a heavenly profound realm cultivator, yet his opponents are experts like the elders and venerables. He fumed. No wonder I wasn't even in his eyes back then. So he never regarded me as anything from the very beginning. Within the forest, Chua Fan stood still, quietly observing the scenery. The defeated group lay motionless where they were. Kue Gang was tidying them up. Once finished, he turned back to look at Chua Fan. He clasped his hands and reported with utmost respect. Reporting to Butler Zhua, everything has been prepared. Good. All of you, stand back, Chua Fan commanded. Blood surges, overturning heaven and earth. Blade mountains and fiery seas enter the cosmos. Chua Fan activated the spell. Open, he roared. Instantly, a magical gate swung open. Kue Gang asked fearfully, Master, must I truly enter? Chua Fan scolded him sharply. Nonsense. Your father and Yu Ling brought all the unused corpses from last time. I specifically set up this rank 7 spirit formation for you, the Blood Fiend formation. If you don't enter, won't you be letting us all down? Kue Gang was still not completely over his fear. He wrapped his arms around himself for comfort. Master, is it dangerous inside? At this point, Chua Fan lost all patience. He screamed, are you blind? Nonsense. If there's no danger whatsoever, can it even be called cultivation? How do you think you advanced 3 realms in 3 months? He continued to lecture Kue Gang further. That Yin Wind formation of hers was also rank 7. She jumped in without a second word. Don't tell me you can't even measure up to a little girl. Master, Yue, standing nearby, tilted her head. Chua Fan reflexively glanced over upon hearing this. Wasn't it you who pushed me in back then? Yue stood with her hands on her hips and questioned him. So that's how it was. Having his past actions exposed, he feigned ignorance, looking around shiftily. Oh, was it? He asked, trying to change the subject. The father and son, Kue Lang and Kue Gang, stood frozen in place. Kue Lang was utterly disappointed in his weak-willed son. He swung his leg and delivered a solid kick to Kue Gang's back, roaring. A stalwart man, wishing to stand firm in this world, must naturally take risks. If you don't even have this much courage, how can you be worthy of being my, Kue Lang's, son? His kick sent his son hurtling straight into the formation. Kue Gang cried out, Dad, are you playing me? But seeing his son enter, how could a father's heart not worry? He turned and asked, Butler Zhua, don't look at me. You were the one who wanted him to bow to me as his master. This is simply how I train disciples, Zhua Fan immediately explained, understanding his concern. He added, I set up this formation according to the absolute limits of his strength. If he can quickly break through, then he lives. If he cannot break through, then he dies. Hearing this, Kue Lang wilted, his expression lost. Then he screamed, what? He really might die. Exactly. Regretting it now. It's too late. This is how I have always trained disciples. If they don't succeed, he reached out and grabbed Yue by the collar. They become, well, just that. He concluded with that single statement. Before Yue could even react, she was also immediately hurled into the formation. Butler Joie. This. Yu Ling reacted exactly as Kuei Lang had moments before. This is an illusion formation, a place for tempering the heart. Knowing exactly what she wanted to ask, he answered immediately. Previously, I only taught them casually, which allowed for rapid results. But since they have become my disciples, I must put in a bit more care. Considering their future path, within this illusion formation they will experience an entire lifetime every hour. Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, all are contained within. He explained gently. Once they see through everything, they will be able to walk out. He clasped his hands behind his back and slowly walked away, leaving Yu Ling staring wide-eyed in fear. The two of them entered the formation just like that. The formation was filled with tribulation, yet the sky above remained blue. 3 months later, outside a vast training ground, on one side stood Venerable Qi, Venerable Bai, and Venerable Shi. On the other side were the Grand Elder of the Demonic Scheme Sect and Elder Heir. The lineup consisted of 5 individuals: Yu Ling, Kuei Lang, Lu Su, Pan Jiang, and Bian San. Xia Wuyue glanced over. What is that old man playing at? Why didn't he have Goe who participate? Venerable Shi also glanced over. What is the Grand Elder thinking? He merely observed silently. Venerable Shi spoke up and asked. Sect leader, the 5 elite positions have now been decided. We await your instructions. Xia Wuyue sighed. Ha, this result is even worse than the last time. And there are even 2 who just barely reached the Radiant Soul Realm. Venerable Shi, standing behind, laughed inwardly. Let you stir up trouble. This batch is worse than the last, isn't it? Serves you right, sect leader. Xia Wuyue was about to declare something when a voice interrupted. Someone was approaching. Xia Wuyue seemed to have been waiting for just this and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. The most interesting moment of the inner sect grand competition has arrived. Oh mother, he's playing this move again. Man Shan scratched his head in dismay. Outer sect disciple, Kuei Gang, he introduced himself. His demeanor now seemed somewhat different. I request to challenge an inner sect expert, he petitioned. This Shuofan truly has vision. In just 3 months, he has created another expert. Xia Wuyue shouted loudly. Granted, your courage is commendable. Kuei Gang, whom do you wish to challenge? Kuei Gang cast his gaze over. I wish to challenge inner sect senior brother Lu Su. Lu Su, being singled out, laughed coldly. A little demon who just broke through to the Radiant Soul Realm dares to boast so shamelessly here. He slowly stepped forward. Humph. Do you think I'm Humayer, so easily dealt with? The strength of the 5th layer is not so easily overcome, especially. He raised his hand, gathering spiritual power. I have also long been prepared. Lu Su roared. 7th grade demonic treasure. Flowing light cloud armor. Sky-piercing star brush. 8th grade demonic treasure. Venerable Shi has truly invested heavily this time. Xia Wuyue turned and teased. Man Shan was not to be outdone and laughed mockingly. Sect leader, you flatter me. Who told you that now the inner sect competition is no longer about true talent and learning but has become a contest of financial resources? Although my assets are not abundant, I cannot let my disciple lose at the starting line. He expressed himself frankly, a hint of arrogance in his words. Xia Wuyue glanced at him. Then he thought to himself, if Kuei Gang cannot produce 3 demonic treasures of the same caliber, his chances of winning this battle are far too slim. As he thought this, on the arena, Lu Su was taking slow, deliberate steps. Kuei Gang produced a tiny bottle, its mouth sealed with a red cloth. He pulled the cloth away. Instantly, a crimson light erupted, spreading in all directions. That's the scent of blood, the venerables present exclaimed. Such a thick, pungent scent of blood. It's a 9th grade spirit pill, a blood chi pill. Kuei Gang laughed and said, correct. It is indeed a blood chi pill. It can increase the flow of my blood vessels tenfold, allowing me to instantly reach the peak of the Radiant Soul Realm, from the 1st layer. He swallowed the pill in one gulp. His internal power and physical strength immediately erupted. Lu Su screamed, you stinking brat. Are you tired of living? Increasing your blood flow rate tenfold. You will certainly die from your blood vessels exploding. Kuei Gang replied with a smug smile. Ha ha ha. Perhaps that would have happened before, but not now. I took a 10th grade spirit pill, the heaven-penetrating pill. My blood vessels are extremely robust. Needless to say, his current appearance was enough to make his opponent wary. Damn, the gap in strength is still 2 layers. No matter what demonic treasure he brings out, a gap of 2 layers isn't so easily bridged. Lu Su quickly tried to reassure himself. Kuei Gang laughed coldly. Next, another blinding flash of light erupted as he released his energy, causing Lu Su to cry out in lament. Lu Su was already furious. He scowled and grumbled. Bamboo Heaven Blood Sea Fan. Heavenly Gang Blood Demon Armor. Mountain Piercing Cloud Splitting Claw. Blood Shadow Cloud Traversing Garment. Lu Su's mouth gaped wide in shock. The 2 venerables were no less stunned. Everyone stood with mouths agape and eyes wide, witnessing this. Is this a mistake? For 9th grade demonic treasures. Is this brat some tycoon? Venerable Shi was alarmed, his eyes straining wide. Xia Wuyue beside him was also somewhat dazed. Clearly, no one had anticipated this. Senior brother Lu Su, make your move, Kuei Gang challenged. Lu Su stood frozen. Make your move, my foot. Damn it, what's the point of fighting this damn thing? Lu Su threw down his weapon and cursed continuously. I forfeit. He vanished in the blink of an eye. Kuei Gang was stunned. Sect leader is truly a man of immense financial resources. Venerable Shi trembled as he offered an awkward compliment. Worthy of being the master of a sect. He's hidden quite a few good things, he continued praising. Those aren't mine. What nonsense are you spouting? Xia Wuyue thought to himself. If Lu Su had conceded without a fight, then the winner this time was Kuei Gang. The sect leader declared before everyone. Now, you may bow to an elder or venerable as your master and immediately enter the elite disciples. Hey, kid, look over here. Bow to this old man. No, 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 you should cultivate under this old man's tutelage. This old man will absolutely not treat you poorly. A barrage of eager solicitations rang out. Reporting to the sect leader, I have already taken a master. He is in the labor office. Please send me back to the labor office so I may serve by his side, Kuei Gang stated frankly. What? A master from the labor office? Everyone felt bewildered. The labor office has produced 2 elite disciples. Xia Wuyue heard this and smiled smugly. Very well. Since you possess such filial devotion, this sect leader shall send you back to the labor office. Take good care of your master. Also, convey a message to your master. His equipment is not bad. Have him make a set for this sect leader, Xia Wuyue said courteously. Having said that, the sect leader turned and left. Shi Manshan fumed, grinding his teeth the entire time. The Grand Elder merely cast a glance. A figure was slowly walking over. Sect leader, has the list of elite disciples been finalized yet? Someone spoke up and asked. Time and again, outer sect disciples have successfully challenged and defeated them. What qualifications do these disciples have left to enter the elite ranks? Xia Wuyue criticized harshly. Manshan lowered his head. Then must this grand sect competition be postponed yet again? He probed. Postponed. The sect leader sneered. Even if it's postponed for another few months, can the strength of these disciples truly advance by leaps and bounds? Hearing this, Manshan's face stiffened with embarrassment. I believe this inner sect is no longer suited to cultivate elites, Xia Wuyue said. Was there a hidden implication in his words? In the forest, a voice sharp enough to pierce the ear rang out. What? Zhuo Fan's face was alarmed, his eyes wide open. That brat Xia Wuyue, in front of everyone, told you to deliver a message to me. Kuei Gang clasped his hands together and replied to Zhuo Fan. Yes, master. The sect leader did indeed say so. Kuei Gang added, Master, what is your relationship with the sect leader? Why does he seem so familiar with you? Zhuo Fan was displeased upon hearing Kuei Gang's report. He rubbed his head in a gesture of weariness. Familiar is familiar, but there's no logic in making it public. Originally, after 1 or 2 more incidents, he would have had a reason to reorganize the inner sect. But this time, by openly exposing my existence, Zhuo Fan added fiercely, that he has essentially pushed me into the limelight, forcing me into direct confrontation with those elders and venerables. What is his intention? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Both Zhuo Fan and Kuei Gang shifted their gaze toward it. It is precisely this intention. Zhuo Fan, didn't you create a Luo clan out there in the outer sect? Then this sect leader demands that you create another Luo clan right here in the labor office. These were the words Xia Wuyue spoke to Zhuo Fan. Kuei Gang hurriedly clasped his hands and greeted Xia Wuyue. Disciple Kuei Gang pays respects to the sect leader. Kuei Gang mused inwardly, with the sect leader backing him, master's background is truly profound. Zhuo Fan said indifferently. Create another Luo clan. What do you mean? Xia Wuyue thought irritably. This brat. Once this storm passes, I must establish some ground rules with him. Xia Wuyue spoke to Kuei Gang, who was standing to the side. Your master and I have matters to discuss. You may withdraw for now. Kuei Gang obeyed. Yes, sir. After Kuei Gang had gone a distance away, Xia Wuyue said to Zhuo Fan, I want you to create a place here that rivals the inner sect, even a training ground for elites. In the future, the selection of elites can break free from those old men. Zhuo Fan questioned in confusion, why must we do this? Zhuo Fan added unhappily, I clearly set you up to have the outer sect challenge the inner sect 1 or 2 more times. Once the inner sect had completely lost face, you could seize the opportunity to reorganize. Reclaim the grand authority. Now, starting from scratch in a place like the labor office, building another inner sect, isn't the price far too high? Xia Wuyue did not deny it. Those old men have entrenched themselves deeply within the inner sect. The power structure is complex. Even if we reorganize further, it will only treat the surface, not the root. It's useless. Xia Wuyue continued. It might suffice as a temporary measure for the double dragon gathering this time, but in the long run it's no solution. We might as well build a new nest. Xia Wuyue stood in the air, looking down at Zhuo Fan as he continued. Drain the authority of the inner sect, rendering the power of these old men utterly void. And the labor office, this place that goes unmanaged all year round, is the only pure land within this inner sect. Whatever you do here will not be subject to anyone's interference. Zhuo Fan continued. But to build an inner sect requires not only time and connections but also a massive amount of resources. This is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Zhuo Fan glanced sideways and continued. Especially the resources. Even as the sect leader, how can you withstand the pressure from the various elders and venerables? Anyone can see it. Pouring resources into the labor office is like gambling. No one will agree to it. Xia Wuyue crossed his arms and said, "Who said I was going to give you resources? Don't you have a mountain of wealth in your own hands?" Zhuo Fan's mouth gaped wide in fury as he said, "What? Use my own? On what ground should I use my own?" Xia Wuyue chuckled and said, "You are now a disciple of the demonic scheme sect. You should make some sacrifices for the sect. Take out a few cultivation resources and make some contributions to the sect. What's wrong with that? To be honest, if I didn't know your assets were so substantial, I wouldn't have even considered implementing this plan." Zhuo Fan was so angry he couldn't speak. Xia Wuyue added, "Right now, you are the only one who can shoulder this heavy responsibility alone and bear the expenses of an inner sect." Xia Wuyue spoke further. "As for time and connections, those are non-issues. The disciples from the labor office are yours to choose from. I have also spread the word." Xia Wuyue continued, "I announced that there is a hidden expert in the labor office, capable of training disciples to the elite level in a short time. When that happens, both outer and inner sect disciples will surely flock here. Rest assured, you only need to prepare the cultivation resources." Ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan, somewhat calmer now, said, "Those are all things I earned through hard work. I can't support that many people." Xia Wuyue reassured Zhuo Fan, "Whether you can or cannot support them, you must. You tycoon, don't cry poverty to me. All of this will count toward your merits within the sect." As Xia Wuyue prepared to leave, he left behind one final sentence. "Oh, right. That brat probably already told you, didn't he? That set of equipment. Make one set for this sect leader." Zhuo Fan made a dismissive gesture towards Xia Wuyue. "Don't have any. Robbing the rich to give to the poor. I've already divided everything up and shared it all. Now I'm a broke pauper." Xia Wuyue paused upon hearing Zhuo Fan's words and added one more sentence before departing for good. "Brat, that set of equipment this sect leader ordered. Prepare it soon. This sect leader protects you. You should pay some price in return." Ha 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 ha. Zhuo Fan deflated upon hearing Xia Wuyue's words. Zhuo Fan wilted. "Truly darker than the gangs of the underworld." "Oh, right. This is a demonic sect. It's inherently darker than the underworld." Zhuo Fan regained a faint smile. Zhuo Fan's eyes turned a fiery red. "Xia Wuyue, just you wait. Once I've built up my power, there will come a day when you weep." Ha ha ha. Inside the labor office area, Elder Yuan called everyone together. Gather up, everyone, move quickly." Someone spoke up. "Aya, Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan, who's beating the drum? Didn't Kui Lang and Yuling already leave?" Elder Yuan laughed and said, "The camp's ironclad rule. The old boss goes, the new boss comes. Those two are gone, but new ones have arrived. Hurry up, don't anger the new boss, or you'll be in for it." The man continued speaking to the person beside him. Could it be another inner sect disciple was assigned here? Why does the inner sect always have this kind of thing happen? Just as two leave, another one arrives. The murmurs of confusion among the crowd at the assembly point grew louder. "Ah, our luck is truly rotten. I wonder when this newcomer will be able to leave." The figures of Kuei Gang and Yuer appeared. Behind them stood Zhuo Fan as well, all on the stage. Elder Yuan said respectfully, "Everyone's here." Zhuo Fan said, "Elder Yuan, you've worked hard." His valiant feat came into view. Zhuo Fan appeared, composed, and said, "I have gathered everyone here today primarily to announce two pieces of news. One good, one bad." The people below looked up in alarm. Murmurs erupted. It's Zhuo Fan. He's the new boss." Zhuo Fan continued. "First, the bad news. Your good days are over. Kuei Lang and Yuling may have left, and you've enjoyed about half a year of peace." Zhuo Fan continued calmly. "But now, I, Zhuo Fan, intend to officially take over the labor office and become your de facto manager. That half year of leisure you've had, it's time to collect." The people below stood dumbfounded upon hearing Zhuo Fan's words. Zhuo Fan added reassuringly, "Don't worry, my methods are not as simple and brutal as Kuei Lang and Yuling's. This is precisely the good news I wanted to tell you." Zhuo Fan declared forcefully, "I intend to use the foundation of the labor office to build an elite labor office and help you escape your predicament." The crowd below buzzed with excitement. Someone questioned in return, What? An elite labor office?" Everyone was bewildered by Zhuo Fan's words. Zhuo Fan's gaze swept over their noisy clamor. Zhuo Fan raised his hand and said, "Everyone, this place is the labor office, the lowest point of the sect. How did you come to be here? Either you are rejected disciples or you have committed grave offenses. Once you enter the menial labor force, you can never turn your fate around for eternity. For people like Kuei Lang and Yu Ling to return to the inner sect, or exceptionally become elders and executives, is extremely rare. The vast majority of you, will spend your entire lives in mediocrity, accomplishing nothing. The people below listened intently to Zhuo Fan, ultimately becoming fodder to help others rise, not even worthy of an ant. Zhuo Fan added another sentence to further boost morale. Do you want to live like this, without hope, until the day you die? The people below were stunned by Zhuo Fan's words. They silently contemplated and admitted the truth of his statement. That's right, we are exactly such a group. Sooner or later, we'll be used as training dummies by others. They also realized, our sole purpose in living is to die for someone else. Zhuo Fan laughed inwardly as his objective succeeded. Zhuo Fan continued, I'm sure everyone knows that I came to this labor office without rhyme or reason. The moment I entered the sect, Sukarna directly assigned me here. Why? Zhuo Fan declared fiercely, for words, envy of the talented. With that imposing momentum, Zhuo Fan continued, the matters of Kuei Lang and Yu Ling, you've all likely heard a thing or two about them, haven't you? The darkness of the inner sect, you have each witnessed with your own eyes. Zhuo Fan stood above, looking down and speaking clearly. It is precisely those elders and venerables, jealous of my talent, who sent me here. They want me to remain unable to stand on my own for my entire life even if I leave this place. Zhuo Fan continued, I would forever bear the stain of the labor office on my person. They want to make my origins base and lowly. Kuei Gang smiled as he watched his master, not exposing him, and thought he clearly conspired with the sect leader to come here, yet he's turned himself into a victim of inner sect strife. Master truly knows how to spin a tale. Elder Yuan stood beside him, smiling with satisfaction. This is the true way of leading subordinates. With just a few words from his lips, these people are all ready to go die for him. Heh, truly worthy of someone who once managed a great clan on the outside. He certainly has the skill. The people below surged with fighting spirit. Zhuo Fan continued, therefore, I have decided if they want me to stay in the labor office, then I shall become a part of the labor office. I will transform this labor office into the most enviable place in the sect, so that every menial laborer who steps out will hold their head high and bask in the admiring gazes of others. From this day forward, disciples of the labor office will no longer be trash, but elites. The people below cheered in support of Zhuo Fan's words. Pressing the advantage, Zhuo Fan continued, we will make those inner and outer sect disciples admire us with envy and hatred. We will turn the labor office into a place they can't enter even if they sharpen their heads trying. Zhuo Fan spoke with heroic fervor. From below, a voice of dissent rang out, HMPH. Daydreaming in broad daylight. It made Zhuo Fan's posture stiffen. The man continued, the cultivation resources of the sect are fixed. They are first supplied to the elite disciples and the grand elders and venerables. Then come the inner sect disciples and the executives. And as for the labor office, it fundamentally receives nothing, even what little there is. Within the labor office is divided up by those with strength. Zhuo Fan glanced sideways and asked Elder Yuan, who is that brat? I've never seen him before. Ignoring everyone, Tai Ying kept speaking, the rest of us can only rely on our innate constitutions to absorb spiritual energy and cultivate slowly. Tai Ying, his face cold as money, said, you don't even have cultivation resources. You're just spouting nonsense. The crowd, hearing Tai Ying speak thus, also began to panic and murmur amongst themselves. Elder Yuan explained in response to Zhuo Fan's earlier question, that is Tai Ying. He was caught peeping at his senior sister bathing and had his cultivation crippled, then imprisoned in the cold pond for 3 years. He was just released. He knows nothing of your heroic deeds. Zhuo Fan posed the question, peeping at his senior sister bathing. Zhuo Fan continued, his eyes don't look lecherous. He doesn't seem like someone who would do such a filthy thing. Elder Yuan scratched his head, also appearing puzzled. The details of that. This old man isn't clear on. Elder Yuan also explained further to Zhuo Fan, I only know that the senior sister he peeped at is the granddaughter of Elder Qi. Zhuo Fan questioned in return, Elder Qi. Zhuo Fan revealed a sly, knowing smile, as if he understood something. Zhuo Fan recognized the issue, brat, you were framed, weren't you? Tai Ying was startled. Haha, good. It seems you're no ignorant fool, to see at a glance that I was framed. Zhuo Fan explained further, as the saying goes, the commoner does not contend with the wealthy. Unless there's something wrong with your head, seeking death like that. If you were framed, I can't find any other reason. Tai Ying trembled as he laughed. Well said. The commoner does not contend with the wealthy. Such a simple principle, even someone from the labor office understands it. Tai Ying grew angrier. But back then, why were those elders and venerables unwilling to listen to my explanation and investigate the truth? Zhuo Fan looked at the confused man before him and added, you fool. They wanted to frame you, so of course they had already colluded. Listen to your explanation. Who do you think you are? What they were selling was the elder's face. Whatever you said was useless. Tai Ying seemed to grasp the truth. Tai Ying laughed scornfully. Ha, how could I not understand? It's just that. Tai Ying gritted his teeth as if wanting to cry over his own fate. Tai Ying then flared up in anger again. Brat, your silver-tongued words just now were nothing but an attempt to seize all the resources of the labor office for yourself, weren't they? You're probably some second-generation heir who committed a major offense and was punished by being sent here, pretending to be tough, relying on your master's power to bully others. I've seen this kind of thing many times. Zhuo Fan was astonished to hear Tai Ying speak this way and felt a bit irritated. This guy must have been tormented by some second-generation heir so badly that he's developed a psychological trauma. At that moment, someone spoke up indignantly, the mighty number one expert of the outer sect back then, Tai Ying. When did you become so petty and narrow-minded, quibbling over everything and resorting to nothing but cheap talk? Tai Ying, the number one expert of the inner sect, Guai Hu. Those were the words spoken by the people there as they saw the red-haired, dark-skinned, tall and burly man. Zhuo Fan said upon seeing Guai Hu, this guy. Zhuo Fan continued, bewildered, who is he? He looks somewhat familiar. This left Kuei Gang and Yue dumbfounded by Zhuo Fan's words. At that moment, Guai Hu and Zhuo Fan stared at each other intensely, unblinking. Zhuo Fan turned his head and glanced at Yue with a deeply puzzled expression. What, you know him? Then, narrowing his eyes, he assessed, Radiant Soul Realm 7th layer. Someone with this level of strength was also expelled to the labor office. What exactly did he do to get kicked out of his master's tutelage? Yue listened and was speechless, then quickly spoke up to remind him, master, don't you remember? 3 months ago, on the martial arts arena, you used that one sweeping move and knocked him unconscious. He is the Grand Elder's prized disciple, the current number one expert within the inner sect. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Fan's eyebrows furrowed slightly. He carefully pondered, recalling the previous event, then slowly nodded, looking at that fellow. Oh, so it's him. However, back then, his killing intent was very heavy. Now, it's much more restrained. It seems he has made considerable progress in his mental state. Beside him, Yue was also speechless with Zhuo Fan, sighing helplessly, Master, how could you forget an expert like Guai Hu? But what she didn't know was that Zhuo Fan had only casually beaten a dog. He didn't even remember its owner, let alone the dog itself. On the other side, Guai Hu looked at Zhuo Fan with a startled and worried expression, understanding everything clearly in his heart. He couldn't help but sigh and shake his head inwardly at the loss. This man truly didn't place me in his eyes back then. In front of him, I am still far too weak. Although Zhuo Fan paid no attention to this fellow, the labor office did, especially Tai Ying, who was utterly astonished upon seeing him. Why you, Guai Hu, how did you also end up in this desperate situation? Zhuo Fan also looked questioningly at Elder Yuan beside him. Indeed, they're all wretches who wanted to join the elite disciples. Why would they come running to this beggar's den? Elder Yuan, hearing this, hurriedly flipped through his records and quickly answered, Butler Zhuo, this Guai Hu was also exiled to the labor office, just in the last couple of days. I heard it was for stealing pills, sent here by the Grand Elder. Stealing pills? How could Zhuo Fan believe such a ridiculous reason? He had eaten more salt in his life than rice. This fellow was the number one expert of the inner sect, the most qualified person to enter the elite disciples. He could have any pill he wanted. Why would he need to steal? Zhuo Fan's gaze was fixed, his eyebrows slightly furrowed as he stared at Guai Hu. After pondering for a moment, he spoke loudly, You came here to find me, didn't you? He looked toward Guai Hu, who was hiding behind a group of menial disciples, causing the fellow to jump as if struck by lightning beside his ear, his heart involuntarily trembling. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, formidable. Guai Hu slowly raised his head to look deeply at Zhuo Fan on the platform and nodded slightly. But this nod was also very reluctant, accompanied by gritted teeth. The more he interacted, the more he felt his own inadequacy compared to this man. Seeing this situation, Tai Ying suddenly pondered and spoke up, So that's how it is. You came to find him for revenge, didn't you? But ultimately, what kind of deep-seated hatred could make you willingly give up your bright future and come to the labor office for revenge? Hearing himself questioned, Guai Hu involuntarily waved his hand and spoke with a resentful expression, Get lost. Do I look like that kind of utter fool to you? Then, his eyes fixed intently on Zhuo Fan, filled with complexity. In his heart, his master's words before he left echoed. People say that proximity to light brings brightness, and proximity to ink brings darkness. Your master has no particular insights regarding the cultivation of the mental state. It was only after following the High Venerable that the Impermanence 5 gradually internalized their mental state and achieved mastery of the vicissitude domain. Because their killing intent was so strong, if you wish to break through, then staying by that brat's side might be beneficial. As for the status of a menial laborer, the High Venerable always has a saying that your master wholeheartedly agrees with. The strong are strong wherever they are. Your path is walked by your own feet, not given to you by the sect. his master's teaching still lingering in his ears. Guehu took a deep breath and looked at Zhuo Fan, shouting, "Zhuo Fan, I want to follow by your side." Zhuo Fan looked at this fellow indifferently and asked softly, "Why?" To temper my mind, Guehu did not conceal his purpose in the slightest. In front of an expert like Zhuo Fan, all falsehoods were meaningless. Zhuo Fan heard this and was inwardly surprised. He looked deeply at this fellow, then seemed to find it somewhat interesting. This matter of tempering the mind was, to him, the mark of a true cultivator. That Guehu had awakened to this made him smile faintly. He nodded, then revealed a calm smile. "Good, then come." Just then, Kue Gang suddenly called out, "Wait a moment, master." Then he leaned close to his master's ear and whispered, "Master, he is the Grand Elder's man. The Grand Elder is very fond of him. For him to suddenly be expelled to our labor office, this time, there must be some sinister scheme behind it. Besides, aren't you and the sect leader secretly plotting something big? Could he have rushed over here to act as a spy?" The corner of Zhuo Fan's mouth couldn't help but curl up. He laughed sinisterly and flicked this muscle-brained fellow on the head, mocking, "You stinking brat, you're quite cautious. However, this time he won't be a problem. After all, we just made our move, and those old farts in the inner sect haven't even noticed it yet. At present, they've already sent their most prized disciple to join the labor office and investigate. Don't you find it far too strange, like predicting the future?" Zhuo Fan's gaze casually swept over that fellow Guehu. That fellow was still nervously staring at Zhuo Fan, his eyes completely devoid of any impurities. Moreover, the look in this fellow's eyes actually reminds me very much of some past friends. He truly came here seeking cultivation. Rest assured. Elder Yuan, who had been witnessing this the entire time from the side, also spoke up with a relaxed laugh. "Ha ha ha, this old man believes so as well. That Guehu is extremely stubborn and impulsive, not the type of person who could be a spy. Even if his master truly assigned him this mission, he would certainly be very conflicted in his heart. But this old man sees the genuine sincerity in his eyes. He truly came here with a sincere heart to temper himself." Then, gently stroking his beard, he sighed leisurely. "Ah, it is truly rare to find a young person with such a gaze that disregards worldly matters. To see clearly the path for oneself. The Grand Elder is also a man of foresight, knowing what is truly beneficial for his disciple." Ha ha ha. Tai Ying, witnessing this scene from the side, had his eyes completely wide and mouth agape. He hurriedly ran over and grabbed Guehu's arm, speaking, "Wait a moment, senior brother Guehu. What did you just say?" Guehu heard this and snorted coldly, "You didn't mishear." Tai Ying's gaze grew even more bewildered as if it were a joke. "Stay by his side. Are you mistaken? From what I know, you are renowned in the inner sect for your arrogance and pride. How could you latch on to the coattails of that scion of privilege? Could it be that a single defeat has caused you to lose all faith?" But Guehu felt irritated upon hearing this. He immediately used his hand to push Tai Ying's hand away and said coldly, "What the hell do you know?" Guehu looked toward the high platform. "I'll tell you the truth. I couldn't last a single move against the man on that platform. If he isn't the one in charge of this labor office, I would truly be unconvinced." Humph humph. Seeing Guehu's determined expression, Tai Ying suddenly froze stiff, standing motionless and staring at him, utterly baffled in his heart. What exactly was going on here? Since when did a heavenly profound realm expert become so formidable? But before he could react, Zhuo Fan's booming voice rang out once more from the platform. "Everyone, just now, Tai Ying raised an issue. I will now give you all a clear answer once again. As for those cultivation resources, they are absolutely not a problem. Leave it all to me. If you don't believe my words." Zhuo Fan raised his hand and gently beckoned. "Then take a look at the golden equipment on my disciples." Immediately, Yue and Kue Gang understood his intent and activated the demonic treasures on their bodies. Rich, billowing spiritual energy emanated forth. Feeling this, the crowd was incredibly excited. They had long heard that these two were covered in high-grade treasures, but this time they were truly witnessing it firsthand. They couldn't help but feel their blood boil. Even that fellow Tai Ying now had his eyes wide open. Damn, filthy rich. Those two disciples are covered head to toe in 8th and 9th grade demonic treasures. Even venerables and elders aren't this extravagantly wealthy. Ah, since when did this labor office become a mountain of gold and silver? So wealthy. Seeing the boiling atmosphere and the excited gazes throughout the venue, Zhuo Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He moved his lips with the smoothness of an eel. Brothers of the labor office. These two youngsters here previously successfully challenged the expert disciples of the inner sect, yet they still willingly chose to return. Why is that? The crowd below grew more and more excited, their mouths gaping as if wanting to devour every golden word from Zhuo Fan. Why exactly? Because the one who gave them everything is me, even more than the inner sect elites. Zhuo Fan's eyes blazed, his face full of confidence as he looked at his own hands. Where there is Zhuo Fan, there is everything. Follow me, and you will absolutely have meat to eat, not dirt to chew on. If you are willing to follow me, then shout my name loudly. Zhuo Fan. Butler Zhuo. The crowd below, upon hearing this, immediately erupted into frenzied excitement like popcorn, each one roaring excitedly, Zhuo Fan. Butler Zhuo. After a moment, feeling that the crowd's excitement had reached its peak, Zhuo Fan raised his hand, silencing the noise below. A satisfied smile gently played on his lips. He suddenly spoke, however, following me comes with a condition. That is, you must possess the heart of a powerhouse. Those good-for-nothing layabouts, the salted fish waiting to be sold, I don't want them. He pointed to his own heart and spoke loudly and eloquently. Therefore, I will conduct a trial for the labor office. Those who pass will enter the elite ranks of the labor office. I will provide you with the best possible conditions and continuously supply you with cultivation resources. The crowd tilted their heads back, mouths agape, as if wanting to swallow every golden word from Zhuo Fan. Allowing you to go on and become venerables and elders of the sect. In the future, you won't even need to step onto that damn Tula battlefield. But if you fail, then I'm sorry. You will remain those worthless menial disciples, waiting to be sold off on the Tula battlefield. Zhuo Fan revealed a dangerous smile, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. This caused the crowd to freeze for an instant. They all looked at one another, a sudden sense of fear rising in their hearts. What? There's a trial too? I haven't even cultivated for a week. As if seeing through their worthless thoughts, Zhuo Fan seized the moment while the iron was hot and roared again. Those of you who wish to become powerhouses, follow me. If you don't even dare to take this first step, then you deserve to remain here as worthless dogs, as miserable ants. Because you do not possess the blazing heart of a true powerhouse. You are unworthy of being called human. This caused the surrounding crowd to fall silent, their eyes staring blankly up at the high platform. They all looked at one another. Some had determined gazes, but others were still hesitant and unconvinced, while some were rather timid. However, under Zhuo Fan's enticement, quite a few had already made up their minds. They immediately moved to follow Zhuo Fan, including that fellow Tai Ying. His eyes were fixed intently ahead as he stepped along with the group. He, on the contrary, wanted to see what kind of ability this, heavenly profound realm 8th layer, cultivator truly possessed to make so many people so infatuated with him. Even the #1 expert of the inner sect, Gue Hu, was the same. Very soon, the group followed Zhuo Fan's footsteps and entered an empty plot of land within the cemetery behind the mountain. At this moment, Zhuo Fan suddenly stopped, then released a hand seal and waved it forward. He muttered under his breath, heaven and earth, dark and yellow. The 4 directional gates, open. Then he shouted loudly, open. Immediately, rumbling sounds echoed, dull thuds ringing out one after another. Following that, invisible waves of energy surged, rippling. For colossal, illusory gates slowly materialized before everyone's eyes, radiating thick black mist. Each gate was inscribed with a different large character, respectively heaven, earth, dark, yellow. The crowd behind him was frightened by this scene. Some were so scared they fell to the ground, their faces full of alarm. What is this? Zhuo Fan revealed a sinister smile, glanced back slightly, and explained in a light voice, these 4 gates are 4 formation barriers. They are also the thresholds of the trial you must pass. Man stands between heaven and earth. Heaven, earth, and man form the 3 powers. Energy cycles sequentially, endlessly generating life. Within these 4 gates are 3 major formations, a confusion formation, a slaughter formation, and an illusion formation. They are layered upon one another sequentially, their transformations unfathomable. As long as you can pass through any one of these gates, you can then join the elite ranks of my labor office and escape that agonizing Tula battlefield. Down below, the most doubtful was still Tai Ying. He scrutinized the 4 large gates for a moment, then spoke up and asked, we can pass through any one gate? Are the formations within these 4 gates all the same? Why do we have 4 different paths? This question involuntarily made Zhuo Fan smile faintly. Then he nodded lightly and said, good question. If these 4 gates were exactly identical, then wouldn't that just be me having nothing better to do, making things complicated for no reason? In reality, the difficulty of these 4 gates, heaven, earth, dark, yellow, is not uniform. The yellow gate is the simplest. The 3 formations within are all rank 4, primarily testing menial disciples. From yellow to heaven, the difficulty increases sequentially, corresponding respectively to outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and elite disciples. The formation ranks also increase step by step, rank 5, rank 6, and up to the heaven gate where all 3 formations within are rank 7. Hearing this, the crowd unconsciously drew in a breath of cold air, looking at each other in fear. This brat from the labor office can actually deploy a rank 7 formation, because rank 7 is not inferior to the ethereal stage. In other words, even an ethereal stage expert would have some trouble breaking it. And that's the level of elders and venerables. Yet now he's using it to test menial disciples. Truly ruthless. As if perceiving this thought, Zhuo Fan chuckled lightly and continued his eloquent speech. The 4 major formations are aimed at different individuals. With this approach, everyone should be able to see that I am not testing your current strength but rather your potential. After all, under my command, strength will come naturally. His voice was filled with confidence and extravagance, causing even Tai Ying to nod. Inwardly agreeing, he looked toward Zhuo Fan, his gaze now carrying a hint of admiration. This man before me now wants to excavate all the gold within the labor office. It is no different from initiating a challenge and seizing the share of resources belonging to the inner and outer sects. His eyes narrowed slightly. Tai Ying thought to himself, there must be a major figure backing Zhuo Fan. Otherwise, a mere disciple, no matter how strong, could not withstand the pressure from the inner sect. Perhaps someone wants to change the layout of the sect, and Zhuo Fan is the vanguard general. Tai Ying shouted, good. The light in his eyes was brimming with excitement. I know what you're trying to do. I will follow you. Zhuo Fan smiled with satisfaction but reminded him, first, you must prove that you have the qualifications. Tai Ying calmly pointed toward the earth gate. I will prove it, but you must pull me along after I come out. Zhuo Fan's expression was indifferent as he warned, very well. But there is a slaughter formation within this gate. Countless people have already died inside. Choose the dark gate first, not the earth gate. Hearing this, the crowd involuntarily felt a sense of fear. But Tai Ying remained completely unafraid. He charged straight toward the earth gate, ignoring Zhuo Fan's advice. Elder Yuan stroked his beard, watching the earth gate, and nodded in praise. That brat is truly bold. He is capable of achieving great things. Zhuo Fan also smiled in agreement. Indeed, those who remain here are all gold, as long as he can make it out. Suddenly, a figure lunged into the heaven gate, causing the crowd to panic. It was Guo Hu, the Grand Elder's disciple. Elder Yuan laughed in praise. Zhuo Fan also nodded, this man is valiant. I will train him thoroughly. Elder Yuan chimed in with a laugh, indeed. Prioritize the grand scheme. Afterward, everyone fell silent, gazing up and waiting expectantly toward those 2 illusory gates, especially the heaven gate that Guo Hu had entered. Suddenly, at that moment, thick black mist billowed out from within the gate, accompanied by bursts of howling gale winds. Rumbling sounds emanated from inside the gate. Kuei Gang, standing beside his master, looked on with curious eyes as if something was approaching. Then, a foot covered in blood fiercely stepped out. After that foot powerfully pushed forward, the body behind it also shot out of the gate in a blink of an eye. It was none other than that fellow Guo Hu. However, at this moment, his entire body was drenched in crimson, panting heavily like a pair of bellows. His body swayed, on the verge of collapse, as if he could fall flat on his face at any moment. This made Kuei Gang's eyes tremble, unable to suppress a shiver of fear. Just how terrifying is the formation inside, to leave Guo Hu, an expert at the Radiant Soul Realm's 7th layer, in such a shattered state. Kuei Gang turned and asked his master, why is that fellow so severely injured? Yuer and I both endured rank 7 formations, didn't we? Hearing this, Zhuo Fan shook his head. Those formations were designed specifically for your training. Their power was reduced countless times. If you don't believe me, you can try breaking through this heaven gate again right now. I guarantee you will be utterly destroyed, leaving not a single scrap behind. Hearing this, Kuei Gang looked at Zhuo Fan, his entire body shivering, and his eyes couldn't help but contract. Yet, before the crowd could recover from their shock, another loud roar echoed from the area of the gates. A bizarre hand emerged from within. In an instant, a figure shot out from the earth gate. His entire body, like Guo Hu's, was covered in blood. But his current gaze was stark and fierce, as if declaring, I did it. It was undoubtedly that fellow Tai Ying. However, this fellow's strength was completely exhausted. He used his hands to brace against the ground just to keep his still swaying body upright like a tree in a Category 12 hurricane. This terrified the crowd below. Their eyes contracted, their bodies trembled, all of them utterly petrified. Even Guo Hu, a Radiant Soul Realm's 7th layer expert, ended up in such a miserable state. These gates are far too dangerous. With my pitiful martial skills, I wouldn't survive. I'm not going. Whoever wants to go, can go. However, as if understanding the thoughts of these cowardly, death-fearing wretches, just as the faint ember in their hearts was about to be extinguished like their pathetic lives, Zhuo Fan's voice once again rang out leisurely. Congratulations to the both of you for passing the trial. At some unknown moment, Zhuo Fan had prepared 2 brocade boxes and handed them to Kuei Gang and Yuer. Holding them in his hands, he now waved toward the 2 fellows with a joyful expression and announced loudly, these are your rewards for passing the trial. Guo Hu opened his box to find a blade brimming with bloodlust inside, causing his eyes to become as enchanted as seeing his first love. He was overjoyed beyond measure. Accompanied by Zhuo Fan's introductory voice, Guo Hu has broken through the elite heaven gate and is rewarded with 1 7th grade demonic treasure, the Ghost Shadow Soul Devouring Blade, and 4 7th grade spirit pills. That fellow Tai Ying received a pair of gloves, his eyes filled with disbelief as he listened to Zhuo Fan's introduction. Taiying has broken through the inner sect Earth Gate and is rewarded with 1 6th grade demonic treasure, the Cold Cloud Sky-Splitting Gauntlet, along with 3 6th grade spirit pills. After saying these things, Zhuo Fan stepped closer to the two fellows. Gue Hu was immersed in the joy of having a weapon, his eyes looking up at Zhuo Fan. This was the first time in his life he had held such a high-quality weapon in his hands. Zhuo Fan looked at the two fellows, then loudly announced to entice the crowd of menial laborers. I forgot to mention earlier, those who break through these gates and qualify to enter the elite ranks of the labor office. In addition to enjoying the free cultivation resources I provide, will also receive additional rewards. Zhuo Fan's face was cheerful as he spoke eloquently. Breaking through the Heaven Gate rewards 1 7th grade demonic treasure and 4 7th grade spirit pills. The Earth Gate rewards 1 6th grade demonic treasure and 3 6th grade spirit pills. The Dark Gate rewards 1 5th grade demonic treasure and 2 5th grade spirit pills. The Yellow Gate rewards 1 4th grade demonic treasure and 1 4th grade spirit pill. The crowd below listened in silence, then fell into a daze. Unconsciously, the fire in their hearts blazed with hope once more. A sinister smile curled at the corner of Zhuo Fan's mouth. Zhuo Fan clasped his hands behind his back and declared loudly, a man only gets a few chances in life. Whether you are a dragon or a worm. Whether you soar in a single bound or remain forever buried underground, is decided by you fellows yourselves. Under such extravagant enticement, what fellow could possibly resist? Before Zhou Fan could even finish speaking, everyone rushed with reddened eyes toward those 4 gates, jostling and shoving their way forward. It's as the saying goes, men die for wealth, birds die for food. Seeing such precious rewards laid out before them, this bunch immediately surged with hot blood rushing to their heads as if they had lost all reason. Even knowing full well they might lose their lives, they still risked charging in. Watching this scene, Zhou Fan was very satisfied. He even let them choose whichever gate they wanted to enter, offering neither hindrance nor advice. He sneered inwardly, greed leads to ruin. Those who are greedy without knowing their own limits will sooner or later meet their end. He had no need to concern himself over this lot. After everyone had entered the gates, Gue Hu suddenly extended that large blade back toward Zhou Fan. I return this to you. With a concentrated gaze, he said, I know you were just putting on an act to make that bunch believe your words, to entice them into charging in. Now that the whole lot has taken the bait like popcorn and trusts you, then this blade should still be returned to you. Zhou Fan glanced lightly at this fellow and laughed nonchalantly, nodding. It was an act, that's not wrong, but it was also real. That 7th grade demonic treasure is your reward for breaking through the Heaven Gate. You sought to stay by my side, to be an elite disciple of the labor office. Then take it. You deserve it. His indifferent tone of a wealthy man seemed to say, money is no object to me as long as you little ones behave. Gue Hu heard this and his whole body jolted, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had to ask again just to be sure. But this is truly far too precious. You really mean to give it to me? Zhou Fan chuckled softly, shook his head, clasped his hands behind his back in the manner of an enlightened expert, and turned to leave. What's so precious about it? It's merely a few trinkets, that's all. When I, Zhuo Fan, give something away, there's no principle of taking it back. Kue Gang, standing beside him, couldn't help but smile and chime in, flattering Zhuo Fan. My master is abundantly wealthy. He's a classic example of a great landlord. Even if his walls cracked and his roof collapsed, he wouldn't take these things seriously. Even if you didn't want it, my master would just give it to someone else anyway. This made Gue Hu jolt once more. What? Only now did he once again deeply reassess Zhuo Fan, a brilliant glint of shrewdness shining in his eyes. That fellow Taiying, standing nearby, also had his throat bobbing, his expression one of utter disbelief as he stared intently at Brother Fan. Both had originally thought Zhuo Fan was merely bluffing and putting on a show. They never imagined this fellow was truly so wealthy that he didn't regard such demonic treasures with any importance. Seeing the looks in these two fellows' eyes, Zhuo Fan glanced sideways again and said flatly, I told you before. Once you enter the elite ranks of my labor office, I will provide you with free cultivation resources. Those are my personal assets. Giving you two a few things is nothing at all. As for you, Taiying, you needn't worry about anything while you're here with me from now on. Within the sect, there are certain constraints that would affect the operation of our labor office. Therefore, we fundamentally don't need to rely on the sect for sustenance. As long as I am here, that is more than enough to nourish you all. Hearing this, Taiying's heart involuntarily trembled, reaching a peak of shock as if struck by lightning beside his ear. He had originally only regarded Zhuo Fan as someone else's chess piece, backed by a major figure, with resources provided by the sect. But he truly never imagined that all of this came from Zhuo Fan himself, a tycoon who brought his own resources to join the sect. No wonder he wanted to establish his own domain, disregarding the sect in his eyes. For a cultivator, isn't joining a sect solely for the cultivation resources. Now that they had him, with such extravagant resources, what need was there to bow and scrape subserviently to the sect? Thinking of this, Taiying grew even more excited. It seemed that being thrown into this godforsaken place like the labor office wasn't bad luck after all. On the contrary, he had found a new path, a new golden thigh to latch onto. Therefore, scratching his head somewhat obsequiously, he asked, "Ahem, brother, I'm not sure how I should address you." Hearing this, Zhuofan laughed, thought for a moment, and then replied nonchalantly, "I was a steward before. Henceforth, in this labor office, I shall manage the elite menial laborers. From now on, you may all call me Butler Zhua." Guihu and Taiying were now thoroughly convinced. Together, they bowed their heads, clasped their fists, and loudly paid their respects. "Yes, Butler Zhuo." A sinister smile gently curved at the corner of Zhuofan's mouth, satisfied that he had settled these two fellows. "Now then, we just wait for those little pups to come out." Several hours later, sounds from within the gates transmitted waves of spatial fluctuations. One by one, those fellows came panting like dogs. They crawled out from inside in utter disarray, their entire bodies covered in wounds, groaning in agony. By the time the crowd had all emerged, Zhuofan swept his gaze over them and made a silent count. The number of troops was short by at least 1/5. That meant roughly 1/5 had likely gone to meet their maker inside the formation. Yet no one cared. Those people only cared about their own success and the rewards they earned from this difficult trial. Watching this bunch, Zhuofan spoke without emotion. Some left just before entering the formation. They were the ones self-aware enough to know they lacked both the strength and the courage to take this step. In the future, they will be nothing more than ordinary, worthless fellows, as insignificant as roadside dust. No one will remember those who charged in but never came out. They simply didn't know their own limits. But as for all of you, congratulations on your success. Zhuofan's eloquent speech was delivered with such divine prowess that it surpassed even a motivational seminar. From this day forward, you are members of our elite menial labor division. All of your cultivation resources will be fully covered by me alone. The crowd heard this and erupted in cheers once more, waving their hands and screaming madly, Butler Zhua, long live. After the atmosphere reached its peak, Zhuofan raised a hand to halt their frenzy and continued speaking. He spoke leisurely. Just now, in breaking through the trial, the majority of you chose the yellow gate, but a select few managed to break through the dark gate. It is only one gate higher, but naturally, the reward is a tier lower. If anyone envies the treasures others have obtained, then be bold and stake your lives on cultivating. For every single gate you break through, I can provide you with goods just as I have for them. The crowd immediately seethed with excitement once more, their hands involuntarily clenching, their eyes brimming with desire. Watching this powerful force capable of breathing new life into the labor office, Elder Yuan, standing behind, nodded continuously, a pleased smile curling at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, within a secluded little courtyard of the demonic scheme sect, furious voices rang out incessantly. Rebellion! Rebellion! Damn it all! Everyone's rebelling! Seeing the newcomer, that fellow Venerable Shi chuckled lightly. "Oh my, Elder Heir, what kind of bad wine did you drink today? Why have you come to my place in such a rage?" Hearing this, that old goat fellow hastily waved his hand. "Ah, Venerable Shi, please don't misunderstand. I'm not directing this at you. It's just that this matter is far too infuriating. It's those disciples under my tutelage, those girls. Today, they actually all came to me requesting to be thrown into the labor office. They don't want to stay under me any longer. Tell me, isn't that infuriating? Back then, it was I who made an exception and accepted them as disciples. Only then did they qualify to enter the inner sect. And now they all want to leave." This filled Venerable Shi's face with bewilderment. His eyes narrowed slightly. "The labor office, you say?" Just as Elder Heir was pouring out his grievances to Venerable Shi, a furious voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Rebellion! Damn it all! This is outright rebellion!" The two fellows jumped in fright and turned their heads to look, only to see a short, old man with a flat face and bulging eyes storming toward them, burning with fury. Venerable Shi grew even more perplexed and hastily asked, "Elder Qi, what's the matter with you? What could possibly be the matter with me? Isn't it because of the labor office's good deeds?" This fellow roared at the top of his lungs, his face brimming with rage. Hearing these words, Elder Heir's expression turned blank, as if he had found a kindred spirit who shared his own proclivities. He hurriedly asked further, "What, are your disciples also screaming and crying, demanding you exile them to the labor office?" Elder Qi was still seething. The moment this matter was mentioned, he jumped up and screamed with a face full of anger. Humph. Make demands, my foot. If they were that well behaved, it would actually be a good thing. Those little brats are simply infuriating. All of them want to go to the labor office. Does this old man not need any close disciples? So I refused. Who would have guessed those brats would be so heartless? They vandalized, looted, and burned my pills, making me lose focus. My entire residence is on the verge of being torn apart from its very foundations by them. They truly dare to commit even the gravest of sins. I've now locked all of them up so they can reflect on their actions properly. This is infuriating me to death. Venerable Shur listened to these two fellows grumbling and grew even more alarmed in his heart. He couldn't believe what exactly had happened. How could the disciples within the sect all seem to have gone mad like this? Is that so? He couldn't help but be stunned. The other two fellows looked at each other. Then Elder Air sighed and explained. Venerable Shur, don't you know yet? Currently, an extraordinary figure has emerged in the labor office. He doesn't care about demonic treasures or pills. He just throws them out to others. He established the so-called elite labor office. As long as a disciple of the labor office passes his trial, they are immediately rewarded with demonic treasures and pills, with cultivation resources flowing endlessly. It's truly far more generous than even the treatment of elite disciples. Right now, the disciples in the sect are like they've eaten gunpowder, frantically sharpening their heads, jostling to rush over there. That scene is truly even more bustling than the inner sect competition. Hearing this, Venerable Shur's face turned grim. Having heard this far, his eyes couldn't help but tremble slightly, his expression darkening to the extreme. His face grew even more sullen, and as he thought, he realized with frustration that it was the labor office again. It seems the sect leader has begun to act, and this move is rather significant. The other two fellows, upon hearing this, couldn't help but jump in fright, their eyes contracting as they cried out in fear in unison. The sect leader? Venerable Shur nodded slowly and affirmed with 10-part certainty as he explained. Who else could be behind this? No mistake, it has to be that fellow. If not for him, how could a mere menial laborer in the labor office, without a major backer, possess such immense power to throw the entire sect into chaos, with chickens flying and dogs running? Thinking about it, it could be a scheme jointly plotted by the sect leader's disciples, aiming to use the low to strike the high against us. You two fellows, immediately relay the message down below and organize a grand elder assembly. We, the venerables of the inner sect, want to see exactly what this sect leader intends. The other two glanced at each other, then clasped their fists and accepted the order. Very soon after, within the sect leader's main hall of the demonic scheme sect, demonic mist swirled faintly, crows cawed across the sky, and the atmosphere was filled with eerie strangeness. The sound of bells tolled, echoing through every corner of the inner sect. Under Venerable Shur's command, the venerables and elders had all assembled in full at the sect leader's hall. At that moment, the large doors swung open. Xia Wuyue slowly appeared, his expression sullen and irritated. They greeted respectfully, sect leader. But Xia Wuyue's face was grim and utterly indifferent. He slowly ascended the steps toward his sect leader's seat on the high platform. Reaching the chair, he did not sit down immediately. His eyes narrowed slightly as he cast a cold glance over the crowd below. He spoke again and asked, which insolent fellow dared to toll the bell? His eyes flashed with a glint of restrained anger. Unless it is a major crisis for the sect, this bronze bell may only be tolled by the sect leader. Have you all forgotten, or is there truly some unforeseeable major event you wish to deliberate? Xia Wuyue's words carried a cold authority, causing the crowd below to shrink back, their throats bobbing without uttering a sound. Just then, that fellow Venerable Shur slowly stepped forward, not bowing his head, his expression completely fearless. Reporting to the sect leader, it was this old man who told it. And there is indeed a matter concerning a major affair of the sect that requires timely deliberation. It cannot be delayed for even a second or a minute and must be addressed immediately. Xia Wuyue chuckled softly and slowly sat down in his chair. Oh, what matter is so urgent that you're stumbling over stones and tripping over your own feet like this? Has an enemy attacked the outer sect? Venerable Shur smiled, shook his head, and spoke indifferently. To fight external enemies, one must first pacify the internal. Any attack on the outer sect is of no consequence. As long as we are all of one heart and mind, united as one from top to bottom, it is no easy feat for outsiders to destroy our demonic scheme sect. The crux of the matter is internal disruption, disturbing the peace of the sect. Strangling ourselves from within is the true danger. Xia Wuyue heard this and let out a light chuckle, his face full of wicked amusement as he looked at that fellow Venerable Shur. He asked meaningfully, what exactly is happening that is so severe? How could it lead to the destruction of our own great wall from within? After a moment of contemplation to arrange the scheme in his mind, Venerable Shur's expression suddenly turned grave. He swept his gaze over everyone in the main hall. He raised his voice to sing out, esteemed elders and venerables, recently haven't the disciples under your tutelage been acting strangely, making noise, complaining, vandalizing, stealing, robbing, even daring acts of assault and rape, all for the sake of getting to that labor office, isn't that right? As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Chi, with his bulging eyes, was the first to jump out. That's exactly right. Over half of the disciples under this old man's tutelage have already run off. If this continues, all of my disciples will be gone. His voice was filled with resentment, heartache, and bewilderment. But as soon as he finished speaking, another venerable sneered contemptuously, "Are you stupid? Can't you just refuse them?" Hearing this, Elder Chi jumped up like a dog whose tail had been stepped on. You're the stupid one. Your whole family is stupid. Damn it all. If I don't agree to those brats' demands, those little bastards might just do something that would make even the heavens weep. Before, this old man could still frighten them with the terrors of the labor office to keep them in line. But now, they're all wishing they could fly there in a single bound. They're absolutely thrilled and excited. The crowd below heard this and erupted in commotion. In just a moment, the group of old men were shouting shrilly at each other, bristling like fighting cocks. The clucking was incessant, and spittle flew everywhere. Xia Wuyue watched this scene and was in no hurry to suppress it. He sat there with narrowed eyes, inwardly sneering at Zhou Fan's monkey stealing the peaches stratagem. This move could be said to be a heavy-handed strike, smashing the mouths of these old men. Even these cunning and treacherous old foxes were left helpless, with no other recourse. He estimated that in no time at all, he would be able to completely poach away all the disciples of the inner sect. Venerable Shi's expression showed no concern for the squabbling of those senile old men. He looked at everything with indifference, then turned to face Xia Wuyue and continued, "Sect leader, as you can see, the sect has truly lost all semblance of order. There is a saying, people climb to high places, water flows to low places. But now, yin and yang are reversed, heaven and earth have swapped places, and people are flocking to the low places instead. If we do not immediately strengthen discipline and rectify this, I fear the nation will cease to be a nation, and the sect will cease to be a sect. Meaning, the country will perish, and the sect will also be done for." Xia Wuyue glanced involuntarily at this fellow, chuckled lightly, then raised his head nonchalantly and asked in return, "Then what do you propose we do?" Venerable Shi once again clasped his fists and bowed respectfully, speaking with determination, "I request the sect leader to rectify the labor office and abolish this false title of an elite labor office." The elders below immediately followed suit, simultaneously clasping their fists and bowing in unison. "We beseech sect leader Xia to rectify the sect and revitalize the rules of our demonic scheme sect." Xia Wuyue, seated on the grand chair, lowered his gaze and involuntarily let out a bizarre laugh. He cast a cold glance over the crowd below, then laughed even louder. "Well said. Revitalize the rules of our sect, what a fine phrase." He immediately stood up, his expression fierce, and declared loudly, "The labor office is the lowest tier of our demonic scheme sect. For generations, it has had no one to oversee its menial tasks, left to fend for itself. And if any talent can emerge from that place, they are undoubtedly great talents, just like the High Venerable. Those places also serve as a path of survival for those within the sect who have committed offenses. There, if one accumulates great merit, one can also rise to prominence, standing above 10,000 others. This is precisely our tradition. It is our sect's rules." Xia Wuyue's face flashed with an eerie light. His eyes blazed fiercely as he pointed down below and threatened, "If any fool dares to lay a hand on the labor office, it is tantamount to chasing them down and exterminating them completely. Have you truly forgotten the origin of your own transgressions?" This accusation was far too heavy. For a moment, the crowd below couldn't help but recoil, and no fellow dared to utter another word. Forgetting one's origins and betraying one's master and ancestors, even within a lawless demonic sect, it was a grave crime punishable by expulsion from the sect. Demons may not be bound by conventional ethics, but a sect must have its rules. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. Seeing the sect leader's attitude, what fellow would dare to keep spouting nonsense? Xia Wuyue then slowly descended from the sect leader's chair, cursing as he walked. No, lecturing as he walked. Meanwhile, he cast a pointed glance at that fellow Shi. What Venerable Shi said just now was very correct, and it truly struck a chord. People climb to high places. Now that you can't even hold on to your own disciples, have you ever stopped to consider why? He brushed past that fellow Venerable Shi, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he glanced at him and mocked him directly. "It's actually because you are not high enough." After uttering this mocking remark, Xia Wuyue, with a self-satisfied expression, clasped his hands behind his back and departed. They watched his receding silhouette and that wicked smile gradually fade into the distance until he vanished completely from sight. The faces of those old men remained dark and gloomy, like an impending storm, for a very long time without dissipating. Venerable Shi pondered for a moment, then spoke. He was the first to speak eloquently. "As you can all see, the sect leader's stance is perfectly clear. This is fundamentally a strategy orchestrated by his own hand, and the spearhead is aimed directly at all of us. If this continues to develop according to his words, the benefits currently in the hands of everyone here will likely shrink considerably in the near future." Having said this, he glanced lightly at the other like-minded fellows. Upon hearing this, their faces grew even darker. The group nodded slowly, expressions of agreement on their faces. However, there was still someone who didn't understand and spoke up to ask, "But that labor office has suddenly appeared with such a massive amount of resources, providing an endless supply for disciples' cultivation. This is no small amount. Normally, the resources allocated by the sect must pass through our hands, left and right. How could the sect leader suddenly release so many resources to launch this assault against us? Hearing this, Venerable Shi, ever full of schemes, also stroked his chin. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head helplessly. I don't know about that either. But what I can confirm is that the labor office is now filthy rich, as enticing as an 18-year-old girl. We are helpless. After all, we don't even clearly know where those vast resources are coming from. Even if we control the allocation of the sect's resources, we cannot suppress its development. We have no fellow with any solid ground left to stand on. The sect leader then has a pretext to take the sect's resources away from our side. This caused the eyes of the venerables and elders to fiercely contract, their bodies trembling, their faces growing even more solemn. If the power to allocate resources is seized, it is tantamount to having their foundation within the sect stolen from them. Elder Air was extremely frustrated. The sect leader's move to pull the rug out from under us is truly executed with great skill. He gritted his teeth and offered this praise. A fearsome glint also flashed in Elder Air's eyes. Venerable Shi heard this, his two shifty eyes darting around in his head. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly spoke up. Pulling the rug out from under us, the sect leader has indeed employed this move very cleverly. However, we will not just sit and await our deaths. Can we not play the same game and turn his own scheme against him? Like an old, sly fox, Venerable Shi extended his hand and spoke eloquently. The sect leader has created a menial labor front, but if we can stabilize the hearts of our disciples, won't his efforts be in vain? Moreover, those resources are not inexhaustible. If they continue to be squandered without attracting any more outer or inner sect disciples, then won't his plan just be throwing money out the window? I want to see how long he can endure this drain. Humph. As soon as Venerable Shi finished speaking, Elder Chi, with his bulging eyes, immediately gave a thumbs up in praise and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. We shall let him fail to steal the chicken, only to lose his handful of rice. No matter where this massive amount of resources comes from, it will eventually run dry someday. When that time comes, he will need to be decisive but will hesitate and fail. He will be beaten with his own stick, and that will be the moment he weeps 2 rivers of tears. Ha 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 ha. The crowd within, including Venerable Shi, heard this and all secretly nodded in agreement. However, just as the whole group was joyfully raising their heads, a faint voice suddenly drifted from behind. But if the disciples want to seek refuge in the labor office, how can you, even as their masters, possibly stop them? Elder Chi heard the voice and turned his head in surprise. It turned out to be the Grand Elder, who continued speaking. Even if you can stop them for a moment, how can you stop them for a lifetime? The venerables and elders present heard this and couldn't help but furrow their brows tightly. The Grand Elder's words are very true and reasonable. They have so many disciples under their command. They can stop one, but how can they stop many? Venerable Shi, having heard the Grand Elder's words, didn't seem too concerned. He gently shook his head like an old fox, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. If a disciple is disobedient, then slaughter 1 or 2 fellows for the rest to watch. They will naturally behave and stay put. It's no big deal. Such ruthless decisiveness is the hallmark of the demonic sect's upper echelons. Venerable Shi was indeed ruthlessly decisive. The remaining venerables and elders felt a jolt in their hearts upon hearing this. They looked at each other and couldn't help but reveal expressions of discomfort. Although they were demonic cultivators, if they truly sent their disciples to meet their maker, it wasn't that they couldn't bring themselves to do it, but rather because they were within the demonic sect. If they casually had people killed, their reputations would be affected. In the future, what fellow would come to them to become a disciple? Without students and disciples, how would they retain the power to allocate the sect's resources? The intricate web of interests involved here meant that even these great demon lords, with their ruthless methods, dared not casually unleash their killing intent. As if seeing the hidden worry in the hearts of his like-minded fellows, Venerable Shi couldn't help but laugh coldly and spoke nonchalantly. I know what you're all afraid of. The key is that as long as everyone acts together, we are all villains alike. In the future, when accepting disciples, there will be no difference. This infamy will be shouldered by everyone together. What do you say? The crowd of like-minded fellows, upon hearing this, involuntarily jolted and glanced at one another, then silently nodded. They thought to themselves, that's right. If all the fellows here send a few of their own disciples to meet their maker to kill the chicken and scare the monkey, then afterward, every fellow will bear the same bad reputation. In extraordinary times, one must employ extraordinary measures. Even if those outer sect disciples later want to take masters, every elder and venerable of the inner sect will have such a reputation. They will have no other choice anyway. Thinking of this, these people revealed sinister smiles and clenched their teeth tightly. Those little brats truly believe this old man has no way to deal with you all. Just you wait and see. Venerable Shi watched the expressions of this group and laughed cheerfully. Good. Since all are like-minded fellows agree, then let us decide on this course of action. After everyone returns, they must each take a few of the most troublesome disciple fellows and make an example out of them to scare the rest. Step on those disobedient disciples, and at the same time, have the outer sect executives deal with a few more. Those elders and venerables who don't have this type of disciple must also find a few fellows to slaughter. In short, this infamy must be shared by everyone. No exceptions. Whoever wants to be the sole good person, then that fellow is setting themselves against our entire inner sect. At this moment, Venerable Shi suddenly looked toward Venerable Bai and Venerable Qi and gave further instructions. Hearing his name called, the two fellows were surprised. They saw Venerable Shi's gloomy expression as he spoke eloquently. You two like-minded fellows, regardless of any past grudges or grievances we may have had. Now that we faced the sect leader's assault on the inner sect, we are all bound together on the same boat. I hope you two can prioritize the grand scheme and set aside our previous conflicts. Otherwise, if our inner sect is overrun, the interests of you two will also suffer greatly. The two fellows heard this, their eyes hardening. They exchanged a deep, silent glance, then both exhaled a heavy breath and nodded slightly, signaling their agreement. Venerable Shi saw this and finally revealed a satisfied smile. As long as they, the venerables and elders of the inner sect, stood united on the same front, Xia Wu's attempts to touch their interests would be nothing but wishful thinking. Over half of the power within this sect was, after all, held in the hands of these inner sect venerables and elders. After finishing their discussion of countermeasures, the group dispersed, returning to implement their plan. As everyone was leaving, the Grand Elder also made to depart when a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Grand Elder, wait a moment. Venerable Shi walked over with a cheerful expression and looked at him. Grand Elder, I heard you exiled your most prized disciple, that fellow Goe Hu, to the labor office. Why is that? The corner of the Grand Elder's mouth twitched slightly. He glanced lightly at this fellow and replied nonchalantly. He committed a crime, so naturally he had to be sent to that place. Venerable Shi chuckled softly and shook his head, clearly not believing this reason. Ha ha ha, Grand Elder, even with me, you can't rest easy and must hide the truth. That fellow Goe Hu is your most prized disciple. No matter how great his offense, there's no need to exile him to a place like that. Moreover, just a day or two after he left, that elite labor office suddenly appeared. Having said this, the fellow deliberately stopped speaking. Between intelligent people, a few words convey much. The Grand Elder chuckled lightly and shook his head. Ha ha ha, it seems Venerable Shi has investigated quite thoroughly. Your calculations are not hidden from me. Actually, last time when Goe Hu was defeated by that little girl, Chua Fan, and she requested to return to the labor office, I sensed something strange about that place. Therefore, I sent Goe Hu there early to act as a hidden operative. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious in every battle. The old man skillfully produced a very reasonable and plausible excuse, leaving Venerable Shi without the slightest further doubt. He clasped his fists and bowed. The Grand Elder is truly a man of foresight and broad vision, upright and astute. To decisively send your own prized disciple as a spy, I, Shi, am truly extremely impressed. The Grand Elder listened, his expression unchanged. Ha ha ha, it's nothing. It's just that this time, the opponent is far too formidable. Sending anyone else would likely be inadequate for the task. Thus, I had no choice but to dispatch Goe Hu. Truth be told, in my heart, I was 1,000, 10,000 times unwilling. He then smiled and took his leave. Venerable Shi immediately clasped his fists and bowed. Please, feel free to go. Should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. The Grand Elder smiled, nodded, and departed. However, the moment he turned away, his face became solemn, and a flash of worry appeared in his eyes. Venerable Shi was unaware of this, but neither did he know that the fellow Shi's expression had also changed. Although their eyes were filled with apparent goodwill, deep within them now lurked full suspicion. Neither of these two fellows trusted the other, yet neither chose to shatter the facade of harmony. Meanwhile, on another side, the two old men, Venerable Bai and Venerable Qi, immediately gathered together upon returning. Old Bai, can you truly bear to lay hands on your own disciples? Venerable Qi spoke up with a worried expression, but before he could receive an answer, Kuei Lang suddenly ran in from outside, clasped his fists, and reported. Disciple pays respects to master. Venerable Qi was startled. Reporting to master, Butler Zhua has come to visit. Hearing Kuei Lang's words, Venerable Qi was dumbfounded. Butler Zhua? Which Butler Zhua? Hearing this, Kuei Gang honestly replied, the one who established the elite labor office and serves as its head steward, Zhua Fan. Upon hearing this news, the two venerables couldn't help but jolt in unison. They glanced at each other, a look of bewilderment flashing in their eyes. Recently, the elite labor office had thrown the sect into chaos with chickens flying and dogs running. Yet its manager had come to find them. What exactly was his purpose? It was said that the mastermind behind the rise of the elite labor office was the sect leader, and this man had come as the sect leader's representative. Venerable Bai pondered for a long time, finally sighing helplessly. Ah, what must come will come. This man has come on behalf of the sect leader. It seems the sect leader intends to draw us to his side. Only, caught between the inner sect and the sect leader, which should we choose? Venerable Qi heard this and was also immensely troubled, unsure of what the right course of action was. A short while later, as the two stepped into the main hall, Venerable Bai immediately saw a white-haired youth standing before him with an imposing posture. That person was none other than the labor office expert who had previously defeated Gue Hu in a single move, Zhuo Fan, also known by his alias, Butler Zhuo. After walking for a moment, the two hastily clasped their fists and said courteously, Butler Zhuo, you have come from afar. We apologize for not welcoming you from a distance. Forgive us, forgive us. Venerable Qi also continuously cupped his hands, his face smiling so broadly it resembled a blooming chrysanthemum. He dared not treat Zhuo Fan as an ordinary disciple but regarded Butler Zhuo as an equal in status. Zhuo Fan waved his hand dismissively. I presume you two are Venerable Bai and Venerable Qi. You are far too polite. This junior is overwhelmed by your graciousness. I am merely a menial labor disciple. How could I be worthy of such treatment from you both? Venerable Bai, an old fox matured into a spirit, offered a warm smile and replied, Butler Zhuo, you are mistaken. In recent days, Butler Zhuo has been making waves in the labor office with tremendous momentum. The two of us have long intended to pay you a visit. Now that you have come as the sect leader's representative, how dare we not treat you with proper courtesy? Venerable Qi continuously nodded in agreement with Venerable Bai's words. On this side, Zhuo Fan knew they had misunderstood, but that was fine. Who told him he had assets worth billions? Next, Zhuo Fan walked toward the host's seat and got straight to the main point. Since you two have already guessed that I was sent by the sect leader, you should also have guessed why I have come. The two men's breathing hitched. They glanced at each other and pondered for a very long time. After a moment, Venerable Bai finally sighed and spoke. To be truthful with Butler Zhuo, we do have our speculations regarding the sect leader's intentions, but we dare not presume too much. As venerables, we only wish to serve the sect wholeheartedly and do not want to become entangled in unnecessary strife. Zhuo Fan knew these two old foxes were declaring a neutral stance and quickly changed the subject. The inner sect meeting just concluded, and the sect leader has already returned. Yet you two remained behind for so long. You must have been holding a little private gathering of your own. The two glanced at each other and, with impeccable tacit understanding, spoke in unison. Forgive us, but we cannot answer that. Even if you won't say it, I still have a general idea. Zhuo Fan spoke while discreetly observing the two of them. Seeing that both still maintained their composed demeanor, he continued. But have you considered one thing? Right now, they may be sharing hardships with you, but what about the future? The two venerables' eyes widened slightly, almost imperceptibly, but Zhuo Fan noticed. The male lead knew his words had struck a chord in their hearts. He immediately intensified his effort, laying out the facts and reasoning, then bellowed. Kuei Lang, Yu Ling, come in here. Your masters wish to see you. The two venerables' faces were full of question marks, unsure of what Zhuo Fan intended to do next. Kuei Lang and Yu Ling entered and then clasped their fists toward the two men. Masters, if you have any orders for your disciples, please instruct us. Before the two venerables could open their mouths, Zhuo Fan interjected. There's nothing major. Right now, we all have some free time. I need you two to tell a story. The story of your past decade or so in the labor office. These words left everyone present stunned, unsure of his intentions. But seeing that the two venerables remained silent, Kuei Lang and Yu Ling had no choice but to follow Zhuo Fan's words and recount their lives over the past 10+ years. From being looked down upon, to gradually adapting to the life and death struggles within the labor office, facing numerous brushes with death, step by step rising to the position of boss. By the time the two finished speaking, they seemed not yet recovered from the sorrow, their eyes still tinged with streaks of blood. Then they looked at the two venerables. The two men were completely expressionless, the very picture of, this matter does not concern us, everyone for themselves. Venerable Bai asked, are you two finished? Seeing his two disciples nod, he turned back to look at Zhuo Fan. Butler Zhuo, what is your intention? Zhuo Fan furrowed his brows. Do you feel nothing? The two venerables shook their heads. Venerable Qi spoke up with a mocking laugh. Butler Zhuo, you are far too young. We demonic cultivators must experience hardship and be devoid of sentiment. What is the labor office but a mere trial for the two of them? Just because they are our disciples, should we feel pity and heartache? Heh, what kind of demonic path would that even be? Are you stupid? Did I ask you to feel pity or heartache? Zhuo Fan retorted. My point is, who was responsible for what happened to the two of them? Who mocked them right to their faces? The two venerables' bodies involuntarily trembled. Their expressions changed drastically. They now understood exactly what Zhuo Fan was getting at. Zhuo Fan curled his lip in disdain. That they were framed before was due to their own stupidity. But even when beating a dog, one must look at its master. Those people dared to touch them so brazenly, clearly showing they had no regard for you whatsoever. And furthermore, why did you go to such lengths to summon them back? Isn't it because your disciples kept encountering mishaps one after another, leaving you with no one left to use? How truly lamentable. The dignity of these two disciples may not be overly important, but what about the dignity of you two? Having your faces slapped like that constantly, doesn't it hurt you? Yet you can even stand firm like this and willingly cooperate with the very ones who slapped your faces. This level of forbearance. I, Zhuo Fan, am truly in awe. If it were me, I would stake my life against them. When someone touches my disciples, they are clearly not giving me face. Just now, Venerable Qi said I am too young. Ha ha ha. Indeed, I am too young. I lack the forbearance that you two possess, forbearance that has turned your hair into that of a turtle. Ha ha ha. Before Zhuo Fan could even finish, Venerable Bai erupted in fury and roared. Enough. Shut your mouth. Zhuo Fan, I showed you respect because you came as the sect leader's representative. I gave you 3 parts courtesy. Do not push your luck. Zhuo Fan put on a face begging for a beating. Pushing my luck. I'm pushing my luck. Have I been taking turns slapping the faces of you two? It is you two who have been continuously slapped by others, yet you still willingly act as their servants. I only just entered the sect not long ago. I hadn't even taken care of your 2 disciples for a period of time, yet you already regard me as a benefactor and treat me as an ally. Who is pushing their luck here? Tell me. Who? Ha. Zhuo Fan spoke with righteous fervor, and by the end, he was nearly shouting. His eyes glared straight at the 2 men. The 2 men stared back at him intently, grinding their teeth in hatred. Their fists were clenched, their mustaches quivering wildly, yet they didn't know how to retort. Taking a deep breath, the 2 suppressed their fury and coldly questioned Zhuo Fan. You don't need to sow discord. Right now, all of US elders and venerables of the inner sect are in the same boat. We share in glory and disgrace alike. You can return and report to the sect leader. His goodwill, we acknowledge. Regrettably, this time we must disappoint him. Do not be so hasty to refuse. At its core, the reason you two agree to stand on the same front as your former enemies is merely for the power to allocate those few sect resources, isn't it? But have you considered that after this matter, it will be them who eat the meat while you will still only drink the broth? Venerable Bai narrowed his eyes and finally spoke the words from the bottom of his heart. If the inner sect ceases to exist, we won't even have broth to drink. Seeing the bait taken, Zhuo Fan smiled. He wanted him to voice it himself. Since you've said that, I'll do you a favor. If the inner sect has no broth to drink, you two could always come to our labor office and eat meat. The 2 men jolted upon hearing this and shouted in unison. What did you say? Seeing the disbelief in both their eyes, Zhuo Fan explained coldly. There's no need to hide the truth. Our labor office currently has too many people and requires elders and venerables to manage them. If you two don't find it beneath you, you could absolutely come to our labor office. To be frank with you both, the sect leader intends to replace the inner sect with the elite labor office as the place to cultivate elite disciples. It is just that the inner sect is deeply entrenched and cannot be eradicated in a single strike. But we need not worry, for in the end it is only a matter of time. Right now, the inner sect is managed by Venerable Shi. He is eating the meat, while you drink the broth. But if you can come early to the elite labor office, then that will be the place where you eat the meat, and he won't even have broth to drink. Everything will be yours. And besides, you aren't necessarily all in the same boat anyway. Because I have come here to extend this invitation to you. I must also add, the early bird catches the worm. Come late, and there'll be nothing left. An opportunity to change your fate comes only once. Take your time to think it over. The 2 venerables heard this and were shaken as if they had encountered a deity. They hadn't expected the sect leader to truly intend to seize the inner sect's power. It was just that the elite labor office had only just begun to be established. It was uncertain how long it could last. Joining rashly was far too risky. Zhuo Fan naturally knew their concerns on this point. He also understood that to an outsider, it would indeed seem far too risky. So he unleashed the ultimate move in his hand. With a flick, he produced 2 porcelain bottles and pushed them toward the 2 men. The 2 exchanged glances, then slowly opened the lids of the bottles. The moment they opened them, both men jolted in shock. The rich, concentrated pill fragrance emanating from within, just from a single sniff, caused their entire body's blood vessels to suddenly flow unimpeded. A 10th grade spirit pill. Zhuo Fan smiled and said, that's correct. It is precisely the 10th grade spirit pill, the heaven-penetrating pill. This is merely a small token of my regard. I hope you two won't disdain it. If you two still have concerns about the future, then allow me to put it this way. As long as one elder or venerable is willing to come to our labor office and take up a position, I will produce an 8th grade spirit pill as a welcome gift. 8th grade? Yes, that's right. 8th grade spirit pills. You two did not mishear. Moreover, since you two are the pioneers, your treatment must naturally be different. Others will only receive 8th grade pills, and you must act quickly. If you're late, there will be no spots left. After all, the number of disciples is limited. What need is there for so many elders and venerables? The two men were utterly tempted. They understood Zhuo Fan's true intention. He wasn't just trying to poach the inner sect's disciples. He wasn't even letting the elders and venerables off the hook. He wanted to turn the inner sect into an empty shell. Such a method was ruthlessly extreme. Pulling the rug out from under them like this left the inner sect absolutely no chance to catch its breath. The combined pressure from Zhuo Fan and the sect leader could destroy the inner sect. The two of them were merely cannon fodder in this struggle. It was better to join the sect leader's side early. After all, Zhuo Fan had a rather good relationship with their two disciples. If the two of them agreed to join the labor office, they would likely foster even better relations and receive even more benefits. Thinking of this, the two exchanged a glance. Their eyes mirrored each other perfectly. They nodded simultaneously and then declared loudly, "Very well, we are willing to come to the labor office. And we will also secretly contact other trustworthy elders and venerables to join as well." Zhuo Fan heard this and nodded with satisfaction. That is good. The inner sect is already rotten. This place of mine is where you can truly stretch your legs and display your talents. Welcome to the demonic scheme sect. From within the cemetery behind the mountain, the sounds of roaring and howling continuously emanated from the four great formations. Gue Hu, Tai Ying, Kue Gang, and Yuer. The four of them supervised the four major trial formations. Elder Yuan organized and arranged the newly admitted menial disciples, finally making his way over to this spot. The atmosphere here was soaring. Seeing Zhuo Fan heading toward him, Kue Gang excitedly called out, "Master, you're back." Hearing this, the others also hurriedly gathered around him. Kue Gang complained, "Master, where have you been these past 3 days? We're so busy we can barely breathe, yet you, the boss, are slacking off." Zhuo Fan rapped Kue Gang on the head and scolded, "Your master was out handling important matters. And you, watch your tongue, know your place, that stinking brat." On this side, Gue Hu spoke up tentatively. "Butler Zhuo, you said before that you would allow me to follow you, so the next time you go somewhere, could you take me along?" "Haha, I know what you want. It's just that this time, I can't." Zhuo Fan slowly shook his head. In truth, over those 3 days, besides visiting the two venerables, he had also met with several influential disciples within the inner sect. The work of undermining from within was something he was already very familiar with. Naturally, he knew where to strike. Besides winning over the elders and venerables, swaying a group of leading disciples was also quite important. Therefore, he absolutely could not bring Gue Hu along because Gue Hu was the Grand Elder's disciple. He understood that Zhuo Fan still harbored caution toward him in his heart. Gue Hu sighed and fell silent. Suddenly, Elder Yuan spoke up. "Butler Zhuo, previously, the gates of our labor office were packed with people. Outer and inner sect disciples were all jostling to get in. But these past few days, it's been very quiet." Zhuo Fan waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. Whether they are willing to join or not is their own business. We absolutely do not force anyone." Having said that, Zhuo Fan looked over at the four, including Gue Hu, and spoke nonchalantly. "What are you four still standing here for? Hurry up and get back to work. Especially you, Gue Hu. Your killing intent is far too heavy. You must learn to internalize it and cultivate the word forbearance. I assigned you to supervise them precisely to temper your mental state, to learn forbearance in tranquility, in monotony. Now get going." The group nodded and hurriedly returned to their posts. Only Elder Yuan remained standing in place, watching Zhuo Fan with a faint, unmoving smile. He knew that what Zhuo Fan had just said was only for the ears of those four young people. His true thoughts were quite different. Sure enough, as soon as the four had left, Zhuo Fan dared to let out a sigh. He looked toward Elder Yuan and said with a bitter smile, "It's not that I don't trust them. It's just that I fear they are too restless and cannot maintain their composure, and might leak your grand plan." "This old man understands," Elder Yuan said with a hearty laugh. Zhuo Fan got straight to the point. "Elder Yuan, these past 3 days, I took a trip to the inner sect. Those old fellows have indeed made their move. They've begun restricting their disciples. It seems they've sensed our intentions. As long as they control their disciples, no matter how big we make things, it will be useless. The overall momentum of the sect ultimately depends on the flow of people. On this point, Venerable Shi has assessed it very accurately." Zhuo Fan said disdainfully, "Although that is the case, it is still a pity. The inner sect has long ceased to be as solid as steel. There are deep-seated conflicts among the elders and venerables. They are only reluctantly bound together by a sliver of shared interest. As long as I sow discord and drive a wedge, cracks will surely appear. Then, with a bit of coercion and enticement, some will certainly switch sides. Now, Venerable Bai and Venerable Qi are working on my behalf to win others over. I've also instructed Kuei Lang and Yu Ling to leverage the relationships they built with a few inner sect disciples in the past. That's why those connections are useful now. Butler Zhuo is cautious and meticulous, with everything well within his grasp. This old man is full of admiration." Zhuo Fan smiled faintly and nodded. "To entice those two venerables, I had to spend 2 10th grade spirit pills. And those were just the 2 pioneers. For the rest, each will require at least 1 8th grade spirit pill. Ah. If this continues, I truly will go bankrupt. Elder Yuan asked in alarm. What is it? Are your supplies insufficient? How much do you have left? The old man thought to himself. If Shuo Fan's resources run dry, the momentum of the labor office will inevitably fizzle out sooner or later. All of this will have been for nothing. Shuo Fan snorted lightly. Why are you so concerned about me? I'm not telling you. Don't think I don't know. Last time, as soon as I let slip that I could support the entire sect, Xia Wuiyue immediately ordered me to launch this grand campaign. Do you think I'm ignorant of what's going on? If I let you all know my true situation, wouldn't you find ways to bleed me dry? Elder Yuan's eyes seemed to see through everything, as cunning as an old fox. So, according to what you're saying, you still have plenty left. Haha. That is good, then. Shuo Fan sneered inwardly. I could indeed hold out for as long as needed without issue. But I want to bring all of this to an end. I want to see if, using these achievements, I can negotiate with Xia Wuiyue for my freedom. From the very beginning, my heart was never in the demonic scheme sect. I have only ever been thinking of ways to leave this place. If I truly had to choose a place to settle for a long time, I would rather return to the Luo clan. Perceiving the thoughts in Zhuo Fan's heart, Elder Yuan felt a pang of loss within. This brat's heart is not with the sect, even though he has taken 2 disciples here. But recalling something, Elder Yuan opened his mouth and said, Butler Zhuo, you have created such a grand momentum and put so much effort into the sect, that without receiving any recompense, it must be quite frustrating. Allow this old man to tell you a secret lore known to very few in hopes that it might be of some help to you. This is a secret lore of the Western continent, known only to a select few among the upper echelons of the various sections. Years ago, this old man served as an assistant to an alchemist master and overheard it by chance. It is a secret concerning the terrestrial dragon soul. Shuo Fan's expression turned serious. The terrestrial dragon soul. Shuo Fan furrowed his brows and asked, You're not talking about the cultivation method for the 9 dragons' golden diamond body, are you? Elder Yuan shook his head in denial. He spoke with a hint of disdain. Cultivating the 9 dragons' golden diamond body is actually a waste of the dragon soul's power. A squandering of heaven's gift. Shuo Fan grew even more curious and asked, Elder Yuan, why do you say that? Elder Yuan slowly explained. The 9 dragon souls. If one can endure the agony of the dragon souls gnawing at the body, anyone at the ethereal stage can successfully cultivate the 9 dragons' golden diamond body and break through the ethereal stage. However, that is the inferior method. It is a waste of heaven's gift, because even if one reaches the ethereal stage, their divine soul is merely a terrestrial dragon soul, a mundane thing no different from the 9 dragon souls themselves. When encountering an ethereal stage expert, even if the body is powerful, the divine souls are as far apart as heaven and earth. Yet there is a superior method for cultivating dragon souls. That is, when 10 dragon souls are gathered together, they can communicate with heaven and earth, open the heavenly meridian, draw in the 9 heavens dragon energy, and condense a heavenly dragon divine soul. This is something that a terrestrial dragon soul absolutely cannot compare to. That is the true dragon soul. Under circumstances where both sides have equal power, one can fight across 2 levels. But with a heavenly dragon divine soul, one can fight across 5 levels or more. The male lead grew increasingly astonished. He knew of dragon souls, but what the hell was a heavenly dragon soul? And what exactly was this thing about using a terrestrial dragon soul to draw in a heavenly dragon soul? He had never heard of it. The male lead carefully recalled the various records in the 9 Serenities secret manual, but there was no mention of this matter. Could it be that Joumod did not know of this? However, there was one passage that seemed related. In the sacred domain, where the dragon clan resides, there is a place where the corpses of generations of dragon clan experts are buried. The dragon energy there is thick and dense. If one could extract dragon energy from that place to refine the soul, one could truly condense the most powerful dragon soul. But that place is a forbidden ground of the dragon clan, strictly guarded. Ordinary people cannot enter. Even if he could reach the sacred domain now, it would not be the turn of an ethereal stage cultivator to steal dragon energy from there. That would be suicide, not knowing one's own limits. And cultivating beyond the ethereal stage means losing a truly excellent opportunity to refine the divine soul. And according to what Elder Yuan said, this heavenly dragon soul seems to be a dragon worm, using dragon chi to refine the divine soul. What does this mean? Could it be that experts of the Saint Realm cannot incorporate dragon chi from the Saint Realm, but a mortal realm cultivator can? Seeing Zhuo Fan pondering in silence, Elder Yuan had no idea what he was thinking. Then Elder Yuan frowned and continued, this is precisely the 10 dragons opening the heavens. After successfully cultivating it and breaking through to the ethereal stage, although you will not possess a physique as formidable as the dragon Vitra body, for experts at the ethereal stage and above, the divine soul becomes paramount. Therefore, the value of the heavenly dragon divine soul is far greater. In our Western continent, only the 2 leaders of the Double Dragon Manor from the Double Dragon Gathering have successfully cultivated the Heavenly Dragon Soul. Zhuofan started and exclaimed loudly, the 2 leaders of the Double Dragon Manor. The nickname sounds like it is related to the Double Dragon Gathering. Seeing that Zhuofan did not know of the 2 leaders of the Double Dragon Manor, Elder Yuan laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, this Double Dragon Gathering is actually organized by the Double Dragon Manor. Throughout the entire Western continent, this is a major event that cannot be underestimated. In the days to come, Steward Zhuo will understand. The 2 leaders of the Double Dragon Manor are precisely the hosts of the Double Dragon Gathering. Both the Dragon Vajra body and the method of 10 dragons opening the heavens originate from them. They are the source of the most profound martial techniques in the Western continent. Even if they proclaim themselves the strongest in the Western continent, no one would dare object. Zhuofan was stunned upon hearing this, then asked doubtfully, what about Danqingshan? I have heard that he is the #1 person in our Western continent. Elder Yuan burst out laughing and shook his head. Then you are mistaken. Danqingshan is actually the sole disciple of those 2. What? Danqingshan is a member of the Double Dragon Manor? Elder Yuan nodded and said, indeed, the 2 leaders of the Double Dragon Manor have exceedingly high standards and have never taken any disciples their entire lives. Even when encountering individuals with extraordinary innate talent, they would only offer superficial guidance, never formally accepting a disciple. Only Danqingshan was an exception. He is a prodigious talent that appears but once in 10,000 years, and thus the 2 leaders of the Double Dragon Manor made an exception and accepted him as a disciple, personally instructing him. As expected, a great master produces an outstanding disciple. Before long, Danqingshan became the foremost expert of the Western continent. Unfortunately, they later had a falling out. Danqingshan wreaked havoc across the Western continent and departed arrogantly, his whereabouts unknown to this day. Thus, the title of the Western continent's #1 expert reverted to the 2 leaders of the Double Dragon Manor. Steward Zhuo, the last time I saw that you possess a Heavenly Dragon Soul Pulse, I speculated whether you might be able to achieve the 10 dragons opening the heavens. Although this matter is extremely perilous, as the primordial spirit could be annihilated by the powerful dragon Qi. Given your capabilities, I believe you could attempt it. It is fortunate that you are currently only at the Heavenly Profound Realm, so you still have some time before reaching the ethereal stage. If you can gather 10 dragon souls. Before Elder Yuan could finish, Zhuofan interrupted him. I have 9 already. Elder Yuan immediately lunged forward and grabbed the male lead by the shoulders, exclaiming in terror, what? Why, you have 9 heavenly dragon soul pulses. Indeed, all of them are suppressed within my body. If you just mentioned that the 10 dragons opening the heavens is effective, then I simply need to find 1 more to complete the set. Hearing this, Elder Yuan was even more horrified. The old man looked at the male lead as if he were seeing a monster. Keeping 9 dragon souls inside your body, and you have not even refined them. Are you not worried about them backlashing against you? Zhuofan replied contemptuously, those wretched beasts, they wouldn't dare. Then, a blue-colored flame erupted from his fingertip. Zhuofan wore a smug smile. Elder Yuan, last time I told you this was a flame that targets the primordial spirit. I use precisely this to suppress those beasts. Using this is far better and safer than any seal. At this point, Elder Yuan was naturally completely dumbfounded. He truly found it hard to believe that someone could actually harbor 9 divine dragon souls within their body without any mishap. One must realize that this is akin to turning one's own body into a cage containing 9 ferocious beasts. No matter how sturdy the cage, if bitten and torn at by 9 ferocious beasts in turn, the body would suffer indescribable agony and eventually die from severe injuries. Yet Zhuofan could actually completely suppress them. They did not even dare to bare their fangs or brandish their claws, not daring to so much as touch the cage. Elder Yuan still could not believe it. Is this blue flame truly so formidable? Understanding the old man's thoughts, the male lead slowly explained. When I seized them, I had considered using them to cultivate the 9 dragons' Vajra body to break through to the ethereal stage. But knowing it would lead to an unstable cultivation foundation, I abandoned that idea. Today, hearing you speak of the existence of the 10 dragons opening the heavens, I realize how fortunate my earlier decision truly was. Elder Yuan clasped his fists in admiration. Steward Zhuo, your blessed fortune is indeed profound. I hope you will soon gather the 10 dragons, break through to the ethereal stage, and achieve the heavenly dragon divine soul. Zhuofan laughed heartily with joy. Ha ha ha, I shall borrow your auspicious words. Cultivating the heavenly dragon divine soul was something he had never done before, or rather, it was something he had never even considered. This rebirth, being fortunate enough to gather nearly enough dragon souls, was truly a profound blessing and destiny. Half a month later, in an elegantly refined room, Venerable Shi waved his hand and smashed a nearby flower vase to pieces, roaring in fury. Venerable Bai, Venerable Qi, those 2 old fools actually dare to violate the greater good of our inner sect and openly seek out the labor office. Behind him, the great elder spoke up. Indeed, our inner sect shares both glory and disgrace. Although those two old men have had their differences with us on ordinary days, they should not be so muddled on major matters. Why this time? Venerable Shi's face was flushed crimson with rage, his breathing ragged, his eyes filled with bewilderment, unable to fathom the reason. Just then, Elder Air stormed in, his voice loud and clear. It is obvious now. Those venerable guardians and elders who openly turned against us were all secretly contacted by those two old devils, Venerable Bai and Venerable Qi. And those rebellious disciples were covertly recruited by Kuei Lang, Yue Ling, and a few other disciples with significant prestige. Everything was set, just waiting for the storm to erupt, catching us completely off guard. All of this is already clear. What use is there in repeating it now? I only want to know, who exactly instructed them to do this? This operation is meticulously organized. It is obviously a long premeditated scheme. We all know perfectly well what kind of person the sect leader is. Sinister, ruthless. No one is willing to contend for food with a tiger. Once he steps forward, fundamentally no one will cooperate with him. He only possesses forceful, rigid methods, not that kind of charisma. This old man wants to know who contacted these people who could incite such a large group of elders, venerable guardians, and disciples to obey his commands. Having said this, Venerable Shi gnashed his teeth in hatred, inwardly cursing Xiaoyue's ancestors for 8 generations. The great elder hesitated for a moment before speaking. Venerable Shi, this old man has heard that this person is indeed not the sect leader but rather the one who established the elite force within the labor office. Shua Fan. Everyone calls him Steward Shua. His eyes burning blood red, Venerable Shi asked coldly, Shua Fan, the one who made a move at the last inner sect exam? The great elder nodded. Correct. This person is truly an extraordinary figure. Although his cultivation is only at the heavenly profound realm, his true strength is unfathomably deep. At the inner sect exam, we all witnessed it with our own eyes. With just a casual sweep, he defeated Guihu, the foremost disciple of the inner sect. But what is even more terrifying is that this man's mind and schemes are even deeper than the sect leaders. The sect leader has always been purely rigid, but this man's methods blend softness within hardness, and hardness within softness. Seeing Elder Air praise Zhuofan so profusely, Venerable Shi's blood boiled even hotter, and he asked, Elder Air, why do you seem to understand Zhuofan so well? Elder Air sighed. Sigh. Just now, I went to see an elder who had been deceived by Zhuofan, hoping to gather information. Instead, I received a thorough scolding. The matter from years ago when I took one of his female disciples should have been long settled. This time, he brought it up again, saying that my actions were a direct slap to his face, that I made him wear a green hat. He swore an irreconcilable hatred against me. That man has a violent temper. I only prodded him a few times, and he blurted everything out. I then learned that, besides stoking grievances, that brat actually promised each of them an 8th grade spirit pill. Perhaps that is the real reason they are willingly following him. What? 8th grade pills? Venerable Shi was astonished. Why didn't he come to me? If he had, I'm afraid this old man might have followed him too. Having spoken, Elder Air wore an expression of regret, as if wishing he could trade places with that elder. After a moment's thought, Venerable Shi said contemptuously, how could he possibly come to you? This move of his is aimed at destroying our inner sect. You are the one who benefits most from the inner sect. The inner sect is our very foundation. He naturally had to seek out those who gain no benefits from the inner sect to sway their hearts. You have followed this old man for so many years. How could he possibly trust you? Hearing this, Elder Air could only chuckle wryly and nod. That is indeed the case. However, for a mere 8th grade spirit pill, compared to long-term benefits, even if tempted, I would still choose the inner sect. His eyes radiating killing intent, Venerable Shi ground his teeth and said, Zhuofan, merely a menial disciple, yet quite impressive indeed. It seems this old man must personally go and test you. Scene shifts to the labor office. In front of the formation gate, a noisy crowd had gathered. Driven by curiosity, Kuei Lang was just about to take a step inside when a cold voice emanated from within the heavenly gate. If you wish to enter the heavenly gate, first weigh your own strength clearly. I went in, and only escaped with my life by a hair's breadth, 9 deaths and 1 life. Turning his head, he saw Guihu looking at him contemptuously. Kuei Lang felt a bit intimidated and bowed slightly as he asked, Senior brother Guihu, you aren't trying to scare me, are you? Is this formation truly that formidable? My son already passed the grade 7 formation. How could I be inferior to him? Senior brother, don't deceive me now. Guihu tilted his head away and ignored him. Don't believe it if you don't want to. Seeing this, Kuei Lang hesitated, pondering. Advancing seemed impossible, but retreating also felt wrong. Just then, his son Kuei Gang ran over to stop him. Old man, don't be impulsive. Going in there is certain death. Even senior brother Guihu had a layer of skin peeled off in there. Upon hearing this, Kuei Lang staggered, asking incredulously, Heavens, are you telling the truth? This formation is truly that terrifying? Kuei Gang replied seriously, of course. This is the formation master uses to evaluate elite disciples. It's not as easy as the formations master set up for us to train with. Kuei-lang broke out in a cold sweat. After standing frozen in place for a while, he finally let out a light sigh. My, how embarrassing. Then he returned to the earthly gate, being extremely cautious and meticulous. He asked his son, what about this gate? This gate shouldn't be a problem. Senior brother Taiying, at the peak of the heavenly profound realm, was able to pass through it. Hearing that even Taiying could pass, Kuei-lang said excitedly, that's good then. If I can't get a 7th grade demon treasure, a 6th grade one wouldn't be bad either. Having spoken, without a moment's hesitation, he charged in. But immediately after, a miserable scream echoed from inside. Brat, you wretched son. This isn't as easy as you said at all. Hearing these words, the sisters Yueling and Kuei-gang exchanged glances, both covering their mouths as they giggled. Venerable Bai stroked his beard, nodding repeatedly as he said, no wonder those disciples are flocking to him like ducks to water. A place this good. If this old man were still a disciple, even if it meant risking the crime of deceiving my master and destroying my ancestors, I would still follow him. After all, at any time, one's own strength is what matters most. The remaining venerable guardians and elders also nodded one after another in agreement. Venerable Bai speaks the truth. Zhuofan smiled and said, ladies and gentlemen, elders and venerable guardians, our labor office elite force differs from the inner sect. It is not a competitive system, but rather an assessment and certification system. Therefore, you can still guide your own disciples in their cultivation without needing to compare their strengths and weaknesses. This system is truly excellent. Everyone here no longer needs to fight over mere cultivation resources, losing all sense of camaraderie. For the future cultivation of the disciples, it couldn't be better. Over on this side, Venerable Bai pondered for a moment, then spoke. The Labor Office Elite Force employs a natural assessment system, preventing disciples from deceiving and cheating one another. The 4 formation gates provide a very fair evaluation. One regards oneself as the opponent, growing stronger step by step. However, without competition, very few people can truly view themselves as the opponent and develop accordingly. That is why the inner sect requires competition to foster true experts. The Labor Office's use of an assessment and certification system can ignite the disciples' passion for cultivation because of the lure of benefits. This requires immense financial resources. I, your humble steward, do not know where your cultivation resources come from, nor to what extent you can sustain them. At the very least, this cannot go on indefinitely. If the resources are insufficient and this place reverts to competition, what then? Hearing these words, the male lead could not help but feel admiration in his heart. Venerable Bai truly thinks far ahead. He is not wrong. Having thought this through, the male lead then raised his voice and declared, ladies and gentlemen, this matter is not something you need to consider. This is the sect leader's concern. Moreover, when the time comes, you will not suffer the slightest loss. In fact, you will gain even more. Because you are among the first to arrive here, are you not? Everyone exchanged glances. Naturally, they understood the implication behind Zhuofan's words. All of them broke into knowing, somewhat corrupted smiles. Indeed, even if this place were to revert to being like the inner sect, so what? In the past, within the inner sect, they were always the ones being bullied. Their cultivation resources were all snatched away by Venerable Shi's faction. But here, they would be the founding elders. The authority to distribute resources would belong to them. Thinking of this, everyone cupped their fists toward the male lead. Steward Zhuo, you are truly a man of great wisdom. No wonder the sect leader entrusts you with overseeing the grand scheme of things single-handedly. We are filled with admiration. Zhuofan also cupped his fists and replied modestly, you flatter me, you flatter me. Though he spoke thus, inwardly the male lead was extremely contemptuous. He had never intended to stay long in the demon scheming sect, so naturally he had no need to worry about the sect's future. But these fellows, being high-ranking members of the demon scheming sect themselves, were only concerned with their own personal gains. It was truly rare to find one with a modicum of long-term vision, and yet even that was immediately washed away clean by a few casual words from him. No wonder Xiao Yue called them the malignant tumors of the sect. He was absolutely right. If the Luo clan ever dared to harbor such heartless and conscienceless individuals, he would surely slap those worthless wretches to death with a single palm. Suddenly, the great elder appeared in person. Venerable Bai recognized this person and exclaimed in shock, Great Elder, what brings you here? Below, Goe-hu, hearing that his master had arrived, shouted excitedly, Master, why have you come? The great elder merely glanced at him briefly, paying him no further mind. Instead, he directed his gaze toward Zhuofan and smiled. So you are Zhuofan, the illustrious steward Zhuo. This old man you have the honor of meeting is the great elder of the demon scheming sect. I have come this time to discuss an important matter. Might I have a word in private? Over on this side, Venerable Bai transmitted a voice message. Steward Zhuo, this old man comes with ill intentions. You must not take the risk. Zhuofan shrugged indifferently. I am the sect leader's man. The great elder has come here openly, before so many witnesses. He naturally would not be so foolish as to do anything to me. Venerable Qi worries too far ahead. As soon as his words fell, Zhuofan flashed and appeared beside the great elder. He opened his mouth and said, I am merely a lowly menial disciple. For the great elder to personally come and extend an invitation today, this humble one is truly overwhelmed by the unexpected honor. Let us go. The great elder nodded silently. At such a young age, the great elder remarked impassively, no wonder the sect leader can rest assured leaving you to handle important affairs alone. Having spoken, the old man took the lead, guiding the way. Soon, the two arrived beside a small stream, where another person was already waiting. Zhuofan walked over and cupped his fists. So it is Venerable Shi. May I inquire what business you have in summoning me here this time? But before he could finish, Venerable Shi forcibly cut him off. Spare me the formalities. You are merely a chess piece in Xiaoyue's hand. Why go to such lengths to offend us like this? This will do you no good for your future within the sect. Zhuofan chuckled lightly and replied, and how would that differ from offending the sect leader? Wouldn't that lead to an even swifter death? Venerable Shi laughed coldly. Humph, truly, young people do not know the weight of matters. You believe Xiaoyue is a reliable backer for you. Is that not the case? You are mistaken. He merely sees you as the tip of his spear. By establishing this labor office elite force, you have drawn the ire of countless elders and venerable guardians who would dearly love to eat you alive. And what of Xiaoyue? He is simply using your hand to wrest the authority of the inner sect from our grasp. Afterwards, he will still need to rely on us to heal and govern the sect. So how will he quell our simmering resentment? Will he not offer you up as the sacrificial blade? The male lead naturally knew exactly what was going on in Xiaoyue's mind, but right now, his only concern was to accumulate merit and leave the sect. Thinking this, the male lead smiled and said, but at least until then, I am still safe. Venerable Shi, upon hearing this, raised an eyebrow slightly and asked, is that so? That is not necessarily certain. Having spoken, he unleashed a surging, billowing aura. A killing intent, like a heaven-swallowing giant python, bore down upon Zhuofan. Zhuofan retreated 3 steps, a pained expression appearing on his face. The divine soul pressure, brimming with murderous intent, pressed down like the 5 elements mountain-crushing Sun Wukong, forcing the azure flame of the Qing Tian Kunpeng to automatically protect its master. Yet ultimately, the male lead gritted his teeth and endured, standing there calmly. A flicker of surprise flashed in Venerable Shi's eyes. To think that a mere heavenly profound realm could withstand the pressure of my ethereal stage. Then, Venerable Shi raised his voice and threatened, brat, are you not afraid? Zhuofan replied contemptuously, afraid? Heh. That is a question I should be asking you. By laying a hand on me, are you not afraid of the sect leader? Using this as a pretext to carry out a purge? To trade the chess piece you speak of for the lives of you elders and venerable guardians? Haha, wouldn't the sect leader profit immensely from such a deal? Venerable Shi, hearing this, stared intently into Zhuofan's eyes. Seeing not a trace of fear, he retracted his aura and nodded in appreciation. A hero emerges from youth. No wonder that venomous snake Xiaoyue dared to let you come forward alone to accomplish this task. Truly courageous. But do not forget what this old man just told you. Always leave yourself a path of retreat in all things. If you exert yourself entirely for him, then the day of your great calamity is not far off. Zhuofan cupped his fists toward Venerable Shi and said, many thanks for Venerable Shi's reminder. I shall take note. If Venerable Shi has no further business, this junior requests permission to take his leave first. Watching his figure gradually disappear, the great elder beside him praised, this man is indeed no ordinary person. With cultivation at the heavenly profound realm, yet able to stand firm against the intensity of your primordial spirit pressure. He is not to be underestimated. Even those at the peak of radiant soul realm cannot compare to him. The great elder said, indeed, this brat truly possesses extraordinary innate talent. But that is not the most fearsome aspect. As for that burst of killing intent just now, what truly inspires wariness in this old man's heart is his utterly composed expression, his fearlessness of heaven and earth. His courage is unlike that of others. Others only give me a sense of recklessness, stubbornness, or immense conviction. But Zhuofan gives me the feeling that he is the one in control of the entire situation. Zhuofan makes this old man feel that he is not a chess piece but rather the chess player himself. The great elder, hearing Venerable Shi praise the male lead so highly, fell silent for a moment. After a while, the old man sighed and spoke. You are right. He struck right at our weak point, leaving us no choice but to refrain from touching him. He dares to act with such self-assurance and pride. This brat possesses the talent of a great general, with qualities surpassing the ordinary. I fear he may well be the next to assume the position of sect leader. Venerable Shi remained silent, tacitly agreeing. After a long pause, Venerable Shi finally sighed and said, sigh. Yet another Xiaoyue. No, he is even more dangerous than that venomous snake Xiaoyue. The great elder spoke meaningfully. In that case, what shall we do next? Using force is definitely out of the question. Even before, when our inner sex interests were aligned, we dared not resort to force, let alone now. If things continue as I anticipate, in a few days, the number of people joining the labor office will only increase. Yet we are not in a position to strike directly. Surely we can find someone else to act in our stead. They target our disciples. Can we not give them a taste of their own medicine? Scene shifts to the burial ground behind the mountain. The group including Venerable Bai, seeing Zhuo Fan return safely, approached him with concerned inquiries. Steward Zhuo, are you quite alright? Had you returned even a moment later, this old man feared he would have had to lead the labor office's forces to come to your aid. Zhuo Fan chuckled lightly. Haha, it is nothing. They are not fools. I told you, they would not dare do anything to me. Venerable Bai slapped his forehead and said, I almost forgot. Steward Zhuo, there is someone who wishes to see you. Zhuo Fan asked, puzzled, see me? Zhuo Fan slowly followed, soon arriving at a chaotic gathering of people. Venerable Bai walked over and cupped his fists respectfully toward 3 venerable guardians. Steward Zhuo has returned. The 3, upon hearing this, ceased their inspection and turned around. The large, portly figure spoke first. Zhuo Fan, we finally meet. A talent indeed. Come join our elite ranks. Seeing Fiend Yang lunge toward him, Zhuo Fan immediately assumed a defensive stance and said angrily, get lost. I don't have time to play around with you. Who exactly are you? Over on this side, Venerable Bai, unsure whether to laugh or cry, pointed toward the 3 and introduced them. Steward Zhuo. These are the venerable guardians who guide the elite disciples. They are, respectively, Fiend Yang, Fiend Yin, and Fiend Gui. Together, they are known as the 3 fiends of the Nether Palace. Back in the day, they, along with sect leader Xiaoyue, were collectively called the 4 Fiends of Hell. They are the prodigious talents of the sect who survived participating in the Double Dragon gathering. Fiend Yang scratched his head sheepishly. Hey now, a true hero doesn't dwell on past glories. Venerable Bai, why did you have to bring that up? Ha. Though he spoke modestly, his face was brimming with the smugness of spring breeze, as if reminiscing about those bygone days. Zhuo Fan inwardly scoffed. They merely managed to return alive. What is there to be so proud of? Zhuo Fan respectfully cupped his fists and asked, may I inquire what business brings the 3 venerable guardians to the labor office? Fiend Yang put on a shameless expression and said, Zhuo Fan, you've done an excellent job establishing this labor office elite force. The sect leader is very pleased. Therefore, he permitted me to come and inform you that the demon treasures you were to provide him should be increased by another 30%, and that each of us 3 should receive a set as well. Zhuo Fan was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Son of a, that bastard Xiaoyue. Taking a deep breath, Zhuo Fan asked with a mixture of tears and laughter. 3 venerable guardians, could there be some misunderstanding? You praise my work, and not only is there no reward for me, but now you want to take things from me. Is this supposed to be a reward for me, or am I rewarding you? Hearing Zhuo Fan's words, the 3 clutched their stomachs and laughed like madmen. Fiend Yang laughed heartily. Ha. You truly have no sense of humor. We were just joking with you. In truth, the sect leader has decided that this labor office elite force of yours, regardless of quality or quantity, has become a pillar capable of shouldering the sect's burdens. Therefore, he is preparing to transfer half of the resources from the inner sect here for cultivation. Moreover, a number of slots for the selection of elite disciples will be allocated to you all. As for how many you can secure, that will depend on the disciples' own strength. So, it is entirely possible that you might take them all. Everyone present couldn't help but exclaim loudly, what? The sect leader intends to move half of the inner sect's resources to the labor office? On this side, the various elders and venerable guardians exchanged glances, their eyes alight with excitement. They were utterly thrilled. Although they had long guessed that the labor office elite force was established precisely to seize power from the inner sect, they assumed it would take quite some time to completely replace it. But they never imagined that happiness would arrive so swiftly. The sect leader was actually, without the slightest hesitation, proceeding to transfer resources, and what's more, he intended to shift the entire quota of elite disciple slots over to this place. This was clearly an intention to abolish the inner sect. Hearing this, everyone could not help but feel a surge of relief. It was fortunate they had arrived early. Otherwise, there would be nothing left for them but scraps. Zhuo Fan nodded and spoke. Then nothing could be better. May I ask when the esteemed gentleman will conduct the selection of elite disciples? Fiend Yang answered straightforwardly, in 2 days. You all should prepare. Brat, you absolutely must get selected. We've already taken a liking to you. You are definitely not allowed to run off. Zhuo Fan put on a troubled expression and said, but, I am merely a menial disciple. Say no more. What of it if you're a menial disciple? Who here isn't a menial disciple? Ever since you entered the inner sect exam and began pulling disciples with good foundations from the outer sect into the labor office elite force, the rule that menial disciples cannot enter the elite ranks has essentially collapsed on its own. I expect within the next 2 or 3 days, the sect leader will convene a council of elders and venerable guardians to discuss this matter. With so many venerable guardians and elders gathered here already, there will only be more in the future. Abolishing this rule is certainly not going to be a problem. Brat, this is a monumental achievement. To cause the entire sect to change a rule that has stood for thousands of years in the history of our demon scheming sect. This is an event as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. That's right, Steward Zhua, please participate in the elite ranks and compete in the Double Dragon gathering on our behalf. Seeing this, Zhua Fan couldn't help but laugh. In his heart, he did not feel he had done anything particularly grand. He had merely sung a tune on stage. All the true intentions were still decided by the upper echelons. He was merely a pretext. Had this been before, he would absolutely never have done such a thing. On what ground should I serve as a chess piece for you people? But now, he no longer cared about such merits and achievements. After all, he was an outsider. Since he could enter, he could also leave, advancing or retreating as he pleased, his mind unaffected by the situation. Besides, he had important people waiting for him to return. Suddenly, the male lead felt an unexpected shift within his heart. Zhua Fan placed a hand over his heart, a brilliant sparkle shining in his eyes. He was on the verge of another breakthrough. Having thought this through, the male lead instructed Venerable Bai, I have an urgent matter and must take my leave for these next 2 days. If the elite selection proceeds, I must trouble you all to oversee it. Venerable Bai puffed out his chest confidently and said, Steward Zhua, rest assured. Now that we are elders of the labor office, we will certainly devote ourselves fully to the task. Zhua Fan finally felt that the heavy responsibility on his shoulders could be set down. Now that the managerial staff is complete, I no longer need to concern myself. Freedom at last, aha. Elder Yuan gazed at the disciples who were quietly sitting in meditation, much like an old man watching his grandchildren. There is still over 2 years until the next Shura training grounds. As long as you all hasten your cultivation and enter the labor office elite force, you will be able to completely escape this bitter hardship. Those disciples nodded slightly, naturally still without opening their eyes, all having absorbed Elder Yuan's state of mental tranquility. Indeed, to reach a state as still as an ancient well, transcending the mundane world, Zhua Fan could not help but admire it. At present, this old man had him as a backer and should, by all rights, exhibit some degree of pride, like a fox borrowing the tiger's might. Yet, in truth, there was no such aura about him. He remained as he always was. He had truly nearly reached the realm of returning to simplicity. Zhua Fan silently marveled. Such a state of mind. Even among the many experts he had encountered in the past, none had ever achieved it. It could be said that Elder Yuan's only shortcomings were his poor foundation and slow cultivation speed. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have achieved great accomplishments. In his previous life, although he was the Magic Emperor, his experiences were monotonous, largely confined to an environment of ceaseless slaughter, with very little experience of the myriad facets of human life. Thus, needless to say at the Emperor level, even if he were a saint, he could not have achieved the breakthrough he was contemplating now. He possessed the 9 Serenities secret manual and had always believed it to be a fine opportunity for a breakthrough. But now, reflecting upon it, this rebirth was the true opportunity, a chance granted by heaven for him to tread the demonic path anew. But this demonic path would not be the same as before. Steward Zhua, why didn't you announce your arrival? Zhua Fan was startled awake. He saw Elder Yuan, just as before, slowly making his way over with an ingratiating smile upon spotting him. It was just that at this moment, looking at that familiar smile, Zhua Fan perceived within it a great deal of the wisdom of a small, insignificant character. There was also the survival philosophy of such a minor figure. In the past, he would have felt contempt, but now there was only understanding. Zhua Fan placed a hand over his heart and smiled faintly. Elder Yuan, I feel that I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Could you find me a quiet place where I will not be disturbed? Elder Yuan was stunned and asked, what? Haven't you had breakthroughs often before? Why is this time so solemn? This time is different from before. I sense that this will be a qualitative leap in my breakthrough. If I cannot prepare meticulously, I fear I will carry a lifelong regret. Seeing the extremely serious look in Zhua Fan's eyes, Elder Yuan couldn't help but become solemn himself and exclaimed, is that so? Then it truly cannot be taken lightly or treated casually. For such a profound inner warning to arise, this breakthrough is certainly no ordinary event. Then, he added doubtfully, yet if this matter is so important, how can you remain so calm? This old man is more anxious about it on your behalf. Ha ha ha. No matter how important it is, I will simply do my utmost. Whether I succeed or fail, I will not be attached to the outcome. Worrying is useless. In fact, worry might even harm my chances. Give it my all and leave the rest to fate. Move as the situation dictates, follow where the heart leads. Elder Yuan's eyes widened slightly as he looked carefully at Zhua Fan, nodding inwardly. This brat has actually reached the level where advancing or retreating follows his heart. That means his mental state is completely at ease. It's impossible for demonic hindrances to arise now. That is good. Although this breakthrough comes with an inner premonition which is indeed troublesome, it should pose no real problem. Thinking this, Elder Yuan patted his chest confidently and said with a smug smile, Steward Shua, you've come to the right person. In this entire demon scheming sect, this old man has lived the longest and knows the most secluded places even the sect leader and elders are unaware of. Only this old man knows of them. Follow me. Having spoken, Elder Yuan headed into the forest. Seeing this, Zhuofan hurriedly followed. Half an hour later, the two stopped before a cave as dark as ink. Elder Yuan pointed at the cave and smiled. Steward Shua, this is the most remote and desolate spot in the demon scheming sect. Absolutely no one will dare to come and disturb your cultivation. Zhuofan frowned slightly and asked, is that so? But why do I feel this place isn't quite as you described? Despite his words, Zhuofan slowly walked inside. Inside, he saw a stone bed, and beside it were wooden tables and chairs, all very neatly arranged, illuminated by night pearls. The cave was clearly inhabited. Zhuofan asked doubtfully, this is someone else's cultivation abode. Elder Yuan nodded and replied, indeed, Steward Shua. But this person sacrificed his life for the sake of the sect. He is the alchemist I have often mentioned to you. He cherished peace and quiet and did not wish to go to the inner sect, so he opened up this cave here as his place of cultivation. This place is absolutely unknown to anyone else. It is perfectly safe, Steward Shua. Zhuofan still had some doubts and asked further, but this place is so clean. It clearly looks like someone regularly occupies it. Elder Yuan replied, it is simply that this old man remembers him and thus frequently comes here to tidy up a bit. Please rest assured and prepare for your breakthrough. However what? Could it be that you still do not trust this old man? Elder Yuan said, this place is absolutely safe. Steward Shua, just stay here and cultivate. I will go outside and activate a protective grand array for you. There will certainly be no one to disturb you. Having spoken, without waiting for Zhuofan to inquire further, Elder Yuan dashed away as swiftly as the wind, leaving Zhuofan still full of apprehension, glancing around in all directions. Zhuofan thought to himself, what if, at the critical moment of breakthrough when everything hangs by a thread, the owner of this cave returns? Wouldn't that be extremely troublesome? No, I must ask for clarification. But just as Zhuofan was about to step out of the cave, a sound rang out, and then the cave transformed as layers of green light membranes rose up from an activated formation. Zhuofan was alarmed. His gaze darted around in shock. He knew this was a barrier that had just been activated. This was not a barrier set up with spirit stones. It was a divine soul barrier, a barrier jointly formed by ethereal stage experts. What is going on here? Ethereal stage experts have actually joined forces to trap him. Suddenly, Elder Yuan's voice rang out, Steward Shua, what's done is done. Just rest assured and focus on your breakthrough. No one will disturb you. Surely you still trust this old man. Zhuofan was slightly startled. He looked again at the divine soul barrier and could only shake his head helplessly. If this were a mere formation, he might be able to deduce where the formation's core lay and then break through it to escape. But with ethereal stage experts jointly trapping him, he certainly could not escape, unless he possessed strength surpassing theirs, which was impossible at his current peak heavenly profound realm cultivation. Elder Yuan, do not betray the trust one have placed in you. He then turned around and re-entered the cave. Outside the barrier, Elder Yuan trembled slightly. The corners of his mouth twitched into a faint smile as he shook his head. Immediately after, his eyes suddenly became extremely extraordinary, radiating an irresistible majesty. He coldly commanded, all of you, guard this place well. Do not allow anyone to disturb this child, not even the sect leader. Yes, great elder. Elsewhere, within the sect leader's hall of the Nether Palace, the three fiends and Xiaoyue were discussing when to conduct the elite selection. Abruptly, they sensed a surge of powerful energy radiating toward them. Startled, they rushed outside and saw, in a distant dense forest, a beam of deep azure light shooting straight into the heavens. Immediately after, it vanished amidst rippling waves of fluctuation, and a large swath of the dense forest disappeared. Fiend Yang exclaimed in shock, This is. Fiend Yin nodded and said, there is no mistake. It is the vicissitude barrier. Xiaoyue murmured, High Venerable. At a spot on a peak within the inner sect, Venerable Shi also looked toward the source of the strange phenomenon, his eyes revealing a complex expression. Inside the silent cave, the azure flame of the Qingtian Kunpeng blazed fiercely. Zhuofan sat cross-legged in tranquility upon the stone bed, his inner heart unusually calm. The azure flame, just as Kunpeng had said, was indeed a supreme treasure for refining the soul. With this assurance, Zhuofan could dare to feel at ease. Although he still harbored suspicions about the Qingtian Kunpeng's motives, at the very least, Kunpeng had truly granted him benefits. Suddenly, a clear and resonant sound echoed in his mind. Zhuofan was slightly startled, but before he could comprehend what was happening, the azure flame above his head began to burn intensely. He felt his head swelling, as if it were about to explode. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, trying to control these primordial spirit forces and prevent them from growing further. But the harder he tried, the more futile it felt. The primordial spirit force had already grown beyond any hope of control. Thinking quickly, Zhuofan hastily circulated his cultivation technique to rein in those scattered primordial spirit forces and began to condense them. Simultaneously, his intent gathered within his primordial spirit and began to condense a divine soul. To attempt condensing a divine soul before even breaking through to the radiant soul realm, if word of this spread, certainly no one would believe it. The mere fact that someone at the heavenly profound realm possessed the primordial spirit force of the peak of radiant soul realm was already something few in the world would credit. Roar, roar, roar. Dragon roars thundered within his body. He suddenly remembered that he only had 9 heavenly dragon soul pulses. Originally he had intended to wait until he gathered 10 to complete the 10 dragons opening the heavens to witness what the 9 heavens dragon chi truly was, and condense a heavenly dragon soul. But since he could not condense a heavenly dragon soul, then he would have to settle for condensing an earthly dragon soul. Zhuofan hastily mobilized the dragon souls to merge into the primordial spirit force of the earthly dragon soul pulse. Dragon roars echoed throughout the cave, causing it to tremble as if on the verge of collapse. However, just as the 9 earthly dragons were about to fuse together, an earth-shattering dragon roar erupted from within his storage ring. The 9 earthly dragons flicked their tails and scattered, refusing to merge, leaving Zhuofan utterly astonished. Looking into his ring, he realized that, unbeknownst to him, another dragon soul had been stored within it. Zhuofan inspected the lightning spirit ring and discovered that the source of the dragon roar was precisely the long saber that Duguzhantian had entrusted to him before his death. The Qiu Long Moon Severing Blade. Roar, roar, roar. The sound thundered, like an ancient dragon shaking heaven and earth. The long saber flickered with golden light. The shadow of an ancient dragon emerged upon the blade's surface, struggling to burst forth but lacking the strength left only to roar helplessly. The 9 divine dragon souls from the outside world seemed to answer it, roaring continuously in response. The 10th dragon soul was unexpectedly also in his possession. Truly, the heavens were aiding him. Marshal Dugu, your spirit in heaven must be watching over me. This humble one is endlessly grateful to you. Zhuofan's heart surged with excitement. Now he could finally attempt the 10 dragons opening the heavens. Next, Zhuofan raised the long saber high and bellowed, "Dragon souls, return to your positions. 10 dragons, open the heavens. Lift the 9 heavens dragon chi and incarnate the heavenly dragon." His body gathered the golden light upon the blade. A dragon shadow burst forth magnificently, shooting straight upward, flying directly toward the 9 divine dragon souls. As if sharing in the joy, they cried out in resonance. Immediately after, the 10 dragon souls formed a circle, head connecting to tail, creating a ring that shot high into the sky. Then, a loud rumble echoed. The space fluctuated. A dazzling white light erupted from the ring, so bright that Zhuofan could not keep his eyes open. In the next instant, with a thunderous explosion beneath the white light, it broke through the cave and soared straight up into the 9th heaven. Dragon roars, carrying a sense of joyful emotion and accompanied by 7-colored light, slowly descended, gradually merging into Zhuofan's primordial spirit. He immediately felt his spirit refreshed and invigorated. But before he could enjoy it for long, an immense pressure from the 9 heavens, accompanied by an even more prolonged dragon roar, crashed down upon him like the collapse of heaven and earth. Zhuofan coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. The sound of dragon roars echoed within his mind. Afterward, the formidable force transformed into individual colossal dragons that rampaged chaotically within his primordial spirit like dragons entering the vast ocean, utterly jubilant. Zhuofan felt as though his head were about to be twisted into pieces. The pain was unbearable, yet he forcibly endured it, desperately trying to compress his primordial spirit. But those colossal dragons were far too powerful. No matter how he struggled, he could not gain the upper hand. Elsewhere, in a place where flames flickered within a space filled with rampaging purple lightning, a black, massive bronze pupil, as large as a mountain, abruptly opened. It gazed into the distance and let out a cold snicker. "Heh heh heh. Yet another human attempting to draw upon my dragon chi." A youthful voice rang out. "Master, among humans, there are extraordinary individuals. At the very least, the 2 leaders of the Double Dragon Manor successfully condensed a heavenly dragon soul." A pillar of light shot straight into the sky. A voice spoke. "Of course, there are those in this world capable of obtaining a portion of my dragon chi, but it is merely a minuscule fraction. The vast majority of humans simply overestimate their own capabilities. Earlier, you spoke of those so-called 2 leaders of the Double Dragon Manor condensing a heavenly dragon soul. But do you know how many have attempted to draw upon dragon souls and how many have actually succeeded?" The dragon opened its eyes wide and asked, "For you humans, condensing my dragon soul is nothing more than a desperate gamble with your lives. And furthermore, if this old man were not imprisoned here, you wouldn't even possess this qualification. Yilin knew his master's prideful nature was acting up again and could only continuously nod in agreement. Yes, yes, yes. Master, since condensing a heavenly dragon divine soul is so perilous, must your disciple also gamble with his life? The burning heavenly dragon ancestor roared angrily, nonsense. With this old man present, your success is 100% guaranteed. How could those ordinary mortals possibly compare to you? And the task this old man requires of you, you must accomplish it. Otherwise, do not blame me for what follows. Before the burning heavenly dragon ancestor could finish, Yilin quickly interjected. Please rest assured, Master. How would this disciple dare to disobey your will? Does this disciple not fear that Master would burn me to ashes? Humph. Yilin, I know you don't have the guts for that. Even if you were to flee to the Saint Realm, this old man, even if it meant forsaking a lifetime of achievements and risking discovery by the heavenly emperor, would still hunt you down and burn you to ashes. Alright, go and properly prepare those 10 Loch meridian pulses. Master, they are dragon soul meridian pulses. You dare to argue with this old man? In this old man's eyes, they are merely a bunch of loaches. They are utterly unworthy of the word dragon. Hearing the burning heavenly dragon ancestor speak thus, from within the darkness, the sound of Yilin's bitter laughter echoed once more. Ha ha ha. Master, whatever you say, that is how it is. Following that, dragon roars thundered one after another, rumbling loudly. A dazzling pillar of light erupted from a small mountain peak and shot high into the heavens. Meanwhile, within the main hall of the sect, Xiao Yue felt a tremor beneath his feet. He immediately stepped outside and looked toward the origin of the light pillar. He furrowed his brows slightly for a moment, then nodded and said, No wonder the High Venerable chose this moment to enter secluded cultivation. It seems he has reached a critical juncture where everything hangs by a thread, and seclusion is unavoidable. In a small courtyard, Venerable Shi leaped onto the rooftop, gazing at the bizarre spectacle before him. Stroking his beard as if he had just realized something, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ha ha, I do not know what unparalleled divine art the High Venerable is cultivating to cause such a massive commotion, but isn't this precisely our golden opportunity? At such a critical moment where everything hangs by a thread, the High Venerable will surely remain in seclusion for a period of time, refraining from meddling in any major sect affairs. Excellent, excellent. Elder Tongue coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. The Impermanence 5, seeing this, were utterly horrified. The Impermanence 5 desperately wanted to maintain the barrier, but the sudden onslaught of this immense pressure was simply too overwhelming. No matter how hard the 5 of them tried, they could not withstand it. Suddenly, Elder Yuan appeared beside the Impermanence 5. Seeing the extremely grave expressions on their faces at that moment, they wanted to sustain the barrier but were clearly struggling, traces of blood at the corners of their mouths. Elder Yuan could not help but exclaim in terror, What in the world is happening? In their hearts at this moment, there was only panic and fear. Son of a, just what is that brat doing in there? Elder Tongue, drenched in sweat, gritted his teeth and said, Who knows what the hell that brat is up to in there? Such a bizarre phenomenon suddenly appearing. This heavenly pressure, even we are finding it unbearable. If this continues, our vicissitude barrier will dissipate into thin air. Elder Yuan trembled slightly. He looked at the 5 figures straining with all their might, then raised his head to gaze at the towering pillar of light. The sound of dragon roars still echoed from within. Sensing the overwhelming dragon might, Elder Yuan's expression turned grim. He said, Could it be? He is condensing a heavenly dragon divine soul. This is the 10 dragons opening the heavens. Hearing these words, the Impermanence 5 all exclaimed in shock, What? How could he possibly achieve this? Then, Elder Tongue voiced the thought on everyone's mind. When he entered the sect, he was merely at the heavenly profound realm. Even if he were to break through, the most he could reach is the radiant soul realm. He is still far from the ethereal stage. How could he possibly condense a divine soul? Elder Yuan's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Then, he sighed and shook his head. This old man does not know either. But this miraculous phenomenon truly matches the legendary description of the 10 dragons opening the heavens exactly. If this old man's guess is correct, in the next moment, this light will descend, and the 10 dragon souls will return to their positions. But if others were to witness this, I fear they might harbor ill intentions and come to disrupt it. Impermanence 5, no matter what, we must stabilize the barrier and conceal this phenomenon. As soon as his words fell, Elder Yuan's entire being erupted with a powerful aura. A halo of earthy yellow light flickered around him. Next, a dragon roar that filled the heavens resounded. A golden-scaled colossal dragon flew out from within Elder Yuan's body. Then, that golden dragon charged straight into the vicissitude barrier. With a flick of its tail, it transformed into a long whip and wrapped itself around the vicissitude barrier. In an instant, streams of power merged into the barrier, and the vicissitude barrier immediately stabilized. The Impermanence 5 instantly felt relief and let out a long breath. Following that, Elder Yuan formed hand seals and bellowed, Dragon Soul Meridian Pulse. Coiling Dragon Barrier. Boom, boom, boom. The pillar of light instantly vanished. The forest floor trembled. Everyone observing the strange phenomenon couldn't help but be stunned, scratching their heads in confusion. What happened? It's over. Venerable Shur sneered inwardly. It's over. It seems it was nothing major after all. He'll probably recuperate for 2 or 3 days and then emerge from seclusion. I must seize the time well. Everyone assumed it was over. Only those within the barrier knew the truth. Everything had only just begun. The towering pillar of light had not vanished. It was merely concealed by the combined barrier of the 6 individuals. In the next instant, earth-shaking dragon roars thundered forth once more. Just as Elder Yuan had predicted, from high above the 9th layer of clouds, beams of light slowly descended, entering the place where Zhuo Fan was cultivating. Then, several phantom dragon silhouettes appeared, bearing fangs and brandishing claws, tearing through the firmament as they circled that pillar of light. Finally, the massive, violent surge rushed in. Seeing this scene, although the 6 had already guessed the answer in their hearts, they still could not suppress their astonishment. This brat, he is actually performing the 10 dragons opening the heavens, condensing a heavenly dragon divine soul. After a moment, Elder Yuan regained his composure. He laughed like a madman. Ha ha ha, a monumental talent. Truly a monumental talent. To condense a divine soul this early, in the entire Western continent, it is said there is only one such person. I never imagined that our demon scheming sect would also produce such a prodigious genius. Ha ha, heaven itself is aiding our demon scheming sect. The Impermanence 5, hearing this, also nodded repeatedly, their expressions a mix of shock and profound admiration. Elder Tung spoke with elation. It seems the 5 of us joining forces to protect his breakthrough was truly worthwhile. Elder Yuan, unable to contain his joy, replied, no wonder he had a premonition before this breakthrough. So it was to condense a divine soul prematurely. And indeed, his primordial spirit force has always far surpassed that of ordinary people. An extraordinary person naturally does not walk an ordinary path. This brat is cautious enough. He clearly had gathered 10 dragon souls, yet he insisted he only had 9. Ha ha ha. Beside him, Elder Tung spoke with concern. But the 10 dragons opening the heavens is merely the beginning. Whether he can truly condense a heavenly dragon divine soul is another matter entirely. Given the immense pressure of the 9 heavens dragon might, an ordinary person simply could not endure it. Elder Yuan patted his chest confidently and said, rest assured. For others, it might be fraught with peril, but this brat is far too freakish, far too talented. Whether in mental state or cultivation, he is at the peak. He will certainly be able to overcome it smoothly. However, during this time, taking advantage of the High Venerable's seclusion, Venerable Shur once again rang the bronze bell, summoning the Venerable Guardians and Elders to begin making difficulties for the Labor Office elite force. Xiao Yue sneered contemptuously. He sat smugly in the presiding seat. In his heart, his confidence had grown even stronger, for in the span of just these few days, over a dozen more elders had joined the Labor Office elite force. The numbers were now balanced. In other words, he now held the support of half the upper echelon. He no longer needed to fear Venerable Shur's overt challenges. Xiao Yue asked indifferently. Venerable Shur, you have once again arbitrarily rung the great bell. Speak. What major incident has occurred this time? Venerable Shur bowed respectfully and replied, Sect leader, this old man proposes the dissolution of the Labor Office elite force. Why? Venerable Shur answered resolutely, because it does not conform to the sect's regulations. Menial laborers should act like menial laborers. Now, disciples from both the inner sect and outer sect are flocking there, causing utter chaos and disorder. It has truly lost all sense of propriety. Hearing this, Xiao Yue grew even more contemptuous. But before he could open his mouth, Venerable Bai had already stepped forward. He spoke with profound meaning. Our demonic sect has always revered the strong. That disciples of the inner and outer sects are flocking to the labor office. That only demonstrates that the inner sect is not strong enough and should be the one to be dissolved. From the presiding seat above, Xiao Yue clapped his hands in praise upon hearing these words. Ha ha ha, Venerable Bai speaks well. As his words fell, he felt immensely gratified. There had been times in this very hall when only 2 factions existed, the sect leader's faction, and the opposing faction comprising all the venerable guardians and elders. Even though they harbored grudges against one another when facing the benefits of the inner sect, whenever they faced their common enemy, him, they would set aside all those conflicts and unite against him. Therefore, facing those old foxes, he could only fight valiantly alone, employing every possible forceful or underhanded tactic to intimidate those old schemers. Now, however, things were different. These old men were now fighting amongst themselves over the distribution of resources and benefits. He could finally utilize this leverage to go head-to-head with those old foxes. The feeling of truly grasping supreme authority was far more exhilarating than he had imagined. On the other side, Venerable Shur's expression remained as still as an ancient well without a ripple. He acted as though the alliance between Venerable Bai and the sect leader had no effect on him whatsoever. Then, he cupped his fists respectfully and said, Sect leader, the inner sect is the very root of our demon scheming sect. It has been so since ancient times. If the inner sect weakens, so too does the demon scheming sect. Now, by abandoning the inner sect to bolster the labor office, the sect leader is forsaking the root to nurture the branches. This depletes excessive resources and shakes the very foundation of our demon scheming sect. Although he detested Venerable Shi, Xiaoyue actually agreed with this statement of his. The inner sect, for all its decay and unbearable corruption, still possessed a deep foundation and remained the root of the demon scheming sect. To abandon it now and rebuild an entirely new inner sect would indeed incur enormous waste and expenditure. Resources alone could not solve the problem if the fundamental issues were not addressed, a burden the demon scheming sect simply could not bear. However, with Zhuofan having brought a vast amount of resources into the sect and even being willing to bankroll the entire demon scheming sect, Xiaoyuan no longer needed to worry about such matters. Let alone rebuilding one inner sect, even if we had to rebuild 10 or 8, Zhuofan wouldn't so much as furrow his brow. Ha ha ha. Venerable Shi worries overmuch. Facts speak louder than rhetoric. Right now, the labor office elite force is surging with momentum, no less than the inner sect. To withdraw at this point would result in even greater losses, would it not? Moreover, our demon scheming sect has always provided a path for survival for menial disciples. The road may be bumpy, but the strong among them are always pillars of support for the sect. Yes. Taking this opportunity, this sect leader has a proposal concerning menial disciples. In light of Zhuofan's monumental achievements, this sect leader wishes to make an exception and recruit him into the inner sect elite ranks. I wonder what all of you think of this. Venerable Bai immediately spoke up. Zhuofan possesses extraordinary innate talent and is by no means ordinary. Having rendered such immense merit this time, his entry into the elite ranks is only natural. This old man has an additional proposal. There are several other disciples within the labor office whose strength is formidable and who are qualified to enter the elite ranks. So as not to waste their innate talents, I request the sect leader permit them to become elite disciples. As soon as Venerable Bai finished speaking, the other venerable guardians and elders successively voiced their stance. Indeed, we request the sect leader permit them to become elite disciples. Sensing the intent of Venerable Bai's faction, Venerable Shi shouted angrily, ridiculous. Esteemed elders and venerable guardians, do you intend to violate the ancestral rules? Reporting to the sect leader, since the founding of our sect, it has been explicitly decreed that only those of flawless constitution may become elite disciples. As for labor office disciples, they are either cast-offs or bear the stain of crime. They do not possess this qualification. Back then, the High Venerable, for all his great talent, originated from the labor office and yet remained ineligible for the elite ranks, did he not? Xiaoyue pondered in silence for a moment, then looked coldly at everyone and sneered. The rules established by the ancestors were merely to prevent individuals from abusing their positions to open backdoors based on personal connections. But individuals like Zhuofan, whether in potential or actual strength, are top-tier prodigies. I presume all the elders and venerable guardians here are well aware of this, clear as day. Moreover, the sect has a provision. If an individual gains the approval of the majority of the sect's elders and venerable guardians, such restrictions may be lifted. Now I ask, does anyone object to Zhuofan and the others entering the elite ranks? Venerable Bai and Venerable Qi immediately led the elders and venerable guardians of the labor office faction in a unified shout. We have no objections. We abide by the sect leader's decision. We also have no objections. On the other side, Venerable Shi's expression darkened, but he did not reveal his anger, for he had long anticipated this situation. He then spoke weakly, this is half against half. The matter cannot yet be decided. Those from the labor office are all individuals who do not adhere to rules. Admitting them into the elite ranks will likely breed discord with the existing elite disciples. Therefore, this old man believes we should not act hastily. As his words fell, the inner sect faction immediately echoed, indeed, Venerable Shi speaks truly. At that moment, a loud roar erupted. Bullshit. We are a demonic sect. Who here is a virtuous soul? Must we rigidly cling to rules? How can you bar talented individuals from the elite ranks? Can that even still be called an elite force? Just let the offspring of your factions in, and call it the spoiled brats division or the backdoor division. That would be fine, wouldn't it? It infuriates me to death. Everyone turned their gazes and saw a portly figure storming in with righteous fury. Behind him were a thin man and a scholarly youth. These three were precisely the three fiends of the Nether Palace. Xiaoyue seemed to realize something. He feigned anger and barked. This is an inner sect council. What business do you three have here? We heard someone propose disbanding the labor office elite force, so we came to see for ourselves. Damn it, who's meddling in others' affairs? Disband it? A place as excellent as that? Our elite force has existed for so many years, yet it hasn't produced a single proper elite disciple. Now, after great difficulty, we finally found a batch of promising disciples and someone actually wants to disband it. Speak up. Who dares to disband the labor office elite force? I swear I'll skin him alive. Having spoken, Fiend Yang pointed accusingly at the group of inner sect venerable guardians and elders, his face brimming with rage. Venerable Shi remained silent, even curling his lips into a strange, knowing smile as he exchanged glances with Elder Air. Both shared a tacit, amused look. Xiaoyue, hearing Fiend Yang's words, found it even more peculiar and asked, "Where did you hear such news?" Fiend Yang answered furiously, "The elite disciples are all spreading it amongst themselves. How could we not hear of it?" Xiaoyue narrowed his eyes, feeling deeply suspicious. The elite disciples are all spreading it, but this matter was only just raised here. How could word have reached them so quickly? He cast a sharp, scrutinizing gaze toward Venerable Shi. Xiaoyue's expression gradually darkened, but before he could question him, Venerable Shi proactively explained. The proposal Fiend Yang mentioned was put forth by this old man. This old man oversees the inner sect on behalf of the High Venerable and naturally must uphold the sect's dignity and regulations. No matter how desperately you crave talent, you cannot allow a bunch of menial laborers into the elite ranks. Otherwise, should word of this spread, people will say our demon-scheming sect has no one left and must resort to fielding menial laborers. It is truly a disgrace. Fiend Yang, hearing Venerable Shi utter such shameless words, angrily cursed. A disgrace? Do you even know what a true disgrace is? Let me tell you what a disgrace really means. Going out to fight and getting beaten black and blue, until even your own parents wouldn't recognize you. That is a true disgrace. At the last Double Dragon gathering, dozens of US went, and in the end, only 4 returned. That is a true disgrace. As Fiend Yang spoke, he began to recount past events. Elder Air curled his lip and replied, "Ha ha ha. Venerable Shi is truly brilliant. Now, all the higher-ups are gathered in one place, and the High Venerable is in seclusion and cannot emerge. The labor office has no one to watch over it. Those 2 little devils can finally act without any reservations." From the presiding seat above, at the burial ground behind the mountain, an imposing atmosphere pervaded. Before the formation gate, a man and a woman appeared. Both emanated powerful auras, their eyes filled with contempt. A young girl of about 16 or 17 spoke up. "So this is the labor office elite force. It's been causing quite a stir lately. I heard that not long after its establishment, it has already hollowed out the entire inner sect. Seeing it now, it does indeed have some semblance of scale, and quite a bit of resources have been expended." The handsome young man nodded in agreement. Junior sister Pang Yujuan is right. This place has indeed consumed considerable resources. But since they dare to challenge the inner sect, we must teach them a lesson. Let them know what it means that once you enter menial service, the sea is deep and there is no turning back. Right. Pang Yujuan puffed out her supersized, enormous chest and shouted loudly, "Where is the manager of this place? I, Pang Yujuan, disciple of the elite division, and Chi Feng have come to inspect the strength of you menial laborers and see whether you are qualified to enter the elite ranks." The people gathered around the formation gate, upon hearing this voice, turned around and looked at the 2 in astonishment. Although these 2 spoke rudely and their eyes were full of contempt, they represented the elite division and had come to select elite members from among them. Steward Zhua truly did not deceive us. The labor office elite force has indeed opened a path to the heavens for us, giving us a chance at a bright future, no longer trapped in the despair and darkness of before where we couldn't even see the sun. For a moment, everyone was elated and rushed toward the 2 individuals, their eyes brimming with yearning. Inwardly, Pang Yujuan and Chi Feng felt even deeper contempt. Next, Guehu, Yueling, and Kuelang walked over. Guehu looked at the 2 and asked, "Senior brother Chi Feng, long time no see. I heard early on that the elite division would be coming here to select disciples. I just didn't expect that the 3 venerable guardians wouldn't come, and it would be you 2 instead. Unfortunately, the elders and venerable guardians of the labor office are all absent at the moment. We are only temporarily in charge. If you wish to conduct the selection, you can just tell us how you want to proceed." "Guehu, aren't you the prized senior disciple of the great elder? What brings you here? Truly a pity." Guehu sighed and said, "I merely made a small mistake and was thrown here by my master. Fortunately, my luck isn't bad. The labor office now is no longer what it used to be. It's not a dead end, rather, opportunities abound everywhere. Your elite division has come here to select disciples, hasn't it? My strength shouldn't be a problem, right? Ha ha ha." Hearing Guehu's carefree laughter, Chi Feng and the other exchanged glances, both revealing expressions of disdain. "The labor office has found a lifeline. Heh heh, you think too much. Even if it has, the 2 of us will personally crush it." Suddenly, Taiying shouted, "Pang Yujuan, so it's you." His eyes radiated deep-seated, bone-gnawing hatred. Pang Yujuan glanced at him and then let out a contemptuous, soft snort. "Humph, so it's senior brother Taiying. I didn't expect you to end up in the labor office as well. It truly suits your identity as a lecherous scoundrel. And I suppose only a filthy place like this, vast as the world is, could possibly accommodate you. Tai Ying, upon hearing this, gnashed his teeth in fury. You're courting death. You wench, Peng Yujuan. What happened back then? Everyone here knows the truth in their hearts. Now, you're only at the 4th layer of the Radiant Soul Realm, yet you've managed to enter the elite division. I'll bet you used the same filthy tricks as back then, didn't you? Peng Yujuan replied contemptuously. My grandfather is Elder Qi. Whether it's the inner sect exam or the outer sect competition, who would dare lay a finger on me? Only a brat like you, ignorant of the times, actually believed himself to be the foremost expert of the outer sect and refused to yield an inch. The predicament you find yourself in now is entirely of your own making. Don't go blaming others for your death. So that's how it is. You finally admitted it, you wretched woman. Over on this side, seeing Tai Ying losing all reason, Guehu rushed over to stop him and shouted loudly. They are elite disciples, representing the elite division here to select disciples. Save whatever you have to say for later. Then Guehu looked at the two and said, Senior Brother Qifeng, how do you wish to conduct the examination? Please give us your instructions. Qifeng and the other exchanged a glance, revealing eerie smiles. Very simple. An examination of strength. Naturally, we must personally take action. Any of you who wish to enter the elite ranks may come forward and be tested. As soon as his words fell, a burly man from the labor office crowd immediately volunteered, running forward with great excitement. That's fine then, I'll go first. They had assumed he was some expert, but upon assessing his cultivation, everyone shook their heads and sighed. Sigh, you're at the 5th layer of the heavenly profound realm. You couldn't even enter the inner sect, let alone the elite ranks. Why come out now just to embarrass yourself? Shaking his head helplessly, Guehu roared, Ma Sanpeo. What nonsense are you pulling? Do you think you're Steward Chua? Boom! Before Guehu could even finish speaking, a tremendous sound echoed in everyone's ears. Ma Sanpeo's head shot far away like a cannonball. By the time it hit the ground, there was no trace of life left in him. His eyes still held that look of excitement. Perhaps even in the moment before his death, he still had no idea how he died. Guehu's eyes constricted in horror. He stiffly turned his head toward the source of the primordial energy impact, only to see Qifeng slowly retracting his hand, his entire being radiating murderous intent. He curled his lip provocatively. Guehu, what are you looking at me for? As if you've never done the same before. Guehu's expression darkened upon hearing this. He remained silent, his face grim. But deep within his heart, he could not suppress the feeling of humiliation. His fists clenched involuntarily. Seeing this, Kuei-Lang spoke up to question him. Senior Brother Qifeng, you've gone too far. Didn't you say this was an examination of strength? Why resort to such a lethal blow? Qifeng replied contemptuously, heh, merely a menial laborer who didn't know his own place. What's the big deal? Then he turned his head to look at the remaining people and sneered. Anyone else want to test their strength? The menial disciples, seeing Qifeng's sinister smile, involuntarily retreated a couple of steps, their eyes filled with deep wariness. Have these two really come to select elite disciples? By now, they had sensed that these two had not come to select anyone but were clearly here to cause trouble. Peng Yujuan spoke contemptuously to Tai Ying. Senior Brother Tai Ying, what a hero you were back then, renowned as the #1 expert of the outer sect. How is it that today, after entering the labor office, you've become such a cowering turtle? You don't even have the courage to make a move. Hearing Peng Yujuan's taunt, Tai Ying roared furiously, what did you say? His fists clenched tightly, assuming a fighting stance. You stinking woman, don't think that just because you entered the elite ranks, you're better than others. Even if I'm only at the heavenly profound realm, I'll risk my life against you. Before Tai Ying could finish, Guehu bellowed angrily. How can someone at the heavenly profound realm possibly contend with a radiant soul realm expert? Do you think you're Steward Chua? You don't know your own limits. At the same time, he winked at Tai Ying as a warning. He must not fall for their trap. They're provoking you. Don't take the bait. Tai Ying was jolted awake. He fell silent for a moment and then said no more. Seeing this, Peng Yujuan once again laughed mockingly. Ha ha ha. So Senior Brother Tai Ying is afraid of little me, Peng Yujuan. Very well then. Since I see you've wasted away for 3 years, this young lady will refrain from using primordial spirit power. If you still dare not step forward under these conditions, then you are truly beneath contempt. Tai Ying could no longer hold back. He shouted loudly, you stinking woman, don't get so smug. The difference in our realms is merely a matter of 5 layers of cultivation base. I'll take you on. Tai Ying lunged forward to attack Peng Yujuan. Immediately, Tai Ying erupted with a powerful aura, his claw-like strike aiming for the opponent's vital points. Peng Yujuan also made her move, the formidable power of the 4th layer of the radiant soul realm bearing down. Although Tai Ying's initial tone was tough and resolute, he understood clearly in his heart that in a contest of pure primordial energy against someone with 5 layers of cultivation advantage, he was fundamentally outmatched. Thus, in the split second when their claws were about to clash, he twisted his wrist and instead grabbed hold of her wrist, squeezing it fiercely. Crack, crack, crack. The clear sound of bone breaking rang out. Pang Yujuan immediately could not help but cry out in pain, her face contorting in agony. Guehu and the others, seeing this, all nodded in admiration. As expected of someone who was once the top expert of the outer sect, his combat experience is indeed rich. In truth, the disparity between the heavenly profound realm and the radiant soul realm primarily lay in primordial energy and primordial spirit. As long as the opponent refrained from using primordial spirit power and Taiying avoided a direct frontal clash, he still had a fighting chance. Just like now, he had momentarily gained the upper hand. But the moment this happened, Pang Yujuan's eyes widened, radiating intense murderous intent. A clear ripple of fluctuation emanated outward. Taiying was immediately sent flying far away, feeling only an explosion within his head. Blood streamed from all 7 orifices of his head. Kuei-Lang's eyes constricted. A primordial spirit impact. Having spoken, Kuei-Lang leaped forward, intending to rescue Taiying, but Qifeng blocked his path. Then, with a fierce finger strike, Qifeng stabbed directly into Kuei-Lang's chest. Unable to defend, Kuei-Lang coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood and was simultaneously blasted backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. When he managed to prop himself up, he saw Qifeng looking down at him with a mocking sneer. A radiant soul realm cultivator who doesn't utilize the primordial spirit. And you actually believed such nonsense? Truly dumber than a pig. What qualifications do you have to enter the elite ranks? Kuei-Lang struggled, his voice trembling. Why you? Is this how you've come to select disciples? Selecting you? What reason is there to hold back a lethal blow? Qifeng laughed coldly upon hearing this, revealing a sinister grin. Ha, ha, ha. Selecting disciples, a bunch of menial laborers deluding themselves, thinking you can taint our elite ranks. We've merely come to warn you, stop your wishful thinking. You are unworthy. At the same time, Pang Yujuan took a few light steps, catching up to Taiying's side. Looking at Taiying, gravely wounded in his primordial spirit, a bloodthirsty gleam arose in her eyes. A palm strike slammed toward his chest. The immense pressure bore down, and Taiying once again coughed up several mouthfuls of fresh blood. In this moment of peril, Willing arrived just in time, meeting Pang Yujuan's palm with her own. Immediately after, both were forced backward by the impact. Yueling seized the opportunity to carry Taiying away. Unwilling to let them escape, Pang Yujuan moved to pursue. But a figure shot past her, and a voice came from ahead. Leave them to me. Qifeng flickered and appeared before Yueling and Taiying. A vicious grin curled on his lips. He raised a single finger, wreathed in fierce flames, pointing directly at the two. Profound rank martial skill, severing flame finger. Die. Yueling panicked inwardly. Her opponent was at the 8th layer of the Radiant Soul Realm and was unleashing a profound rank martial skill. She definitely could not block it. Just as she thought she was doomed, Guehu appeared at the critical moment. He lunged forward, meeting Qifeng's finger strike with his own. Profound rank martial skill, Nether Fiend Art. Boom! A tremendous explosion rang out. Guehu was sent staggering backward, stumbling several steps before coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. Qifeng, however, stood firmly in place, not moving an inch. He looked at Guehu and taunted, Guehu. In the past, I was no match for you. Unfortunately, I entered the elite division earlier than you. My control over power has long since far surpassed yours. Your power is too dispersed. You are no longer my opponent. On this side, Yueling and Taiying, caught in the shockwave of the clash between the two finger strikes, were sent flying even further, once again coughing up fresh blood. Guehu's eyes turned sharp upon hearing this. He ground his teeth and demanded, what do you mean by that? What do you mean my power is dispersed? Qifeng laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Your mental state is lacking. Naturally, you wouldn't understand. In the past, you were brimming with murderous aura, which always made me wary. But after entering the elite ranks, I came to realize that this was precisely because you did not understand how to properly wield your power. It is a sign of weakness. Now, having truly crossed hands with you, I understand completely. Otherwise, do you think it's merely a difference of a single layer? Why else would you be defeated so easily? Guehu's eyes swirled with confusion. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, so it all comes down to mental state. Seeing his once formidable rival defeated before him, Qifeng was immensely smug. Following that, he coldly surveyed everyone present and declared loudly, very well. Out of respect for the great elder, I will not quibble with you. But as for today's events, all of you remember this clearly. We came to test your strength. You, however, took the opportunity to challenge us. That is why we showed no mercy. All of this is entirely unrelated to us. Should any of you dare to speak nonsense, do not blame the heavens or the earth. Having spoken, his eyes radiated malicious intent, suffocating everyone present. The disciples felt nothing but terror and dared not utter a word. Seeing no one dared speak, Qifeng flashed a demonic grin and waved his hand. Several heads fell to the ground. Everyone was terrified and immediately began nodding their heads frantically like chickens pecking at rice. Witnessing this scene, Chi Feng and Pang Yujuan exchanged satisfied glances, laughing mockingly. Guihu and the others naturally hated them to the bone, but there was nothing they could do. They could only lament that their skills were inferior. Suddenly, Chi Feng's voice rang out again. There is a second matter. As menial laborers, the lowest of the low, absolutely do not entertain any delusions of tainting our elite division. Otherwise, if you are killed, do not blame the heavens or the earth. Hearing these words, everyone felt collectively humiliated and wronged, lowering their heads. Yet not a single person dared to retort. That menial disciples could enter the elite ranks was a decision made by the venerable guardians and the sect leader. But after this intimidation, no one dared to entertain the thought of entering the elite ranks any longer, for they knew that place did not welcome them. Menial laborers were forever menial laborers. Some of the outer and inner sect disciples who had come here to join the labor office now began to feel a tinge of regret in their hearts. Though they had obtained demon treasures and spirit pills, they had ultimately lost what was most precious, their dignity. As menial disciples, in the eyes of the elite division's disciples, they would forever be menial laborers, forever ants. Observing everyone's reaction, Chi Feng and the other knew their objective had been achieved and slowly departed from the place. Guihu, Kuei-lang, and the others watched the backs of the two, each of them grinding their teeth in fury. Never before in their hearts had they felt such seething rage as they did at this moment. From this day forth, an irreconcilable, undying enmity was forged between the elite division and the labor office. Within the inner sect's main hall, Fiend Yang's face was filled with grief and indignation, yet his eyes also held a hint of startled apprehension as he looked around at all the venerable guardians and elders, gesticulating wildly as he spoke. And just like that, the four of us, having endured countless flashes of blades and shadows of blood, countless perils and hardships, only then, with great difficulty, did we return from the brink of death. Therefore, to prevent such a tragedy from recurring, we, as the venerable guardians and elders of the demon-scheming sect, have the responsibility and obligation to ensure that those truly capable of shouldering the duty and reviving the sect are the ones entrusted with this mission so as to prevent needless casualties among innocent disciples. Fiend Yang's words were very clear and tugged at the heartstrings. Xiaoyue and Fiend Yin, listening, were also moved, their minds seemingly drifting back to the double dragon gathering of that year. However, to others listening, it merely induced drowsiness. Not only Venerable Shi and the opposing faction but even Venerable Bai and those on his own side wore expressions of sleepiness and boredom, finding it unbearable to listen any longer. One could not blame them. No matter how eloquently you speak, you cannot possibly talk continuously for several hours without pause. Xiaoyue and the others who had participated in the Double Dragon gathering alongside him could understand and empathize, which was why they had persevered in listening until now. But these old men here had not experienced the events of that year. Listening to your incessant rambling for so long, they were naturally exhausted. Glancing at the darkening sky outside, everyone was utterly speechless. Damn it, it's already dusk. Just how many more stories does this damn short fatty have to tell? He's been standing there talking since early morning until now. Finally, Venerable Shi could endure it no longer. He turned his head toward Elder Air and whispered, "I think that's quite enough. Let us withdraw." Yes, yes, yes. Let us withdraw quickly. Ah, Venerable Shi. That is truly brilliant. Elder Air, upon hearing this, was overjoyed. Finally, deliverance was at hand. The old man nodded and replied, those two should have completed their task by now. This old man also has no desire to listen to that damned short fatty continue his lengthy tirades any further. Venerable Shi took a deep breath, then hastily waved his hand and shouted, Venerable Guardian Fiend Yang, please stop. This old man has understood everything you have said, but this proposal has already met with so much opposition. Given that there have been so many objections, I think we should temporarily set this aside and discuss it more thoroughly later. This old man sees that it's getting dark. Why don't we all go back and think it over properly, and discuss it another day? As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately chimed in, Venerable Shi is right. Arguing like this endlessly is really not a good solution. It won't resolve the issue. It would be better for each of us to go back and carefully and meticulously think it over again. And not only those on Venerable Shi's side, even Venerable Bai vigorously applauded in agreement, feeling that this proposal was truly the only sensible word spoken today. Seeing everyone nod in agreement, Fiend Yang's expression immediately darkened. He was displeased and thought, why is it always like this? I haven't even finished half of what I wanted to say. Venerable Shi chuckled lightly, ha ha ha, that's settled then. As long as Fiend Yang has conveyed his intent, there's no need to say everything. We understand. In short, after hearing Fiend Yang's words, he, an old man who had studied books for decades, finished speaking and turned his gaze towards Xiaoyue, bowing his head and saying, Sect leader, it seems this old man was presumptuous today. If not, we could end this meeting now. The miscellaneous affairs can be discussed another day. It's not too late. Xiaoyue looked at him with suspicion but couldn't figure out what was going on, so he could only nod and say, since Venerable Shi has said so, let it be. However, next time, if there is no major issue, you shouldn't casually ring the bell. After all, organizing the inner sect meeting is the sect leader's responsibility. Venerable Sure knew that Xiao Yue was being sarcastic, so he swallowed his anger but still nodded repeatedly, yes, yes, yes. This old man will certainly remember the sect leader's instructions. Then Venerable Sure and his group immediately left. Xiao Yue watched their slowly disappearing backs, still feeling that something was wrong. Finally, only Xiao Yue, Venerable Bai, and their people remained in the main hall. When Venerable Sure's group left, Venerable Bai finally mocked, I never thought Venerable Sure would have to eat humble pie. Truly satisfying. On this side, Fiendine patted Fiend Yang on the shoulder. Isn't it all thanks to Fiend Yang's incessant muttering that wore down that old guy? Otherwise, who knows how long we would have been entangled with him. Hearing this, Fiend Yang retorted, when did I mutter incessantly? He was clearly in the wrong, intimidated by my righteous aura. I still have a lot of lessons for him that I haven't said. Fiendine quickly waved his hand, laughing, no, no, no. Save them for that old guy to hear. We've suffered enough today. The remaining people also hurriedly nodded, indeed afraid that this fat man would start a massacre again. Fiend Yang's face darkened. He was deeply frustrated inside. Could no one appreciate my magnificent and heroic demeanor just now? Only Xiao Yue still frowned, muttering, strange. What's wrong with Venerable Sure today? Knowing he can't do anything, yet he still wasted time coming here. It's not like his usual profound and wise style. Fiend Yang chimed in, maybe he's just putting on airs. Venerable Bai added, that old fellow still thinks he's the head of the inner sect. He just didn't expect that times have changed. Just as everyone was chatting merrily, a graceful figure appeared, cupping her hands and saying, disciple of the labor office, Weling, requests an audience with the sect leader and my master. Oh, why has this girl come here? Venerable Bai turned to look at Xiao Yue. The unease in his heart grew stronger. Xiao Yue also felt something was wrong and called Yueling in. Yueling hurried into the main hall, looked at everyone, and continued, cupping her hands. Sect leader, master, the elite disciples came to the labor office to cause trouble. They severely injured and killed many people, warning us not to take a single step into the elite ranks, otherwise there would be dire consequences. Everyone was startled upon hearing this and exchanged glances. So this was Venerable Sure's feint to the east, strike at the west scheme. After being stunned, Fiend Yang stomped his foot and said angrily, who was it? Which brat was so bold as to casually come to the labor office to kill people? Is there no discipline? Reporting, Venerable, it was Qi Feng and Peng Yuchuan. Everyone was surprised again. This Peng Yuchuan is the granddaughter of Elder Qi, and Qi Feng is the grandson of Elder Air. These two are both Venerable Sure's people, his grandchildren. Their actions were certainly at his behest. Xiao Yue seemed to have figured out their plan and finally sighed in explanation, a brilliant feint to the east, strike at the west. Taking advantage of the High Venerable's seclusion, he arbitrarily organized an inner sect meeting to keep us occupied while sending two juniors to create a blood feud between the elite disciples and the labor office. In this way, the elite selection at the labor office will be very difficult to carry out and the inner sect will still maintain its position. Fiend Yang roared, humph, just because they don't want us to select, we won't. The three of us are in charge of the elite disciple selection. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yue couldn't help but frown and said, this matter not only concerns the decision of our higher-ups but also the issue of whether the labor office disciples are willing to enter the elite ranks. Think about it, is there anyone who doesn't have pride? To be humiliated at their doorstep like this, who would still have the face to proudly step into the elite sect? Those who don't care about maintaining their dignity are mostly roadside weeds, originally unqualified to join the elite sect. At this rate, at the labor office, we might not be able to select even a single person. Fiend Yang suddenly realized, and he narrowed his eyes and shouted, damn it, those two little demons dared to ruin my great plan. I must go and teach them a lesson. Just as he was about to go settle the score with them, Xiao Yue called him back, it's useless. Forget it. Since they dared to act so recklessly, they must have already found a good excuse. Right, what excuse did they use to come and cause trouble at the labor office? Yueling bowed and reporting, sect leader. They came as representatives of the elite sect to test the disciples' strength. Then, using the excuse that the disciples took the opportunity to challenge them, they struck back, injuring and killing many. Xiao Yue nodded slightly and said calmly, at that time there were only the two of them at the labor office, no third party. It's one person's word against another's. Add to that Venerable Sure as their backing, and if we pursue it no one can do anything to anyone. We can't do anything to them. The only loophole is their excuse of coming to the labor office on behalf of the elite sect to test the labor office disciples. Right, did the three of you ever instruct them about this matter? Having said that, Xiao Yue looked at the three men. Fiend Yang, Fiend Din, and Fiend Gui all shook their heads and sighed. Only the intellectually limited Fiend Yang stood there dumbfounded, then guiltily turned his head away, not daring to look at everyone. Seeing this, Xiao Yue sighed helplessly and said, there is indeed something strange. It seems this excuse has been firmly established by them. As soon as he finished speaking, Fiend Yin and Fiend Gui turned to question Fiend Yang. What did you say to those little demons? Fiend Yang replied sheepishly, it was nothing. Peng Yujuan acted coquettishly with me, saying she wanted to go on our behalf to assess the strength of the disciples about to enter the elite ranks, to fulfill her senior sister duty. I thought she was joking at the time, so I went along and agreed. Who knew? Foolish me. Now that the elite sect has played hardball, and we can't conveniently strike at those two little demons, what should we do? Xiao Yue didn't answer him but coldly asked Venerable Bai, where is Ruofan? Why haven't we seen him lately? Venerable Bai immediately replied, he seems to have some urgent matters to handle. He hasn't been seen for many days. Xiao Yue sneered and said, then call him back. Let him go reap the harvest. For this kind of thing, using rules to stir up trouble, he is much stronger than Venerable Shi's lot. Humph. Xiao Yue turned and left, leaving everyone standing there in confusion, all finding it very strange. Although Ruofan is extraordinarily talented, within the sect, he is just a disciple. Could it be that a matter which even the elders and venerables find difficult to resolve, he can solve? The opponent is not just two elite disciples, but also the two old men behind them. Inside the quiet cave, it had become an unbearably chaotic ruin. Ruofan sat calmly on the ground, cross-legged in quiet meditation. The look of suffering had vanished from his face. After many days of grinding, Ruofan fought a life-or-death struggle with the 9 heavenly dragon energies, finally ending in Ruofan's victory. Ruofan was gradually compressing the vast spiritual consciousness power at the very center of the 9 heavens. The dragon energies swirled and entwined, as if about to merge into one. Layers of 5-colored clouds, like thin silk, enveloped them. Ruofan's spiritual consciousness pressed down on them and slowly merged in. Suddenly, a spatial fluctuation occurred. The 5-colored clouds emitted rays of sparkling light, then generated a powerful suction force. They all surged into that luminous area. Finally, Ruofan's entire sea of energy became calm again. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering dragon roar echoed in Ruofan's head. A beam of light appeared, covering a vast area of space. 4 dragon claws emerged from the light. Immediately after, the entire dragon body unfolded. A giant dragon several hundred zhang long appeared in the protagonist's head, roaring incessantly. At the same moment, Ruofan opened his eyes. Brilliant light flickered in his eyes, resembling dragon eyes. He also threw his head back and let out a great dragon's roar, the powerful might spreading in all directions. Wherever it passed, everything was shattered. Even the vicissitudes domain experienced a great tremor. The 5 elders trembled continuously in their hearts, extremely frightened. Elder Tung turned to Elder Yuan and asked, is this the power of the heavenly dragon soul? I didn't expect it to be so domineering right after condensing successfully. If our vicissitudes barrier hadn't been blessed by your earth dragon soul, I'm afraid that last strike would have created a flaw. This kid truly surprises us. Elder Yuan nodded happily and said, ha ha ha, of course. Even I, the first time I encountered the heavenly dragon soul, did not expect it to be this powerful. Inside the cave, Ruofan was completely unaware of what was happening outside. After that great roar, he became quiet again, carefully feeling the changes in his mind. The protagonist saw a 5-colored divine dragon, its large dragon eyes observing the cave scene. This was Ruofan, also the divine dragon Ruofan. At this moment, the giant dragon had completely merged with Ruofan's consciousness, becoming the seat of his spirit. In other words, even if the protagonist's body was destroyed, as long as his spirit remained, Ruofan could still seize another body and be reborn. This is the unique divine ability of the ethereal stage. The power of his spirit was much stronger than the spiritual power of the radiant soul realm. Normally, comparing radiant soul realm to ethereal stage is like comparing a 3-year-old child to a grown man. However, no one would have expected that this freak Ruofan, with the body of a 3-year-old child, possessed the power of a grown man. Thinking of this, Ruofan couldn't help but laugh out loud, ha ha ha. Cultivation at Radiant Soul Realm First Layer, Spirit at Ethereal Stage First Layer, I truly am a monster. Even I didn't expect such a bizarre thing to happen with this breakthrough. However, thinking carefully, have I ever walked the path of an ordinary person? Several lifetimes. Suddenly, another spatial fluctuation occurred. Ruofan was startled. Before he could realize what was happening, from his dantian area, a red light radiated outward. Wherever it passed, everything rotted and disintegrated, then turned into a pool of red liquid. Ruofan was extremely alarmed, finding it very strange. He quickly calmed his mind and observed, then discovered that with this breakthrough, the blood infant within his body had also smoothly broken through to the radiant soul realm. The blood infant is a heavenly and earthly spirit. Now that it had reached radiant soul realm cultivation, its spiritual power became terrifyingly strong, tens of times stronger than an ordinary radiant soul realm. Even when facing an ethereal stage attack, the blood infant spirit, with its spiritual impact, was enough to transform into a blood blade and tear apart that spiritual attack. This kind of demonic creature like the blood infant truly becomes more terrifying as its cultivation increases. This was precisely why, back then, the blood demon patriarch, though only a saint in the saint realm, was so highly regarded. Thinking of this, Zhuo Fan became even more excited. From now on, even if he had to face an ethereal stage, he would no longer be afraid. Damn it all, with a dragon soul and a blood infant, using underhanded methods. As long as the opponent isn't too strong, in one-on-one combat, I am invincible. Who else should I fear? Outside the cave, Elder Yuan retrieved the earth dragon soul into his body and said happily, no problem now. The heavenly dragon soul has condensed. We can completely withdraw this barrier. The five nodded in unison and said, as the High Venerable commands. But just as the five were about to act to withdraw the barrier, with their mood relaxed, a red wave of energy swept through the barrier causing them to stagger and their auras to become chaotic. Elder Tung's throat trembled repeatedly as if blocked by something, unable to speak. What's wrong with you all? Elder Tung didn't answer immediately. It took a long while before he said with unusual difficulty, our vicissitudes domain has been broken by this kid. Elder Yuan exclaimed in shock, are you joking? How can this be? The five of you are all ethereal stage 4th layer. Together, you can even deal with an ethereal stage 7th layer cultivator. How could the vicissitudes domain be broken so easily? Even with the heavenly dragon soul, it was just condensed. It can't be that powerful. How many secrets does this kid still have? Looking at that cave, Elder Yuan sighed. Inside the cave, Zhuo Fan was also stunned because his current location could no longer be called a cave. It was a vacuum zone. With Zhuo Fan as the center, within a radius of several hundred zhang, everything had been turned into fine powder. The entire space was trembling continuously. Everything that entered the space was completely destroyed. Divine Eye of the Void, 4th layer, absolute domain. The space crusher within the pupil for golden rings were flickering, condensing the heavenly dragon soul. With the blood infant's breakthrough, Zhuo Fan's spiritual power crossed a new threshold, naturally allowing him to cultivate the 4th layer of the divine eye of the void. This was a divine ability that combined offense and defense. If danger arose, by using this technique, within a radius of several hundred zhang, space would violently tremble, and no one or thing would dare approach. At the same time, it could unexpectedly attack the opponent. Even if the enemy had 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses, they could not come near me in the slightest. The power and prestige of the Heavenly Emperor back then were not without reason. The more Zhuo Fan thought, the more confident he became, feeling more powerful. Now he had even more means to deal with experts, and his safety was increasingly protected. Finally, he no longer had to be afraid of everything. Just now, he clearly felt that the barrier had been shattered by his space crusher. Truly, its power was boundless. As long as it's within several hundred zhang around me, I am the sovereign. Who can fight me? No wonder this is a divine ability realized by a great emperor-level expert. Each level is domineering and vast, all equally exquisite, capable of dominating the world. No wonder this is a divine ability realized by a great emperor-level expert. Each level is domineering and vast, all equally exquisite, capable of dominating the world. The Impermanence 5 trembled as if unable to believe this truth. He stammered word by word, our vicissitudes domain was broken by that kid. Hearing these words, Elder Yuan couldn't help but freeze, his eyes widening accordingly. Outside the cave, the scene was truly desolate. Night had fallen, making everything even more gloomy. Zhuo Fan slowly walked out of the cave. He stopped, raised his head, and looked up at the vast sky, his heart full of thoughts. Seeing him, Elder Yuan called out joyfully, Butler Zhuo, you've finally come out of seclusion. As he spoke, he laughed out loud. Seeing him look his way, he clasped his hands respectfully, his expression still not losing any of its joy, and said, congratulations, congratulations. You must have successfully broken through. Zhuo Fan smiled lightly and replied, yes, thanks to you finding me a good place. Then he turned his back and added, you helped me break through successfully. Otherwise, I would have had a lot of trouble. Elder Yuan immediately ran after him. As he ran, he said, Butler Zhuo, don't you want to ask about what happened a few days ago? For example, the barrier protecting you. With your insight, you must have been able to see that it wasn't a formation, right? He replied with an expressionless face that nonetheless held a hint of a smile, that's right, I saw it. So what? Hearing him say that, Elder Yuan asked curiously, then don't you want to know the reason behind it? He still maintained his expressionless face and said coldly, no. So what? Hearing this, Elder Yuan felt somewhat stifled. He pointed at himself and recounted, this old man thought Butler Zhuo's first concern would be to interrogate the ins and outs of this matter. This old man had already thought out what to say. I never expected Butler Zhuo to be completely uninterested. All my preparations were in vain. His words successfully curved the corner of Zhuo Fan's lips. Then he burst out laughing and said, I knew you would definitely have made up an excuse. Asking would be the same as not asking, so better not to ask. Zhuo Fan used his sharp gaze to look at Elder Yuan and then continued, Elder Yuan, actually I feel that the greatest gain from coming to the demonic scheme sect, is getting to know you. In the process of discussing the Tao with you, I truly gained many insights. Hearing him say this, Elder Yuan suddenly froze, feeling somewhat guilty. Zhuofan paid no attention to his attitude and continued, moreover, I have comprehended the 4 great realms of life. Elder Yuan's expression turned colder, smiling but not smiling, and asked him back, which 4? He paused for a moment, tilted his head back to look at the sky, and took a deep breath. Looking up at the starry sky, Zhuofan answered his question with unusual leisure. The first realm of this life, not knowing the cause, not knowing the result. A period of seeming to understand yet not understanding, hazy and confused. The second realm, knowing it is so, but not knowing why it is so. Self-righteous, arrogant and boundless. The third realm, knowing it is so, also knowing why it is so, seeing through everything, yet suffering in one's own heart. The fourth realm, not knowing how it is so, but knowing why it is so, not caring about Elder Yuan, who was looking at him. He continued, that is, clear in mind and sharp in eye, rarely acting confused. His eyes held thousands upon thousands of emotions as he gazed into the distance. His words flowed accordingly. Elder Yuan, before, I was in the third realm, seeing through everything, yet my heart was too heavy, feeling as if heaven and earth rested on my shoulders, not daring to take a single wrong step. On the contrary, I was greatly restrained, easily falling into confusion. Withdrawing his distant gaze, he spoke as if having let go of something. Now, I, can be considered to have touched the edge of the fourth realm, no matter who you are, what position you hold, what your purpose is, as long as I know you do not harm me, that is enough. Elder Yuan silently listened as he continued. Moreover, I do not wish to know who set up that formation. Otherwise, this time they acted as my protectors. Consider it me owing them a great debt of gratitude. If I do not know their identities, then I won't have to repay it in the future. Having said that, he chuckled a few times. Elder Yuan still wore a smile on the outside, but inwardly, he laughed to himself. You're dreaming. He looked at the brave and righteous young man before him, then flashed some sinister thoughts. Zhuofan, your comprehension is indeed very high, scheming and cunning, directing the nation. Although you understand, it's just some small tricks and methods. In the end, it's just a fleeting illusion of prosperity. Even as he kept pace with Zhuofan, his train of thought did not stop. To be able to comprehend life, and step onto the great Tao, that is true wisdom. He stood alongside him, saying, like an elder, Butler Zhua, you have finally entered the Tao. With your aptitude, your future achievements will surely be unparalleled. He replied without emotion. Thank you for those words. Then, in the future, will you still help me? As expected, Elder Yuan immediately said, of course, this old man will certainly support you to the end. Having said that, the two laughed heartily together. A moment later, the two had already reached the outside. As soon as Yuer saw him appear, she happily exclaimed, Master, you've finally come out. The worry on her face lessened a bit. Zhuofan asked coldly, what's wrong? I've only been away for a few days. How has this place become so deserted? The night made the space even gloomier. Kuigang clenched his fist angrily and said, at that time, Yuer and I were not here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to hurt my father. I would definitely. Before he could finish, Zhuofan shattered his thoughts. He said, definitely what? At most, lose your little life. Don't think that a set of 9th grade magical artifacts, can withstand an Radiant Soul Realm 8th layer expert. He continued coldly, strength, in the end, is determined by oneself. Yuer then spoke up. She asked worriedly, Master, lately, the self-esteem of the Labor Office disciples has been greatly damaged. Some disciples who were originally from the outer or inner sect, regret coming to our place even more. After hearing that, Zhuofan's expression showed no surprise at all. He snorted lightly and said, this is very normal, being slapped in the face, and not getting even. No one would have the face to see others. Then he used his sharp gaze to look at his disciples and continued, you two listen carefully. Solemnly send invitation letters to the 3 enshrined guardians of the elite sect. I must hold an apology banquet. The 3 words, apology banquet, from him surprised everyone. Yuer and Kuigang said in unison, an apology banquet, apologize for what? Zhuofan remained leisurely. Didn't they say that our disciples attacked them? Then of course we have to go and apologize. And to show our sincerity, the number of magical artifacts we promised them before, that I will hand over to them at the banquet, to bring joy and harmony to both sides. He paid no attention to everyone's expressions and continued, moreover, all the enshrined elders of the Labor Office will come along. Otherwise, the Labor Office will have fewer spots to enter the elite sect. Kuigang was furious upon hearing these words. He shouted loudly, what? They were the ones who started trouble first. Why do we have to hold an apology banquet? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. although we are the labor office. We are no longer the same labor office as before. Now, when inner sect disciples see us, they have to show respect. On what basis do we act cowardly before even doing anything? Seeing his frantic demeanor, Zhuofan spoke with a sarcastic tone. The second realm of life, knowing it is so, yet not knowing why it is so, self-righteous, and arrogantly boundless. Having said that, he shifted to an angry state and shouted, "What are you standing there for? Get going now. Are you in charge here, or am I?" The two were shouted at until their faces turned pale. Elder Yuan had been silently witnessing the situation all along. Now he finally spoke. "Butler Zhua, just now, this old man said, that you have entered the great Tao, and opened great wisdom." He paused for a moment. Looking up at the sky along with Zhuofan, he continued. "But now you're starting to play petty tricks again." Glancing at his expression, he said meaningfully, "This Hongmen banquet will probably be very bloody, won't it?" Zhuofan only chuckled lightly upon hearing him finish. A profound smile. He also said, "Before, I acted modestly, only because I was wary of the ethereal stage experts here. But now," his aura, which had been gentle moments ago, now surged like a fierce demon. His eyes flashed with thousands of murderous intents. His words came out as sharp as blades. "Am I afraid of him? How dare you touch my people? You want to die." Elder Yuan looked at his blazing aura. He thought to himself, this is the difference between Zhuofan and Guihu, tolerance versus arrogance. Just by looking at their aura, one can already see the problem. He smiled faintly and continued thinking. "Finally, I get to see you angry. You do care about this place. Quite a bit, actually." The next moment, his eyes changed, becoming sharp and sinister. He laughed inwardly. "That's right, go ahead and stir up trouble. This old man will definitely support you." From within the main hall of the elite sect, shouts and curses continuously poured out. "What is that brat Zhuofan doing?" Fiend Yang was extremely furious. His face changed color as he shouted loudly, wishing Zhuofan could hear him. "We never even pursued him. On the contrary, we supported him. Why is he acting so cowardly? What apology banquet does he want to hold?" The elite sect leader chuckled lightly, speaking like an elder who understood everything. "I know that kid's temperament. Something big is about to happen. Him holding an apology banquet. That is for your own good, so that you can stay out of this matter. Don't waste his good intentions." He looked at the small subordinates before him. Without changing his tone, he continued. "Moreover, he even wants to give away magical artifacts. But remember to demand my share. Also, invite Elder Heir to come along. If it's an apology banquet, of course the grandfather of the parties involved cannot be left out." Having said that, he couldn't hide his joy and laughed mockingly a few times. Hearing these words, Fiend Yang, still fuming with anger, asked back, "Sect leader, what's wrong with you? Do you really want to smooth things over? If this apology banquet actually happens, then what reason will we have left to deal with those two brats?" That sect leader smiled faintly. "Since they've already apologized, why would we still deal with them?" He spoke ambiguously. Leaning on his hand, he said, "You don't need to worry about this matter. I just don't know how that kid, making such a big scene, will clean up the mess. Surely he doesn't expect me to step in." Soon enough, the day of the apology banquet arrived. In the middle of the desolate mountains and forests, tables of food and drink were lined up, waiting for people to come and enjoy them. Kuei-Lang was furious. He mercilessly slammed the table hard, and even cursed. "Damn it, I can't take it anymore." He stood up right in the middle of the banquet and said to everyone, "What's wrong with Butler Zhua? It was clearly the other side who bullied us too much. What apology banquet? He wants us to apologize in front of them. How can that be right?" Yueling raised an eyebrow. She gritted her teeth and said, "That's right. No matter how much I suffered in the past to get by, that I never did anything this cowardly." Taiying had been listening to the two of them talk. With his usual carefree, world-weary demeanor, he said, "Then what are you still sitting here for? Get up and leave." His words were light but sounded full of provocation. Hearing him say that, Yueling quickly flared up and shouted at him, "You think we don't want to leave? We're just showing respect for Butler Zhua. After all, he has been good to us. Otherwise, I would have flipped the table and left a long time ago." Before things could calm down a bit, Kuei-Lang spoke up. "I'm very curious why you're sitting here. After all, those two bastards have elders backing them. We can't do anything to them. But to humble ourselves like this in front of them, it's just too pathetic. Such a great shame. Can you really bear it?" Hearing these words, Taiying could only grit his teeth and endure. Then he sighed and said, "I'm also doing it out of respect for Butler Zhua." Still with that carefree, world-weary demeanor, he folded his arms across his chest and continued, "As you all know, after being injured by Chi Feng, my spirit core was almost shattered. I was nearly crippled. Butler Zhua came back and saved me. He even let me break through to the radiant soul realm. So since he has spoken, then this face, that I have to give it to him." As soon as he finished speaking, Kuei-lang immediately asked. The 10th grade spiritual pill, the heaven-penetrating pill, right? This pill is truly miraculous. My son and Linger, were also saved by this pill. Taiying quickly replied to him. Butler Zhua is truly a heaven-penetrating figure. He has the ability to bring the dead back to life. Truly admirable, in my opinion. Even the enshrined elders of the sect, none can compare to him. Having said that, he frowned slightly, thinking about the current matter. Finally he couldn't help but sigh again. But today's matter, curiosity arose again. He turned to the person who had been silent all this time and asked, Senior brother Guihu, why are you sitting here? Guihu only replied coldly and reluctantly. Zhuofan told me to follow him. Obeying him is the most basic condition. At this moment, Kuei-gang ran back from somewhere. He said hurriedly, Father, you all need to hold on later. Those people are arriving one by one now. As he spoke, his expression grew more and more tense. Apart from the invited ones, there are also some inner sect enshrined elders, and outer sect and inner sect disciples, coming to watch the excitement. The spectacle will definitely not be small. To humble yourselves in front of so many people, you must endure. Don't cause any more trouble. Otherwise, it will truly be life-threatening. Kuei-lang turned to look at his son. Then he gritted his teeth and said, Damn it, this is really too much. These people were definitely brought by those two old men. Clearly it's to make us lose face. Hearing that, Yuiling pondered for a moment and then said, Losing face is not the problem. I'm only afraid that their intentions are sinister. During the banquet they might hurl insults again, forcing us to make a move, thus giving them an excuse to eliminate us. Just like what their two grandchildren did last time. She lowered her head, speaking as if in anger. Therefore, Kuei-gang's words are still very reasonable. At that time, we must remain calm. Hearing this, Kuei-lang also nodded slightly in agreement. Taiying and Guihu remained silent, but they seemed to silently agree. Venerable Bai looked around the banquet and asked in confusion, What is going on? He said calmly, Originally, that kid's initial strategy was quite clever. A move of drawing the bottom out. Using a large amount of cultivation resources to attract disciples here, tempting them with benefits. But then the other side retaliated in kind, also using the draw the bottom out strategy. Seeing the indignation of the labor office disciples over this banquet, he couldn't help but comment. But it's not about drawing out people, it's about drawing out the disciples' hearts. Through the previous wave of trouble, the dignity of the labor office disciples is gone. Morale has collapsed. He continued talking endlessly, not caring at all about the people around him. Now playing this apology banquet like this, the disciples' hearts can no longer be regained. The sect leader said Zhuofan is clever, told us to listen to him. But why is he coming up with such a stupid move? In the distance, the group of bullies were enjoying the joy of this banquet, so happy that they couldn't stop laughing. Venerable Zich witnessed this scene and couldn't help but feel disappointed. His face full of dejection as he spoke. That's right, if the sect leader hadn't given the order beforehand, to follow his instructions in everything, this old man would have long stopped paying him any attention. Having said that, he didn't forget to snort coldly. The atmosphere of the banquet grew more beautiful by the moment. The wind blew, leaves fluttered under the golden-hued sky, suddenly making everything very peaceful. Elsewhere, a woman's slender feet were slowly dangling in front of the water. Chi Feng approached from a distance. Before reaching her, he already raised his voice to speak to the woman. Junior sister Peng Yuchuan, enjoying yourself playing in the water like this? Hearing his voice, Peng Yuchuan turned back to answer him. Her face was full of boredom. What else can I do? Now the two of us are under house arrest. We can't get out of this elite sex barrier. If I don't find something to pass the time, wouldn't I die of boredom? As soon as she finished speaking, Chi Feng leaned close to her face and whispered. After hearing what he said, she was overjoyed as if she had found treasure. She asked happily, Really? You even brought out your sky-breaking halberd? Peng Yuchuan said smugly, I didn't take it. He gave it to me. He looked at her but didn't stop, continuing. He already calculated that we would surely be targeted by those three today, so he handed this 7th grade magical artifact to me in advance. You should know, this sky-breaking halberd is a tool specifically for breaking barriers. Even if those three set up a barrier outside the elite sect, we can still walk out proudly. She happily put on her shoes, her mouth urging non-stop. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go out quickly, before they come back. Go out and have some fun. But he quickly interrupted her. Junior sister Peng Yuchuan, I haven't finished speaking yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Then he continued talking endlessly, giving me this sky-breaking halberd. Also comes with a mission. Do you know why those three locked us up, and even forbade the elite sect disciples from freely entering or leaving? Just waiting to hear Peng Yuchuan ask why. He then continued, If I tell you, you definitely won't believe it. Chi Feng's face showed a cunning expression. After we caused a ruckus at the labor office. That labor office actually held an apology banquet, apologizing to us, our grandfathers. And those three old men, are representing us to receive their apology. The more he spoke, the more self-satisfied he became. In this situation, if we showed up there and humiliated them further, they would surely be driven mad. Then we would have a reason to deal with this labor office. Therefore, to prevent things from escalating, those three old men locked us up here. Hearing these words, Panyujuan couldn't help but laugh smugly and then spoke with a mocking tone. Just which enshrined elder is in charge of this labor office? So pathetic, completely spineless. Not only do they turn the other cheek, they even bring the other side to take a beating. Is such a person even worthy of the inner sex enshrined elders going all out to deal with them? How strange. As if hitting a sore spot, she kept throwing out insults. I want to see which disciple of the labor office. Is so lacking in self-awareness, daring to take on such a big responsibility. In the end, just making himself look bad. While the two were talking, they didn't notice a massive surge of power heading toward them. By the time they realized, it was too late. A loud boom rang out. The ground exploded. The earth shook terrifyingly, but before it could subside, another thunderous explosion occurred, creating a wide and deep crater. A streak of white silk shot straight toward the two. They were startled, stopped in their tracks, and hurriedly dodged. Panyujuan shouted angrily, "Who dares to block our path?" Emerging from the smoke was a woman in white, slowly descending to the ground. Her face full of murderous intent as she coldly looked at the two and said, "Today, the elite sect is under lockdown. No disciples are permitted to go out. Especially you two, who are already in trouble. Don't you know that? Where do you think you're going?" Panyujuan laughed and then replied, "I thought it was someone with nothing better to do, coming to block us. Turns out it's senior sister Bailian. Although Venerable Bai doesn't get along with our grandfathers, you don't need to target us like this." Bailian said, "The enshrined elders of the sect may not be liked by many, but their grievances have nothing to do with me. I am merely upholding the sect's rules." Panyujuan curled her lip as if to say, "Who do you think you're showing off to?" Chi Feng sneered and said, "Senior sister's way of doing things. That is truly admirable. That is precisely the reason why I, your junior brother, have admired senior sister for so long. However, today is a good day. Senior sister, please don't meddle. Don't be so bored as to stick your nose where it doesn't belong. You and I are the same, both Radiant Soul Realm 8th layer experts. Moreover, junior sister Panyujuan here is a Radiant Soul Realm 4th layer expert. 2 against 1, I'm afraid senior sister will be at a disadvantage." Bailian furrowed her brows and replied, "You have such a big mouth. Senior sister, it seems you have never beaten me in any sparring match. So who gave you such confidence and delusion?" "Senior sister, every time I sparred with you and lost, it was simply because I like you, so I let you win. But this time is different. I have a mission to complete. I'm afraid I can't go easy to make you happy anymore." Bailian laughed contemptuously and said, "You always let me win. How ridiculous. Then that's excellent. Take this opportunity to let me, your senior sister, experience your true skill." As soon as she finished speaking, Bailian flew straight forward. At the same time, the white silk in her hand coiled and shot straight toward the other side, accompanied by powerful spiritual energy. Again, many loud explosions rang out, and the ground shook. In the smoke and dust, Chi Feng and the others barely held on, pushed back dozens of meters. As if they had gone through a great battle, the land where they stood was full of ruins, the ground turned into a crater dozens of meters deep. Chi Feng's expression became serious as he thought, "I thought I could fight back, but I didn't expect this woman to have grown stronger. I was just looking for an opportunity to catch her off guard." As a result, seeing several hundred strands of white silk flying toward him again, Chi Feng pressed his 2 fingers together and shouted loudly, "Junior sister, come help me." The flame sever technique was unleashed like a sea of fire shooting straight ahead. Panyujuan also quickly formed seals, and a wind barrier transformed into countless dragon-shaped streams to support the sea of fire shooting forward. At this moment, the wind aided the fire, greatly increasing its power. Although Panyujuan was only a Radiant Soul Realm 4th layer expert, when the two combined to create the flame sever windstorm, their power was truly formidable. Seeing this, Bailian's face showed seriousness. But she remained calm, gently raising her hand as the strands of white silk spread out. She shouted loudly as several hundred strands of silk charged through that sea of fire, even deflecting small fireballs back at the two of them. Naturally, before it was just silk, but now it was silk accompanied by fire, creating meteor fire rain, like a shower of meteors about to fall. Feeling the powerful pressure, Chi Feng and the other were terrified. Bailian was truly formidable, even their combined strength was no match. But just at that moment, a sudden strong wind arrived. Those fiery meteors immediately turned into water, flying toward the two but fell to the ground before reaching them. The ground where they fell was corroded, not a single blade of grass remaining. It had all turned black. Chi Feng and the other were then stunned, their eyes wide with terror. Bailian shouted in shock, "Rain of poison, Luxie. Hearing this, a laugh echoed out and said, Junior sister Bailian, as a person, you should leave a path for future meetings. Junior brother and sister, you want to go out and clear your minds. Why must you play the villain? The powerful aura made Bailian tremble slightly as she thought, truly no match. This guy's cultivation is even deeper than before. Chi Feng, on the contrary, was overjoyed and spoke up, Senior brother Lucia, you finally come out of seclusion. And you arrived just in time. Lucia laughed and said, I didn't arrive just in time, I came out of seclusion long ago. I came for you. I also have a mission. And of course, my mission is to get you two out safely. Lucia looked at Bailian and said loudly, Junior sister, you should know that I am a Radiant Soul Realm 9th layer cultivator. You are only in Radiant Soul Realm 8th layer, far from being my match. I am much stronger than you, and besides, I have never been restrained in my attacks. I'm not used to going easy, I can easily kill someone. Out of respect for the enshrined elders, I don't want to have to attack you, so you'd better step aside. Bailian, relying on the fact that they wouldn't dare to kill her, shouted back defiantly, Lucia, the 3 guiding enshrined elders ordered me to guard this barrier. No one is allowed to enter or leave. You know my temper, would I be pushed back by just a few of your words? Lucia smiled and shook his head, of course I know Junior sister Bailian's temper. On a normal day, I would certainly give way to you, but not today. Lucia curled his lip, sorry. But as he spoke, Lucia waved his hand. A fierce wind, like a hurricane, shot straight toward Bailian. Seeing this, her aura suddenly stagnated. She stood motionless. Bailian stepped back, her face contorted, unsure how to react. Inside, she screamed, it's no use. The poison is too much to block immediately. Seeing her like this, Lucia laughed smugly and said, if you can't even block this move, then don't meddle and block the way. But just then, a loud shout rang out, Lucia, this road is blocked, so even if you've come, it's the same. Having said that, a beam of earth-shattering light shattered that poisonous wind. Lucia trembled and instinctively stepped back, his eyes full of anger as he stared straight ahead. He spoke up, you've also come out of seclusion, Chichunglong. That's right. Fortunately, I came out last night, otherwise, who would have stopped you? Don't think I don't know about your schemes. Last night, Venerable Yin instructed me to watch over you. Want to take the opportunity to bully the labor office? You're not qualified. Lucia laughed loudly and shouted, such big talk. Do you think you alone can stop us? Chichunglong, do you still think you're the head of the elite sect? It's time for a change today. Chichunglong shouted contemptuously, Lucia, you've had your eye on this position for a long time, haven't you? It's a pity that in the end, it's still not yours. Chi Feng and Peng Yujuan were extremely worried. Weren't they just supposed to help us get out? Why are they about to fight now? Suddenly, something fell from the sky. It immediately caused a small explosion, with smoke billowing. That thing turned out to be a broom. Moreover, it directly broke the barrier, throwing everyone into panic. The elite sect's barrier has been broken by someone. Then a foot gradually landed. With an indifferent gaze and a demonic smile, Zhuofan said softly, oh dear, sorry for the disturbance. Everyone stared wide-eyed at him in utter confusion. With that demonic smile, Zhuofan spoke, may I ask where the 2 troublemakers, Peng Yujuan and Chi Feng, are? Bailian glared and shouted, who are you? Zhuofan smiled and replied, oh, I haven't introduced myself. I am currently the boss of the labor office, the handsome butler Zhuofan. Didn't our place hold an apology banquet? Elder Qi and Elder Air both attended. So how could we be missing the 2 main characters, Chi Feng and Peng Yujuan? Don't you agree? After all, without them, this banquet wouldn't be complete. Zhuofan said with a laugh. Peng Yujuan said in surprise, oh, so you're that trash Zhuofan. How interesting, after taking a beating on one cheek, you bring the other cheek to us. The 3 guiding enshrined elders were afraid we would go ruin the labor office, so they locked us up here. Yet you, fool, come personally to invite us. Peng Yujuan and Chi Feng laughed loudly and said, that's right. Today I've seen it with my own eyes. How can there be such a despicable person in this world? Zhuofan said indifferently, it seems you 2 are the ones I'm looking for. Peng Yujuan shouted, that's right. So what? Do you want to invite us to that rotten labor office so you can kowtow and apologize? Zhuofan smiled and replied, you're mistaken. This apology banquet is mainly to apologize to Elders Air and Qi because you 2 bastards are about to die by my hands. His face turned cold, murderous intent enveloping the 2. A fierce wind barrier enveloped everyone, layer upon layer condensing, like a monstrous wave crashing before them as if to swallow everyone. Everyone's aura stagnated as they exchanged glances, their hearts filled with fear, unable to believe the face of the young man standing before them. How could they have imagined that a menial disciple who had just broken through to the Radiant Soul Realm could emit such a fierce aura, even making elite sect disciples like them tremble in fear, thinking, just who is this person? Zhuofan curled his lip and sneered, a few days ago you came to my labor office to cause trouble and said that our labor office started it, didn't you? Pang Yujuan shouted defiantly, so what? Didn't you already admit it? That's right, I will admit to what I did. As for the order of events or who was right or wrong, that doesn't matter anymore. Shuafan said. So, you said our labor office disciples attacked you harshly. Now it's my turn. According to sect rules, when a lower rank challenges a higher rank, life or death is irrelevant. Come on, both of you together. Shuafan's killing intent grew stronger. That killing intent made the two turn pale with fear, not daring to act rashly. Lu Xie warned coldly, although the sect has rules about lower ranks challenging higher ranks before the official match, they have the right to refuse your challenge. Moreover, you barged into the elite sect without our permission. I already have the right to capture you first and talk later. Shuafan lazily curled his lip and said, if you want to fight, then come on. Don't dawdle and waste time. At worst, I'll say I'm challenging all the elite sect disciples at once because this time, it's real. Daring to challenge our elite sect, are you looking down on us? Chi Changlong frowned and shouted. This fool really jumps into any pit. Heaven is helping me, two birds with one stone. Lu Xie laughed heartily to himself. More than a dozen other disciples appeared from somewhere, surrounding the area. Senior brothers and sisters, this man broke the sect's protective barrier and barged in. We wanted to surround and capture him, but he was too fast. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, you senior brothers and sisters have blocked him. Help us surround and capture him. One of them shouted. Lu Xie smiled sinisterly. Breaking the barrier without permission, isn't that a way to challenge your seniors? Even if we kill him, the sect leader won't say anything, right? Shuafan's killing intent flourished as he laughed maniacally. Fine, if you have the skill. Lu Xie didn't want to take all the responsibility alone, so he laughed and said, not just me, but all of us. Lu Xie wanted to drag all the sect disciples into this. After this matter, if he killed Shuafan, his master would have a chance to undermine the sect leader. He would also have a chance to get away. This was two birds with one stone. Then he shouted loudly, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and come together to capture him, dead or alive. The disciples who had just arrived didn't know the situation, but upon hearing those words, they aggressively advanced. On the divine artifact broom, a red glow appeared, swirling around once. Immediately after, a piercing scream echoed, and the surrounding space trembled as if tearing the sky apart. More than a dozen radiant soul realm cultivators hadn't even reached Shuafan when they all directly vomited blood, then fell to the ground motionless. The remaining 5 stared blankly, their eyes filled with horror as they looked at Shuafan, their hearts in utter panic. In one move, more than a dozen radiant soul realm experts of the elite sect are all dead. Qi Feng and Peng Yujuan were so terrified they couldn't speak. They never imagined the labor office had such a strong person. Shuafan said fiercely, you came to my territory to throw your weight around and cause trouble. You even killed my disciples, my fellow sect members. If I don't break your 2 dog heads and bring them back today, then I can't face my people. Qi Feng and the other trembled upon hearing this, their faces white with fear. As soon as he finished speaking, Shuafan stomped his foot on the ground and shot toward the two. The overwhelming aura made them freeze. They were so scared that their strength vanished. Now they were just like small prey being hunted. Chi Changlong suddenly changed his mind and shouted, after all, they are still part of our elite sect. I cannot let you harm them as you wish. A golden fist, glowing with radiance, swung up and shot straight at Shuafan. Shuafan, still calm, casually swung the divine artifact broom. Instantly, he shattered the radiance, and the force dissipated with it. The remaining force still carried through, and he swung the broom straight into Chi Changlong's face, causing him 1 part pain but 99 parts humiliation. Taking a hit from the divine artifact broom, Chi Changlong was sent flying. Then, several more whooshing sounds rang out as several hundred strands of white silk shot forward. Shuafan remained calm, not even glancing, and casually swung the broom again. A powerful force from the divine artifact broom directly sucked the white silk and wrapped it around the broom. Seeing this, Baiyan strained with all her might, trying to pull the white silk back, hoping to restrain Shuafan. He only waved his hand again, tossing the broom to the side, dragging the white silk with it. Baiyan couldn't resist this force and was flung away along with the silk. She fell directly to the ground, vomiting blood, completely powerless to resist. Lying in 2 craters, unable to move, these 2 were once considered strong experts in the elite sect. After finishing, Shuafan brushed the dust off his clothes and said, so troublesome, blocking me from doing my work. Having said that, he directed his gaze, full of killing intent and contempt, toward the remaining people. Lu Xie had turned pale with fear, never daring to imagine that the labor office had such a monster. Qi Feng and the other were even worse, retreating repeatedly and saying, he's not human, he's a monster. Then they repeatedly begged Lu Xie, stammering, what should we do now? Lu Xie was now trembling, but still spoke confidently about his poison. Don't be afraid, I'll use the bone poison to buy some time. You take that chance to escape. Lu Xie deliberated, still thinking that no matter how strong someone was, they couldn't do anything against poison. Touch my poison and you rot. Smell it and you die. Having thought that, he waved his hand and looked up at the sky. Instantly, a wave of green energy blew through. No matter how strong you are, you can't do anything about this poison. Touch my poison and you die. Get hit by it and you rot. Inhale a little and you're dead. It transformed into a green dragon king, brandishing its claws and charging straight at Zhuofan. A strong, nauseating stench filled the air. Wherever it passed, trees withered, and the ground turned black. Facing this green dragon, Zhuofan still decisively stepped into the mass of bone poison. Seeing Zhuofan's figure slowly approaching, Lu Xie was extremely horrified. Stunned, he could only tremble as he watched the monster approaching. Immediately after, Zhuofan arrogantly waved his hand and shouted, "Get out of the way, good dog. Don't block me, or don't blame me for being rough." Then another punch sent Lu Xie spitting out a mouthful of blood and flying away like a bird. After that, he fell face first into the ground, completely powerless. Qi Feng and the other were running desperately, glancing back to see where Zhuofan was. A storm of wind pressed close. The two never expected Zhuofan to already be right in front of them. Qi Feng's face twisted in horror. Zhuofan curled his lips into a sinister smile and said, "Where do you two dogs think you're running?" His eyes looked as if he wanted to devour them alive. Cornered with no escape, Peng Yujuan and Qi Feng had to take a desperate gamble. Clear wind embracing the moon and flame sever were unleashed. Zhuofan showed no fear of these attacks, still standing still with the broom in hand as if waiting for the two attacks to reach him. He only needed to swing the broom once, and the two great attacks were wiped clean. Not only did he neutralize the attacks, but one swing of Zhuofan's broom also caused the two attackers to suffer backlash, sending them flying far away. Peng Yujuan and Qi Feng never expected Zhuofan to actually strike so hard. They were hit so hard they spat out blood and fell to the ground with a thud, looking utterly pathetic. Qi Feng couldn't help but scream in horror, "The meridians in my whole body feel like they're on fire. It hurts. This man is a demon. He really wants to kill us." Zhuofan had somehow approached where Qi Feng had fallen. His entire body radiated terrifying murderous intent. Looking down at the defeated wretch with a contemptuous, deadly gaze, he said, "What did you say when you came to the labor office last time? Our menial disciples took the opportunity to challenge you." Having said that, he smiled dangerously, making the man lying on the ground tremble in fear. Zhuofan mocked, "Are you satisfied now, happy, fulfilled?" Qi Feng humbly changed his tone, trying to flatter Zhuofan, "Big brother, we were wrong. Big brother, with your strength, using the sex rule of lower ranks challenging higher ranks, whoever you want dead, you go challenge them. How many people would die?" Zhuofan didn't care about his words. He sneered, "That's not right. Behind you are golden mountains and silver mountains as backing. Enshrined elders protecting you. I have nothing going on. Why would I mess with you? Am I bored, making so many enemies?" Qi Feng said tremblingly, "Butler Zhua is right. You're new here, alone and without support in a sect. Why make so many enemies?" He painted a rosy picture, "If you are willing to let us go, Elder Heir will definitely be very grateful." On the other side, Peng Yujuan also seized the opportunity to add quickly, "My grandfather, Elder Qi, too. In the future, we will definitely be on good terms with you, Big Brother Zhua. We won't cause you any more trouble. We will also follow your orders. Please let us go." Zhuofan sighed as if with regret, "If only you had realized this sooner, how good that would have been. Unfortunately, now I don't want to let you go, and I can't let you go." His words made the two lying on the ground tremble even more. Peng Yujuan asked in disbelief, "Why?" Zhuofan's eyes flashed with a hint of anger as he replied, "Because murder must be paid for with life, and debts must be repaid." Qi Feng shouted in defiance, "What? You're willing to offend the grandfathers of the two of us, two elders, for the sake of those menial disciples?" He still didn't realize how wrong he was, and weakly warned Zhuofan, "You need to think carefully. Is it worth it for a few lowly lives, to be hunted down by the sect's elders?" He sneered cruelly, "Oh, threatening me? That's right. For a few lowly lives, it's indeed not worth it." His eyes bloodshot, he continued, "But if it's for my own dignity, then it's very worth it. Moreover, what you stole from me should also be returned." Peng Yujuan asked tremblingly, What?" Zhuofan didn't waste many words on these two who were about to die, patiently spitting out a few words, dignity and foundation. He stepped one foot onto Qi Feng's body, tilted his head, and continued, "You two brats, while I wasn't there, trampled on the dignity of my labor office disciples and stole the foundation of the labor office. He slid his foot, pressing it hard against Qi Feng's neck. "If I can't get these two things back, how can I stand in the sect in the future?" So, he deliberately dragged out the last word, his expression terrifying. Zhuofan let out a deadly laugh. "You two can now rest in peace." Having said that, he mercilessly stomped his foot down on Qi Feng's neck. A pool of blood spurted out from under his foot, and his head flew far away from the force of the stomp. Peng Yujuan, lying nearby barely breathing, witnessed this scene and was horrified. Not only could she do nothing but open her mouth and stare, trembling as she awaited her fate. She finally screamed in terror, as if hoping someone passing by would hear and save her. But no miracle occurred. Zhua Fan quickly placed his foot on her neck, ready to finish her off just like her companion who had just died. The last thing Peng Yujuan saw before death was the deadly gaze and the billowing murderous intent emanating from Zhua Fan. He smiled and said, "Perfect." In the gloomy forest, crows could be faintly heard. Qi Changlong, Lu Xie, and the others could not help but be horrified by the swift and brutal killing spree of Zhua Fan. They could only stare wide-eyed as Qi Feng and Peng Yujuan were swiftly executed. Zhua Fan leisurely bent down to collect the heads of the two despicable defeated foes. He raised his head and gave a cold smile. Then, turning as if speaking to the remaining crowd, he said, "This is the elite sect," in a contemptuous tone. Then he flew away, leaving the elite sect members watching helplessly. Qi Changlong was stunned, then slumped down in disappointment. He laughed at himself, shameful, truly shameful. Our group, called the top elite of the demonic scheme sect, was defeated in an instant by a menial disciple. We are truly too weak. He turned to Lu Xie, who was struggling to stand up. "Tell me, Lu Xie, do you still want to compete for the title of the elite sect's head?" Lu Xie's eyes showed exhaustion and horror, looking blankly as if lost in thought. He replied, surprising Qi Changlong, "No, I still want to compete." His eyes showed calculation. "Even if my strength is insufficient, I must still win this title. After all, it is related to the succession of the sect leader position." Qi Changlong sat down with a sigh. He thought, what's the use of having a title without substance? At this moment, Bio Yen was looking toward Qi Changlong and wondered, "Who are you?" She continued to wonder, "Did you really come out of the labor office?" Lu Xie heard this and laughed mockingly, "Don't be foolish. For the labor office to have a high venerable is already a miracle. Bio Yen, you've devoted yourself to cultivation and have no interest in inner sect struggles. It's understandable that you don't know." He explained, "This kid is an external recruit brought in by the sect leader to establish the labor office, elite and hollow out the inner sect. The grandfathers of those two were also poached. Now the two sides are like fire and water, both vying for the elite positions." Lu Xie continued, "Before, when Qi Feng went to cause trouble at the labor office, he was acting under the orders of Venerable Shi and his faction. When this kid wasn't there, and all the enshrined elders were drawn away, those two succeeded." He pondered, "Originally I heard that today this kid was holding an apology banquet, thinking he was going to humble himself. But now it seems, this is no apology banquet, it's clearly a hongmen banquet." He became anxious. "No, I must report this intelligence to my master immediately." Having said that, the sound of bones cracking rang out, accompanied by Lu Xie's scream, "Ah, my back. Pain, pain, pain. Don't move, can't move anymore." Bio Yen was startled. "Ah, so you and he are on the same side. Why did he still attack us?" Qi Changlong forced a smile and added, "He doesn't know us. Be glad he didn't kill us." Bio Yen nodded in agreement, "That's true. But knowing he's one of us, I actually feel a sense of security. This is what a divine teammate looks like." At the same time, at the banquet venue, everyone had already gathered. It seemed only our protagonist was missing. Venerable Bai and Venerable Qi each thought, whether invited or not, everyone came to this apology banquet. "In half a lifetime, I've never seen such embarrassment." The second elder spoke up, "Venerable Bai, Venerable Qi, it's getting late. Everyone has been waiting a long time. Let's begin." Venerable Bai folded his arms and replied, "Butler Zhua hasn't arrived yet. We cannot begin." The seventh elder laughed loudly, well, I never expected the enshrined elders of the labor office to be so spineless, having to wait for a disciple to act. No wonder there's this banquet today." Everyone on his side also laughed in agreement. Venerable Qi cursed inwardly, "Zhua Fan, you've put the old men's reputations on the line." Venerable Qi retorted, "Butler Zhua is the founder of the labor office elite, relying on his merits. The sect leader personally appointed him as the head of this place. The enshrined elders follow his orders. If he hasn't arrived, this banquet naturally cannot begin." The second elder slammed the table and shouted, "If it's an apology banquet then it should follow our wishes. A labor office disciple like him, holding this apology banquet and putting on such airs. It's clear he has no sincerity. You elders are used to following a menial disciple and want to wait, that's your business. We are inner sect elders and have no desire to wait for him." The second elder shouted loudly, "This apology banquet has no sincerity at all. We're leaving." The seventh elder agreed, "That's right. We're going to the sect leader to report him. He's clearly making us wait." Venerable Bai suppressed his anger, thinking, "They're clearly looking for trouble." The second elder thought smugly, "Get angry, wait for the moment to explode, then take the opportunity to uproot the labor office power." His faction was about to leave, shouting, "Let's go." Fiend Yang interrupted, stammering with a laugh, "Wait. If everyone is bored, I can recite a secret text about the double dragon gathering circulating in the western continent. Rarely known in advance. I remember back then, the four fiends of hell led the elite disciples to the double dragon gathering." Someone spoke up, Wait, we're not bored at all. Put away your divine ability. Suddenly, someone shouted, Butler Zhuo is here. Everyone turned their eyes toward him. Zhuofan walked over, waving his hand and smiling. Sorry, I'm late. Many people around whispered, he's that Zhuofan. Some were excitedly looking forward to the drama. Let's see how he kowtows and apologizes later. Zhuofan approached Elder Heir, scratched his head, and smiled. I'm very sorry, something delayed me. Venerable Bai thought, is this the same Butler Zhuo who usually acts swiftly and decisively? Why is he acting so humble? Fiend Yang spoke up, see, everyone's here. No major issues. Getting together, shaking hands and making peace, is more important than anything else. In the future, the Labor Office Elite and the Inner Sect will be the two great pillars of our demonic scheme sect. We must cooperate sincerely. Elder Heir said with a hint of a reminder, Zhuofan, you're the one holding this apology banquet, yet you arrived late, making us wait. That shows no sincerity at all. If you don't show a proper attitude today, the two of us old men will definitely not let this go. Elder Qi looked pleased. Venerable Qi shouted angrily, that's enough. What more do you want? Someone from the inner sect said, Venerable Qi, although you are an enshrined guardian, this apology banquet is your side admitting fault and apologizing to us. In other words, it's your Labor Office Elite kowtowing and admitting fault to us, the inner sect. Elder Heir laughed inwardly, thinking finally they can't sit still anymore. It's good to make them cause a scene. He said, if that's your attitude, I cannot drink this cup of wine. And since the Labor Office is so arrogant, knowing their mistake but not correcting it, we should go to the sect leader and demand an explanation. Zhuofan heard this and spoke up. Venerable Qi, calm down. What Elder Heir just said is also reasonable. Admitting fault and apologizing, in principle, we should be sincere. Please sit down first. Venerable Qi sat down angrily. Venerable Bai thought, I never expected Butler Zhuo to be so cowardly in front of a powerful elder. Elder Heir said contentedly, Butler Zhuo, we accept your attitude. You are the one who truly caused the trouble. Zhuofan interrupted, don't worry. They are indeed here to admit fault to you too, with absolute sincerity. Zhuofan said coldly to the Labor Office group, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and toast to apologize to the two elders. While everyone was stunned, Elder Heir heard this and said, apologizing requires showing an attitude. Is just toasting enough? He chuckled, smug and provocative. If you don't sincerely kowtow 3 times and bow 9 times, we will not accept it. Kuei Lang heard this and angrily cursed, you're bullying us too much. Before he could finish, he was stopped. Zhuofan said, actually, to be honest, we can't really blame them. It's my fault. He continued, moreover, this apology is primarily for me to apologize to you all. If you two want 3 kowtows and 9 bows to forgive. Zhuofan's face was full of murderous intent, his smile icy cold as he continued, then let me do it. Everyone panicked and shouted in unison, what? Kuei Lang tried hard to stop him. Butler Zhuo, how can you do that? Elder Heir laughed inwardly, feeling triumphant. Originally, this kid wasn't even present for this matter, so he couldn't be implicated even a little. His smugness showed clearly on his face. Elder Heir thought, now it's even better. He dug his own grave and jumped in. Truly, if you don't pretend to be dead, you won't die. This Zhuofan is the leader of the Labor Office Elite. If we can completely destroy his prestige, then this Labor Office will naturally collapse without being attacked. Elder Heir shouted, good. Everyone looked up at him. He pointed to the ground and said, as long as you, before all of us here, kowtow 3 times and bow 9 times, bow your head and admit your mistake, saying that the Labor Office will no longer dare to provoke the inner sect and the elite sect, we will let this matter go. Zhuofan looked coldly at Elder Heir, his voice firm. Fine. With so many enshrined elders here as witnesses, you won't go back on your word, right? The old man affirmed firmly, of course. We are dignified elders. Would we bully a menial disciple like you? Are we looking each other in the eye? Zhuofan continued, of course not. I also trust the integrity of the 2 elders. Kuei Lang objected, Butler Zhuo, let me do this instead. No matter what, you are the head of the Labor Office. You cannot do something so shameful. Taiying spoke up, no, let me do it. After all, Butler Zhuo saved my life. Even if I lose face, I have to bear this for Butler Zhuo. While the two were arguing, Willing ran over wanting to join in, no, let me do it. During this time, you've taken care of Yuer. Trying hard to stop her, Willing, why are you, a woman, fighting with me over this? Let me do it. Elder Heir was furious and cursed, haven't you caused enough trouble? This is Zhuofan's matter. If something happened, of course he has to face it. You cannot shift the responsibility to others. Today, if he does not perform the great ceremony of 3 kowtows and 9 bows, this old man will not let it go. No one can replace him. Zhuofan said to those around him, don't argue. This matter really doesn't involve you much. Zhuofan turned his eyes to the inner sect crowd and said carefully, 2 elders, you can forgive me. That is really too kind. But before that, Zhuofan used his magic power to make 5 boxes appear and continued, I have prepared a great gift for all of you. He stepped forward and said, 3 enshrined elders, I am sorry for injuring your disciples. Please be magnanimous and forgive me. Fiend Yang replied, this gift is what you promised us, and we will accept it. But as for this matter, you really don't need to apologize. Having said that, Fiend Yang opened the box and said with a mix of joy and surprise, this is a 9th grade magical artifact. Fiend Yang continued, all our top grade works. Elder Air heard this and urged, Zhuofan, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and present the treasure. Elder Qi agreed, that's right. Bring it over quickly. Zhuofan, expressionless, asked once more, 2 elders, I, Zhuofan, solemnly ask you one more time. If I kowtow and apologize to you later, will this matter be considered settled? Elder Air said readily, of course. Quickly bring the gift here. Later, you might even get to kowtow a few less times. Zhuofan smiled, holding 2 boxes, and said, 2 elders, please accept them. Elder Air and Elder Qi happily received them. The boxes were slowly opened. Elder Air and Elder Qi's expressions changed, somewhat stunned. What was inside that frightened them so? Zhuofan smiled with amusement. 2 elders, how is it? Are you satisfied with the gift I gave you? Elder Air looked at the box, trembling. Fiend Yang found it strange and asked, what good item is it that has startled you like this? Fiend Yang approached, curiously looking into the box. Immediately, he was horrified, his eyes widening in recognition. This is the head of Qi Feng and Peng Yuchuan. But he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Everyone panicked and shouted, what? Fiend Yang thought, what is going on in this kid's head? Has he gone mad? Zhuofan was so excited he trembled, saying, what's the matter? Are the 2 elders not satisfied with the great gift I gave you? To let your beloved grandchildren return to you, that is also a token of this disciple's sincerity. Otherwise, Zhuofan laughed savagely, his eyes wide, murderous aura surrounding him, as he continued, I would have long thrown these 2 dead heads to the dogs. Elder Air called out Zhuofan's name twice, trembling. Elder Air and Elder Qi could no longer contain their rage. They erupted with power and roared, I will kill you. Fiend Yang tried to persuade, wait, let me get to the bottom of this first. Fiend Yang turned and asked, Zhuofan, did you really kill these 2? But today, they were clearly still in the elite sect. They didn't go out. Zhuofan replied, that's right. Otherwise, what do you think this apology banquet is for? He continued, early this morning, I made a trip to the elite sect and took their heads. In the blink of an eye, I have arrived here. Zhuofan continued, that's why I hurried back to apologize. First, to apologize to the 3 enshrined elders for causing a disturbance on your turf. But since you have already forgiven me, I am relieved. He added, second, to apologize to the 2 elders. I'm sorry, I killed your grandchildren. I hope you can forgive me. Fiend Yang was surprised, what? This is what you meant by an apology banquet? But I thought you were talking about tying injuring Peng Yuchuan's arm. Zhuofan glanced at Kolang's group, chuckled lightly, and replied, a few days ago those 2 brats came to my labor office to cause trouble. Originally, the fault was not ours. Why should we admit fault? If anyone is truly at fault, it is that the 4 of them were too weak. If they had been able to stop me in the first place, I wouldn't have been provoked into action and challenged the elite sect in anger. He turned to Fiend Yang and continued, this time, this apology banquet is me, Zhuofan, apologizing to all of you. But just now, you have already forgiven me, so let the matter of the elite sect be considered settled. Elder Air shouted upon hearing this, bullshit. You clearly planned this in advance, combining these 2 matters to manipulate public opinion. Do you think such a scheme can find a loophole to get away with this? I will never let you off. Zhuofan looked at Elder Air calmly and said, then you 2 just promise me I'll kowtow a few times, and consider this matter settled. Hearing this, Elder Air grew even angrier and cursed loudly, dream on. I will definitely cut you into 100 pieces to avenge my grandson. Zhuofan gave a cold smile in reply, then that's perfect. He straightened his collar, radiating a cold aura, and continued, I won't kowtow either. Elder Air was enraged to the extreme and immediately charged straight at him, you treacherous brat. Both elders charged toward Zhuofan, die. He stood still, a soft smile on his face. Elder Air's attack was blocked by Venerable Bai. The old man leaped back. Venerable Bai stood in front of Zhuofan. You 2 old men need to think carefully. Venerable Qi also stood in front of him, clearly showing his stance. Venerable Bai continued, as elders, casually killing a disciple, what would be the outcome under sect rules? Elder Air shouted angrily, it's not your granddaughter who died, so of course you can say that. All of you, get out of the way. You can protect him for a moment, but can you protect him for a lifetime? At this moment, a sudden clapping sound rang out. Zhuofan stepped forward in front of the 2 enshrined guardians. Father, I laughed and said, well said. 2 elders, I understand your love for your grandchildren. How about this? He smiled mischievously and made a proposal, I'll give you a chance. The sect has rules, lower rank challenging higher rank, life or death irrelevant, I will also challenge the two elders. If you want to kill me, just accept. Then even if you tear me into 10,000 pieces, no one will say a thing. Zhuofan's proposal surprised both Elder Heir and Elder Qi. When I killed them, it was also according to the rules, so the sect cannot punish me. The old man immediately agreed joyfully. Fine. This old man will grant your wish. I accept your challenge. Having achieved his goal, he narrowed his eyes and smiled. Excellent. Then, both of you, come at me together. Venerable Bai interjected, trying to stop him. Zhuofan, what are you doing? Zhuofan only glanced at him and smiled. The two elders just lost their grandchildren. I have to give them some hope. Venerable Qi was puzzled. You're not giving them hope. You're clearly offering your own life. Zhuofan remained calm and replied, it doesn't matter. After all, everyone here can see that I, Zhuofan, have acted with all my heart and all my righteousness. As for whether they can catch my life when I throw it out, that depends on their skill. Zhuofan narrowed his eyes and smiled, continuing, for old men who dare to cause me trouble, this is what I like to do most. He opened his eyes wide, a red glint flashing in them, give them hope, then crush that hope in front of them. Ha ha ha. As soon as Zhuofan finished speaking, the entire venue fell into silence. Elder Heir spoke up, Elder Qi, let this old man avenge your grandchild for you. For the two of us to attack together, wouldn't that be showing too much respect to this kid? Elder Qi frowned and thought for a moment. Then he turned to Elder Heir and said, fine. Then I'll trouble Elder Heir to take care of it. Elder Heir laughed and replied, no problem. He looked straight ahead. Feng Yi, now I will avenge you. Elder Heir's arm was enveloped in flames, transforming into a beast's claw, his spirit surging. As soon as he finished speaking, a large flame shot instantly in front of Zhuofan. Venerable Bai shouted in worry, this is a spirit surge from an ethereal stage expert. No matter how strong a radiant soul realm is, he cannot block it. Just then, the large flame that had been rushing toward him immediately dispersed, as if blocked by an invisible shield. Elder Heir gritted his teeth, unable to believe it, his eyes wide. Venerable Bai's mouth hung open, he actually blocked it. Venerable Qi's eyes were like the letter A, his mouth like the letter O, isn't he only at Radiant Soul Realm, first layer? To everyone's astonishment, Zhuofan merely smiled calmly, his eyes still fixed on his enemy. Elder Heir's expression turned serious. Elder Qi, this kid really has something wrong. This time, I will take action personally. You stand by and watch. Elder Qi also became serious. Fine. Then, not only his hands but also his hair and clothing burst into flames. Elder Heir placed both palms on the ground. In an instant, a sea of flames erupted, attacking Zhuofan. Venerable Qi shouted, this sea of flames is Elder Heir's spirit fire. It is unaffected by physical barriers, cannot be fanned out, cannot be dodged. The demonic observers commented, if your spirit is not strong enough, this sea of flames will burn your spirit clean, leaving no defense. Fiend Yang raised his eyebrows in worry. What? Zhuofan just broke through to Radiant Soul Realm. How can he withstand this? Zhuofan only slightly opened his eyes, his pupils turning gold. Divine Eye of the Void, 4th layer. With this technique, centered on Zhuofan, a wave of energy pushed that sea of flames outward around him into a circle, with purple lightning flickering everywhere. Elder Heir hadn't had time to react, dumbfounded by the scene before him. Suddenly, he clutched his stomach and spat out a mouthful of blood. Elder Heir felt the pain, forced his head up to look at him. How is this possible? This kid, is he a monster? No wonder he dared to challenge us two elders. Could it be that his true goal from the very beginning was? Zhuofan still stood there smiling, never having moved. Suddenly, with a whoosh, in an instant, he leaped forward to attack Elder Heir. The old man shouted, you stinky brat. The words left his mouth and he suddenly widened his eyes. A giant golden dragon appeared above Elder Heir's head. He couldn't believe it, this is spirit pressure. How can this be? This, you. Regardless of Elder Heir's words, before him were Zhuofan's blood-red eyes and smile. You've condensed a spirit. Zhuofan didn't answer the question but calmly said, Elder Heir, go down and join your grandchild obediently. Seeing the situation wasn't good, Elder Heir raised his hand behind him and shouted, soul-protecting sword. He grabbed the sword and stabbed straight at Zhuofan, die. When they touched, he didn't dodge the attack but immediately countered, Ghost Dragon Surge. The tip of the sword and the red hand clashed. The result was that the hand remained intact, while the sword shattered into tiny pieces. Elder Heir couldn't believe it. What? Without letting the old man wait long, that hand did not stop but pierced straight through his body. Everyone present couldn't close their mouths, just staring with open jaws. This kid, he really dared to do that. Fiend Yang and Fiend Gui were no different from everyone else. Everything seemed to happen in the blink of an eye. The shattered sword pieces were still flying, and the hand had already pierced through the old man's body. Zhuofan grinned, like a demon coming to claim a life. Suddenly, a golden light shot out from Elder Heir's corpse and flew away. That was his spirit. Elder Heir fled, thinking, this kid has hidden himself deep, plotting for a long time. If I stay here any longer, I'll be killed sooner or later. I'll go back to the inner sect to find Venerable Shi and wait for a day to take revenge. Having run some distance, he still turned back and shouted loudly, "Kid, just you wait. This isn't over." Shuafan was in no hurry. He placed his hand beside his temple and smiled, "No, it's already over." He opened his eyes wide, his golden pupils flashing. Divine Eye of the Void, second layer. An attack shot straight toward Elder Air, who was running away. The old man looked back and let out a loud scream. The attack hit its target. A golden explosion flashed in the sky. He looked up at the sky and laughed. Suddenly, a series of attacks aimed straight at Shuafan. Elder Chi had just launched an attack, laughing loudly, "Elder Air, rest in peace. I will definitely avenge you and make your death worthwhile." Shuafan's eyes turned bloodshot again. He looked over. Blood blade. The bright attacks of Elder Chi were all cut in half by Shuafan's red attack. Elder Chi stared wide-eyed in shock. Before he could react, the attack pierced straight through his chest. Elder Chi gritted his teeth, blood gushing out. He thought, this isn't a spirit surge. It's a spiritual surge from a radiant soul realm cultivator. Elder Chi spat out a mouthful of blood. He raised his eyebrows, assessing the person before him. This kid. Looking at his smiling face with blood-red eyes, he thought, what kind of monster is he, after all? Suddenly, as if realizing something, Elder Chi's eyes widened, his pupils contracting. He stepped back. Then Elder Chi turned and ran quickly in the opposite direction from Shuafan. A stream of thoughts flashed through his mind, run fast. He glanced back, thoughts constantly appearing in his head, I can't stay here any longer. One-on-one, wouldn't that be seeking death? But Shuafan was already standing behind him, his hands clasped behind his back, looking at Elder Chi like a hunter watching its prey flee. Elder Chi, we're fighting. Where do you think you're running? Elder Chi shouted in fear, Shuafan, I am an inner sect elder. You wouldn't dare kill me. He only narrowed his eyes and smiled, raising the hand that had just taken Elder Air's life. Lower rank challenging higher rank, life or death irrelevant, sect rules. His blood-red eyes opened wide, staring straight at him. Moreover, I've already killed one person. He laughed and shouted, without any hesitation, attacking Elder Chi. What's one more? Ghost Dragon Surge. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is best. Elder Chi learned nothing from Elder Air and also fled in spirit form. Suddenly, he ran face first into something. Elder Chi stepped back to look at what he had just hit. What is it? He opened his eyes wide. It was the blood infant, Shuafan's lifeblood. Elder Chi stammered, this. What kind of monster is this? Elder Chi raised his eyebrows, gritting his teeth, determined to go all out. No matter what kind of monster you are. He shouted loudly as a series of attacks shot straight at the blood infant. Get out of my way. The blood infant stood still, counterattacking, spiritual surge. The attacks immediately deflected in different directions. Elder Chi shouted in shock. What is this thing? It can even block spirit attacks. At this moment, the blood infant curled its lip and smiled. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. Before anyone could react, the blood infant's head grew large, its mouth opening wide as it lunged at Elder Chi. In one gulp, it swallowed him whole. Everyone's jaws were about to drop to the ground. Masachi was shocked. This kid has hidden so many tricks up his sleeve. No wonder he dared to take on two elders at once. Everyone looked at the blood infant floating in the sky, patting its belly contentedly after just swallowing Elder Chi. Truly a monster, raising such a demonic creature. The blood infant flew back toward Shuafan. It spat a breath into his palm. That was Elder Chi, now only a head the size of a fist. Shuafan looked down at him from above and smiled. I knew you had this trick. So I released this demonic creature that specializes in hunting your spirit. How is it? You don't even have a body now. How fast can you run? Elder Chi still tried to threaten him. Shuafan, think carefully. If you dare touch me, you'll be making an enemy of the entire inner sect. Shuafan heard this and asked back, an enemy? He laughed madly, clenched the old man tightly, and raised him high. This is my territory. You old man still dare to threaten me with the inner sect. Shuafan looked toward the crowd that had been watching. Do you think anyone here is afraid of your inner sect? Tai Ying, Yue Ling, and the others immediately shouted back, not afraid. The surrounding spectators also answered loudly, not afraid. A trembling hand clenched into a fist. Venerable Bai and Venerable Chi clenched their fists, smiling inwardly. How satisfying. Following such a hero that truly brings honor. Seeing everyone's reaction, Shuafan asked Elder Chi, who was now showing fear, Elder Chi, what do you think? He smiled contentedly. Do you think those inner sect old men are still your backing now? Shuafan continued. The other inner sect disciples who heard this, none of them dared to step forward. If it's one-on-one, no one would speak up for you. Do you know why? He widened his eyes and concluded, they're afraid of me. Shuafan raised him high. Dark energy slowly radiated outward. He said slowly, today, I can challenge you two and take your lives. Tomorrow, I can challenge them and take theirs. After all, I am a menial disciple. Lower rank challenging higher rank. Sect rules. What do you think, will they accept or not? Zhuo Fan, like a demon coming to claim lives, smiled and said, that's why they say kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. You too, in the end, are the chickens. Once you're dead, those monkeys won't jump around for you anymore. What, inner sect elders? Just an empty title. Did you really think it was your amulet? Once you lose your value, no one will care about you. Elder Qi seemed unwilling to believe this truth. He kept trembling and denying, no, no. Without further words, Zhuo Fan attacked Elder Qi. Heaven-devouring demon art. Elder Qi vanished. All the red and black energy strands were absorbed by Zhuo Fan. He let out a satisfied breath. Zhuo Fan clenched his fist, feeling the changes in his body. Now, the heaven-devouring demon art can absorb the spirits of others to strengthen my own spirit. For future cultivation, this can be said to be rapid progress. Then, he glanced over. Now, do you still feel wronged? Those people immediately shouted back, not wronged. Not wronged. Zhuo Fan burst out laughing. You are my people. If you lose face, that means I lose face. I, Zhuo Fan, no matter what, will definitely get it back for you. Everyone smiled along, waiting for him to continue. Then he stopped smiling and suddenly turned his face as fast as turning a page. But just because someone challenged you once, you've all been crying and moping for days. His blood-red eyes fiercely criticized the crowd. Truly useless. Your endurance is too weak. Therefore, I have decided, starting tomorrow, all labor office disciples will do what menial disciples are supposed to do. He continued, the sect's cleaning tasks, no one gets out of them. Even the labor office elite are included. Everyone stood there stunned. Ha! Zhuo Fan shouted. What? Ha! Hurry up and move. Venerable Bai smiled. Venerable Qi said, it seems this place will not only not fall apart but will continue to grow stronger. Venerable Bai opened his eyes to look and added, that's right. A true expert must be able to advance and retreat, to lose and win, to have great spirit. He looked at Zhuo Fan's back and continued, especially this time. Some disciples even thought of leaving the labor office, that is dividing the hearts of the people. We absolutely cannot help them. Zhuo Fan's decision is to let them endure humiliation and be tempered. In the future, when they face adversity again, they will naturally be united as one. Venerable Bai looked at Venerable Qi and smiled. Of course, this can only be achieved after Zhuo Fan has rallied their morale. Both looked at Zhuo Fan. This Zhuo Fan indeed has the bearing of a great general, the power to unite people's hearts. In the future, he will surely be the sect leader. Zhuo Fan was adjusting his clothes when a voice rang out. Butler Zhuo, I never expected you to be so powerful. It was the muscular father and son and the Yueling group. You can even easily deal with ethereal stage experts. You truly are the foremost disciple in our sect. Zhuo Fan said calmly, stop flattering me. I saw your ugly faces just now. He observed the expressions of the crowd. Did you feel dissatisfied in your hearts when I asked you to apologize? The muscular man laughed heartily, scratched his head, and said, Butler Zhuo, that's because we didn't understand your thoughts. He hesitated. If I had known earlier, Zhuo Fan interrupted him emotionlessly. If you had known earlier, the plan would have been exposed. He explained, in truth, the reason I set up such a big scheme was all about one word, heart. If I wanted those two old men to take the bait, I had to disrupt their state of mind. Zhuo Fan said to the group, first, to provoke them, second, to reduce their combat strength. When angry, their power is strong but not focused. I think earlier they didn't even unleash 60% of their power. He continued slowly, otherwise, how could I have killed them so easily without even manifesting my spirit? And the best way to disrupt one's state of mind is the moment of transition between great joy and great anger. Yueling and the others listened with wide eyes. That's why I asked you to cooperate, raising their joy to its peak, then delivering a heavy blow. Sure enough, their minds were thrown into chaos, their state of mind shattered, and they were completely led by the nose by me. Finally, Zhuo Fan said, therefore, you must learn these 4 words well, the demon within the heart. Everyone immediately replied, yes, sir. Guehu standing behind spoke up, Butler Zhuo, I, Guehu, have been staying at the labor office with the intention you've long seen. I wonder how exactly one should cultivate this state of mind. Before Zhuo Fan could say anything, Guehu recounted, when I fought Qifeng before. He said my state of mind was insufficient. This time, you said a shattered state of mind greatly reduces strength. But cultivating this state of mind, Zhuo Fan raised his hand to interrupt him. Alright, say no more. I can tell you frankly, state of mind cannot be cultivated, it can only be tempered. Guehu's eyes widened in shock. Zhuo Fan lowered his head, squinted his eyes, and continued. State of mind is not like cultivation where you can absorb spiritual energy, train the body, or train the spirit. It is about tempering and realization. Without enough tempering, the state of mind cannot be formed. Without thorough realization, the state of mind is difficult to break through. He looked directly at Guehu. That is why there are sudden enlightenments under the Bodhi tree, yet some still remain ignorant after experiencing countless hardships. Because each person's experiences are different, their states of mind are naturally different. Guehu anxiously exclaimed, "What? Then isn't there no direction for me to cultivate my state of mind?" Zhuofan looked at Guehu for a moment. He sighed. "To be honest with you, before, I didn't pay much attention to you, so I didn't reveal a secret to you." Zhuofan said to Yueling and the others as well. That is why the saying goes, near a lamp you become bright, near ink, you become black. Tempering the state of mind is the same. If you want to improve your state of mind, you can interact with Elder Yuan. Guehu asked in confusion, "That little old man at the Foundation Establishment realm, what use is he?" Hearing this, Zhuofan's eyes widened. His face darkened. "You blind thing who can't recognize Mount Tai. Elder Yuan has experienced countless hardships. His state of mind is extremely high, and he is thoroughly enlightened. I still frequently discuss the Tao with him. Yet you are unwilling to follow him, truly unable to see the treasure mountain. Moreover, do you think he is really that simple?" Humph. He looked with disappointment at Guehu's still confused face. "If it weren't for your many efforts for the labor office, this time showing true loyalty to us, I wouldn't share this old man with you." Suddenly, the muscular man laughed and spoke up, "Senior brother Guehu, that old man is not bad. He must be a master. You should go." Guehu was still doubtful, frowning. "How do you know?" He scratched his head, still smiling innocently. "Because sometimes, I can't understand a single word he says." Guehu was even more confused. Not understanding what he says makes him a master. What kind of logic is that? The muscular man explained, "But Butler Zhua can understand everything he says. So I think their states of mind are on the same level, far beyond ours." Hearing this, Guehu was shocked and suddenly enlightened. He turned and left, shouting a farewell, "Butler Zhua, everyone, I take my leave first." Zhuofan watched him go and sighed helplessly. "This kid is truly a one-track mind. He was never suited to be a spy. I wasted so much time observing him. TSK, it seems I still need to train him more." A voice from behind rang out, drawing his attention. "Alright, stop being modest. Do you still need training? If you train any more, you'll become an old monster." Ha ha ha. It was the Four Fiends of Hell group. Fiend Young laughed heartily and said excitedly, "Good kid. Truly not simple. You hid yourself deep to take on two elders at once and kill them both." He rushed over and grabbed Zhuofan's shoulders. "If you join our elite sect and go to the Double Dragon Gathering, you can definitely help us enter the realm of the mid-ranked sections. That would be a monumental achievement." Zhuofan said expressionlessly, "Who said I want to join the elite sect?" Hearing this, Fiend Gui and the other demon turned to look behind. Fiend Yang asked in confusion, What do you mean? After this battle, you have made a name for yourself in the sect. Even if you want to join the elite sect, no one can stop you. Why are you changing your mind again? Xiaoyue brought you into the sect precisely for this moment, didn't he?" Zhuofan closed his eyes and calmly replied, "Xiaoyue's purpose in bringing me into the sect was to participate in the Double Dragon Gathering but not to join the elite sect." He opened his eyes and continued, "For this Double Dragon Gathering the participants must come from our labor office elite. Everything else is unacceptable, including the elite sect." The Four Fiends of Hell were startled. Zhuofan lowered his head and looked at them without smiling. In this matter, to be honest, the elite sect provoked first. Even if they were following orders from the inner sect, they acted under the elite sect's banner. I said before, the face that the labor office lost, I would get back. Just now, I got it back from the inner sect. Now, I have to get it back from the elite sect. Having said that, he turned his back and raised his voice. "Didn't you say that we filthy menial disciples are not worthy of joining the elite sect? Fine. If you want to participate in the Double Dragon Gathering, then come to the labor office and be menial disciples for me. However, whether you are worthy of being menial disciples is up to me to decide." Fiend Yang immediately said, "I didn't say those words. Those two brats are already dead by your hand. Zhuofan, even if you are extraordinarily talented, we can't do without you, but don't be too stubborn." Zhuofan showed indifference. "I am being stubborn. When it comes to the dignity of the disciples under my command, I will never back down." He said firmly, "Go tell Xiaoyue. If he agrees, I will go to participate in the Double Dragon Gathering. If he doesn't, I'll stay here contentedly as a menial disciple." "That's fine too." Behind Zhuofan, the Yueling group who had been watching thought, no wonder the four scheming demons are wholeheartedly following him. They all smiled looking at Zhuofan's back. It seems it's not just for benefits, but also for the word worthy. At a small pavilion on a mountaintop, the scenery was picturesque and pleasant. Water from a pot flowed into a small cup. Venerable Sher picked up the cup and drank it all in one go. Then the Grand Elder ran up from behind him in panic. His mouth kept saying, Venerable Sher, something terrible has happened. Venerable Sher calmly placed the empty teacup on the stone table. Grand Elder, you have been through many battles yourself. After so many years of cultivation, you can't sit still over such a small matter. The Grand Elder asked in surprise, a small matter. Venerable Sher, did you already know? He smiled smugly. Not only do I know, but I also instructed them to do it. Seeing Venerable Sher's calculating expression, the Grand Elder thought to himself, you instructed them to do it? Did you tell them to go deliver their heads? Acting as if he could read the Grand Elder's mind, he interrupted his thoughts. Oh, Grand Elder, haven't you figured out the key point yet? Venerable Sher laughed and said, after all, this apology banquet was held at their place, and the two elders were invited by them. Now that something has happened, of course we settle the score with them. This is an excellent excuse. Hearing this, the Grand Elder said, oh, so you were talking about this matter? Venerable Sher asked suspiciously, what, weren't you talking about this? The Grand Elder hesitated. The matter I'm talking about and the one you're calculating are probably two different matters, but they can also be considered one. Venerable Sher immediately asked curiously, oh, what do you mean? He opened his eyes wide, tilted his head to look at him, and said, those two old men indeed went arrogantly and overbearingly to the apology banquet to pressure people, just as you instructed. Hearing this, Venerable Sher showed no expression, only taking a sip of tea. The Grand Elder slowly concluded, but afterwards, they were killed. Venerable Sher immediately spat out the tea he had just drunk. The teacup fell to the ground and shattered. Venerable Sher's face was full of disbelief. He stammered, gee, Grand Elder, what did you just say? The Grand Elder calmly repeated, I said, those two old men were killed at the apology banquet. Venerable Sher shouted in disbelief, how is that possible? Who is so bold as to attack an elder within the sect? Even an enshrined guardian of the sect absolutely does not have the authority to casually dispose of an elder. The Grand Elder sighed deeply, shaking his head. If it were an enshrined guardian, it would be easier. We would have grounds to go to the sect leader. A life for a life would also be easy to manage. But, he briefly stated the problem, the key is that the person who killed them was a disciple, and he did it openly, using the rule of lower rank challenging higher rank to kill them, in accordance with sect rules. This is truly a justified death. No one can pursue it. Venerable Sher was shocked again. What? A disciple killed an elder? He asked repeatedly, which disciple has such great ability to kill an ethereal stage elder? Do we have such a person in our demonic scheme sect? The Grand Elder said indifferently, why not? Isn't it that Drofan? After a long while, Venerable Sher, full of shock, tried to accept the truth laid out before him. A hongmen banquet. This was a pre-planned hongmen banquet, a complete trap. He still sat there, doubting his own judgment. Who in the world holds an apology banquet first and then goes to cause trouble? Isn't that asking for it? The Grand Elder standing beside spoke up, that's the logic. Drofan had long planned to kill these two. Anyone with clear eyes can see that. But the key is that he executed this matter too perfectly, without any flaws. Venerable Sher frowned deeply, his expression serious as he commented, this kid has deep schemes, rarely seen in this world. This time, we've been thoroughly played by him. But the most troublesome thing is that with his strength, with the double dragon gathering approaching, the entire sect will probably side with him. How can we pursue his mistakes anymore? The Grand Elder closed his eyes and sighed. That's right. This kid is truly a great talent. It's not impossible that with him fighting in the double dragon gathering, our sect has a chance to enter the top 3 sections. Venerable Sher immediately interrupted, no matter how talented he is, if he is not one of us, what use is he? He said, his eyes full of calculation, in the future he will surely be a great disaster. The Grand Elder understood. Then, your intention is. Suddenly, a series of bells unexpectedly rang loudly, interrupting the conversation of the two. The Grand Elder looked toward the distant mountain range. It's the inner sect enshrined elders meeting. This must be. Venerable Sher quickly continued, it's the sect leader. He's fast. This time, ringing the bell, he probably wants to directly push him into the elite sect. The Grand Elder glanced at him. Then what should we do? Venerable Sher calmly replied, bide our time. Wait for the opportunity. He walked past the Grand Elder. The two of us know Xiaoyue's character well, dictatorial and domineering. Venerable Sher stated his deduction. Now that he is elevating Drofan like this, it's for the sake of the double dragon gathering. With Drofan's talent, 2 tigers cannot share one mountain. I await the day they part ways and turn on each other. Hearing this, the Grand Elder was suddenly enlightened. After walking some distance, Venerable Sher turned his head and glanced. When the double dragon gathering is over and they are at odds, that's when we step in to take a share. Humph. A moment later, the sect leader laughed heartily, saying loudly, everyone has now seen the strength of that kid, Drofan. He continued, I trust no one objects to him going to participate in the Double Dragon Gathering. As soon as he finished speaking, several people below responded in unison, no, no, no objections. Venerable Shur and the Grand Elder also stood among the crowd, saying nothing. The sect leader narrowed his eyes slightly, looking as if he was scheming something. Then he raised his hand, feigning a headache. But Shuofan refuses to join the elite sect, and moreover demands that the disciples participating in the Double Dragon Gathering. The sect leader asked for everyone's opinion. All come from the labor office. Otherwise, he will not participate. What do you all think? Upon hearing this, the crowd widened their eyes in shock. Immediately, voices of opposition rang out continuously. Sect leader, absolutely not. This violates sect rules. We cannot break precedent. Sect leader, that kid is too arrogant. You cannot indulge him any further. He should be strictly disciplined. Sect leader, the sect rules cannot be abolished. Otherwise, the foundation of the sect will be shaken. How can we stand firm? Suddenly, a hand was raised to signal, and a voice stopped the commotion. Enough. Venerable Shur stepped forward and said slowly, things like rules have always given way to the strong. He looked at everyone, his face serious as he finished, therefore, if Shuofan has made this proposal, there is nothing unacceptable about it. I agree. These words surprised not only the sect leader but also the others present. What? The meeting ended, and the various elders filed out. The blonde elder laughed heartily as he descended the steps and shouted, a tiny labor office, the lowest place in the sect. Now has shot up to the highest position in the sect, standing above the elite sect. How ridiculous. The white-haired elder calmly added, isn't that right? Just a bunch of menial disciples, still cleaning rooms for me and the disciples every day. Now, humph. He put his hands behind his back and said irritably, from now on, the labor office elite will begin selecting disciples for the Double Dragon Gathering. Shuofan will be solely in charge. The blonde elder said, isn't that right? Even the 3 guiding enshrined guardians are going over there. He followed behind and said, don't you see that even Venerable Shur, who has always been opposed, has fallen silent? In the end, it's still those 4 words, strength is respected. The sect leader was walking down the steps when he saw Venerable Shur waiting for him. He smiled slightly and asked, Venerable Shur, which direction is the sun rising from today? Aren't you going to argue with me anymore? The old man laughed, clasped his hands in front of his chest, and said, sect leader, you mock me. When have I ever argued with you? It was merely for the great righteousness of the sect, striving with all my might. Venerable Shur smiled respectfully and shouted, if there have been misunderstandings in the past, I hope the sect leader will forgive them. This time, Shuofan has truly performed beyond imagination, inspiring hope in people. I cannot find any reason to oppose him. He called out with a bright smile, I only hope that he can achieve great merit for the sect. This is beneficial for the entire sect. He opened his eyes wide, his gaze becoming extremely sharp. Then he respectfully called out, if the sect leader has no other important matters, this old man will take his leave first. Sect leader. Having said that, he flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. Venerable Shur's feet reached the threshold of the door when he suddenly stopped. The corner of his mouth slightly opened as he laughed and shouted, sect leader, each wave pushes the next, but his wave is too big. Today, you can let the sect rules give way to him. Tomorrow, who will give way to him? A flash of light went through the sect leader's mind, and his eyes widened. Then he shouted in great anger, what did you say? Venerable Shur left decisively, leaving behind only one sentence, this old man was just speaking casually. The sect leader need not take it to heart. He threw his head back and laughed loudly, shouting, each wave pushes the next, each generation stronger than the last. I wonder where the previous wave is now, only dry tear stains remain on the shore. The sect leader's face darkened as he heard the old man's unrestrained laughter. He closed his eyes and frowned, deep in thought. After a moment, a dark black light radiated from the sect leader's body as he called out in a deep voice, Shuofan. At a rather dilapidated small building, 2 young men holding brooms were laughing and joking with each other. Suddenly, they were startled to see a person standing upright, his entire body radiating black energy. The 2 were shocked to see Goehu, his whole body emitting black energy, standing there. The dark-haired young man exclaimed in shock, 7 days. Why is he still standing here? The blond young man beside him immediately shouted, are you tired of living? Go away, go away. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Goehu immediately turned his head and called out, Elder Yuan. He turned to look at him and shouted irritably, Elder Yuan, you've finally returned. Elder Yuan smiled brightly and asked, Lord Goehu, do you have any instructions for this old man? Goehu frowned, thinking, no matter how I look at him, he seems like an ordinary old man, flattering those above and below, no different from a small character. But if Shuofan humbles himself, then I should too. He immediately bowed his head respectfully and said, Yuan. Elder Yuan, Butler Zhua told me to seek guidance on Dharma and mind cultivation. I beg you to instruct me. The old man closed his eyes and smiled approvingly. Very good, very good. Elder Yuan opened his eyes and looked at him. Given your temperament, for you to humble yourself and seek guidance from this old man is truly commendable. Just for this, you have already made progress recently. It seems that under Zhuofan's tutelage, you have learned a great deal. Guihu's brows furrowed in confusion. Hey, why has this old man's aura changed? He looked at Elder Yuan's profound eyes and fell into deep thought. His eyes are deep. Just one glance makes me feel like I'm about to be drawn in. He was lost in thought. This old man, who exactly is he? Why is the labor office full of hidden monsters like this? Suddenly, the old man burst out laughing, turned around, and called out, Guihu, follow me. Elder Yuan glanced at him and said, I will teach you what the Tao is. He led the way, guiding Guihu deep into the forest. His slippered feet suddenly stopped. Elder Yuan pointed at a nest of black ants on the ground and asked, if you wanted to kill these ants, how would you do it? Guihu crossed his arms over his chest and replied contemptuously, these things, just stomp them to death. What other way is there? Hearing this, the old man burst out laughing and replied, that's right. These things can indeed be stomped to death with one foot. Go ahead and try. Hearing this, he stomped his foot down, crushing the ant nest. Under Guihu's soul, a number of black ants survived and scattered. Elder Yuan, with his hands clasped behind his back, stood at a distance and spoke up, see that? Some escaped. This is like your current strength, powerful but not condensed, with large gaps in between. He raised his hand and began to analyze. Even among those at the same, radiant soul realm, the gap can be vast. Before, when you were wreaking havoc in the inner sect, it wasn't because you were very strong but because there were no true experts there. If you went to the Double Dragon gathering, everyone there would be people with enlightened states of mind. Among them, those from mid-ranked and high-ranked sects are even harder to provoke. Then you would understand the gap between you and them. Hearing this, he widened his eyes in sudden realization. Guihu turned his head and shouted urgently, then what should I do? The old man raised one finger and calmly replied, it's still the same principle, how to kill these ants. Having said that, Elder Yuan extended his hand toward a black ant. He picked up the black ant and began to explain slowly. Just now, you stomped casually because you saw these ants as worthless. But what if you were unbearably hungry, and only these ants could fill your stomach? Hearing this, Guihu chuckled and replied, Elder Yuan, I am a radiant soul realm expert. That problem would never occur. Elder Yuan was silent for a moment, then said, this old man was just giving an example. He looked at him and said, let me put it this way, when you were a child, did you ever feel hungry? At that moment, how would you have dealt with these ants? He turned his head to look at the ant nest. Hungry. On the ground, the black ants were marching in a straight line. Guihu's eyes immediately turned red, filled with hunger and craving. Elder Yuan softly guided, that's right, just like that. His entire body radiating dark energy, he said, don't let a single one escape. Eat them all, or you will starve to death. Guihu was startled and turned back to look at him. He pondered silently. Who exactly is this old man? The old man raised his hand to stroke his beard and exclaimed, a lion hunting a rabbit uses its full strength because it is hungry. Elder Yuan stroked his beard and slowly explained, killing must always have a reason, a necessity to kill. If you cannot find that reason, then it is unnecessary killing. Naturally, the power will not be focused. The heavenly Tao is ruthless. It disregards life. Yet the heavenly Tao is also compassionate. It values life. His voice was gentle as he said, therefore, there are two paths in this world, righteous and demonic. The righteous governs life, with yang energy enduring. The demonic governs killing, destroying all under heaven. His hands clasped behind his back, he said, but killing must serve life to have meaning. Otherwise, falling into indiscriminate killing is falling into the demonic realm controlled by the demon, not the Tao realm. Elder Yuan extended his hand and asked, the demonic path, entering the Tao through the demon. If you remain in the demon without advancing, it is difficult to achieve the great Tao. In the past, when you indiscriminately killed disciples within the sect, did you ever truly use your full strength? He looked directly at Guihu and questioned, if you continue like this, over time, you will no longer know what your true full power is. In this regard, look at Chuofan. Although he also acts ruthlessly, every time he kills, it is because he needs to kill. He widened his eyes upon hearing this. Finally, the old man turned to leave, instructing, all right, go back. As Chuofan taught you, do the work that menial disciples are supposed to do. It is beneficial for cultivating your state of mind. Youthful arrogance, the spirit of the times, who hasn't had that? Let alone you talented disciples. He closed his eyes and advised, but the world is dangerous, full of thorns. Sometimes, you must learn to restrain yourself to succeed. When you can freely expand and contract like Chuofan, then your state of mind will naturally have achieved minor success. He clasped his hands and bowed slightly to the old man. Elder Yuan walked alone through the forest, his hands clasped behind his back. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he stopped. Not far behind him, Chuofan clapped his hands and laughed loudly. Elder Yuan is indeed Elder Yuan. Every word and action is fully realized. Demonic path, entering the Tao through the demon, this is the first time I've heard that. I'll have to discuss it with you. Elder Yuan turned to look at him and sighed. Butler Zhua, don't mock this old man. In this respect, you are the true master. He smiled cheekily and replied, not at all. Elder Yuan is too kind. I would also very much like to burn the midnight oil and discuss the Tao with you. Zhuofan smiled brightly and shouted, that Gui who waited here for you for 7 days and I also waited for you for 7 days. Hearing this, the old man opened his mouth and said, then what a waste of your waiting. You should go now. He furrowed his brows and asked, what do you mean by that? Elder Yuan, with his hands clasped behind his back, replied, you should ask yourself that. I don't know when you offended the Demon Soul sect, but now they've come looking for you. They specifically asked for you. He exclaimed in surprise, Third Han. The old man laughed and continued, he came too, but there's another person with him, his second brother, Second Han. He's the real tough one this time. Right now, he's challenging the elite sect experts. But for you, it probably won't be a problem. Zhuofan frowned and asked, did he touch my labor office people? The old man burst out laughing and asked, why would he specifically come to the labor office to cause trouble? But the sect leader deliberately sent people from the labor office to clean the training grounds. Originally he named you, but you weren't there, so the former elite disciples like Chi Changlong went instead. He closed his eyes and said irritably, this Yue is forcing my hand. If you want me to go to the elite sect to find him, why drag the labor office into this? The old man looked up at the sky and replied, no choice. He is the sect leader. He has to care about the sect's face. You're only the head of the labor office, so of course you don't need to worry about such things. Elsewhere, a disciple was sent flying. Elder Mo shouted, is this the elite disciple of the demonic scheme sect? Humph, not even worth a single blow. Second Han, with his hands clasped behind his back, asked suspiciously, third brother, is the expert you mentioned really from the demonic scheme sect? Second Han stood on the martial arts platform and shouted back, absolutely. Second brother, I heard those 4 brats call him Butler Zhua. He immediately shouted, where is that kid? Tell him to come out and fight my second brother. Don't hide and keep quiet. Like a turtle hiding in its shell. An elder looked up at Third Han on the platform and shouted, Elder Mo, even if your demon soul sect is among the top 3 sects, you can't be this arrogant. He shouted irritably, I told you already, our place is a sect, not a noble family. Where would we get a butler? We have plenty of enshrined elders. How about you pick one to fight? Elder Mo closed his eyes and said, no need. Our purpose here is just a sparring match between disciples, to promote exchange between our 2 sections. If elders get involved, what kind of dignity would that have? He raised his brows and threatened, if you don't know what's good for you, people might think our 2 sects are going to war. That elder frowned and cursed, this old man dares to threaten us with war, truly deserving of death. Third Han stood on the platform and laughed arrogantly in between. So these are the best elite disciples of the demonic scheme sect. No wonder they ranked last in the last double dragon gathering. It seems that I, Third Han alone, can challenge this sect. Having said that, he burst out laughing. The 2 from the demon soul sect also chuckled softly. The sect leader furrowed his brows and thought, why hasn't that kid arrived yet? Suddenly, a broom was thrown, striking Third Han's hand hard. He looked down at the ground, saw a broom, and exclaimed in confusion, a broom? A pair of feet wearing black shoes stepped forward and shouted, huh, you want to challenge the elite sect all by yourself? The newcomer was not Zhuofan, but Chi Changlong and his group, dressed in menial disciple uniforms and carrying brooms. Chi Changlong led the way and asked, do you have the skill for that? Seeing reinforcements, everyone rushed over to complain. Brother Chi, you've finally arrived. If you hadn't come, we might have been killed. They're too vicious. They wanted to beat us to death. Third Han frowned suspiciously. A bunch of young masters begging a bunch of beggars for help. What kind of trick is the demonic scheme sect playing? Chi Changlong frowned, displeased. He looked at his own people lying motionless on the ground, unconscious. Chi Changlong spoke up. Third Han of the Demon Soul sect, I've heard of your reputation. Let me test your skills. Third Han was surprised to sense, a Radiant Soul Realm 9th layer cultivator. He widened his eyes. What is your name? He answered proudly, Chi Changlong, Labor Office. Third Han was surprised. A menial disciple. He laughed inwardly, thinking, no wonder the demonic scheme sect has been at the bottom of the 9 sects in recent years. Talents like this are wasted. Third Han mocked, Radiant Soul Realm 9th layer, that's still something to fight, but, he confidently stated, if you're only 1 layer above me in cultivation, an ordinary person would have no advantage. Chi Changlong quickly made his move, jumping up to deliver a punch. Humph, then see if I'm an ordinary person. The technique immediately exploded, spiritual energy radiating fiercely. He was knocked back. Chi Changlong was stunned. How is this possible? He laughed and said, ha ha ha, you see, even though your cultivation is 1 layer higher than mine, your spiritual power, meridian strength, and capacity are all inferior to mine. Third Han still stood tall. Do you know how many spiritual pills and tonics I, your young master, have consumed since childhood to reach this realm? How many have you consumed? This is the gap between sections. His laughter grew even more caustic. Moreover, with the progress of the double dragon gathering, the resources available to the sects become increasingly unbalanced. The gap in strength widens even further. For a low-ranked sect to rise to mid-ranked is forever impossible. The two listeners tensed up, gritting their teeth, not daring to move. He spread his arms, his attitude full of provocation. Third Han said, not convinced. Then come on, all three of you together. I'll beat you until you are convinced. Let me show you. What innate gap really means. Chi Changlong, his blood boiling, said, fine, you said it yourself. When you lose. Don't blame us for ganging up on you. He just laughed. Profound martial technique, shadow possession. The shadow behind him was strange and bizarre. Demon shadow soul-seizing hand. Countless arms emerged from 3rd Han's shadow, attacking fiercely. The two behind were quickly sent flying, leaving only Chi Changlong. He was stunned. What? But everyone got a share. A giant, pitch-black hand was aiming for Chi Changlong. It clenched tightly around his head, only to see Chi Changlong with his mouth agape, his eyes rolling white, his whole body limp. The elders were tense. Oh no, he's trying to shatter their spirits. They were about to act, but Elder Mo stepped forward to block them. He argued that in a dispute between disciples there was no reason for enshrined elders to intervene. His attitude was extremely smug. Does the demonic scheme sect not even understand such basic rules? You'll be a laughingstock. The two, anxious, turned back looking for reinforcements. Sect leader. The person behind remained silent. It seemed the sect leader had no intention of intervening. The two elders were stunned. They could only close their eyes helplessly. Damn it. Suddenly, several piles of blue flames appeared. The sect leader opened his eyes wide in surprise. 3rd Han's attack was neutralized, and the three were safe. He was shocked to sense a formidable pressure approaching. He quickly used his hand to shield himself carefully, digging his feet into the ground. But it still wasn't enough to keep him in place. 3rd Han shouted loudly, who? The figure in the dust was very familiar. So it's you. Zhuo Fan, his face full of murderous intent, smiled at him. You haven't had enough trouble from last time. You come again. You've got some guts. 3rd Han recognized Zhuo Fan and pointed at him, shouting, Second brother, it's him. The man opened his eyes wide in shock. He was standing tall in the middle of the field, a broom over his shoulder. Zhuo Fan demanded, are you three dead or not? If not, go do your work. He mocked, a menial disciple, not doing menial work. Lazily running out here to show your faces. They stood up painfully, clutching their injuries. Zhuo Fan didn't stop but continued. They came to provoke the elite sect. It has nothing to do with us. Get lost now. Everyone was about to leave but someone appeared to block them. Wait, since you're here, why not show us a thing or two? The second young master stepped forward to take charge. Want to leave so easily? There's no such good thing in this world. Zhuo Fan looked at him with half-closed eyes. Who are you? Are you an enshrined elder of the demonic scheme sect? Do you have the authority to order me around? The second young master introduced himself. I am the second young master of the demon soul sect. I heard that the demonic scheme sect has a disciple who could be considered a formidable opponent. So today, I have come especially to seek some advice. May I ask how to address you? He replied indifferently. Head of the labor office of the demonic scheme sect, Zhuo Fan, Butler Zhuo. If you are not an elder of my sect, then I have no obligation to listen to your nonsense here. He turned his back and walked away. I still have work to do. Farewell. The man shouted. Wait. After all, I am an honored guest of your sect. How dare you be so rude to me? The second young master asked loudly. Sect leader, just now you said I could challenge any disciple of your sect, right? He smiled and replied, as long as it pleases you. Hearing this, the man said smugly, good, then I won't stand on ceremony. Zhuo Fan, if you want to leave here, you'll have to see if you have the skill. The second young master launched his first attack. Razor Sword Edge. Powerful spiritual energy transformed into a giant sword, attacking fiercely. The elder's mouth hung open. This is the signature martial technique of the demon soul sect, specializing in attacking the spirit, the Razor Sword Edge. The sect leader also confirmed. That's right. Truly, its reputation is well deserved. Even for an ethereal stage cultivator, it's a one-hit kill. It can be called a true cross-realm killing technique. The tip of the sword was aimed straight at Zhuo Fan's back, seemingly without any defense. Then, the hand gripping the broom handle tightened. He only pushed lightly, tilting the broom handle down, blocking the sword's tip exactly. That razor sword edge was deflected. Zhuo Fan didn't change his stance, just stood still, and the sword technique bounced back on its own. The second young master was stunned stiff, unable to react. He collapsed, spitting out blood. The other two rushed over. Second young master. Second brother. His trembling hand was raised, signaling third Han not to come closer. The second young master trembled in pain, gritting his teeth. It hurts. My head is about to explode. A cultivator who just broke through to the radiant soul realm. How can his spiritual power be this strong? The blood he had spat out was quickly wiped away by the broom. Fan narrowed his eyes. The main hall was cleaned early in the morning. Don't dirty it. The second young master reflexively wanted to cough up another mouthful but forcibly suppressed it. He clamped his mouth shut, determined not to let another drop escape. He leisurely shouldered his broom and left. Seeing this, the sect leader only laughed and said, Elder Mo, I'm sorry. This kid is just that rude. That's why I sent him to the labor office to repent. If there was any offense, please forgive him. The old man was shaking with anger. Elder Mo retorted sarcastically, is that so? So the sect leader has this hobby, pushing all his talented disciples into the dust. He asked directly, but, for this double dragon gathering, will you still use him? He replied with a challenging look, what do you think? Elder Mo had his answer. I see, then we won't disturb you any longer. Farewell, see you at the double dragon gathering. After a while, the troublemakers left. The menial quarters returned to their peaceful state. An elder laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, I never expected the Demon Soul sect, a mid-ranked sect, to suffer a loss at our hands. How satisfying. The sect leader remained cautious. Don't be too happy too soon. They didn't come just to challenge us. They came to scout. Fan must have provoked this third Han outside, so they came to see his strength, whether he poses a threat to them. Now, they have clearly achieved their goal. The old man worried, then what should we do? Hasn't our strength been exposed? He calmly said, paper cannot wrap fire. It would have been revealed sooner or later. Better to show them generously. The sect leader had his plans. I want to tell them that our goal this time is to enter the mid-ranked. A disciple loudly reported, report. An elder from the beast-taming sect is leading disciples to request an audience. They were surprised. What? The beast-taming sect again? What's going on today? These sects keep coming. He glanced over and immediately understood. No need to say, another scouting mission. Last time, we captured 3 of their elders in the Jianyu Empire. This double dragon gathering, they probably want to target us. An elder excitedly declared, both low-ranked. Are we afraid of them? Just have Fan show up and teach them a lesson. But this foolish idea was immediately rejected. Damn it. The sect leader calmly analyzed for them. For mid-ranked opponents, we must show our momentum, so they dare not look down on us. But for low-ranked opponents, our secret weapon Fan cannot be revealed too early. Wait until the double dragon gathering to catch them off guard. It's not too late. The 2 elders listened in a daze. Then they all said in unison, the sect leader is wise. He smiled, full of calculation. Fan was in seclusion cultivating. The green flame shone before his brow. It was also above the dragon soul, the two merging together. Fan opened his blue eyes, and the dragon soul also lit up. It had transformed into a powerful blue dragon. He let out a breath, relaxing himself. Fan looked into his palm, pondering. The green flame spirit refining technique is truly miraculous, doubling the effectiveness of cultivation. In just 3 short months, I have reached Radiant Soul Realm's 2nd layer, and the green flame has also merged with the dragon soul. Then a voice asked, Butler Zhua, may this old man come in? He gave permission. Venerable Bai, come in. The old man flattered, ha ha ha, congratulations to Butler Zhua on your cultivation progress. Aya, in just 3 short months, you've broken through again. The Venerable continued to praise, Butler Zhua is truly a rare cultivation genius in this world. At this rate, countless peerless prodigies will be left in awe and admiration. Fan stood up and replied, ha ha ha, I just work a little harder than others. He explained, therefore, I often tell the young people that the reason I have achieved my current level of power is not something gained overnight but step by step, footprint by footprint, painstakingly cultivated. But they don't understand. They keep coming to me asking for pills. Fan sighed. TSK, truly incorrigible. The old man thought to himself, he's always putting on airs. He asked, Venerable Bai, what business do you have with me? The old man informed him, Butler Zhua, the sect leader and the 3 guiding enshrined guardians invite you. The Venerable explained, it's just that you've been in seclusion these past few days, probably at a critical moment of breakthrough, so it wasn't convenient to disturb you. Just now, we heard you shout. Breaking through the protective barrier, we guessed you had succeeded, so I came to deliver the message. Fan nodded. Ah, so that's it. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Venerable Bai. He wondered, right, I wonder what the sect leader wants with me. The old man rubbed his chin in thought. I don't know either. I guess there aren't many reasons. It's probably about the double dragon gathering. Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He had already figured out a thing or two. He followed the summons to the main hall, where 4 people were already waiting. The sect leader still wore his usual smile. Well, finally willing to show up. Fan gave his reason. No choice. I've been in seclusion these days, breaking through to Radiant Soul Realm, 2nd layer. He acknowledged, I know that. Venerable Bai reported it long ago. If I didn't know, would I have let you get away with not showing up without reason? You would have been severely punished by sect rules long ago. But he calmly walked past the sect leader without even listening to the end, leaving him stunned, his smile vanishing. Zhuofan sat right down, ignoring that the four noble figures hadn't yet given permission. The sect leader gritted his teeth in anger, narrowing his eyes with murderous intent as he looked at him. This kid, after so long in the sect, still has no sense of rules. Meeting me, still so rude. If he weren't useful, I would definitely. Fiend Gui, sweating in fear, forced a laugh to smooth things over. Ha ha ha, Zhuofan, I didn't expect you to break through in such a short time. Truly a talent. He looked back and forth between Zhuofan and the sect leader. A rare talent. For a small mistake, we won't pursue it too harshly. Rules must always give way to strength. Isn't that right, Xiaoyue? Who would have thought that Fiend Gui himself would become the target of venting? The sect leader shouted sourly, you too, 10 years like one day, no sense of rules. Haven't I told you long ago to call me sect leader? He lowered his voice. Zhuofan, the reason we've tolerated you coming here is mainly because the Double Dragon Gathering is approaching. It's time for you to understand. As expected, he narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking, just as I thought. Fiend Gui excitedly began, that's right. Do you know what a Saint Spirit Mine is? Zhuofan chuckled inwardly. Of course. My ring is full of them. But he put on a blank, ignorant face and asked, Saint Spirit Mine, what's that? He put his hands on his hips and said cheerfully, ha ha ha, you come from a small place like the Jianyu Empire, so it's natural you wouldn't know. Let me tell you. But the sect leader interrupted, a Saint Spirit Mine is a precious concentration of spiritual energy, rarer than spirit stones. It is not easy to mine. If used to set up cultivation formations, it truly doubles the effect. Therefore, it has become something that many sects and empires on a continent fight over. And on this continent, there are a total of 5 Saint Spirit Mines. Zhuofan blurted out in shock, what? He thought to himself, Saint Spirit Mines produce Saint Spirit Stones. Even in the Saint Realm, they are very rare, controlled by the great Saint clans. Even when I was the Magic Emperor, I could never have occupied a Saint Spirit Mine. But I never expected that in this mortal realm there would be 5 Saint Spirit Mines. If those Saint clans found out, wouldn't they come and plunder them? Zhuofan couldn't help but wonder, but this is strange. Territories that give birth to Saint Spirit Mines usually have dense spiritual energy. For the mortal realm to have 5 Saint Spirit Mines, why is the spiritual energy still so thin? The demon noticed the anomaly. Zhuofan, didn't you say you didn't know about Saint Spirit Mines? Why such a big reaction? He had indeed been careless, so he fabricated an excuse. Ha ha ha, I just thought that if Saint Spirit Mines are so precious, they must be very rare. How can there be as many as 5? With 1 Saint Spirit Mine, everyone could share equally. With 5, wouldn't it be easier to divide? Ha ha ha. The sect leader seized the opportunity to lecture him. Zhuofan, are you stupid? The entire continent only has 5 Saint Spirit Mines. Can that be called many? Can they be fully divided? And moreover, how can Saint Spirit Mines be compared to ordinary spirit mines? He frowned and added, ordinary spirit mines are just auxiliary items for cultivation. But Saint Spirit Mines are different. Not only can they aid cultivation, they can also improve one's constitution. It can be said to be a unique method for cultivating experts. Therefore, by comparison, they are even more precious. Otherwise, do you think those mid-ranked and high-ranked sects can remain eternally prosperous? Zhuofan raised a question, are they using Saint Spirit Mines for cultivation? The sect leader confirmed, that's right. This is also the greatest significance of the Double Dragon Gathering. He explained in detail, these 5 spirit mines are located in the Eastern Continent, Western Continent, Southern Continent, Northern Continent, and Central Continent. In our Western Continent, it is a 10-sect alliance. At the head is the Double Dragon Gathering guarding the Saint Spirit Mine, preventing anyone from encroaching. And to enhance the future combat strength of the Western Continent, the Double Dragon Gathering holds a Double Dragon Gathering every 300 years, selecting talented disciples to go there for cultivation and training. The rewards are immense. The sect whose disciple is selected also receives a generous compensation, that is, Saint Spirit Stones. He understood. So it's to protect the Western Continent and train them before battle. No wonder the various sects are so enthusiastic. Zhuofan smiled an ambitious smile. But the temptation of Saint Spirit Stones, what sect or person in this world can resist? In the hall, Zhuofan asked suspiciously, but, if it's for training experts, why not distribute the Saint Spirit Mines to the various sects, giving everyone a share? Wouldn't that better protect the Western Continent? The sharp-toothed man sighed. If only it were that easy. He clearly explained the impossibility. Unfortunately, these 5 Saint Spirit Mines are very strange. Only the Saint Spirit Stones condensed at the edges of the mines can be mined. You cannot enter the interior, no matter how you try. Zhuofan chuckled lightly upon hearing this, thinking, so that's it. So it's a barrier set up by an expert. In that case, these Saint Spirit Mines belong to someone, and that person's strength is formidable, definitely not a mortal. He concluded, "Alright, I understand the importance of the Double Dragon Gathering. When do we depart?" "1 week from now," Xiaoyue instructed. "I'll give you 1 week to select the disciples. Then you will be the team leader, leading them to the Double Dragon Gathering to compete for benefits for the sect." He didn't forget to remind clearly, of course, the higher the ranking, the greater the benefits, top, middle, and low ranks. They are also ranked. With your ability, I hope that in the future, our demonic scheme sect will become one of the top 3 sections. Zhuofan agreed and asked back, "Fine. Are we going alone?" He immediately replied, "Of course not. Fiend Yang and the others will accompany you to take care of you." He then asked further to be sure, "Only the 3 enshrined guardians?" The other laughed, "Zhuofan, don't worry about such trivial matters of face. All sects are the same, only 2 or 3 enshrined elders accompany them. The sect leaders of each sect don't go either, mainly because they fear that gathering so many experts could lead to trouble. These are the rules of the Double Dragon Gathering. Zhuofan thought for a moment, so that's it. But that's good too, the disciples can truly fight freely. Double Dragon Gathering, he left, leaving the 2 to talk. "Alright, if there's nothing else, you go down and prepare. Departure in 1 week. When he was sure the others had left, Zhuofan asked, "I still have something to discuss with you." The other meant to say to Zhuofan, "Call me sect leader." He calmly called out, "Sect leader. Our original agreement was that you would use a 9th grade pill to bring me into the demonic scheme sect. But now, I have done everything you asked of me, except for the Double Dragon Gathering battle. After this battle, I think you should be able to grant me my freedom, right?" The other listened to his every word and replied with a smile, "What's wrong? Is there something not good about our demonic scheme sect? You don't want to stay anymore. You're like a fish in water here. Who knows, you might soon become the leader of the sect and reach the pinnacle of life." He stood up from his chair and said without hesitation, "In the future, my position will also be passed to you." Zhuofan replied firmly before him, "If my heart is not settled, then nowhere has meaning. I only hope the sect leader can promise me this. Otherwise, at the Double Dragon Gathering, I will surely be distracted, my thoughts chaotic, and my performance erratic." He looked at him coldly, "What? Are you threatening me?" Zhuofan didn't back down. He said nothing, only narrowed his eyes and looked at him, waiting for an answer. Xiaoyue sighed. He sat down and said, "Fine. If your heart is not here, forcing you to stay is useless. You want to return to the Luo clan, return. But for this Double Dragon Gathering, you also have to stuff a few people into the Double Dragon Gathering for me. Otherwise, after you leave, if my sect has no one to succeed you, won't it become a laughingstock among the 9 sects?" Zhuofan heard this and replied wisely, "You must have seen that the 3 strongest elite sect disciples, even when joining forces, are no match for that Han San Shao. The gap in strength is too great. I alone can deal with those from the mid-ranked sects, but to stuff them into the Double Dragon Gathering. Xiaoyue interrupted him, "What? Can't do it?" He leaned on his hand and glanced at Zhuofan. "Then why are you talking nonsense to me? What good is it if you alone are strong? If you can't train these brats for me, then you stay in the sect and support me. Don't even think about running away." Zhuofan scratched his head, confused and unsure how to choose. Xiaoyue continued, "What's wrong? Is it a difficult choice? Yuera and Kuegang, haven't you made them improve very quickly?" Zhuofan lowered his head and agreed, "That's right. Those 2 kids are easy to handle, but this requires deadly force. I'm afraid those second-generation heirs won't be able to endure it." Something flew over quickly. Zhuofan caught it. It was a token. Xiaoyue explained, "This is the sect leader's token. It contains my spiritual pressure. All the elders and enshrined guardians of the sect recognize it. Seeing this token is like seeing me." "Fine. I understand your intention. Whatever you want to do, just go ahead and do it. From now on, matters of life, death, scheming, and seizing within the sect are all at your discretion, so you can train those brats without being held back." Zhuofan cursed angrily, "Damn it. If you had such a good thing, why didn't you bring it out sooner? It would have saved me a lot of trouble." Xiaoyue explained, "When you first arrived, your momentum was strong. If I had given you this token, your relationship with the enshrined elders would have been even more strained, and who knows what might have happened." Xiaoyue continued, "But now, you can be considered to have achieved fame. The sect's enshrined elders have placed their hopes on you and respect you greatly. Even if there are some conflicts, they won't be too serious. Therefore, I dare to entrust this token to you. Otherwise, if you were to use my name to commit a grave offense, Venerable Shur would surely seize the opportunity to attack. Wouldn't that harm me as well?" Zhuofan praised him and then took his leave. "The sect leader is indeed perceptive. I take my leave." As he left, Zhuofan smiled cunningly, "With this, watch me train those brats to death." Xiaoyue glanced at Zhuofan's departing back and thought, "Zhuofan has developed too quickly in the sect, beyond my expectations. If the Double Dragon Gathering is successful this time, it's good that he leaves. Good, good." He smiled in anticipation. Near the village, there was a forest. Zhuofan walked there and met these people, all standing there waiting for him. Zhuofan chuckled lightly, "Alright, let's go." They all set off, following Zhuofan's footsteps. The sharp-toothed man and a few others came to block the way. I say, Zhuofan. He pointed at two people near Zhuofan and said, forget the others. These two have just broken through to the Radiant Soul Realm not long ago. Their fighting relies entirely on magical artifacts in their hands. Can they really go? Zhuofan stepped forward to defend them. They are my disciples. I'm letting them go to broaden their horizons and gain some experience. That man shouted in objection, no, I have to tell the sect leader about this. This is going too far. Zhuofan shoved the token in his hand right in his face. He shouted in shock, the sect leader's token. He smiled calmly, that's right. If you want to say something, say it to this. It's the same. Zhuofan narrowed his eyes and looked at him. The function of this token, you all know better than anyone. If you dare to report me, I will also report you for disobeying orders. Let's see who dies faster. The two girls giggled upon seeing this. He turned his anger into a shout, what are you laughing at? Be serious. We are discussing important matters here. He shouted, not taking anything seriously, not knowing respect or etiquette, daring to mock an enshrined guardian. Later, you'll have your turn to cry. Zhuofan ignored his words and distributed something to everyone. Here, take a pill first to boost your spirits. Everyone happily jumped up. Master, it's another 7th grade pill. Everyone cheered joyfully. See, following Master brings many benefits. The pills I've taken these past few days have already surpassed the last 10+ years. Not only in quantity, but the quality is also the best. Never below 7th grade. That sharp-toothed man laughed and threatened. Zhuofan, what are you doing? Give us one too, then we won't go report you. Zhuofan glanced coldly and said, no. If you also take it, who will protect them? I alone cannot take care of everyone. He asked suspiciously, protect? What do you mean by that? One of them cried out in pain from his chest. Another walked over and asked, son, what's wrong? Before he finished speaking, everyone felt waves of pain in their chests. Could the medicine be taking effect so quickly? The sharp-toothed man saw the situation and asked suspiciously, Zhuofan, what is going on? Zhuofan just stood there watching them. He curled his lip. Not all 7th grade pills are spiritual pills. They can also be poison pills. He explained about the so-called 7th grade pill. 7th grade poison pill, corpse rigor pill. After taking it, your whole body stiffens and withers. After 1 month, your entire body turns into stone, unable to move or speak, and you die. They were terrified because they had placed their trust in Zhuofan. Master, why are you harming us? Zhuofan only said coldly, didn't I tell you long ago? You can have the heart to harm others, but you cannot lack the heart to guard against them. Who told you that what your master gives is necessarily good? That sharp-toothed man couldn't just stand by and grabbed his collar. Why are you doing this? He shouted angrily, if they die, who will go to the Double Dragon Gathering? What kind of leader are you? Zhuofan was unconcerned, only looking at him and calmly replying, the Double Dragon Gathering is extremely dangerous, as you should know. With their current strength, going to the Double Dragon Gathering would leave them no chance to escape death. He narrowed his eyes with cold killing intent. Therefore, rather than letting them die there, it's better to let them die by my hand now. He pushed the man's hand away. But, I have also opened a path to survival for them. Zhuofan explained the later effects of the pill. Although this corpse rigor pill can cause you to stiffen and die, destroying your cultivation, as long as you keep your body active, you can delay the stiffening. By the time we reach the Double Dragon Gathering, I will detoxify you. As for those who cannot hold on, sorry, let nature take its course and die. He left with a smug smile, holding the token. I don't care what backgrounds you have behind you. I have the sect leader's token. If you die in vain. No one can cause me trouble. So I dare to do anything. Don't expect me to save you along the way. Even if you all die, I won't bat an eye. The other man seemed to realize something and thought, so he wants to improve them in a short time. But even for training, this method is a bit ruthless. Awake yet? Before leaving, Zhuofan left a single remark. Right now, they are worse off than newborn infants. You will have to expend considerable effort looking after them on the road. Then Zhuofan made a sweeping gesture. I have no expectations for any of you others. Come, I will escort you for 10,000 miles. Don't go getting yourselves killed the moment you step out the door. Having spoken, he shot away, leaving the others behind in a daze. The sharp-toothed one laughed. As expected of you. Several others trembled, unable to move. Steward Zhua, just you wait. We absolutely will not die in vain like worthless fools. That person felt extremely uneasy. At this rate, even newborns would crawl faster than them. When will they ever reach their destination? Deep within the forest, a heavy mist blanketed the entire woods. Faintly visible was a young woman named Xu Qingqing standing before a stone slab. She stood before it and spoke, even though there was no one around. Senior sister, Qingqing is departing to participate in the Double Dragon Gathering. Thank you for your years of instruction and guidance. Perhaps responding to Qingqing's words from within that stone slab, the Double Dragon Gathering. Is it finally about to commence? I wonder if that person will come. Her senior sister asked, Qingqing, you are the one who wields the cold light sword in my stead. I wonder if you could promise me one thing. Qingqing quickly replied, senior sister, please speak. Her senior sister gave careful instructions. At the Double Dragon Gathering, if you encounter anyone from the demon scheming sect, could you show them some leniency? At the very least, I do not wish to see him injured beneath my cold light sword. Although, I suppose it is now your sword. She asked in return, him. Her senior sister affirmed, indeed, the one who caused me to be imprisoned here, yet I harbor no regrets. On the other side, Zhuofan's disciples moved step by step. 1, 2, 1, 2. They struggled under the loads on their backs, forced to move at a rigid, mechanical pace. One of them cursed. Damn it, that Zhuofan is truly wicked. Once this body stops moving, it really is a living death. An anxious father asked, Kuigang, how are you holding up? Can you endure? He had pushed himself to the brink of tears. Father, over 10 days without rest, my cultivation crippled. I'm nearly at my limit. I desperately want to rest. Only now do I truly understand what it means to live a fate worse than death. The father tried to encourage his son. Kuigang, persevere a little longer. If you stop, you will certainly die. You've seen the final fate of those others, haven't you? Atop a cliff, the group remained there observing, ostensibly to protect them. The sharp-toothed one spoke. Zhuofan, I think we should call it off. Quite a few have already died on the road. If more die, we truly won't have anyone left to use by the time we reach the Double Dragon Gathering. Zhuofan had been watching them all along. He lay leisurely upon a boulder. Then go ahead and join them yourself. In any case, my word has always been absolute and unwavering. I said they would train to a certain point, and train to that point they shall. He turned back and smiled calmly. If they die, it can only be said that they were inferior to others. The sharp-toothed one disagreed and tried to persuade him. Right now, we are all in ordinary human bodies. Walking continuously for such distances has truly pushed them to their absolute limit. Could we not let them rest for a while? Zhuofan chuckled and asked in return, are you certain? Don't come to regret it later. The day of the Double Dragon Gathering doesn't seem that far off, you know. The sharp-toothed one scratched his head, not understanding Zhuofan's implication, and pondered. What does he mean by that? Is he deliberately being cryptic again? He dismissed the thought. So what? At their pace, even if they rested for half a day or a full day before moving on, it wouldn't be a big deal. Zhuofan smiled mysteriously. Fine, as you wish. He spotted a village in the distance. Then let them head to that small village over there and rest for a bit. How about that? A short while later, Zhuofan's group arrived there. The place was eerily silent, devoid of any human presence. The sharp-toothed one said strangely, Zhuofan, this place feels a bit odd. It's still best not to linger. We should leave sooner rather than later. Zhuofan reassured him. No need to worry. It's merely a resting spot. Nothing too serious. He lightly brushed a finger across a wooden surface. He assessed, judging by this scene, some demonic cultivator must have caused trouble here, but not too long ago. After all, these items show no signs of weathering. It must have been within the last half-month. The sharp-toothed one said, if that person has already left then all is well. But if they haven't, Zhuofan cut him off. If they do not provoke us, we need not concern ourselves with such extraneous matters. Zhuofan touched a ceramic jar. But if that person comes looking for trouble, Zhuofan raised a cup of wine. Come, 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 let us drink. A toast to the first phase of our training, which has finally yielded results. Everyone cheerfully raised their cups. Cheers, cheers. Both disciples and masters made merry. Not long after, Zhuofan set down his cup. All right, let us move out. Everyone's bodies once again showed signs of stiffening, just like before. And my body, I can't move anymore. The sharp-toothed one asked in panic. Hey, Zhuofan, what is the meaning of this? Zhuofan laughed slyly. I told you long ago, those who consume the rigor mortis pill must keep moving constantly. Otherwise, their entire body will stiffen up completely. Who told you to stop here? Now your bodies have returned to the starting line. I'm afraid you'll have to warm up all over again. Everyone trembled. Steward Zhuo, you've played us again. Zhuofan glanced elsewhere and chuckled. I did not play you. Letting you rest was the idea of the three venerable guardians. I reminded them beforehand, but they didn't listen. The sharp-toothed one found himself unjustly blamed. Hey, Zhuofan, don't you go spitting blood and slandering people. When we suggested it, you didn't object either. One of the group spoke up. That's right. You said we could stop and we thought we wouldn't return to the starting line. That's why we listened to you and rested. So why are you? Zhuofan cheerfully recounted. That's right, I knew about this. Deliberately, what can you do about it? Everyone inwardly seethed with rage, thinking to themselves, if I had a sword in hand right now, I'd definitely give you a good stab, you devil. A mysterious young woman appeared from behind and launched a sneak attack. Zhuofan, not the type to be easily killed, swiftly blocked and sent the girl flying far away. Zhuofan examined the sword. A 6th grade spirit weapon. The forging technique isn't bad either. He looked at the girl coldly. A pity you wield it so poorly, shaming such a fine item. He interrogated her. Speak. Who are you? Why try to kill me? The mysterious girl, appearing in somewhat familiar attire, faced the oppressive pressure of the many people present. The girl had to blurt out, "I should be asking you, who exactly are you people? Why have you captured our people? Release our young master at once." Shuafan wondered. "Captured your people?" he asked. "We just arrived here less than an hour ago. We don't even know who you are. What people of yours would we have captured?" The girl pursed her lips and exclaimed, "Humph, sophistry. Right now, this place holds only you people. If you didn't capture our people, then who else could it be? You vile demonic cultivators. You dare act but not admit it, truly without any backbone." Many looked toward the girl, unwilling to see their master treated this way. Shuafan laughed. "A mere lass, yet you dare speak so stubbornly while in our grasp." Shuafan turned back with the face of a villain. "See this? This is a person of the righteous path. Their sense of superiority is quite strong. Tell me, what should we do?" All the disciples clamored noisily. "Kill her, behead her, throw her into a punishment pit, flay her alive." Shuafan cut them off. All right, no need to rush. I have my own methods." Shuafan narrowed his eyes. "How about, we turn her into the same state you are all in right now?" One of them spoke up in praise. "Steward Shua, that's a brilliant idea. Turn her into the same state as us, unable to move, eventually turning to stone and dying." Shuafan approached her. She spoke in terror. What are you going to do?" Shuafan curled his lip. "What else? Let you witness the methods of a vile demonic cultivator." She fled in fear. Save me." Shuafan grabbed her and flung her to the ground. She trembled weakly. It hurts so much." He produced a pill. "Little girl, take this pill, and you won't feel the pain anymore." He approached with a face even more villainous than before. Because a wooden puppet can't even move, so naturally it won't feel the pain of dislocated joints. Shuafan brought the pill closer. "Come now, be a good girl and open your mouth. Swallow it." The girl screamed. "Help, senior sister, save me quickly." The group laughed excitedly. "Go on, call out, scream your throat raw. No one will come to save you." A young woman appeared. "Halt." Everyone stopped laughing the moment they saw her. She walked past all of them. Shuafan turned back angrily. "Who dares to ruin a good thing?" Before he could finish, the person before Shuafan's eyes was Chu Qingqing. The girl from before ran over in tears. "Big sister Qingqing. They are all bad people. The young master and senior sister. They must have all been captured by them." Chu Qingqing spoke calmly. "Moore, although this man is certainly no good person, he absolutely would not stoop to such petty acts. I know his style quite well. Trust me, this matter has nothing to do with them." Chu Qingqing looked over and greeted him. "Well now, after all these years, Steward Shua's temperament still hasn't changed, always bullying young girls." Shuafan fell silent, saying nothing. He scratched his head. "I have no interest in making things difficult for a young girl. It was this lass who unprovokedly tried to assassinate me first. A mild punishment isn't excessive, is it?" His disciples were astonished by what was happening and thought to themselves, "Oh heavens, Steward Shua is actually backing down and admitting fault." Chu Qingqing stepped forward and observed. "Shuafan, are you saying that everything just now was the fault of my junior sister?" Shuafan avoided the question. "Of course. Who told her to start trouble first?" She merely placed a hand on his chest. "A grown man, and you absolutely must quibble over such a thing with a weak young woman?" Shuafan still tried to argue. "Haven't I always been this way?" Chu Qingqing smiled teasingly. "Then do you quibble with me like this as well?" Shuafan was tongue-tied. "Well." Chu Qingqing's junior sister went from fear to being stunned by this situation. "Senior sister?" a young man asked. "Father, why do I feel like master and that woman are?" The father agreed and continued. "Indeed, like a quarreling couple." At the large compound belonging to the mystical heaven sect, Ruohua loudly interrogated an old man. "Speak, where have you taken our people?" The old man, bound and sitting slumped on the ground, mumbled, "Wine, wine." The old man was dead drunk. "Give me wine." She was driven mad with fury. "Wine, wine, wine my foot." Ruohua lost it. She grabbed the old man by the collar and roared, "You old drunkard. It's been 5 days. No matter how much you drank, you should have sobered up by now. You're still playing dumb with me. Do I have to force this old lady to use torture?" Despite her efforts, the old man just mumbled the same word again. "Wine." Ruohua couldn't take it anymore. She raised her hand, ready to act. "You." Suddenly, a strange sound came from outside, causing everyone to freeze. 121212. Ignoring the old man for the moment, she signaled to a female disciple of the sect. "Go see what that commotion outside is." The female disciple carefully peeked through the window toward the source of the sound. 121212. The rhythmic sounds continued steadily. The female disciple was utterly astonished. "It's Shuafan's group in Qingqing. The two of them are walking ahead, while those behind are still diligently warming up their bodies." She happily reported the news. "Senior sister Ruohua, it's Qingqing. They've returned, but it seems they've brought back a strange group of people. Their limbs and entire bodies are stiff, even walking is a struggle for them." Ruohua immediately believed her. Then they must have captured suspects. Why haven't you opened the barrier yet to receive them? Just then, the old man who seemed utterly drunk suddenly spoke with perfect clarity. Sigh. More innocent people getting caught up in this, creating such negative karma. Ruohua scoffed contemptuously. Ha! So you can hear us talking, you old man. You were just playing dumb and crazy earlier, weren't you? Humph. Just wait until I bring those people in, then I'll deal with you. The old man did not reply, merely revealing a deeply calculating smile. This old man was clearly no ordinary character. The blue sky was perfectly serene. Ruohua ran out cheerfully to greet them. Without even asking, she jumped to her own conclusions. Junior sister Qingqing, did you find that old thief's lair? And you captured so many hostages too? She looked over at the group and laughed heartily. You even beat them into that state. Such a heavy hand. Why can't they even look after themselves anymore? Shuafan spoke up wearily. Who says they can't look after themselves? They're just a bit stupid. Are you looking down on them or what? Several of those people ground their teeth, seething with resentment as they forced out the words. Steward Zhua, those words of yours aren't exactly kind either. And isn't it all your fault we're like this? Ruohua pointed directly at his face. Hey, aren't you that guy? Qingqing gently replied. Oh, senior sister Ruohua, I haven't introduced you yet. She gently took hold of Zhuofan's hand. Qingqing said, this is Zhuofan, an old acquaintance of mine from the Tianyu Empire. He is now representing the demon scheming sect at the Double Dragon Gathering. You've probably met him before. This time, hearing we were in trouble, he came specially to help. He brushed her hand away, not daring to look directly at her, and denied it. Don't overthink it. I was just passing through. Your affairs. We can't be bothered to meddle. Then Zhuofan walked over to the others and loudly instructed, all of you, get into formation and move inside. Don't fall out of line. Qingqing's expression dimmed slightly, her eyes narrowing a fraction. She forced a smile and said to her fellow disciples, he doesn't like strangers. He'll be fine once he gets used to you. Ruohua's eyes widened in astonishment. She wondered to herself, right now, is that expression on Qingqing's face joy, or pain? Sometime later, everyone had been arranged inside. Fiend Yang looked around and then mocked, huh. So this time, the mystical heaven sect sent only disciples, not even a single accompanying elder to watch over you all. How reassuring. The mystical heaven sect disciples fell silent. Most of them looked toward Ruohua, hoping she would speak up. She explained wearily. Originally there were 3 elders accompanying us. Unfortunately, they were all captured by that person here. Now only us disciples remain. Fiend Yang immediately burst out laughing. Even your elders were captured. This mystical heaven sect is truly pathetic. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan watched out of the corner of his eye. He then spoke up. Alright, enough of your yapping. Who knows, maybe you'll all be captured next. Fiend Yang loudly retorted. Zhuofan, you're one of us from the demon scheming sect. How can you turn your arm toward outsiders? You can't sell out your brothers just for a woman. You should know, brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes. Just then, the old man chuckled wryly. Ha ha ha. You demonic cultivators are truly amusing. He was still bound, sitting obediently on the ground. He tapped his own mouth and said, a contradiction from start to finish. If women are like clothes, then naturally, one sells out one's brothers and chooses the women. What is there to hesitate about in that? Hit right in a sore spot. Fiend Yang jumped up. Hey, you old man, what did you just say? The old man continued calmly. Was this old man wrong? The old man calmly rebutted. Brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes. That saying isn't wrong. But go outside and take a look. There are plenty of people out there with broken arms and legs. But have you ever seen everyone dancing around wildly without any clothes on? Fiend Yang was completely tongue-tied, his teeth clenched tight. Zhuofan asked, who is this person? Qingqing replied, after the incident occurred, we searched everywhere and found him. Finding him suspicious, we captured him and brought him back. As you can see now, he still hasn't said anything. His attitude remains unchanged, completely indifferent. Fiend Yang heard this and let out a cold, calculating laugh. He won't open his mouth, huh? Leave him to me. He was brimming with vengeful fire. Let me interrogate him. I guarantee I'll have him begging for mercy and spilling everything in no time. Heh heh heh. Unexpectedly, Zhuofan immediately stepped forward to block him. He said respectfully, Senior, this junior has been discourteous and has offended you. I beg your forgiveness. The old man looked at Zhuofan appraisingly. What game is this brat playing? Qingqing tilted her head in puzzlement. Zhuofan, do you know him? Zhuofan affirmed, this is the first time I've met him. I have never seen him before. She teased him. Then why are you showing such deference to this gentleman? It doesn't seem like your usual style. Zhuofan probed. Didn't you say that all the people of this village were captured? Only he remains. Ruohua confirmed. That's right. When I first arrived, this village was still quite lively. But after just a few days, not a single person was left. It was as if they had all vanished into thin air. We searched high and low and found only this old man. His eyes were full of calculation as he asked, What cultivation level do you perceive this old man to have? Fiend Yang bent down and observed carefully. What cultivation level? He's completely ordinary. Isn't he just a regular old man? Zhua Fan posed a hypothetical question. Is it that this old man's cultivation is too low, a case no one would ever suspect? Or is it that his cultivation is far too high, so high that we cannot even perceive it? Everyone was stunned, unable to hide their astonishment. What? Ruohua asked hastily. Zhua Fan, you can see through him. He answered nonchalantly, no. She felt completely foolish and immediately cursed him out loudly. If you can't see through him, then why are you spouting nonsense and making us all nervous for nothing? We thought we had truly offended a supreme expert. Zhua Fan remained calm. It is precisely because even I cannot see through him that this is so terrifying. He analyzed, you just said that all the people in the village were captured, leaving only this old gentleman. Situations like this typically fall into two categories. The old man maintained his leisurely smile from beginning to end, listening silently. Either this gentleman is a fish that slipped through the net, someone the culprit couldn't be bothered to capture, or this gentleman is deeply hidden and unfathomable, someone even the kidnapper could do nothing against. Zhua Fan concluded, you captured him without distinguishing right from wrong. The consequences of this offense will depend on your luck and this old gentleman's magnanimity. Ruohua began to feel afraid. This guy looks so ordinary. Could it truly be as Zhua Fan says? Is he actually a peerless, supreme expert? She finally realized the gravity of the situation. Then aren't we doomed? She had no choice but to open her mouth and try to beg for mercy. Zhua. But before she could finish, he struck preemptively. Old senior, please observe carefully. We are merely passers-by. We are not acquainted with them. Every grievance has its instigator, every debt its debtor. If you harbor any ill feelings, direct them toward them. Absolutely do not hold back on our account. Ruohua screamed out in indignation and resentment. Zhuo Fan. He ignored her. If you find our presence an eyesore, we shall depart immediately. We absolutely will not hinder your affairs. Ruohua roared. Hey, Zhuo Fan, if you don't want to get involved, just leave. Don't add insult to injury and harm us further. He looked at her out of the corner of his eye and thought to himself, you think I'm willing to meddle in these troublesome affairs? It's only because. Zhua Fan's gaze swept around briefly before settling on Chu Qingcheng. She offered a gentle and beautiful smile. The old man burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Good lad. You have sharp eyes. It seems you're not as green and inexperienced as these girls. With just a slight movement, a subtle shrug of his shoulders, the ropes binding him instantly snapped apart. Zhua Fan was astonished. He broke the ropes using nothing but pure physical strength, without revealing even a trace of aura. It's impossible to gauge his cultivation level, the old man continued. However, I would also advise you, do not meddle in others' affairs. Leave this place quickly. The hunter has already set his traps and has begun to enjoy the thrill of the hunt. With your strength, he asserted, that you cannot afford to spoil that person's fun. It is still better to mind your own business and leave. Zhua Fan thought to himself, it seems this person is far more formidable than I imagined. The old man yawned and straightened his body. He turned and asked, lad, do you have any wine? Zhua Fan immediately instructed Venerable Guardian Fiend Yang, bring out that wine we found in the restaurant earlier. Present it to the senior. Fiend Yang complied at once. Oh, right away. The old man took the entire jug and drank deeply, gulping it down. His eyes continuously scrutinized everyone present. Seeing the young women shrinking back cautiously, he asked, well now, regretting it already? Too late. A pressure, slightly greater than before, emanated from him. Do you know the consequences of offending this old man? Ha ha ha. He paused, slightly startled, as if he hadn't expected Zhua Fan to speak up. Old senior, please refrain from frightening these juniors any further. As the saying goes, ignorance is no crime. Zhua Fan added with a smile, if the old senior truly cared about the slight offense from earlier, with their meager strength, how could they have possibly laid a finger on you, senior? Clearly, you, senior, merely see them as young and ignorant and do not wish to quibble with them. Zhua Fan chose his words sincerely. Senior is humble and possesses a heart that finds amusement in the mortal world. Zhua Fan is truly filled with admiration. The old man scratched his head, a grin spreading across his face. Ha ha ha. Lad, you are quite different. With those words, even if this old man wanted to make a move, he would be too embarrassed to do so. He stepped past Zhua Fan. For the sake of the jug of wine you gifted this old man, I will sincerely warn you once more. The old man stepped through the main door, his stance unchanged. Leave this place swiftly. Do not invite trouble. This matter is beyond your ability to manage. A silent, tense atmosphere enveloped the room. The main door swung open. Outside seemed shrouded in a hazy golden hue. He vanished quickly. Once he was gone, Fiend Yang cried out in anxiety. Zhua Fan, I told you long ago not to meddle in others' affairs. See, you nearly provoked a peerless supreme expert who could kill us all with a single finger. Zhua Fan raised a single finger to signal silence. Shoo. Zhua Fan said, look, everyone, the mist has risen. Fiend Yang was puzzled. Mist occasionally rising is perfectly normal. What's so alarming about that? Chuafan countered. Mist rising is nothing alarming. Chuafan posed the question. But have any of you ever seen mist that can isolate divine sense? Everyone concentrated and tried to sense their surroundings. Each one was stunned. Chuafan removed his outer robe. That old man was right. Chuafan was forced to become serious. We've been trapped here. Qingqing ignited a small flame, illuminating the night. She asked, then what should we do? Chuafan spoke cautiously. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. He inquired about the situation. Right now, I still don't understand the peculiarities of this place. I need you to explain clearly first, so I can make a decisive judgment. Ruohua, now sensible, lowered her voice and began to recount. It happened like this. She gave a detailed account. Half a month ago, we were on our way to the Double Dragon gathering and passed through this small village to rest. In a small tavern, we encountered a red-haired young man. Meanwhile, Kuegang's group was still diligently warming up their bodies. Ruohua ground her teeth, her eyes filled with cruelty. One look and you could tell he was a demonic cultivator. Fiend Yang was not surprised. As expected, the events here are all the work of a demonic expert. She continued. That young man saw us and made teasing remarks. Our young master scolded him, which angered him. But with 3 elders accompanying us, we weren't afraid. That person didn't say anything further and left. We thought he was scared, but we never imagined. That's when all the strange occurrences began. Early the next morning, we suddenly discovered that everyone in the entire village had vanished. The elders were startled and urged us to leave quickly. But the young master, Chuafan finished the sentence. Had also disappeared. Ruohua frowned with worry. That's right. Our young master is frail and often ill. Now he's nowhere to be seen. It's truly agonizing. So, we searched everywhere. But we couldn't find the young master. And then the 3 elders disappeared one after another. After that, every day, disciples who went out to search also vanished without a trace. She closed her eyes, as if unwilling to face the harsh reality. Left with no choice, we could only set up a barrier and confine ourselves here, only daring to venture out to search every 3 days. Chuafan and Fiend Yang exchanged knowing glances. Fiend Yang spoke up to conclude. Cat playing with mice. The naive young women were astonished. What? Cat playing with mice? Fiend Gui burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. It's a game. The cat has caught the mice in its paws and isn't in a hurry to kill them. It savors the pleasure of tormenting and toying with them. He kindly analyzed further. That person could abduct the entire village and easily capture 3 elders. Why would he leave you disciples here, taking 1 or 2 each day? Given the strength he's demonstrated so far, capturing all of you wouldn't be difficult, right? Fiend Gui smiled wickedly, radiating a terrifying killing intent. Isn't it just to play with you, to make you live in fear, day after day, consumed by dread? This is precisely the cat toying with the mice, deriving amusement from it. Chuafan sighed wearily. Sigh. That kind of game. I used to play it often when I was bored. Now I no longer have the taste for it. Fiend Yang also shared his thoughts. Ha ha ha. Great minds think alike. We used to play it often too in the past. But after becoming venerable guardians, we no longer had the time. After a long while, we lost interest as well. To be honest, thinking back to those days, when there was nothing to do, finding a few people we disliked and playing this game, it was quite entertaining. The young women of the righteous path ground their teeth in righteous indignation. Perverts. Humph. You demonic cultivators truly are all wicked. To treat human lives as a joke. It is the height of depravity. One of them turned to tattle. Sister Chu Qingqing, just look at what kind of people these are. It infuriates me to death. She merely replied, didn't I tell you long ago that none of them are good people? Just take a brief look and let it be. But Chu Qingqing's gaze held a meaning far more complex than her simple words suggested. Chuafan, feeling scrutinized, was momentarily startled. He awkwardly scratched his face and averted his gaze, trying to justify himself. What are you looking at me for? If I hadn't reminisced about those carefree days of the past, how would I understand this person's modus operandi? How could I help you rescue your people? Although, by now, they've very likely already become corpses. She smiled and asked, oh, so do you understand now? Chuafan confidently asserted, of course. Firstly, this brat is indulging in a cat-and-mouse game, but he's not reckless. In fact, he's quite meticulous. He speculated. Otherwise, when you had your dispute with him, he would have taken revenge immediately rather than waiting a night before slowly tormenting you. Chuafan narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. He abducted that sickly young master of yours with no other intention. Than to trap you here, preventing you from leaving casually so he can slowly savor the pleasure of tormenting you all. Danner loudly retorted, don't you speak ill of our young master. He is not sickly. Chu Qingqing, however, spoke in his defense. Steward Zhua truly lives up to his reputation as a man of experience. Indeed, your experience is profound. Chuafan continued discussing the cruelty of the demonic path. Indeed, as a senior, this brat is merely playing tricks. I can easily see through what he intends to do. Everything he is playing at now are games I have long since grown tired of. Isn't that right? Fiend Gue waved his paper fan and agreed. Exactly. And moreover, this brat's temperament is definitely immature. He has a strong playful streak. He's had smooth sailing all along, never encountering any real obstacles. This has undoubtedly made him arrogant and overly self-confident. Fiend Yang placed his hands on his hips and affirmed. People like us, who have weathered storms, no longer possess such childish inclinations. He continued explaining the logic. That's why we said these are games we outgrew long ago. We don't play them anymore now. After all, with that kind of time and effort, it's more practical to cultivate further and increase one's own strength. Shuafan affirmed. If this brat's temperament is immature, then his actions are bound to be careless and extravagant. He assessed. There will be plenty of loopholes. This could very well become our point of breakthrough. Ruohua thought to herself, those old demon heads are one thing. But Shuafan is so young. Why does he feel even more cunning and sly than those old men? It seems his innate talent for the demonic path surpasses theirs. Shuafan spoke up, jolting her from her train of thought. Alright, so the matter is now clear. He asked them, you've been here for half a month. You must be nearly driven insane by that person by now, right? He abducted the entire village just to create an atmosphere of isolation and intimidate you. Without waiting for the young women to answer, Shuafan continued. And as a result, he truly achieved his objective. Up until this very moment. When we walked in here, one lass, unable to endure this kind of terror, saw my people all stiff and rigid. He mocked. And assumed I was using this method to transport them away. So she crazily rushed out to assassinate me. Danner shot back, you're the one who's crazy. Shuafan, showing no regard for anyone, cursed directly. If you're not crazy, then with 3 ethereal stage experts right beside me, did you not see them? What are those 2 eyes of yours used for? Just decoration. You fool. Unjustly accused but still on the verge of tears, she was quite a sight. Only toward Chu Qingqing did he lower his curses. She ignored his outburst. That's right, I noticed something strange earlier. Chu Qingqing paid more attention to the people continuously running in circles to warm up. What happened to them? How did they end up like this? Shuafan smiled and replied. Oh, they didn't listen. It's my punishment. Also, my amusement. Chu Qingqing countered. Spare me. Don't I know your temperament by now? Working for the Luo clan for so many years, when have you ever struck ruthlessly against your own people? Shuafan was genuinely surprised. His eyes, usually narrowed in calculation, widened in astonishment. Fiend Yang shrugged his shoulders teasingly. Oh ho. Shuafan, this lass truly understands you well. Ha ha ha. So she's a confidant who knows your heart. He was immediately silenced by a sharp glare from Shuafan. Shuafan continued. As the saying goes, striking at the foundation. If our opponent is so enthusiastic about this cat-and-mouse game, he proposed a countermeasure. Then by remaining here, we can only be led around by the nose by him. The best strategy right now is to disregard everything else and depart immediately. Ruohua slammed the table in objection. But what about the young master and the elders? We cannot abandon them. Until we find them, we cannot leave. Fiend Yang kindly explained. If we continue to stay here, we will only be toyed with in the palm of his hand, going around in circles. But the moment we leave, that person will surely be unwilling to let us go and will reveal himself to pursue us. He put on a disdainful air. In that way, we lure the snake out of its hole, turning the tables and seizing the initiative. The power of initiative will be in our hands. You don't even understand this simple logic. What exactly do you people of the mystical heaven sect do all day? Ruohua, under this coordinated assault, fell into silence. She gritted her teeth and considered. He's right. When it comes to dealing with demonic experts, these old men are far more experienced. Since they are rarely willing to offer their assistance, it's best to listen to them. Ruohua humbled herself. Then we shall follow your instructions. Shuafan was about to discuss the next steps. Very well. Then we shall. Right at that moment, a large disturbance surged in through the doorway. The mist had already spread into the room. Everyone began to panic and was shocked. How? There's a barrier set up outside. How did this mist suddenly reach us here? Shuafan asked. When your disciples were captured before, was it also at night? Ruohua answered. Yes, it was. He understood. It seems that person has decided to strike first. Before we could even make a move, he has already decided to capture all of us. She could only utter a few meaningless words. What? Shuafan thought to himself. But, why make a move tonight? He speculated. Is it because he is running out of time? Or, Shuafan needed more information. That's right. Recently, have any more of your disciples gone missing? Ruohua affirmed. Ever since we set up the barrier and hit here, such incidents have stopped. He closed his eyes and reviewed the key points. He refrained from acting. There must be another reason. Shuafan suddenly remembered. That's right, that old man. He urgently asked. After you captured that old man, did the disappearances of your disciples cease? She confirmed. Yes, it seems so. Ruohua clenched her fists, her eyes brimming with conviction. I knew it. It was all the doing of that old man. Zhua Fan was speechless. What nonsense are you spouting? If that old man wanted to deal with you, would he need to go through so much trouble? It is certainly because he was wary of that old man that he refrained from acting all this time. He sighed regretfully. Now that the old man is gone, he no longer has any reservations. I should have kept that old man here for just a moment longer. She broke out in a cold sweat from fear. Ruohua furrowed her brows tightly and sighed repeatedly. Sigh, if only I had known earlier, I would have treated that old gentleman with proper courtesy. Perhaps then, but, sigh. Zhua Fan brushed past her. What's done is done. Regretting it now is useless. He urgently grabbed Chu Qingqing's hand and pulled her along. The urgent matter now is to avoid this mist first. Let's head upstairs. She smiled happily, thinking to herself, he does care about me. That is enough. The group suffering from the poison immediately asked anxiously, Steward Zhua, what about us? What should we do? Everyone pleaded, Master, could you just detoxify us first? We can deal with the rest after this matter is over, alright? Fiend Yang also agreed, that's right, Zhua Fan. The situation is urgent. Detoxify them first. Zhua Fan burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Detoxify them? Zhua Fan curled his lip and made his stance clear. My word has always been absolute. I said I would detoxify you at the destination, so I will not do it beforehand. Even if that mist devours you, it makes no difference. If you have the ability, then run. Enough nonsense. They cried out in shock, ah. Then, as if a light bulb went off, they scattered in every direction, running for their lives. He watched with satisfaction from above. Excellent. It seems that without giving them a bit of pressure, they lack motivation. Fiend Yang frowned worriedly. Zhua Fan, this is not the time for you to be training them. Who knows what's inside that mist? If it chases after them, it'll be troublesome. I don't want our demon scheming sect to end up with only you attending the double dragon gathering. Zhua Fan explained calmly, it is precisely because I don't know what this mist is that I'm having them go and test it, to see what strange things lie within. Fiend Yang was astonished. What? You're using them as test subjects? What if something goes wrong? What about the double dragon gathering? Zhua Fan asserted with complete confidence. Relax. Didn't we just discern that brat's temperament? He's merely toying with us. He won't casually harm anyone. Zhua Fan concentrated his gaze downward. It's just, how exactly did he take them away? I need to observe. After all, no matter how strong one is, it is very difficult to silently abduct the people of an entire village. Killing them all would leave fewer traces. He clarified, only by understanding this point can we figure out a way to break through this mist and escape this place. Ruohua secretly marveled, to be so calm and composed at such a critical moment. The demon scheming sect has truly produced a formidable figure. Fiend Yang, upon hearing this, also laughed sheepishly. Ha ha ha. Zhua Fan, you speak reason. I was too hasty. From below, cries quickly rang out. Help. Several of them had already been enveloped by the mist. Save me. Help. Kui gang. The murky whiteness swiftly covered them completely. Zhua Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. He muttered, strange. They don't appear to be dead, nor do they seem to have been captured. Why? Have their auras suddenly vanished completely? The white mist had already engulfed the entire lower floor. Not a single figure remained. Fiend Yang panicked. Zhua Fan, why have they all gone silent? Could they all be dead? Zhua Fan affirmed, relax. I didn't hear any agonizing screams from within that mist just now. They must have been subdued, not killed. Zhua Fan maintained his nonchalant attitude. Wait until I figure this out, then I'll rescue you all. The three fell silent. Fiend Yang detected a somewhat ominous undertone. What exactly do you mean by that? To his shock, Zhua Fan truly said, I don't mean anything. If I can't figure anything out, then I'll have to send you in to test it. Not until I do figure it out. Fiend Yang roared in frustration. Then why don't you go test it yourself? Damn it. The reason was obvious. Because as long as I live, you all have a path to survival. In artifact refining, pill concocting, or formation setting, in which area can any of you compare to me? We don't even know if it's an extremely potent poison. Or a deployed formation. If it is a formation, what grade is it? And furthermore, I also want to see what effect this dense mist has on ethereal stage cultivators. Zhua Fan pointed directly at the mystical heaven sect group and said bluntly, if we send them, their strength is too low. They probably won't be able to test anything useful. Sending them would be pointless. Therefore, the task of testing that mist can only be done by you. Hearing this, the others found it quite agreeable. This brat makes a very good point. Fiend Gue smiled with camaraderie. Fiend Yang, you go. Sacrifice yourself once for the survival of your brothers. Fiend Yang roared, you two bastards. You're siding with him, telling me to go to my death. Our brotherhood of several hundred years has been for nothing. Zhua Fan spoke up to reassure him. Venerable guardian Fiend Yang, I already said you won't die if you go in. Do you not trust my judgment? Fiend Yang looked down, his expression clearly betraying his tension. He muttered to himself, well, it's not really any different. He stepped onto the railing. If after I go in, you brats still can't figure out the problem, none of you will escape anyway. It's only a matter of minutes. What does it matter if I go a step ahead? Fiend Yang took a deep breath and leaped into the mist below. No matter what you say, this old man has survived the double dragon gathering. Am I supposed to be afraid of this? Humph. He launched a strike, as if intending to tear the murky white mist to shreds. Then his eyes widened in shock, as if he had suddenly understood something. Fiend Yang hurriedly called out, Zhuo Fan. This is. But immediately after, he fell silent. The mist had already subdued Fiend Yang. His two good brothers feigned concern, rushing to the railing and shouting loudly, Fiend Yang. But no one answered. Fiend Gue frowned impatiently. What exactly is this thing? Zhuo Fan had confirmed it. This thing indeed does not take lives. He knew clearly. Otherwise, in that instant, at least someone would have been able to let out a miserable scream, let alone Fiend Yang. And just now, it seemed he discovered something, only he couldn't speak it aloud. Zhuo Fan concluded. Perhaps this thing precisely renders people unable to speak, freezes them in place, and then the mastermind behind it comes to capture them. He furrowed his brow in thought. What exactly is this thing, to be so bizarre? Fragments of the puzzle lay shattered like a broken mirror from the encounter half a month ago to the expressions and words of the now missing demon scheming sect members. Zhuo Fan's eyes widened as he grasped the crux of the matter. He laughed shrewdly. So that's how it is. I was nearly fooled by that brat. Heh. So that's it. Chu Qingqing smiled gently. What is it? Have you figured out a solution? Fiend Gue urged impatiently. Zhuo Fan, what have you seen? Zhuo Fan relaxed his expression. Indeed, we have all been deceived by this thing's appearance. In truth, it is not mist or vapor at all. There is no poison or anything else within it. Or rather, this thing does not actually exist. Zhuo Fan praised effusively. Do you still remember my earlier analysis of that brat's personality? Ha. This brat truly loves to play games. He plays quite skillfully, pretending to create this dense mist to frighten us, leaving us helpless, swallowed up in terror. In reality, this is merely a continuously expanding barrier. And furthermore, it is an illusion array barrier. Once engulfed by this barrier, one immediately falls into an illusion, unable to extricate oneself, allowing it to swallow one whole. Fiend Gue rubbed his chin in understanding. So that's it. No wonder Fiend Yang's earlier strike against that mist couldn't even disperse a fraction of the vapor. It turns out he was striking at empty air. Finally, when he cried out in shock, he must have sensed his own consciousness blurring and realized it was an illusion targeting the primordial spirit. He continued his deduction. Unfortunately, he couldn't voice it before his consciousness sank. The others were the same. Before being swallowed, their faces were blank, without loud cries or terror. Clearly, they fell into an illusion. But this illusion is also formidable, able to trap even an ethereal stage expert. What grade could this array be? Zhuo Fan closed his eyes and calmly focused his thoughts. He said, there's no need for you to rush. Perhaps the opponent is not as strong as we imagine. Below grade 7, arrays are useless against the ethereal stage. This array must be above grade 7, and the technique used to set it up is highly ingenious. But to make an ethereal stage expert fall victim in an instant is not so easy. Unless, Ruohua could no longer contain herself and spoke up. Unless what? Zhuo Fan had seen through everything. Unless a special method was used to greatly enhance the array's power. As I suspect. Ultimately, sacred spirit stones were used to set up this array. She cried out in shock. What? Sacred spirit stones? Then doesn't that mean? He confirmed. Indeed, throughout the entire Western continent, only the mid-ranked and high-ranked 6 sects could possibly possess sacred spirit stones. The culprit behind this chain of events had been identified. To dare use sacred spirit stones for such an absurd game as a form of amusement. The answer is quite obvious. The sole high-ranked sect is precisely the number 1 demonic sect of the Western continent, the Demon Flame sect. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Ha. Good lad. Your cultivation is not high, but your perception is not shallow. You've truly guessed correctly. This sudden appearance startled everyone. Zhuo Fan involuntarily looked up toward the source of the voice. Heh. Brat, you're quite good. You are the first person ever to see through this young master's game. Zhuo Fan smiled and replied. I was wondering how you managed to capture the people of an entire village. So it was by using an illusion to lure them into walking away on their own. The opponent remained confident and challenged him. So what if you've seen through it? Do you have a way to break a grade 7 array set up with sacred spirit stones? If not, then what use is your insight? Ha. Zhuo Fan glanced behind him. Chu Qingqing still stood there, without a trace of fear, even smiling. This expression was rather peculiar. He asked, You're still smiling, aren't you afraid? She looked directly at Zhuo Fan, her eyes filled with unwavering trust and affirmation. With you here, I have never been afraid. Zhuo Fan's eyes widened. A faint, gentle smile curled on his lips. He pulled Chu Qingqing into his embrace. No matter what happens, I am here with you. A red light traveled from his hand and flowed into her body. The men behind urged him. Zhuo Fan, Fiend Yang is still waiting for us to rescue him. A voice echoed from the upper floor. You stinking brat. Take your hands off her. That woman is what this old man wants. Snatching food from this old man's mouth. Are you courting death? Be careful, your affection might meet a swift end. Chua Fan raised his voice challengingly. I'll be affectionate if I want to. What can you do about it? If you've got the skill, then separate us. The mysterious figure replied. You overestimate yourself. Brat, I shall trap you within this grade 7 array, the lunar soul devouring array, for 7,749 days. Smoke appeared out of nowhere, accompanied by the voice. Once I've finished enjoying those two beauties, I'll come and ask you about your feelings. We can exchange insights then. Chua Fan urgently pulled Ching Ching to run. Run quickly. Suddenly, he froze in his tracks. Realizing something was terribly wrong, he called out repeatedly. Ching Ching. He stood rooted to the spot. The voice continued to echo. You clever fool. You see through everything. Otherwise, this old man could play with you without ever growing bored. His hands fell empty. He stood watching her vanish into the smoke. He concentrated the entirety of his own power. A dragon emerged from within his body. His eyes turned azure. Above his head, the silhouette of an azure flame flickered into existence. He raised his hand and laughed mockingly. You brat truly have a playful heart, arrogant indeed. But do you not know the meaning of leaving a trail behind? Next, I should follow the clues and find that brat's lair. He paused as if about to say something else. I almost forgot. I am still trapped within that brat's array. But, you know how to set arrays. Do you think I do not? He unfurled his own 8 trigrams formation. You have sacred spirit stones. Do you think I do not? In this regard, I am your ancestor. He formed a hand seal and chanted an incantation. Use array to counter array. Shatter. The surroundings were filled with nothing but earth and stone. The pink-haired girl opened her eyes and cried out. Suddenly, she was jolted fully awake. She screamed at the figure standing before her. You beast! Release my junior sister at once. He laughed savagely. Little girl, can't wait any longer already. Rest assured, your turn will come. The brown-haired little devil hastily fawned over him, causing the pink-haired girl to grind her teeth in fury. Shameless! Brother, we are fellow travelers on the same path. We were merely passing by and are not acquainted with them. The brown-haired little devil continued his sycophantic pleas. If you fancy this sort of game, just deal with those women. Release us. The demon glanced over with contempt and laughed heartily. Release you. Earlier, I saw you all scheming to help them. And now you pretend not to know them. The brown-haired little devil frantically explained. Our captain is an old acquaintance of that young lass. They were merely catching up momentarily, just lending a little support. We truly have no deep connection with them. The demon grabbed a girl by the throat. She gasped weakly within his grip. He seemed to be going mad. I don't care who you are. Now that you've entered my lair, you are my prey. You are mine to dispose of as I please. After a short while, the girl became a desiccated husk, dead with her eyes still open. One of the onlookers stammered in thought. Absorbing yin to supplement yang. That person still tried desperately to persuade him. Brother, if you cultivate the art of absorbing yin to supplement yang, then us men are of no use to you. Why not just let us go? The demon said nothing, merely waved his hand, and then seized another person and lifted him up. Then he tightened his grip around that person's throat. A nauseating miasma flowed from within and entered the demon's body. That person also shriveled into a dried husk. The little devil's face turned pale. Boss, are you actually a man or a woman? Do you absorb yang or yin? Just give us a straight answer, please. He bared his teeth in a grin. I take both men and women. I absorb yin and I absorb yang. Soon, I shall absorb the heavenly yang essence of these ethereal stage experts. That should be quite nourishing, don't you think? The demon laughed savagely. He stepped closer to the crowd. Now then, who shall be next? He stepped up to the 2 blonde girls and pointed at one with a lecherous grin. Little girl, quite fair and tender. Come, let's have some fun. He reached down and grabbed the girl's leg. He pulled at her leg, trying to part it. Finding he couldn't budge her, he roared furiously into her face. Are you even a woman? Why is your body so stiff? I can't even pry you open. Don't waste your effort. It's useless. The blonde girl spoke to him. Our master made us consume the rigor mortis pill. Without the antidote, our bodies will remain completely stiff. Upon hearing this, he grew even more furious. There's actually such a master in this world, and disciples like you too. You won't even let this young master have his enjoyment. Where is that damned master of yours? Come out here and hand over the antidote. A man's voice answered him. Yelling is useless. He isn't here. Boss, be a little merciful. Let us out so we can move around a bit. Otherwise, if we remain stiff and motionless like this, we'll turn to stone and die. He immediately grasped the implication. Not here. That little bastard. With his mere cultivation, yet he has disciples. The old man laughed brightly, certain of his own deduction. So, that's how he controls us. He remained nonchalantly smug. Rest assured, all of you, that brat is trapped within my array. Once I retrieve the antidote from him in a few days, I will liberate you all. He cast a sidelong glance at the 2 girls from earlier. When that time comes, The two girls trembled in fear under his gaze. He then turned and left. The two blonde girls breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness we took the rigor mortis pill. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to preserve our chastity today. He stopped in front of the purple-haired girl. He grabbed the girl by the throat and lifted her up. Not bad. Now this is what I call a real woman. He slowly slid his hand toward her thigh. Then he pulled it apart, causing the girl to flinch in terror. Not like those stiff corpses who can't even be pried open. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Stop, you shameless, contemptible scoundrel. Don't you touch her. If you have any issue, direct it at this young master. It turned out to be the one who had insulted him earlier. The girl exclaimed in astonishment. Young master. The girl screamed at him but he only replied calmly. You bastard. What exactly have you done to our young master? What could I have done? I simply let him relax a bit and allowed him to stand by and watch. It's just a pity his mental fortitude wasn't strong enough and he ended up like this. Who can he blame? His words only fueled her fury further. Nonsense. Our young master has always been sensible and proper. How could he possibly? He merely laughed. Sensible and proper. You righteous cultivators truly know how to gild your own faces. I can only say that this young brat usually appears refined and cultured, but once he goes crazy, he's less than human, even worse than a demon like me. Do you know that this usually well-behaved young master of yours also absorbed the vital essence of one of your junior sisters? The girl listened, utterly incredulous. As for the man, he could only grit his teeth in silence. At this moment, the girl began to understand. Could it be? He has truly fallen into the demonic path, joining these demonic cultivators. An elder roared furiously in defense of the man. Shut your mouth, you despicable demonic cultivator. If not for you seducing and corrupting our young master, how could he have committed such a transgression? The girl was overjoyed to see him. Elder, you are all unharmed. Thank goodness. The demon looked toward the elder who had just spoken. Old man, you old fools, I tried to seduce and corrupt all of you, so why didn't you fall for it? Yet he did. There was already a demon within his heart. Sooner or later, it was bound to erupt. Who can he blame? Only, from this day forth, the young master of the mystical heaven sect has entered the demonic path. This mystical heaven sect might as well change its name to a demonic sect. The elder roared in fury. Insolence. The young master is young and full of vigor. His mental state is still shallow. Straying from the path in a moment of weakness is understandable. How dare you spout such demonic lies and slander the esteemed reputation of our mystical heaven sect? The demon remained calm, even proud of himself. It matters not. In any case, the stain upon the mystical heaven sect has already been made. In the future, you will surely become the laughingstock of the 9 sects. A dignified cultivator of the righteous path, yet learning the demonic art of absorbing yin to supplement yang. And from 2 of his own junior sisters, no less. Truly laughable. Enough. I waste no more words with you old fools. As the saying goes, a moment of springtime is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. I still have a life to enjoy. Now then, who shall be the next lucky one? He burst out laughing, then stopped abruptly. Upon seeing Chu Qingcheng, he hastily rushed over. Such a pure and ethereal woman. Yenemo has never seen one like her before. I can hardly bear to partake of her, yet I cannot resist the urge to taste. Truly, she will be the death of this old man. Chu Qingcheng lay slumped against a rock, unconscious and beautiful. The demon marveled at Chu Qingcheng. Well now, you are not afraid. Truly a remarkable woman. She replied calmly to him. Of course I am not afraid. Even if things go wrong, I know he will come to save me. Hearing this, the demon immediately guessed it was Zhuofan. That brat. He burst into loud, contemptuous laughter, but she remained composed. A mere cultivator at the second layer of some trivial realm. Right now he's trapped within the array, lost in dreams. And you think he'll come to save you? Give up. You do not understand him. Every word he has ever spoken, he will surely keep. He will come. The man beside her wondered about the person she mentioned. This man Chu Qingcheng speaks of. Who exactly is he? The demon ran his tongue across his lips in a disgusting manner. You are truly beautiful, woman. It makes me unable to resist the urge to possess you. But rest assured, I will not turn you into a dried husk like the others. I will keep you by my side and you shall become my woman. Seeing him act this way, the man roared in fury. Shut your mouth. Senior sister Chu Qingcheng is not someone you can defile. Hearing this, the demon swung his hand and attacked the man. The man's entire body writhed in agony from the force of the attack. The demon cast a glance with his blazing red eyes. Brat, you dare snatch a woman from me? The man, covered in wounds, dragged himself across the ground. Let me tell you something. Any woman here, I might let you have a taste of, but not her, because you are unworthy. Then the demon sat down in front of her. Fear not, my lady, I will not force myself upon you. From his fingertip, 2 different colored wisps of smoke emerged. He said to her sinisterly, but I'm afraid, in a short while, you will be begging me for the pleasures of intimacy. The 2 girls stared at the demon in astonishment. The white-haired old man exclaimed in astonishment, that is the rarest heaven and earth demon flame on the continent. Formed from the harmonious union of yin and yang, condensing the essence of heaven and earth. Quickly, calm your minds, restrain your spirits. Do not let that flame of his seize control of your hearts. It wields the chi of the grand fusion of yin and yang, capable of enticing the deepest desires within one's heart. The pink-haired girl now began to feel discomfort. The young master was precisely corrupted by this flame, falling into the demonic path. Everyone, be careful. The demon turned to Chu Qingcheng. My lady, you see, even from such a distance, they still struggle to control their minds. You, standing directly before this flame, your mental state should be even more susceptible to wavering. I'm afraid it won't be long before you transform from a pure jade maiden into a creature of lust. When that time comes, we shall. But I never expected. What is this? You remain completely unaffected. She closed her eyes, calming her mind, refusing to let herself be swayed. He blurted out in surprise, could it be that you are the void spirit physique? It is said the void spirit physique appears but once in 100,000 years. It can convert all forms of energy into a state of void spirit exhibiting no rejection whatsoever. It is the finest dual cultivation furnace in the entire world. He burst into manic laughter. A windfall. This time, it is truly a windfall. He immediately pinned her down forcefully. He pressed her down, attempting to force her to submit to him, ignoring her desperate struggles. Now, this young master shall dual cultivate with you. My yin-yang harmonious flame can also be cultivated to grand completion in a short period. To contend with that Wu Qingqiu, you shameless villain. Just moments ago, you said you wouldn't force yourself. The demon's face twisted into a lecherous sneer. Just now, I wanted to win your heart. Now, I only want to possess your body. She struggled with all her might but to no avail. Come, my precious. She cried out helplessly, Zhuofan. Out of nowhere, an orange streak shot forward and sent him flying far away. He stumbled backward. The demon roared in fury, yet there was also a hint of astonishment in his voice. How is this possible? I sealed your strength and movements. Where did this primordial spirit power come from? Shuofan appeared. The one who struck you just now was not her. The demon spun around to look. From the darkness, a figure stepped forward. It was Shuofan, now radiating an overwhelming, thunderous power. It was me. Everyone there erupted in joyous cheers. Brother Zhua, Steward Zhua. The pink-haired girl also cried out with joy. Shuofan. The man who had been injured earlier struggled to his feet, puzzled. Who is this person? Why does everyone look at him as if they've seen a savior? The man turned his gaze back toward Qingcheng. She smiled softly, a sense of relief washing over her. The man's face turned ashen. So, he is that person. Shuofan laughed proudly. It's a good thing I planted this blood infant inside Qingcheng's body beforehand. The blood infant flew back toward him. It burrowed back into his eye. And I used her as bait, letting her be taken. Only then could I follow the trail and find this place. Well now. Earlier, when the two of us were being affectionate, it must have infuriated you quite a bit, didn't it? The demon's face darkened with rage. So all of that before was simply to provoke me, to make me separate the two of you, so you could plant that demonic object inside her body beforehand. He ground his teeth, then seized the opportunity to track down this place and rescue everyone. After all, if I had taken you along, would certainly have sealed your cultivation. You would have had no chance to retaliate. Shuofan laughed heartily. Correct. I had long since deduced that your temperament is unstable, that you delight in playing games. That is precisely why I staged that little drama of lovebirds forced apart. Because I know that in your heart, killing is not your joy. Playing is your joy. Tearing a couple apart and toying with them is even more direct than killing, and far more entertaining, isn't it? The demon's face darkened further. Worthy of a demonic cultivator indeed. Truly, we are kindred spirits. He ground his teeth, hatred burning in his eyes as he questioned Zhuofan. But what made you so certain that your little display of affection would enrage me? Zhuofan looked at the demon with utter confidence and said roguishly, because I have absolute confidence in Qingcheng's beauty. Seeing her being affectionate with me, perhaps at that moment, not only you but everyone present would have been infuriated. Being intimate with her, who wouldn't be filled with indignation? Zhuofan's words caused Qingcheng immense embarrassment. She shyly turned her face away. The demon sneered. Very well. You are one of the few who have ever managed to outplay me in this game of wits. On this point, I must admit my inferiority. Unable to fathom how Zhuofan had escaped the array he had specially set up, the demon asked doubtfully. However, I still have one lingering question. How exactly did you break free from that formation? Zhuofan chuckled softly, his voice dripping with contempt. Formations? This sort of thing. I was setting up grade 10 arrays long ago. And as for sacred spirit stones? Zhuofan produced a sacred spirit stone and toyed with it in his hand, laughing as if it were something everyone possessed. The group of little devils, upon seeing this, exclaimed in shock. He actually has a sacred spirit stone. The demon flashed a bizarre grin. Excellent. I never imagined that within the low-ranked sects, such a meticulous demonic cultivator would emerge. This is truly rare. His face darkened as he ground his teeth and continued, step by step. You've systematically dismantled the game I so carefully devised. And that's not all. You're also proficient in high-level formations. A genius like you is exceedingly rare, even among the high-ranked sects. However, no matter how brilliant your schemes, you brat, you still have a fatal flaw, a moment of sheer folly. And that is the gap in raw power, something you haven't accounted for, have you? Hearing these words, Zhuofan eyed him warily. The demon, consumed by extreme rage, unleashed his spiritual power with overwhelming force, preparing for a decisive clash with Zhuofan. With your current cultivation, you were lucky to escape that formation. You should have fled immediately. What possessed you to follow and come here? Arriving here is nothing short of seeking death, you utter fool. The demon's spiritual power transformed into bright fiery embers that swirled throughout the cavern. The chubby demon, upon seeing this, was terrified. An expert at the 5th layer of the ethereal stage. Faced with this situation, Elder Long San was filled with anxiety. This person's strength is truly unfathomably deep, a rare sight. In a one-on-one duel, I doubt I could withstand even 10 moves from this young devil. The demon's spiritual power materialized into an ice serpent. Suddenly, from its mouth, it spat out a fire serpent. The two serpents bit each other's tails, forming a circle. The chubby demon was petrified, his voice trembling with panic. Such immense pressure. Even from this distance, I feel like I'm about to be roasted alive. Before the demon's oppressive might, Zhuofan remained completely unruffled, devoid of any fear. So it's the heaven and earth demon flame, the yin-yang harmonious flame, the twin serpents of duality. No wonder you're so arrogant. Hearing these words, the demon was filled with shock. He stared at Zhuofan, utterly bewildered. How is this possible? This brat, he's completely unaffected by my flame. He was deeply perplexed, questioning inwardly. He's merely at the radiant soul realm. Why does he exude such an aura of danger, as if he's not to be trifled with? He compared it doubtfully to a monkey seeing a spectacled king cobra for the first time. Despite its own size, it feels no fear, yet its instincts scream a warning. This reptile is not to be provoked, for its venom can snuff out its life in the blink of an eye. As if suddenly realizing something, the demon laughed heartily. A cultivator at the radiant soul realm. How could he possibly pose a threat to this young master's life? What a ridiculous joke. Brat, you understand the gap between us now, don't you? The demon was astonished by Zhuofan's next words. Revealing your full strength to your opponent before a battle even begins, is the most foolish move one can make. Zhuofan sneered contemptuously and began to channel his own power. Your temperament is indeed unstable, far too immature. As a senior on the demonic path, I must educate this junior on how a true demonic cultivator should conduct himself. The demon roared in fury and launched his attack. You stinking brat, daring to mock me? Zhuofan did not dodge, meeting the incoming attacks head-on. Elder Long San gasped in alarm. That's a divine soul attack. This time, that radiant soul realm brat will surely be reduced to nothing but smoke and ash. The demon watched with gleeful satisfaction, convinced that Zhuofan had been obliterated. From within the billowing smoke and fire, Zhuofan emerged, his demeanor utterly defiant. He had neutralized the demon's attacks. His eyes glowed a deep crimson. He spoke with disdain. Underestimating your enemy on the battlefield is a cardinal taboo of the demonic path. I told you, you are still far too green. Was I wrong? The demon went berserk and launched another assault. You merely blocked a single, casual divine soul strike from this young master. What is there to be proud of? A golden glint flashed in Zhuofan's eyes. He smiled and asked the demon in return, what is there to be proud of? The demon's face filled with shock and terror. How can this be? How are you? Zhuofan threw a punch, roaring through clenched teeth. This is going to hurt. A devastating punch landed squarely on the demon's face, causing him to cough up blood and collapse unconscious on the spot. The impact of the punch carved a massive crater into the ground, and Zhuofan himself was nowhere to be seen for a moment. Letting Zhuofan slip away like that infuriated Yenmo beyond measure. He let out a furious roar. You stinking brat. His eyes filled with suspicion as he wondered, how can this brat's physical body be so incredibly powerful? Before he realized it, Zhuofan had somehow closed the distance again. After underestimating your opponent, you still try to find excuses for yourself. As expected, you are still far too green. Seeing Zhuofan preparing to unleash another storm of punches upon him, the demon hastily raised his arms to block. The flurry of attacks from Zhuofan directly triggered a massive explosion at the site, sending bricks and stones flying in all directions. The force of his punch sent the demon staggering backward. This spectacle left the elders utterly astonished. The other women also stared wide-eyed and slack-jawed at Zhuofan's display of power. Fiend Yang and the man beside him, having seemingly anticipated Zhuofan's fighting style, were not surprised. Over on this side, Zhuofan spoke up in a low, resonant voice, calling out to him. Fiend Yang, this brat is exactly as we analyzed earlier. He's been spoiled by easy victories, never encountered any real hardship. Just like the vast majority of so-called genius disciples, he's incredibly childish. Hearing this, Fiend Yang enthusiastically cheered him on. Then give him a proper lesson. Just as his words faded, a powerful burst of light erupted right in front of Zhuofan. The only one capable of such a feat was Yenemo. He now stood in a state representing the fusion of fire and water elemental energies. Zhuo Fan observed him, his expression completely blank, thinking to himself, it seems if this brat actually shows his true skill, it might be worth anticipating. That dual-natured aura spread across his entire body, each side symbolizing a distinct element. In the next instant, he merged the two into one, generating an immensely powerful force. Even Zhuo Fan was taken aback by its intensity. Such formidable flames. Zhuo Fan hastily crossed his arms in front of him, blocking the incoming fist. Yenemo even channeled his Yin flame to further bolster his resistance. Consequently, the colossal surge of power erupted skyward, tearing through every obstacle in its path. Finally, it slammed into a large boulder nearby. Yet another gaping hole was left in the wake of that exchange, a testament to its immense destructive force. Yenemo, clearly still rankled by Zhuo Fan's earlier taunt, growled through gritted teeth, now tell me, who did you say is still far too green? Qingqing, seeing Yenemo's formidable strength, silently worried for Zhuo Fan. Even Elder Yun had to admit one thing. This is the foremost genius of the Demon Flame sect, Yenemo's true power. That brat has finally gotten completely serious. We are finished. Worry was clearly etched on the faces of Fiend Yang and the others present. Just then, Yenemo abruptly sensed something flickering behind that thick layer of smoke. He could not help but be astonished. Zhuo Fan emerged from within completely unharmed and spoke loudly. Worthy of the yin-yang harmonious flame. It is indeed no ordinary thing. The sleeve on his arm had been torn away by the attack, revealing a blazing red arm. The power unleashed was truly ferocious. It was thanks to this arm that he had survived that last exchange. Even my sky-piercing Qilin arm nearly failed to block it. Now, he stood here to confront the opponent's yin-yang harmonious power head-on. After experiencing those last few moments, Zhuo Fan could see that although this Yenemo was young and vigorous, his mental state had already achieved some minor mastery. His opponent's capability was something he needed to take seriously. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the situation had escalated into a decisive battle. No more idle chatter. As expected of a disciple from a high-ranked sect, I suppose I must get a bit more serious. Thinking this, Zhuo Fan's gaze turned icy cold in an instant as he looked straight at his opponent without a trace of fear. The aura he emanated made even Yenemo somewhat wary. This brat, though his cultivation is only at the second layer of the radiant soul realm, the feeling he gives off is precisely what makes an opponent take him seriously. He is no different from the prodigious disciples of the high-ranked sects. Perhaps that dangerous aura of his is even more formidable. Yenemo spoke in a low, solemn voice, making a declaration. From this moment on, that I acknowledge you, I shall regard you as an enemy worthy of my lifelong pursuit, just like Wu Qingqiu. Zhuo Fan seemed to have been waiting only for him to finish speaking before acting immediately. His speed this time was even faster than before, catching Yenemo momentarily off guard. His sky-piercing Qilin arm was mere inches away from smashing into Yenemo. Seeing the perilous situation, Yenemo hastily leaped backward. Then, he immediately summoned the yin-yang explosive flame in an attempt to block the punch from Zhuo Fan's sky-piercing Qilin arm. Instantly, two mighty sources of energy clashed against one another, creating an immensely spectacular scene. Yenemo's azure energy coiled around the opposing force, like a current swirling around it. Yenemo had assumed this would be sufficient to stop Zhuo Fan. But within that yin-yang explosive flame, a pair of eyes stared directly back at him. Only then did true worry appear in Yenemo's eyes. Zhuo Fan burst through the restraint of the yin-yang flames and charged straight toward him with a deathly glare. Zhuo Fan's hand shot out as if to seize him, but just as he thought he was about to make contact, Yenemo unexpectedly managed to retreat backward again. Zhuo Fan quickly recognized the technique Yenemo had just used. It was a 9th-grade demon treasure. In Yenemo's hands now were two iron staves, also representing the intersection of yin and yang, the twin serpent halberds. If not for them, Yenemo would have already been sent to meet his maker. This brat, truly a monster. Realizing he could not maintain this standoff indefinitely, Yenemo decided to go all out, employing a high-grade profound rank martial skill. The next move he unleashed was the twin serpent devouring dragon slash. On the opposite side, facing this attack, Zhuo Fan remained incredibly calm. A faint, mocking smile even curled on his lips. Devouring dragon, you dare to call it that? He raised his sky-piercing Qilin arm and drew a surge of dark energy into it. He would show him what a true devouring dragon really was. First form of the demonic fiend triple art. Yenemo's twin serpent devouring dragon slash veered wildly off course and slammed directly into the ground. It caused a massive tremor across the earth but had no effect whatsoever on Zhuo Fan. When the technique dissipated, it left behind only a dense white smoke. Yenemo's eyes once again filled with bewilderment. By some miraculous means, Zhuo Fan had bypassed that last attack and was now extremely close to him. While Yenemo was still reeling from the situation, thinking, how is this possible, Zhuo Fan's sky-piercing Qilin arm landed a solid blow on his shoulder. This time, it was not even a simple punch, instead it was a rapid flurry of strikes, leaving Yenemo momentarily unable to regain his bearings. He stared at his injured shoulder. Such an unbelievable thing had actually happened to him. This brat, he's actually this formidable. My continuous attacks couldn't even scratch him. An arrogant smirk was clearly visible on Zhuofan's face, accompanied by a cold gaze directed at his opponent. Following that smirk came a relentless barrage of blows raining down upon Yenemo. The speed and frequency of the attacks left even the observing elders astonished. How can this be? This scene, I truly never dared to imagine it, not even once. This brat can actually fight Yenemo on equal footing when he's serious. Not only can he duel Yenemo directly, but he even seems to have gained the upper hand, suppressing him. His performance truly broadened everyone's horizons. This is truly hard to believe. Fiend Yang finally spoke up at this moment, his tone completely different from the emotions of everyone else present. Astounding. What's so impressive about it? Just as he finished speaking, he received a questioning retort from Elder Yun. What did you say? Fiend Yang did not hesitate to speak bluntly. Zhuofan, the disciple leading our team, has always been modest. Yenemo isn't even worth mentioning. You should be saying that Yenemo fellow actually managed to withstand so many of our Zhuofan's moves. That is what is truly rare. These somewhat arrogant words from Fiend Yang caused Elder Yun's brows to furrow. That he hasn't died until now, you could say he has a pretty tough life. Still, Elder Yun offered a word of warning to him. Don't celebrate too early. That brat, even if he possesses some unique abilities, is still ultimately a Radiant Soul Realm cultivator. Although I don't know what method he used to block the Divine Soul attack, lacking a Divine Soul is still a severe disadvantage. His smile instantly vanished when a female disciple spoke. Elder Yun, Zhuofan is fighting for our sake right now. If he loses, we are all finished. On this side, the confrontation between the two of them continued to unfold with intense momentum. Yenemo's crimson iron staff shot straight toward Zhuofan. But what he hadn't anticipated was that Zhuofan could actually catch it. In the next instant, Zhuofan crushed it to pieces right before his eyes. That iron staff simply shattered into fragments and was discarded without mercy. This scene left Elder Yun gaping in astonishment once again, crushing a high-grade demon treasure with his bare hands. What is that brat's hand made of? Zhuofan's body continuously radiated an aura of dark energy. His face at that moment resembled that of a death god. Sparks of crimson flame flickered in his eyes. This time it was his turn to counterattack. He leaped high into the air, aiming to descend upon Yenemo. Unfortunately, Yenemo still managed to dodge in time. The strike just now gave Yenemo quite a fright. What kind of body refinement could forge such an indestructible diamond physique? If a claw like that had seized this old man, wouldn't my body have been torn apart in an instant? Relentlessly driven into a corner by Zhuofan, he was now forced to use his final trump card in hopes of securing victory. Damn it. I have no choice but to unleash my ultimate move. But this brat is pressing me too hard. I fundamentally have no time to form hand seals. I need to shake off this brat first. His eyes flickered briefly to the side. Then he spun around and shot forward rapidly. This action still went against his conscience. I never imagined that I, the dignified Yenemo, would ever have to resort to such despicable tactics. Zhuofan seemed to have already realized what he intended to do. Worry flickered in his eyes. Judging by his trajectory, wasn't he heading straight for Chu Qingqing's position? Perhaps he intended to use her as a hostage to threaten him. Watching Yenemo attack toward Chu Qingqing, Zhuofan pursued from behind, filled with anxiety for her. In her eyes at that moment, she vaguely saw his reflection as he struggled to block the strike. Fortunately, Zhuofan's speed was sufficient to intercept it. Had he been even a moment slower, who knows what might have happened. In truth, Yenemo had done this only to confirm Zhuofan's feelings for her, and just as he had predicted, it was indeed so. Judging by the way Zhuofan is worried, you truly care deeply for this woman. It seems that affectionate display at the inn earlier was perhaps 70% genuine. Faced with his taunting, Zhuofan did not hesitate to retort. You're overthinking it. I simply do not wish for others to interfere in our duel. His voice remained calm. Besides, I came here to rescue them. Allowing you to harm them right in front of me, where would that leave my pride? Hearing this, Yenemo immediately pointed his finger toward the remaining people. Is that so? He swiftly incinerated one of them, terrifying the rest. He had actually struck with such cold-blooded ruthlessness. Yenemo flashed Zhuofan a challenging smirk. Why didn't you save them? Zhuofan remained silent, watching him. His face grew colder by the second. Emboldened, Yenemo continued his provocations. Explanations are just a cover. The more you say, the more you reveal. Do you think I can't see through you? You value this woman greatly. Otherwise, when I attacked her just now, you clearly could have used that demonic object to ambush me. I would have certainly died. Yenemo's voice droned on from across the way. Why did you act sooner? Don't tell me a schemer like you would simply fail to seize the opportune moment. Strangely, upon hearing his words, Qingqing felt a flicker of joy in her heart. A ripple of disturbance suddenly appeared in Yenemo's gaze. He launched another attack toward her, catching Zhuofan off guard and panicked. Just like before, Zhuo Fan did not hesitate to use his sky-piercing Qilin arm to save her. That decisive action of his confirmed one thing for Yenemo, as expected. This woman is your weakness. Then today, your defeat is certain. Yenemo was determined to use her to defeat him. Because you have violated the greatest taboo of the demonic path, letting emotion enter your heart. Although I also fancy this woman, I would absolutely never allow her to become my burden. As soon as his words fell, a series of strikes landed directly upon Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan at this moment seemed unable to find an opening to counterattack, so he simply let Yenemo land his strikes. He was wholeheartedly focused on protecting Qingqing, even using his own body as a shield. Seeing him injured right before her eyes, Qingqing was heartbroken. Zhuo Fan ahead remained as steadfast as ever, while her eyes welled up with tears for him. Realizing that staying still like this was far from ideal, this won't do. I'm far too passive. He decided to launch a strike, temporarily halting his opponent first. Then he quickly turned back and proposed to her, "Hold on to me tightly." In the next instant, he swept Qingqing away and fled at high speed. Witnessing this, Yenemo immediately flew into a rage and roared, "Where do you think you're going?" Then he unleashed his azure energy, forming spiraling tendrils that snaked toward Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan was forced to halt momentarily, using his sky-piercing Qilin arm to block them and prevent Qingqing from being harmed. Elder Yun, watching from the side, grew increasingly astonished. Carrying a person and still able to fight this opponent to a standstill. Just how powerful is this brat? As for Yenemo, his inability to defeat Zhuo Fan drove him to tremble with fury. "You stinking brat. Even under these conditions, you can still match me. Doesn't this just expose my utter incompetence? Where would that leave my pride?" He truly could not accept being entangled like this without result. How could this be possible? At this point, though unwilling, he was forced to use a technique he had kept deeply hidden, one originally intended for dealing with Wu Qingqiu. His two hands came together, drawing in a massive amount of energy. "To think I would have to use this on you first, brat." Zhuo Fan, upon hearing this, turned his head curiously to look. He saw Yenemo create a vast magical circle. The moment he laid eyes on it, he recognized it instantly. This is a divine soul domain. With the activation of this technique, Yenemo's confidence surged. "Brat, you didn't expect this, did you? This young master's divine soul is actually the highest grade of domain-type divine soul. Now you shall witness my true power. Within this domain, I am the absolute ruler of this world." With an arrogant demeanor, he declared, "Now, the life and death of everyone here lies in my hands, including you and that woman." Zhuo Fan himself understood clearly on the opposite side. As expected, it's a divine soul domain, similar to the Impermanence Fives. This time, it's going to be troublesome. He not only had to contend with Yenemo but also ensure Chu Qingqing's safety. And what's more, Zhuo Fan assessed the situation and thought, just like the Impermanence Five's divine soul domain, this is going to be difficult. His gaze shifted to Chu Qingqing, who was sitting in a corner filled with worry, especially with her here. Zhuo Fan stared intently at the red-haired man. He spoke, "Within this domain, the life and death of everyone here lies in my hands, including you and that woman. You wish to place her in a safe location and face me alone? Impossible." Then flames erupted around him fiercely. "There is no longer any chance for you to turn the tables. This is the gap between the ethereal stage and the radiant soul realm. No matter how monstrous you are, you can never bridge this chasm." Seeing his technique complete, Zhuo Fan's eyes turned back toward the young woman, Chu Qingqing. She had realized the same thing as him, her gaze tinged with sorrow. Seeing that look, Zhuo Fan silently swallowed his bitterness and turned back. His arm blazed crimson, intricate patterns surfacing upon it. The two of them braced themselves to face whatever came next. The orange-haired youth watched and thought, "Zhuo Fan, can your divine soul withstand this? Can you break through?" The red-haired man's lips curled into a cruel smile. He laughed maniacally. "Heh heh heh heh. Brat, in this life, you are undone by a woman. If you had stepped up to stop me earlier, I wouldn't have been able to complete the hand seals." He shouted, "But now, die." Then he unleashed a massive palm strike toward the two of them. A torrent of fire and ice power surged straight at them. Their comrades cried out in unison, filled with worry, "Steward Zhuo, Chu Qingqing." The red-haired man cackled. "Ha ha ha, you fool. Did you think I would attack head-on?" He shouted loudly, "This is my domain. From all 4 directions and 8 points, I can strike however I please. How can you possibly defend against it?" Then he offered a word of praise for Zhuo Fan. "But brat, you've done quite well. This was originally meant for Wu Qingqiu. Using it on you first still grants you considerable face." However, Zhuo Fan's voice emerged from within the inferno, causing the red-haired man to startle and widen his eyes. "Oh, is that so?" Inside, Zhuo Fan held Chu Qingqing with one arm while using his other hand to resist the onslaught of power. Zhuo Fan laughed and said, then should this humble one thank you for holding me in such high regard. His eyes had transformed, his pupils instantly shifting to a blazing golden hue. The red-haired man saw the awakening within Zhuo Fan and recoiled in shock. This. How is this possible? Zhuo Fan replied, nothing is impossible. You have your divine soul domain, I also have my absolute domain, the 100-meter domain. Not only that, he also echoed the red-haired man's earlier boastful words and said mockingly, within my domain, you cannot touch me, ha ha ha. His smile instantly vanished when a female disciple spoke. Elder Yun, Zhuo Fan is fighting for our sake right now. If he loses, we are all finished. On this side, the confrontation between the two of them continued to unfold with intense momentum. Yennemo's crimson iron staff shot straight toward Zhuo Fan. But what he hadn't anticipated was that Zhuo Fan could actually catch it. In the next instant, Zhuo Fan crushed it to pieces right before his eyes. That iron staff simply shattered into fragments and was discarded without mercy. This scene left Elder Yun gaping in astonishment once again, crushing a high-grade demon treasure with his bare hands. What is that brat's hand made of? Zhuo Fan's body continuously radiated an aura of dark energy. His face at that moment resembled that of a death god. Sparks of crimson flame flickered in his eyes. This time it was his turn to counterattack. He leaped high into the air, aiming to descend upon Yennemo. Unfortunately, Yennemo still managed to dodge in time. The strike just now gave Yennemo quite a fright. What kind of body refinement could forge such an indestructible diamond physique? If a claw like that had seized this old man, wouldn't my body have been torn apart in an instant? Relentlessly driven into a corner by Zhuo Fan, he was now forced to use his final trump card in hopes of securing victory. Damn it. I have no choice but to unleash my ultimate move. But this brat is pressing me too hard. I fundamentally have no time to form hand seals. I need to shake off this brat first. His eyes flickered briefly to the side. Then he spun around and shot forward rapidly. This action still went against his conscience. I never imagined that I, the dignified Yennemo, would ever have to resort to such despicable tactics. Zhuo Fan seemed to have already realized what he intended to do. Worry flickered in his eyes. Judging by his trajectory, wasn't he heading straight for Chu Qingqing's position? Perhaps he intended to use her as a hostage to threaten him. Watching Yennemo attack toward Chu Qingqing, Zhuo Fan pursued from behind, filled with anxiety for her. In her eyes at that moment, she vaguely saw his reflection as he struggled to block the strike. Fortunately, Zhuo Fan's speed was sufficient to intercept it. Had he been even a moment slower, who knows what might have happened. In truth, Yennemo had done this only to confirm Zhuo Fan's feelings for her, and just as he had predicted, it was indeed so. Judging by the way Zhuo Fan is worried, you truly care deeply for this woman. It seems that affectionate display at the inn earlier was perhaps 70% genuine. Faced with his taunting, Zhuo Fan did not hesitate to retort. You're overthinking it. I simply do not wish for others to interfere in our duel. His voice remained calm. Besides, I came here to rescue them. Allowing you to harm them right in front of me, where would that leave my pride? Hearing this, Yennemo immediately pointed his finger toward the remaining people. Is that so? He swiftly incinerated one of them, terrifying the rest. He had actually struck with such cold-blooded ruthlessness. Yennemo flashed Zhuo Fan a challenging smirk. Why didn't you save them? Zhuo Fan remained silent, watching him. His face grew colder by the second. Emboldened, Yennemo continued his provocations. Explanations are just a cover. The more you say, the more you reveal. Do you think I can't see through you? You value this woman greatly. Otherwise, when I attacked her just now, you clearly could have used that demonic object to ambush me. I would have certainly died. Yennemo's voice droned on from across the way. Why did you act sooner? Don't tell me a schemer like you would simply fail to seize the opportune moment. Strangely, upon hearing his words, Qingqing felt a flicker of joy in her heart. A ripple of disturbance suddenly appeared in Yennemo's gaze. He launched another attack toward her, catching Zhuo Fan off guard and panicked. Just like before, Zhuo Fan did not hesitate to use his sky-piercing Qilin arm to save her. That decisive action of his confirmed one thing for Yennemo, as expected. This woman is your weakness. Then today, your defeat is certain. Yennemo was determined to use her to defeat him, because you have violated the greatest taboo of the demonic path, letting emotion enter your heart. Although I also fancy this woman, I would absolutely never allow her to become my burden. As soon as his words fell, a series of strikes landed directly upon Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan crouched down to examine her wound. It's the burn on her ankle from earlier. I almost forgot. Then he raised his hand and channeled spiritual power to heal Chu Qingqing. Zhuo Fan said, before thinking about rescuing others, it's best to ensure you are intact yourself. Otherwise, it's very dangerous. Miss Qingqing replied, I understand. I won't make you worry again in the future. The scene was incredibly romantic. Zhuo Fan, outwardly cold but inwardly warm, replied, I wasn't worried about you. We're just old acquaintances. She interrupted him gently, you don't need to say much. I understand. She added, you walk your path, and I walk mine. We cross paths occasionally, but we are not on the same road. I understand it all. Everyone watched this poetic scene unfold. The orange-haired youth grumbled, "Isn't it just an injured leg? Couldn't you just give her a pill? We're still under a cultivation seal here. Why don't you come and help us first?" The many others who were sealed chimed in simultaneously, "That's right, master. We can't even move. We'll be stuck like this for the rest of our lives." Fan turned back and said brusquely, all right, I got it." Then he went over to help them one by one. An elder watched him intently. He thought to himself, "I never imagined the demon scheming sect would produce such a monster. Thinking about having to face such a monster at the Double Dragon gathering, my heart is filled with unending dread." The elder raised his voice and asked, "By the way, where is that Yenemo?" Fan replied nonchalantly, "I spun him around a bit and threw him clear out of the mountain. He's probably somewhere over there." The elder immediately instructed his disciples, "Go and capture him at once. He's gravely injured now and poses no real threat. If we let him escape again and he returns with reinforcements, it will be troublesome." The disciples responded, "Yes, sir." Some time later, after about 3 hours, the 3 disciples flew back one after another with news. "Elder, bad news." The green-haired disciple reported, "Yenemo's body wasn't in the rubble. He's vanished." The news struck like a thunderclap. The elder froze in shock and exclaimed, "What?" The 3 comrades of Fan stormed over, fuming with anger, and interrogated him. "Fan, you good-for-nothing who values women over friends. We were here, our cultivation sealed, trembling with fear, and there you were, playing the hero rescuing a damsel in distress, completely disregarding our lives." The orange-haired youth shouted, "Tell us, are you worthy of the trust we placed in you?" Fan whirled around and retorted, "Didn't I get you all out? What more do you want?" The youth replied, "Is simply getting us out supposed to be the end of it?" Then he grabbed Fan and declared, "You accepted this troublesome affair. We followed you the entire way, filled with anxiety and terror. Our delicate psyches have suffered immense distress. Shouldn't you offer some compensation for this mental anguish?" Fan immediately shoved him aside and said, "Forget it. You 3 old monsters have survived the Double Dragon gathering. Where do you get off talking about delicate psyches?" The youth thought to himself, "He's clearly trying to swindle me out of money. Do I look like someone who gets taken advantage of that easily?" Watching Fan sulk, the youth thought, "This brat is so unreasonable." The orange-haired youth declared, "Brat, on the way to the Double Dragon gathering, disregarding the lives of your disciples and stirring up unnecessary trouble is not the conduct of a team leader." Fan replied, "Oh, accusing me now? Since when did I stir up unnecessary trouble?" Hearing this, the orange-haired youth flared up. "Wasn't this whole affair with Yenemo unnecessary trouble? This matter was originally the mystical heaven sect's business and had nothing to do with us. You did it all for that woman." Fan abruptly cut him off. "Stop. Who said this has nothing to do with us?" Fan continued, "Isn't Yenemo's sect also participating in the Double Dragon gathering? As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Today, we use this pretext to probe their background. Isn't this perfectly opportune?" The youth protested, "But they are a high-ranked sect. Exactly why we should probe them." Seeing this, Fan raised his voice. "Have any of you ever crossed hands with a high-ranked sect before? Do you have any intelligence on them? What is the strength of their disciples like? What are their cultivation methods? What are their specialties? Do you know any of this?" The 3 of them fell silent, listening to his words. Fan continued brusquely, "It is precisely because you predecessors of the sect know nothing that I, as the leader of this expedition, had to seize this opportunity to probe them. You should be feeling ashamed for not fulfilling your duties as predecessors. And now you have the audacity to question me. Do you even have the standing to do so?" The green-haired youth murmured, "How come after talking for a bit, it suddenly feels like we're the ones in the wrong?" The orange-haired youth countered, "No, that's not right. They are a high-ranked sect. What connection do they have to us? Why would we probe them? At most, we should probe the mid-ranked sects to see which is weaker this time and seize the chance to drag them down. That alone would be a monumental achievement for the sect." Fan replied, "Narrow vision. You're satisfied with merely targeting the mid-ranked sects." The orange-haired youth froze. "Don't tell me, you intend to." A smirk curled on Fan's lips. Indeed, when Fan does something, he either doesn't do it at all, or he does it to the absolute best of his ability. Fan's spirits lifted after the recent back-and-forth exchange. The orange-haired youth laughed and said, "Sigh. Truly, the waves behind drive on those before. Fan, your aim is far beyond ours. We never even dared to dream of it, yet you've already begun to act." The youth added, "However, are you confident?" Hearing this, Fan replied, "This disciple of the high-ranked sect is indeed no ordinary individual." Fan added, "Take this Yenemo, for instance. To deal with him, although I exerted myself to probe the depths of his strength, in the end, I still had to use 60 to 70% of my power to bring him down. If there are existences even stronger than him at the Double Dragon gathering, even I cannot be entirely certain." Fan added, "But rest assured, I will give it my absolute all." The green-haired youth smiled outwardly, but inwardly he wondered, is he truly being humble, or is he showing off? The orange-haired youth thought, are you pretending, or are you serious? The orange-haired youth mused, but with his strength. Perhaps he could truly contend for the summit of the Western continent. Then the three of them walked away, leaving Fan behind. Fine, we won't pursue this matter any further. As long as you secure benefits for the sect, we will follow your lead in everything. Ha ha ha. The orange-haired youth added, that Yen Mo is among the top 1 or 2 geniuses of the high-ranked sections. The only one who can suppress him is Wu Qingqiu. If you can actually contend for the summit of the Western continent, that would be an immense and pleasant surprise for our demon scheming sect. Something felt off. The three of them halted. Wait a minute. That's not right. What were we trying to say again? The orange-haired youth turned back and roared. Over in a corner, Fan thought to himself, I was originally planning to dodge the issue, but somehow the conversation got twisted into challenging the high-ranked sections. It was supposed to be a simple mission. Now look, the mission's been upgraded. Go challenge the high-ranked sections. Sitting alone in contemplation under the blue sky, he mused, one Yen Mo was already strong enough. If there are existences within the high-ranked sects even stronger than Yen Mo, then I've truly bitten off more than I can chew. How far things will escalate then, no one can say. Then he lightly slapped his own cheek to snap himself awake. This mouth of mine truly has a knack for stirring up trouble where there is none. Suddenly, a purple-haired young woman approached to inquire. Young Master Shua, you are? Fan clutched his cheek and said, I have a toothache. Then he turned back and asked about her real business. What is it? Surely you didn't come specifically to mock my toothache. The young woman immediately responded, how could that be? I only just learned you suffer from toothaches. Young Master Shua, we are deeply grateful for your rescue and assistance this time. The mystical heaven sect will forever remember this immense kindness and great favor. She added, everyone is heading to attend the Double Dragon gathering this time. Since our paths conveniently align, why don't we travel together? On the road, we can look after one another. Consider it a small repayment for young Master Shua's life-saving grace. Fan saw through something and replied, young lady, your behavior at this moment is rather peculiar. What ulterior motive do you have? The two of them were suddenly startled by someone's loud outburst. What? We are to travel with those demonic cultivators? Absolutely not. A gaunt-faced man declared, our mystical heaven sect is a righteous sect. How could we possibly associate with their kind? The elder then spoke. Young master, that Yen Mo is now nowhere to be found. Demonic cultivators have always been vengeful and will surely retaliate. If he returns with reinforcements, none of us are a match for him. Right now, only that disciple from the demon scheming sect can stand against him. Our only path to safety and reaching the Double Dragon gathering is to travel with them. Once we arrive at our destination, that we shall naturally part ways and have nothing further to do with him. Young master is noble and virtuous, and this old man deeply respects that. However, the situation is urgent. I implore the young master to prioritize the greater good and temporarily endure this compromise for the sake of safety. The orange-haired youth whispered to the green-haired youth, some mystical heaven sect this is. Burning the bridge after crossing the river. What kind of behavior is that? Fan listened and seemed to understand. So that's it. That Yen Mo escaped, and you fear he will return with reinforcements. You want me to be your bodyguard. What a pity. I do not fear opponents as formidable as gods, I only fear teammates as useless as pigs. He stood up and waved goodbye to the young woman, adding, even if you reach the Double Dragon gathering, you are destined to place last. You might as well just turn back and go home. The purple-haired young woman pleaded, Master Fan, please calm your anger. Young Master Shua turned back and said coldly, a bunch of fools cannot anger me. Yet his gaze was directed toward Chu Qingcheng and the two other girls. Young Master Shua smiled faintly. Seeing this, he changed his mind and offered the young woman a chance. Our team's journey is very slow. If you are not afraid of delays, then you may follow if you wish. The purple-haired young woman replied joyfully, thank you, Master Fan. Thank you, Master Fan. From a distance, rhythmic shouts could be heard. 1-2, 1-2. Over on Fan's side, someone remarked, finally learned their lesson, have they? Even an old horse wants to attend class now. Then the shouts continued. 1-2, 1-2. Over here, the young master of a certain sect fumed. I am from the dignified mystical heaven sect, a righteous sect. And now we are trailing behind the demon scheming sect, not daring to step a single foot ahead. If others were to see this, what would become of our dignity? The elder thought to himself, the young master's temperament has indeed changed completely after this ordeal. If he was truly seduced and corrupted by that Yen Mo, with demonic roots planted deeply, I fear he may later fall into the abyss of the demonic path and never be able to escape. A young woman from the mystical heaven sect comforted the young master. Little brother, do not be so discontented. It is rare for someone to offer us assistance and even be willing to act as our protective umbrella this time. She added, if we continue to open our mouths and curse them as despicable demonic cultivators, wouldn't that be utterly ungrateful and treacherous? If word of that were to spread, it would truly besmirch the esteemed reputation of our mystical heaven sect. The young master retorted, demonic cultivators are all desperate scoundrels full of devious schemes, sinister and shameless. Their help this time must certainly have some ulterior motive. Some unspeakable secret plot. If we continue to travel with them, isn't that akin to aiding the enemy? That is what is truly dangerous. A blonde young woman spoke up. Young master, you exaggerate. What treasures do we possess that others would scheme for? She added, if there is truly anything they might want, it would be Sister Qingqing herself. Suddenly being mentioned, Qingqing's cheeks instantly flushed a bashful red. A shy smile curved at the corner of her lips. Qingqing said, if he truly wanted me, that would also be my wish. What a pity. The green-haired young woman turned back and asked, what do you mean? Doesn't he treat you very well? In times of danger, he shielded you with his own body. Such devotion doesn't seem feigned. Hearing this, Chu Qingqing merely shook her head. She said, the falling flower yearns for love, but the heartless stream flows on. He is that heartless stream flowing swiftly without end, destined never to pause. She confessed, I only wish to appear but for a brief moment in his life. That alone would be more than enough for me. Hearing this, the blonde young woman thought to herself, these two seem so harmonious together. Why is it that whenever Qingqing speaks of that man, she sounds so full of sorrow? The blonde young woman suddenly proposed, sisters, shall we play matchmaker and help Sister Qingqing? What do you say? Seeing this, the elder whirled around and shouted sternly, nonsense. Have you all forgotten the fate of your senior sister? The overturned cart lies right before your eyes. Having been scolded, the young women all backed down. The elder said, Qingqing, that scoundrel has repeatedly gone out of his way to assist you. There is certainly intent behind his actions. You must be extremely careful and vigilant. Be on your guard. Do not fall into the abyss of the demonic path unable to escape. Qingqing's expression darkened as she listened to these admonishments. The elder said, let us go. Yet the resentful gaze of the mystical heaven sect's young master remained fixed, filled with bitterness. Shuafan. Over on this side, the orange-haired youth grumbled, what kind of righteous sect is this? A bunch of worms chasing after us. He added, they stirred up trouble themselves, damn it, and now they follow behind us, expecting us to protect them. And in the end, they still curse us as demonic cultivators. What the hell is this? He asked Shuafan, with your temperament, you're just letting them tag along. Shuafan immediately replied, keep it down. If they want to follow, let them follow. It's not like they're hindering us anyway. The orange-haired youth remarked about the group following them, a bunch of tagalongs. Just looking at them is annoying. Hearing this, the green-haired youth chuckled inwardly. He flicked open his paper fan and covered his mouth as he spoke. Brat, you want to protect that lass and ensure her safety, don't you? The sect has rules against indulging in personal emotions. You can't deny it this time, can you? Shuafan replied, what are you talking about? The green-haired youth said, give us a little token of appreciation, and we absolutely won't breathe a word of nonsense. He laid out his terms for Shuafan. Just give us 800 to 1,000 sacred spirit stones and we'll gouge our own eyes out right now and pretend we saw nothing at all. Hearing such a demand, Shuafan shouted loudly, 800 to 1,000, why don't you just rob someone? No can do. The green-haired youth laughed and said, Brother Zhua, that's where you're wrong. Shuafan said, Big brother, what do you think sacred spirit stones are? No matter how wealthy I am, how many could I possibly have? Then he tossed 2 gleaming sacred spirit stones to the orange-haired youth. I originally had a small reserve, meant to save lives at the Double Dragon gathering, but I never imagined I'd end up using them all here. Shuafan threw them to the orange-haired youth and said, now there are only 2 pieces left. If you want them, divide them amongst yourselves as you please. The orange-haired youth caught them and said, that's true. No matter how capable this brat is, he couldn't have obtained that many. The blonde youth eyed the 2 stones, clearly finding the quantity lacking. How stingy. However, Shuafan secretly chuckled in his heart, knowing exactly what they were thinking. You fools. Trying to take advantage of me? From a high vantage point, Yenmo of the Demon Flame sect watched everything unfold. Damn it. The mystical heaven sect is truly pathetic, actually trailing behind the demon scheming sect. He muttered, then how am I supposed to make a move? Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted. Ha ha ha. The dignified disciple of a high-ranked sect. The voice of a man with long black hair continued, beaten into a pig's head by a disciple from a low-ranked sect. If word of this were to get out, it would truly be the biggest joke in the Western continent. Ha ha ha. Feeling his sore spot being poked, Yenmo whirled around and yelled, who's there? His eyes widened as he stared at the person who had just spoken. Not recognizing this man, Yenmo hastily wiped a stray drop of alcohol from his cheek and said, no need to worry, I'm merely a drunkard. He then respectfully bowed and cupped his fists. Junior Yenmo, disciple of the Demon Flame sect, pays respects to Senior. Yenmo thought to himself, this old man has returned. I'm still injured right now. I need to use my sect's name to pressure him a bit. As if reading his mind, the man burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Trying to intimidate me with the Demon Flame sect. Yenemo immediately explained, Senior misunderstands. This junior wouldn't dare. It's just that being able to meet you, Senior, is truly this junior's great fortune. If we could establish a friendly relationship, he continued with his head bowed, that it would bring this junior immense joy. The entire Demon Flame sect, from top to bottom, would certainly treat Senior as an honored guest, not daring to show the slightest negligence. Inwardly, however, he thought differently. Old man, let's just stay out of each other's way. Laying a hand on me might be easy, but this old man has an entire sect behind him. You'd better think carefully. The man glanced at him briefly. The old man said, Little devil, never mind just your Demon Flame sect. Even if it were all the sects of the Western continent combined. Back in the day, this old man once paid them a visit. Who among them could stop me? Hearing this, Yenemo began to suspect something. He turned back and stammered, See, could it be? Senior, you are. The old man said, Since you know, there's no need to say it aloud. He gazed down at the column of people moving below and continued. This time, this old man returned to the Western continent originally for other matters. I didn't expect to catch such an entertaining show. His gaze fell upon Drofan, and he murmured, Oh, truly, in every generation, heroes emerge to shape the realm. He thought to himself, I never imagined that in this past 1,000 years, someone in the Western continent would actually condense a heavenly dragon divine soul. It seems this double dragon gathering is about to become quite eventful. Ha ha ha. Yenemo turned back, trembling uncontrollably. He thought, this person's identity. He is an existence that even the high-ranked sects would not dare to provoke lightly. The old man, however, was quite relaxed, still lifting his gourd of wine to his lips for a swig. He said to Yenemo, What are you still standing here for? Go back. If you have any grudges, settle them at the Double Dragon Gathering. He added, You might even have the advantage then. After all, with the backing of a high-ranked sect, your fellow disciples are no weaklings. But if you insist on fighting alone, and still can't defeat him, then why waste your time here? Seeing this, Yenemo also had the sense to obey. I shall heed Senior's instruction. This junior takes his leave. Then he vanished in an instant. Some time passed. A man with a ghost-like face stormed in. Where is Yenemo? That brat still hasn't returned. We're almost at the destination. He wouldn't have actually run off, would he? He shouted, Don't let me catch him. If he falls into my hands, he won't have a good outcome. The purple-haired young woman replied, All right, Elder Chinya. She added, Senior Yen is not someone so lacking in restraint. He will surely make it in time. Isn't there still 1 day left? A man with tightly bound hair spoke up. That's right. Even if Brother Yen were to stand someone up, he definitely wouldn't stand up Wu Qingqiu. After all, defeating that person means the title of #1 genius across the 4 continents would belong to Brother Yen. He added, Brother Yen has been waiting for that title for many years. How could he possibly miss this opportunity? Elder Chinya said, Sigh, I hope it's as you all say, and he can make it here at the very last moment. When that Yenemo returns, this old man will have to find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. The purple-haired young woman looked up and said, Oh, Brother Yen is the prized delicacy in the eyes of the high-ranked sects. Like a single drop of lava falling to the earth. His arrival prompted dozens of voices calling out his name. Brother Yen, Senior Yen. The one with hair plastered to his head said, See, what did I tell you? Brother Yen would never have the heart to miss the chance to fight Wu Qingqiu. See, he's here now. The purple-haired young woman replied, That's right, that's right. You understand Senior Yen best. He. Elder Chinya said, Very well. Stood me up again, did you? Elder Chinya's hand landed on Yenemo's shoulder. Any later and the Double Dragon Gathering would have practically concluded. Immediately, Yenemo's body crumpled to the ground. The group panicked. The young woman exclaimed, Elder, you're in trouble now. You actually injured Senior Brother Yenemo. I merely patted him lightly. There's no way a simple pat could injure him. You all know he's not that weak. The two of them bickered back and forth. Oh, Elder, not only did you injure Senior Brother Yenemo, but now you're also saying he's weak, seizing the chance to disparage him. You're doomed. Elder Chinya retorted, You wicked demoness. You certainly have a talent for listing grievances. Amidst the arguing, Yenemo trembled and slowly struggled to his feet. Yenemo said, You may stop teasing the elder. I know this matter has nothing to do with him. If a light pat could injure me, then what use would this old man be? Yume asked, Then Senior Brother, why are you injured? Before the silence of the Demon Flame sect members, he dared not speak of it and merely sighed in reply. Don't mention it. Went out hunting and got my eyes pecked by an eagle. I nearly didn't make it back. His elder shouted, Did you run into some old fogey from another sect? They truly have some nerve, striking so heavily. Aren't they afraid our Demon Flame sect will cause trouble for them? Yenemo replied, It wasn't some old fogey, but rather a... He stopped mid-sentence and waved it off. Forget it. Let's not speak of it further. It's just, there is one thing I absolutely must tell you all. In the future, you should conduct yourselves a bit more humbly, especially if you see a certain old drunkard. Whatever you do, do not provoke him. Then he added, that legendary figure has returned. His implication pointed toward the black-haired man from earlier who drank wine like water. He warned cautiously, from now on, we know probably everyone from all 10 sections it's best if we all keep our tails tucked. Don't let the day come when you blindly stumble into him and cause a repeat of the catastrophe from 800 years ago. Realizing the terrifying implication, Elder Chinya's eyes widened in shock. What? You're talking about that person? The man with the sword in hand, who emerged from the distant past amidst a sea of flames. I've heard tales of him, but never met him. I never imagined he truly existed. Wherever the demon scheming sect's procession went, thunderous rhythmic shouts followed. It was truly noisy. Elder Yun raised his drowsy, sleepy eyes and said, "We've arrived." He declared, "That is the double dragon gathering." Hearing this, the disciples of the mystical heaven sect rushed forward in a swarm, completely ignoring the demon scheming sect. Fiend Yang scoffed indignantly. A bunch of ungrateful, treacherous bastards. Chu Qingqing stepped forward to say goodbye. From this moment on, we must part ways. Shuafan deliberately created distance. Once we step through this gate, we shall be enemies. Chu Qingqing merely smiled softly and affirmed, "Indeed, though it may be somewhat presumptuous of me to say so, when that time comes, I will not hold back." He replied, "Neither will I." Shuafan stood there, watching her figure gradually recede into the distance until it faded from sight. He continued to gaze after her, his eyes filled with deep emotion. A woman from behind spoke up to express her gratitude. "We are grateful for young Master Zhuo's care along this journey," she said gratefully, "this immense kindness and great favor. I, Ruohua, will find it hard to forget." Shuafan coldly drew a clear boundary. "There is no need for such courtesies. We were merely walking our own path and you chose to follow. It is nothing." They looked at him with gratitude, thinking to themselves, this stubborn-tongued fellow, he actually bears no ill will. Isn't this just pure arrogance? She asked teasingly, "Young Master Zhuo, then at the Double Dragon gathering, could you perhaps go a little easy on us?" He chuckled coldly. "Ha ha ha, what do you think?" She hastily retreated. "Don't, please, absolutely do not smile at me, otherwise, I'll be cursed with misfortune. Now everyone from both our sects knows, whoever you smile at you'll end up targeting. I don't want to catch your attention. I'm scared." Fiend Gui and Fiend Yang, listening nearby, couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. As those women departed, they continued to wave back with great goodwill toward the group. Fiend Yang observed, "Those girls aren't bad. At least they know how to show gratitude. Not like that old fogey from the mystical heaven sect." "Humph, what a piece of work." The other agreed, "Indeed, the mystical heaven sect is hypocritical, but their women are truly not bad." Shuafan urged everyone forward. "All right, form up, increase your pace, hurry on to the Double Dragon gathering. Once we arrive there, you will all gain your freedom." Hearing this, the entire group shouted excitedly, "Yes." Watching those carefree individuals running and jumping, Shuafan merely chuckled inwardly. It seems none of them realize they've already fully adapted to their current bodies. Once the poison is neutralized, their cultivation. Heh. At the entrance to the Double Dragon gathering, two venerable elders sat on guard. One of them spoke. "State your identity. Announce your name." Fiend Yang bowed in salute. "One of the three guardian sects of the Tianyu Empire, the demon scheming sect, arrives to participate in the Double Dragon gathering. We hope the two elders will graciously accept our tribute." The elder glanced over and listed dispassionately. "Two cultivators at the fourth layer of the ethereal stage from the Tianyu Empire's demon scheming sect. One cultivator at the fifth layer of the ethereal stage. Three cultivators at the second layer of the radiant soul realm. One cultivator at the third layer of the radiant soul realm. Two cultivators at the fifth layer of the radiant soul realm. Two cultivators at the eighth layer of the radiant soul realm. Two cultivators at the ninth layer of the radiant soul realm." Even Zhuofan was astonished. "I never imagined these two could, merely by sensing our strength, discern the cultivation level of every single person present with such clarity." The venerable elder slammed his hand heavily against the gate behind him and bellowed, "Open the gate for the tribute." He trembled as he strained to fulfill his duty. From within the opening, a powerful surge of air rushed out. Everyone gazed in stunned wonder at the mysterious scene unfolding before them. A new world opened up before their eyes. It turned out the true body of the Double Dragon gathering was concealed within a barrier. Zhuofan bowed his head in thanks to the venerable elder, then led his people inside first. As Fiend Yang passed by, the elder asked, "Excuse me, do the disciples of your sect use rigor mortis pills?" Fiend Yang halted in surprise and struck up a conversation. "How did you know?" The venerable elder observed, "It seems the demon scheming sect is about to make a major move this time, using rigor mortis pills to train disciples. Although they have unique effects, the cost is enormous. Even the high-ranked sects would not dare to attempt it lightly." Fiend Yang scoffed dismissively. "Oh, come now. It's nothing special. Aren't they just 7th grade pills?" The elder smiled meaningfully. "7th grade? It seems the one employing this method is not you, sir." The venerable elder informed him, if one merely wishes to poison and harm others, 7th grade spirit pills are indeed sufficient. However, the antidote is a 10th grade pill. Fiend Yang confidently pointed at himself. So what if it is? Our sect has a tycoon. That single statement left the two venerable seniors utterly speechless, staring at Fiend Yang as if he were some strange creature. Having spoken, he swaggered in after his sect. The venerable elder stood up. It seems this demon-scheming sect has struck it rich. To think they squander pills that even high-ranked sects are reluctant to use, with such reckless abandon. The two conversed back and forth. I wonder who is backing them. Could they have found some sort of sacred spirit vein? Ha ha ha. If they had truly found one, why would they even bother coming to our place? They decided to stop receiving guests. Very well, all members of the 9 sects have arrived in full. We should also head inside. The great door slowly closed. Within, there was only darkness. Just at that moment, a familiar figure walked up. He took a large swig from his gourd. The expert from before gazed at that door, a hint of interest flickering in his eyes. Everyone seemed quite fascinated by the surrounding scenery. Someone called out to them. Esteemed guests. He confirmed with a respectful demeanor. You are the honored guests from the demon-scheming sect, are you not? Please, follow me. They gaped in astonishment. It was the first time they had encountered an ethereal stage cultivator so courteous. An ethereal stage expert actually came personally to receive us. Except for Fiend Yang and his companions, everyone else was intimidated by the man's superior realm and hastily lowered themselves in greeting. The man laughed and said, "Ah ha ha. There is no need for such formalities, everyone. This humble one is merely an ordinary guide here." The master walked ahead, leading the way. You are all honored guests. We have already arranged suitable resting places for everyone. Please, follow me. Fiend Yang looked on with disdain. Look at that groveling demeanor of yours. Truly, you've never seen the world. He clarified, this is the Double Dragon Gathering. Everything here follows the rules of the Double Dragon Gathering. Don't be fooled just because you see ethereal stage experts everywhere. Within the Double Dragon Gathering, they are the lowest form of existence. Fiend Yang placed his hands on his hips and frowned, chiding the group of country bumpkins. We are guests who have traveled from afar. They wouldn't show their true faces. Would they really send just 2 venerable elders to receive us? Chua Fan agreed. That is to say, he concluded, the Double Dragon Gathering values future potential, not current strength, doesn't it? Fiend Yang proudly flaunted his knowledge. As expected of Chua Fan, you have insight. Indeed, no matter how strong an individual is, the Double Dragon Gathering can cultivate them. What matters is the extent to which a person can be cultivated. Otherwise, why would the Double Dragon Gathering hold this event? Inviting the talented youths of the 9 sects to compete, isn't that precisely to select those with the highest potential? Fiend Yang encouraged everyone. Therefore, you need not look down upon yourselves. He pointed at the ethereal stage master ahead. Don't look at these people and think each one is immensely powerful. If they were placed outside, without the support of the Double Dragon Gathering, at most, they would be at the Foundation Establishment realm or Heavenly Profound realm. As long as you can enter this place, upgrading your strength is easy, isn't it? Chua Fan pointed out a flaw that made Fiend Yang flinch. Pointing out people's shortcomings right in front of them. Is that really wise? They haven't gone far. Fiend Yang thought to himself, perhaps he didn't hear. However, the master's expression, unseen by them, was far from pleasant. Sometime later, they arrived at their destination. Everyone, this is your resting place. The master smiled hospitably and reminded them, furthermore, unsanctioned fighting is strictly prohibited within the Double Dragon Gathering. Please abide by this rule. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences yourselves. Fiend Yang leaned close to Chua Fan and whispered, no reaction. It seems he probably didn't hear what I said earlier. Finally, the master spoke up. Sir, you were mistaken on one point just now. The master directly shattered Fiend Yang's sliver of hope. This type of innate aptitude is fixed. Once cultivation reaches a certain level, one is either an elder or a venerable guardian. The resources consumed are likely not insignificant. Even if you have arrived at our Double Dragon Gathering, there is no guarantee of any noticeable improvement. His eyes revealed a clear attitude of contempt. This is what is called saturated aptitude. In this lifetime, sir, your achievements will, at best, remain at this level. No matter how much more you supplement it, apart from adding a bit of fat, there will be no noticeable improvement whatsoever. Fiend Gue struggled to suppress his laughter. Fiend Yin remained silent and brooding. Fiend Yang, however, was visibly seething with rage. The other two had to restrain him. Who did you just call a fat pig? Come here and face me. I dare you to say that again. Chua Fan stepped in to quell the chaos. Alright, first, pick your own rooms. After that, I will detoxify you all so you can prepare for the Double Dragon Gathering in a few days. The entire group embraced each other in joyful celebration. Hooray! We're finally getting detoxified. We finally made it through alive. An old man appeared out of nowhere and disrupted their celebration. Who dares make such a racket, disturbing my master and me during our stroll? Two individuals with bizarre styles appeared, their expressions filled with utter disdain. The old man sneered contemptuously. So, you are from the demon scheming sect, ha ha ha. They replied in unison. That's right. What of it? The man in the brocade robe frowned as he scanned the group. Then where is your team leader? Zhuofan spoke up calmly. That would be me. Hearing this, both men burst into raucous laughter. The team leader of the demon scheming sect is actually a cultivator at the third layer of the radiant soul realm, and the rest of you are cripples who can barely move your limbs properly. It seems our plan is correct. This time, our only opponent is the mystical heaven sect. Zhuofan thought to himself, where did these two idiots come from? The old man leaned in and whispered close to Zhuofan's ear. Hey, brat, do you know why your sect leader sent you all to participate this time? It's because I handpicked the elite members of your sect. Your sect leader had no capable talents left, so he sent you here instead. The man in the brocade robe boasted nonsensically. You lot being able to come to the Double Dragon gathering and broaden your horizons is all thanks to the good fortune bestowed by the leading heroes of our beast-taming sect. Otherwise, how would you ever have the chance to see such a spectacle? Zhuofan paid little attention to this cheap provocation. So the beast-taming sect handpicked the elite members from the demon soul sect, haha, Xiaoyue. So this was your intention. The old man laughed heartily and clapped Zhuofan on the shoulder. But you're only here to broaden your horizons. Just take a quick look around and then head back. Don't go throwing your lives away. Zhuofan replied sarcastically. In that case, we should truly thank you for giving us this opportunity to participate in the Double Dragon gathering. The man in the brocade robe missed the sarcasm entirely. I have no interest in your gratitude. I'm merely advising you that when the time comes, it's best not to even step onto the stage. Just forfeit immediately. The two of them walked away. I won't show you any mercy just because you're a bunch of weak and sickly wretches. The old man left one final remark. I am a man of principles, you know. As soon as the men were out of sight, Zhuofan immediately put on a weary, fed-up expression. Alright, those two idiots are gone. Let's continue with the arrangements from earlier. Suddenly, Zhuofan's body reacted violently. His eyes shifted to an azure hue. An immense, overwhelming pressure descended upon him abruptly. Zhuofan broke out in a cold sweat, stunned. Fiend Yang asked loudly, Zhuofan, what's wrong? Zhuofan, still dazed, replied, I don't know. It's a truly rare sensation. Just a sudden feeling of dread. Elsewhere, flames erupted and incinerated an entire room. A young man rushed in, alarmed. Junior brother, what have you done? The other person stared blankly. I don't know either. He felt the same nameless fear as Zhuofan. It's just a feeling from deep within my heart, as if my destined enemy is about to appear. Everyone from the demon scheming sect gathered at the resting place, worried about Zhuofan. Fiend Yang asked, what's the matter? Are you alright? Zhuofan rubbed his chest. It's nothing. I just suddenly had a premonition that this Double Dragon gathering will not go too smoothly for us. Fiend Yang sighed. Well, it is the Double Dragon gathering, after all. The strongest forces of the Western continent are all gathered here. It would be strange if things did go smoothly. Even the high-ranked sects probably wouldn't dare guarantee they can achieve their goals without a hitch at this gathering. Fiend Yang patted Zhuofan on the shoulder, trying to reassure him. Though I, as a venerable guardian, am quite pleased to see you care so much about the sect. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. His intention was simple. Remember what you said, we only need to reach the mid-ranked sects. We're not asking you to propel the sect to the summit of the Western continent. Why go looking for trouble on your own? Ha ha ha. Everyone around saw the truth but dared not speak it. The one putting pressure on Steward Zhuo is actually you. Zhuofan chuckled wryly. Alright, the mid-ranked sects, is it? Indeed, there shouldn't be any pressure about that. It seems my own mouth really is my worst enemy sometimes. Fiend Yang declared loudly and proudly. Ha ha ha. Don't say that. It's good that you're young and have lofty goals. Though he acted this way on the surface, Zhuofan remained uneasy inwardly. Could it be that someone here is fated to be my nemesis? There was a knock at the door. A person entered, his attitude as amiable as the previous guide. He announced, members of the demon scheming sect, please make your way to the Heaven Connecting Pavilion. He clarified, to discuss matters related to the Double Dragon gathering. Fiend Yang acknowledged the message. We appreciate you troubling yourself. We shall head there immediately. The three venerable guardians swiftly departed. Zhuofan stayed behind and instructed everyone. Alright, let's continue with the arrangements from earlier. Pick your rooms. He tossed a small bottle to them. Afterwards, use this. Calm your minds, sit in meditation, and break through. One of them opened the bottle, bewildered. This is... Everyone cried out in shock. Heaven-reaching pills. Zhuofan smiled and said, that's right. The heaven-reaching pill can preserve your life and extend your lifespan, but it is also the antidote to the rigor mortis pill. Once you consume this heaven-reaching pill, naturally it will strengthen your tendons and meridians and remake your flesh and blood. The disciple asked doubtfully, but, we've all taken it before. Didn't you say it can only be taken once? Zhuofan replied, indeed, the primary effect of this pill works only once. However, as an antidote, it is naturally a different matter. Therefore, for this breakthrough, those who have previously used the heaven-reaching pill may only experience a very minor improvement. They understood. So you're saying, using the rigor mortis pill first, and then the heaven-reaching pill, yields even better results. Ah, what a pity we used it too early. Zhuo Fan thought to himself, these people, the first time you took it, it was to save your very lives. He urged aloud, all right, hurry up and get back to your own rooms. Everyone dispersed. Zhuo Fan sighed inwardly, truly, the human heart is never satisfied. Thinking more people from the Double Dragon gathering had arrived, Zhuo Fan opened the door. Our venerable guardians have already gone to the heaven-connecting pavilion. What business remains? Two young women joyfully rushed toward him. Zhuo Fan. He was startled but managed to push them away in time. Yongning, Yunchuan, what are you two doing here? Don't tell me. You've also come to participate in the Double Dragon gathering. Yongning pouted. We're not like you, always so fond of fighting and killing. She proudly recounted. We've come to the Double Dragon gathering mainly to observe and learn. Zhuo Fan was somewhat puzzled. Observe and learn. Yunchuan explained. That's right, because each Double Dragon gathering determines the ranking of the 9 sects, and based on the allocation of resources, the territories distributed among the sects differ. Therefore, whenever this grand event occurs, the various empires dispatch representatives to observe and understand the situation of the sects stationed within their nations. She informed him. In other words, if your demon scheming sect manages to advance into the mid-rank this time, you will be allocated a larger territory and more cultivation resources. Perhaps you will no longer be merely one of the 3 guardian sects of the Tianyu Empire. It is highly possible that you alone will receive the tribute of the entire empire. Zhuo Fan silently understood. No wonder the upper echelons value this Double Dragon gathering so highly. So it also involves the acquisition of resources and territorial domains. Zhuo Fan inquired. So you're saying, a mid-ranked sect can single-handedly receive the tribute of an entire empire? He compared doubtfully, whereas a low-ranked sect can only receive 1/3, which is the basis for the 3 guardian sects of the Tianyu Empire. Yongning confirmed. You could say that, but it's not entirely accurate. It mainly concerns the degree of resource distribution. She gave an easy-to-understand example. Look at the beast-taming sect. They are ranked low-tier, yet the territories of the Chuanrong kingdom are barren and desolate everywhere. There are hardly any resources to exploit. Therefore, a single empire suffices to provide tribute for their sect alone. As for our Tianyu Empire, although its size is roughly similar to the borders of the Chuanrong kingdom, its resources are abundant. Hence, it not only provides tribute to a low-ranked sect but also to a mid-ranked one. That is why there exists the concept of the 3 guardian sects. As for the high-ranked sects, each one is sustained by the tribute of a single grand empire and their resources are at least 10 times greater than ours. Yongning's tone carried a hint of melancholy. So, initially, His Majesty and the Chuanrong kingdom secretly negotiated precisely to conceal matters from the 3 guardian sects. Furthermore, internal imperial affairs, once settled, cannot be interfered with by the sects, no matter how powerful they are. She informed him. This is the rule of the Double Dragon gathering. External sects are not permitted to arbitrarily meddle in mortal affairs, in order to prevent widespread chaos across the Western continent. Zhuo Fan realized. So it turns out everything is merely a strategy employed by the Double Dragon gathering to ensure the Western continent's military strength remains perpetually robust and never weakens. In that case, as long as the secular world does not descend into chaos, the Western continent functions as a machine that continuously and stably develops its military might. He silently marveled. As long as the Double Dragon gathering controls the 9 sects, it effectively controls the entire Western continent. This method is simple and straightforward, yet remarkably effective. Truly, it is no simple feat. Suddenly, a voice interjected. Heh. It is nothing more than treating you like livestock to be raised. The old drunkard sneered. The Double Dragon gathering. Do you truly believe yourselves to be gods? Zhuo Fan was astonished to encounter the man again. That old drunkard. He voiced his question. Senior, are you a member of the Double Dragon gathering? The old drunkard let out a bitter laugh. The Double Dragon gathering. Ha. He spoke a cryptic phrase. Once, I was. But now, I am not. Zhuo Fan furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the implication. Once he was, but now he is not. He continuously tried to formulate conjectures. Could it be? This man was cast out, expelled from his master's sect. But if that is so, how could he possibly enter this place? A place like the Double Dragon gathering cannot possibly be completely devoid of vigilance. The old drunkard wiped a trace of wine from his lips and laughed. Ha. It is not that they did not wish to prevent me from returning. He put on an expression brimming with absolute confidence. But unfortunately, the places this old man wishes to go, no one under heaven can bar my path. Zhuo Fan was stunned, grasping the crux of the matter. He began to find this old drunkard interesting. Quite domineering, aren't you? Zhuo Fan understood clearly. A man like this. To put it nicely, he is an invincible hero. To put it less kindly, he is lawless and irreverent, defying both heaven and earth. Why does this feel somewhat familiar? Isn't this exactly like me? Yongning cautiously retreated a step. Shuafan, who is he? How bizarre. The old drunkard reassured her. There is no need for tension. You once showed this old man the kindness of gifting me wine. I can see that you possess great potential. I will not make things difficult for you. Ha ha ha. There is no need for tension. This old man is not the type to casually bully young girls. Lass, you are a princess of the Jianyu Empire, are you not? The old drunkard staggered to his feet. Ha ha ha. I have heard and learned a little about the affairs of the Jianyu Empire. From what I heard you saying just now, it seems those rumors were true. He asked directly. So tell me, what do you think of your father's actions? Yongning glanced awkwardly at Yun Chuang, as if seeking help. Then she resolutely answered. Although he is my father, his act of selling off territory, of inviting the wolf into the fold like that, I cannot condone it. The old drunkard burst out laughing again. Ha ha ha. Well said, a righteous and valiant princess indeed. He posed a question. Then what if he had merely ceded territory without bringing troops into the realm? What then? Shuafan asked doubtfully. Is there any difference? A sharp glint flashed in the old drunkard's eyes as he affirmed. Different. Of course, there is a difference. The old drunkard saw the times clearly. Bringing troops into the realm leads to plunder and slaughter. The ones who suffer are the common people in their misery. But ceding territory does not necessarily result in such evil consequences. After all, territory belongs to the imperial family. It has no connection whatsoever to the common folk. No matter which master ascends the throne, do the common people living on that land not still live lives worse than dogs and pigs? What difference does it make to them? He gazed at the blue sky. It is said that in this world, when nations rise, the common people suffer. When nations fall, the common people suffer just the same. The old drunkard somberly informed them. That is why I say, whether it is the double dragon gathering, the various sects, or the great empires, they are all merely engaged in the act of raising livestock. He bluntly laid bare the truth of society. The ones upon whom they feed, sucking blood and devouring flesh, are precisely the ants and insects beneath their feet. Shuafan countered. This action of the double dragon gathering stabilizes the powers of the western continent and further consolidates and strengthens its military might. It can be considered a brilliant strategy. If the military strength of the western continent were weak, wouldn't that easily invite invasion from external enemies? In that case, the ones who would suffer would still be the common people of the realm. Abruptly, the old drunkard shouted loudly. Bullshit. He roared in agitation. That is nothing but a pretext. What they protect are sacred spirit veins, the interests of cultivators. What does any of that have to do with ordinary commoners? Even if the great armies of the central continent were truly to invade, what they would seize would merely be a few cultivation resources. How could they possibly lay a hand on ordinary people? The old drunkard continued his tirade. They are all the same as the people of the double dragon gathering. They all need these ants and insects to extract the vast resources they so desperately desire. Yongning and Yunchuang were terrified and shrank back. As if realizing his own outburst, the old drunkard's eyes widened and he stopped speaking. The old drunkard lowered his voice. I apologize. Just now, this old man got a bit carried away. It's just that when this topic is brought up, I cannot help myself. He took a swig of wine to calm himself. In truth, I was once just like you all. I felt that this arrangement of the western continent was rather good. At the very least, large-scale wars and chaos were rare, allowing for an era of peace and prosperity. The old drunkard melancholically recalled past events. It was only after I met that person that everything changed. Yongning ventured a guess. Was it a girl? The old drunkard was genuinely surprised. Oh, little girl, how did you know? She proudly declared. Is there any need to ask? What else could possibly change a man, if not a woman? The old drunkard teased. You seem quite experienced in this matter, young lady. Just how many men have you changed by now? Yongning lowered her gaze and hastily denied it. Nonsense. I am very pure and innocent. She made a point of not glancing at Shuafan. Right now, I haven't even managed to change a single one. Meanwhile, Shuafan paid no attention to the women around him. Senior, pay her no mind. She has simply heard too many tales of talented scholars and beautiful ladies. The old drunkard reminisced. Talented scholars and beautiful ladies. Ha ha ha. Sometimes, it is not merely a story. I recall back in the day, this old man was also quite gallant and romantic, traveling freely across the realm. The old drunkard pondered. I fell into the red dust of the mortal world and could not extricate myself. He could not forget. At that time, from what this old man could see, she was truly a young girl so foolish it was pitiable. Clearly a princess of a nation, yet she delighted in wandering amongst the common folk, rescuing those in distress. Deceived by wicked people time and time again, yet even unto death, she refused to change. Shuafan observed. That kind of foolishness. One should probably just kick her aside immediately. She fundamentally does not understand the wickedness of the human heart. Sooner or later, trouble would find her. The old drunkard roared in retort. That is exactly what I wanted. What business is it of yours? He smiled as he recalled old memories. Women are like water. A man sometimes needs a woman like that by his side to soothe his soul. Although at times, her foolishness infuriated me to the point of smoke pouring from my 7 orifices, and she caused no small amount of trouble. The old drunkard was drowning in love. But thinking back on it now, it was nothing. Who can blame this old man for being so capable? I was willing to shoulder everything for her. Zhuo Fan thought to himself, you and I truly walk the same path. The old drunkard's tone shifted. However, afterwards, I came to realize. His eyes filled with bitter resentment. Even the strongest man has moments of utter helplessness. Even this old man, when facing a group of people locked in combat. There were times when my strength was simply not enough. That year, he remembered every detail. Her nation was invaded by enemies. The guardian sect of her own empire. Seeing that the territory itself was unaffected, they could not be bothered to intervene. But the suffering of the common people at the border. She witnessed it all and was filled with worry. Disregarding the sect's prohibition against cultivators disrupting the secular world, I resolved the situation for her several times. Yet, I was reported by the sect of the enemy nation to the Double Dragon Gathering and was ultimately summoned back. Left with no choice, I was recalled to the sect to face punishment. But what I never could have imagined. When he returned, everything was engulfed in a sea of flames. Chaos reigned everywhere. And that woman had also perished. That temporary farewell became an eternal parting. Left with no choice, I was recalled to the sect to face punishment. But what I never could have imagined. The next time we met, the land was in chaos, and that princess had breathed her last. That temporary farewell became an eternal parting. Yongning shed tears upon hearing the story. How could this be? Something happened to that princess. Zhuo Fan felt weary. This girl truly loves hearing love stories. The old drunkard understood. Those people saw that I had finally been drawn away, and only then did they begin their true scheme. He recounted. They continued to harass the border while sending people to make contact with the princess, beguiling her. That region was easy to attack and difficult to defend. Retreat 1,000 miles and establish the border along a mountain range, a place easy to defend. In that way, it would benefit the common people of both sides. In the end, she truly could not resist their bewitchment and secretly stole the emperor's imperial seal. She signed a territorial cession agreement with the enemy nation. From then on, the enemy nation withdrew its station generals by 1,000 miles, seizing vast fertile lands. By the time the emperor discovered this, it was already too late. The territorial division had become an accomplished fact. The guardian sect was furious and incited public outrage, driving their family from the throne. She was also branded a traitor who sold out her country and was put to death. By the time I received word and rushed over, everything was already too late. All my eyes could see was her corpse. On that day, the old drunkard lost all will to live. Like a man who had stopped breathing, he embraced her lifeless body like any ordinary person. What reached his ears were the curses of his own countrymen and the mocking laughter of the enemy empire. Concluding the story, Zhuo Fan remarked, this was fundamentally a scheme targeting that foolish girl. Considering the strength of both sides, he hastily corrected himself. Ah, no, a venomous plot targeting that princess. Zhuo Fan continued. Senior, there is something I am not sure if I should say. He chuckled wryly. In that situation back then, if I were you, when facing a major slaughter, I would first threaten them a little. I would tell them, this lass is under my protection. After returning to the sect, the worst that could happen is I receive a bit more punishment. The outcome would have been completely different. Zhuo Fan analyzed. Seeing that you were unwilling to be bound by the rules, they naturally wouldn't have dared to act rashly, nor would they have dared to scheme against the princess. But when the sect issued its order, you obediently returned. They knew that the sect's rules bound you, that you wouldn't dare cause trouble. He affirmed. No matter how strong you were, their reaction, on the contrary, was one of relief. As soon as you made a move, they would immediately report you to the Double Dragon Manor. Zhuo Fan mocked the old drunkard's naivety. This is precisely how they seized your weakness. You were bullied by others. If from the very beginning you had acted like a madman, would they have dared? The old drunkard listened intently. Finally, he sighed. Why didn't I choose to cultivate the demonic path back then? I deeply regret it. If I had possessed your kind of metal back then, she wouldn't have met such a fate. He gnashed his teeth in fury. It's just that I understood far too late. Back then, I was shackled by all sorts of righteous dogmas. The old drunkard brimmed with murderous intent. Instead, I was toyed with in the palms of those despicable villains. Zhuo Fan stiffened. Oh crap, he's gone mad. Don't go on a drunken rampage now. Yongning continued to probe further. Then what happened after that? What did you do? Zhuo Fan glanced at her. I really want to throw you out right now. The old drunkard calmed himself again and continued his tale. Afterwards, I stormed into the enemy nation. I slaughtered their entire imperial family. Then I went to their guardian sect and carried out a great massacre. I threw the sect's signboard from above their heads into the flames like firewood, heaping insults and humiliation upon them. The old drunkard had completely immersed himself in hatred, slashing and killing with mad frenzy. Fan laughed heartily with glee. Very good, the old drunkard observed. Brat, you are the only one who has no fear of the world descending into chaos. Sooner or later, you will become a calamity upon this world. Fan put on a weary expression. At least in this lifetime, I haven't exterminated any entire clans. The old drunkard pointed out. Brat, you have courage, you have schemes, you have blood and fire. Everything about you is excellent. There is only one flaw. His worldly wise eyes saw straight through Fan. Your heart is not righteous. He ultimately let it go. However, one cannot blame you for that. Since when has any demonic cultivator had a righteous heart, let alone the demonic path? There aren't many on the righteous path either. At least, this old man has yet to meet one. The old drunkard mocked himself, including this old man himself. Ha ha ha. At that time, I caused such a monumental calamity that the Double Dragon Gathering was finally forced to intervene and capture me. He laughed like a madman. But who is this old man? Did they think they could capture me just because they wanted to? So I simply betrayed the sect and slaughtered in all directions. Of the 10 sects of the Western continent, this old man paid a personal visit to each and every one. The old drunkard gazed at the blue sky and roared loudly. I trampled those lofty, high and mighty sects beneath my feet. I made them understand that this old man is not bound by their rules. Let them never dare to provoke me again. Then, he immediately fell back into a state of utter despondency. But, what use was any of that? It was nothing more than venting a moment's rage. After all, she was already dead. The old drunkard rambled on incessantly. Sigh. To be honest, at that time, this old man did bear a grudge against my own sect. But I was too consumed by fervor, and the other 9 sects were dragged into it as well. In the end, I was no different from those people, perhaps even worse. At that moment, I truly felt that I had completely lost my mind. Fan furrowed his brow. This part, why does it sound somewhat familiar? The old drunkard was filled with regret. I was so close, just a little bit more, and this old man would have fallen into madness and demonic obsession, plunging into a sea of suffering from which there is no escape. Yongning asked in surprise. Then how did you recover? The old drunkard spoke again. For that, I must thank her. He recalled that day, when I was spiraling into madness, I happened to encounter a palace maid who had served her. She delivered her final letter to me. Only after reading that letter did I understand. The old drunkard's heart ached, and tears fell. It turned out, she had not been deceived. She knew everything. She understood perfectly that this was the enemy's scheme. She also knew that doing this would destroy her family. But she understood even more clearly that once that land was ceded, the people there would become subjects of the enemy nation, and would no longer suffer the agony of war. He gazed at the tranquility before him and declared, the proposal was correct. What was wrong, was the hearts of those in power. At that moment, I could not help but recall a dream we had once discussed, a realm where all under heaven is fair and just. The old drunkard had come to realize the essence of the world's ways. These words are easy to speak, but how many can truly achieve them? Those on the righteous path have the word righteous behind them. Protecting all living beings under heaven is their professed duty. Yet in truth, behind the righteous facade lies a demon, and the demonic path need not even be mentioned. He continued, just now, you all spoke of how the Double Dragon Gathering safeguards the stability of the Western continent. Young lady, you spoke of my beloved ceding territory to the enemy nation. The old drunkard questioned Yongning, as if testing this princess. But without the word righteous, this Western continent remains impure and unclean. Am I wrong? Among them, only Fan remained completely unruffled. The 2 women showed a flicker of surprise, tinged with a hint of sorrow from the old tale. From her position as a princess, Yongning affirmed, if the common people there could live better than before, then of course, it is not a bad thing. Does an empire not exist precisely to protect its people? The old drunkard laughed heartily, refreshed. Ha ha ha. Good, you possess insight. The old drunkard's heart was filled with bitterness, for he understood all too clearly. The great Tao is justice. You and my beloved girl, you are both equally foolish, yet far wiser than all others under heaven. The true fool was me. Clearly, when he was by her side, he spoke of creating a realm founded on the great Tao, with fairness for all as its ideal. Yet as a result, after she departed forever, I went and threw the entire Western continent into chaos, causing the common people to groan in misery, completely forgetting that initial wish. Ah, I am truly foolish. Truly foolish. Fan heard these words and spoke up to reassure him. Haha, senior, you needn't take it to heart. As a man, who hasn't uttered a few playful words under the moonlight to please a beautiful woman, there's no need to dwell on it so persistently. The old man heard this and immediately glared at him, snorting coldly. Shut up, I'm not some smooth talker like you. Every word I spoke before her was sincere and from the heart. Brat, you are just like you are. You'd best find a decent girl to straighten you out. Just like the woman in my heart, I always said she was foolish, but it was only because she was far too kind-hearted. These words made Fan flinch slightly. In his heart, he seemed to recall a familiar silhouette from the past. It seemed that even outstanding individuals like them, full of cunning and craftiness, deep down still yearn for someone pure and innocent to accompany them, for only then could they find true peace. Because when facing this world full of deceit, only such a person can bring us a genuine sense of ease and freedom. While he was lost in thought, the old man shook his wine flask again and said irritably, "Ah, out of wine again. This old man must go find some more." It's rare to find young people like you willing to sit quietly and listen to this old man ramble on for so long. Since we are fated to meet, this old man can do one thing for you. However, I can only help with trivial, minor matters. If, for example, you wish to annihilate an entire great sect, then you must add one more thing, and only then can this old man assist you. That would also give me a legitimate reason to act. Chua Fan heard this and brightened up, asking curiously, "What thing?" The old man pondered for a long while, then chuckled softly and spoke. "A painting. Back then, this old man personally painted it for her. It depicted the splendid rivers and mountains as if they were spread out before one's eyes. It is also the work I am most proud of in my entire life. It is just a pity that after her clan fell into decline, that painting vanished without a trace." This old man also subtly spread the word that whoever could find that painting, I would grant one condition of theirs. My word is my bond. But after all these years, there has been no news whatsoever. Sigh. I fear that in this lifetime, I shall never lay eyes upon it again. Chua Fan's eyes lit up instantly. He hurriedly asked, "Senior, what exactly did that painting depict?" "Oh, my paintings are quite renowned, you know. The title is Lands of Our Nation. The old man merely chuckled softly, and then his entire figure vanished from sight. Yong Ning witnessed this scene and cried out in astonishment. "Hey!" He disappeared. Chua Fan had no time to concern himself with the old man. He was thinking about the painting Lands of Our Nation. That meant it was. Thinking of this, he immediately exclaimed in shock. "That old man is the foremost figure of the Western continent." Danqing Shen. Her eyes involuntarily contracting, Yong Ning asked in astonishment. "What? The legend of this man dates back nearly 1,000 years. Can he still be alive?" Chua Fan quickly looked at her and asked, puzzled. "Then where is the painting? I remember it was in the Tianyu Empire. Yong Ning, upon hearing this, also couldn't help but become flustered. After thinking for a moment, the corner of her mouth drooped. "After you all arrived in the imperial capital and third brother ascended the throne, that painting suddenly went missing. Third brother originally intended to present that painting, along with other congratulatory gifts, as part of the dowry for sister Long Nyo. In the end, we turned the entire treasury upside down and still couldn't find it anywhere." The corner of Chua Fan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He cursed in dissatisfaction. "That damned fatty again." At the crucial moment, the wheels fall off. It's a good thing it wasn't found. Fortunately, it wasn't found. On another side, at the highest level of the heaven-penetrating pavilion, a figure hovered in mid-air and spoke solemnly. "This matter can be considered settled. The Double Dragon Gathering will commence in 3 days, following the old rules. The competition among the 3 sects shall begin first. You may all return now." The people below responded in unison, then swiftly departed. However, before they could even exit the hall, they saw a disciple rush in, panic-stricken, and speak. Reporting to the 2 venerable immortals. "An anomaly has occurred with the barrier outside." The white-haired old man furrowed his brows slightly and asked, puzzled, "What anomaly?" The man hurriedly reported. "For this Double Dragon Gathering, 9 sects have arrived. According to protocol, the gate should open 9 times. But we have discovered that the gate has opened 10 times. I fear someone has secretly infiltrated." The white-haired old man listened and said nothing further. He merely waved his hand and spoke. "Very well. You may withdraw. Tighten the security." "Yes, sir." The man nodded slightly in reply and then vanished from the grand hall. Once only the 2 of them remained, the white-haired old man looked at the person beside him, raised his brows, and spoke. "The barrier at our Double Dragon Gathering. Without a certain level of strength and the specific hand seal technique, it is impossible to infiltrate silently and unnoticed. Tell me, could it be that he has returned?" Letting out a soft sigh, the black-haired old man spoke helplessly. "Able to sneak in right under our noses, and so familiar with the paths of the Double Dragon Gathering. In the entire Western continent, there is only him and no other. However, we do not know why he has suddenly returned. Let us hope he does not cause any trouble." The white-haired old man nodded slightly and sighed. "He was once the most prized disciple of the 2 of us. What exactly does he intend to do, returning to the sect this time?" On this side, the 3 venerables, including Fiend Yang, after returning, informed Chua Fan about the competition plan. After hearing it, Chua Fan exclaimed in shock. "The competition starts in 3 days. I say, You three venerables, you knew perfectly well how tight our schedule is. Why didn't you negotiate for a bit more time with those people? Fiend Yang heard this and roared in dissatisfaction. That matter was decided jointly by so many people. Could the three of us, a mere low-ranked sect, overrule it? Now you say time is tight. Why didn't you act earlier then? Why didn't you give them the breakthrough antidote a few days sooner? Couldn't you have? Shrugging indifferently, Zhuo Fan curled his lip and said, if that's the case, then we can only rely on their luck. But these words only enraged Fiend Yang further. He roared fiercely, what did you say? Say that again. No matter what, you are our leader. Don't go acting so faithless, you hear me? Why didn't you plan ahead? And what's with those two girls who just left? You still have the mood to be hugging and cuddling? Do you have even a shred of responsibility as a leader left? Zhuo Fan couldn't be bothered with these remarks. If his predictions were not mistaken, they would need the full 3 days to achieve complete breakthrough. But it also depended on each individual. Who knew if any unforeseen circumstances might occur? Thinking this, he waved his hand and spoke. Stop making noise. I wonder if I can endure this alone. As soon as Zhuo Fan made the suggestion, Fiend Yang cursed him word by word. Alone, my foot. You're still here, keep dreaming. Do you think this is your personal showcase? Fiend Gue heard this and couldn't help but shake his head helplessly, an embarrassed look appearing on his face. The Double Dragon Gathering is divided into individual combat and team combat. Individual combat is a drawing of lots, and team combat is a single decisive battle. I know you alone can fight 10, but the rules of the assembly are the rules. You can only fight in one match. In the end, points are tallied to determine the sect's ranking. That is why the sect leader said that you being strong alone is useless. However, during the team battle, we do have a significant advantage. Zhuo Fan's brows involuntarily raised. He sighed helplessly. Ah, this Double Dragon Gathering has so many rules. Wouldn't it be faster if everyone just went up and fought a group battle? Fiend Gue laughed bitterly and shook his head helplessly. Ha ha ha. This is also to comprehensively assess the potential of each sect. Zhuo Fan had no other choice. He could only say indifferently, fine then. If that's the case, there's nothing we can do. We'll talk about it when the time comes. We'll leave it to fate. Fiend Yang heard this sentence, and his anger reached its peak. He roared furiously. What did you say? Say that again. Fiend Gue was also helpless. Now they could only hope that the disciples would achieve their breakthroughs quickly. 3 days later, that guide arrived again and spoke respectfully. Esteemed guests of the demonic scheme sect, the Double Dragon Gathering is about to commence. Seeing that you have not yet appeared, the elder specially sent me to invite you. No one answered. Zhuo Fan, however, leaned close to Fiend Yang's ear and whispered something. After he spoke, Fiend Yang's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. But then, he suddenly clutched his stomach and wailed. Aiyo, my stomach hurts so much. The food you serve here is unclean. I need to use the latrine. The guide heard this and was somewhat helpless. He sighed and said, esteemed guest, we are all cultivators here. Our place does not provide food and drink. Normally, with your cultivation level, you shouldn't have stomachaches. Could it be that you ingested some poisonous pill? These words left Fiend Yang frozen stiff. He gritted his teeth in anger, then stood up and scratched his head awkwardly. Ha ha, a miraculous recovery. The moment you spoke, the pain truly vanished. If you are well, then please follow me. The guide spoke politely, then led the way, not forgetting to add a sarcastic remark. I've seen people without ability, but I've never seen someone so devoid of ability as to feign illness right before the grand competition. If you didn't dare to step onto the stage, why did you even come here? How ridiculous. These words twisted Fiend Yang's face into a grimace. He looked toward Zhuo Fan and demanded accountability. Brat, this old man was scorned by a mere servant today, and it's all because of you. We're going to stall for time for you now. If you don't restore our honor later, we won't let you off. Gur. Having said that, he dragged the other two venerables away. Zhuo Fan watched them leave and snorted coldly. You losing face. What does it have to do with me? Who told you to brag so much earlier? Saying this, he turned and went back to the small courtyard to see just how far Kuei Lang and the others had progressed in their breakthroughs. Suddenly, at that moment, a wave of spatial fluctuation suddenly rang out. A powerful aura swept out through the door. Zhuo Fan's eyes immediately lit up. He curled his lip and laughed. Those giant eggs have finally broken out of their shells. Next is the time for you to spread your wings and soar high. Ha ha ha. On another side, at the arena where the competition was taking place, people were already packed in tightly from all directions. Yong Ning and Yun Shuang looked down expectantly, but they could not spot the demonic scheme sect anywhere. At that moment, the guide had brought the people from the demonic scheme sect over. However, the elder on the platform, seeing only the three venerables, asked in confusion. Fiend Yang, 3 venerables. Why are there only the 3 of you? Where are your disciples? Fiend Yang chuckled lightly and replied awkwardly. Reporting to the elder, our disciples have been momentarily delayed. They will arrive a little later. Hearing this, a mocking voice immediately rang out. Ha ha, what delay? They were simply scared of this lord and dared not come at all. You probably don't know, but about half a year ago I single-handedly challenged the elite disciples of the demonic scheme sect. Now they have no one left to send, so they've dispatched these feeble old soldiers instead. The one leading their team is just a brat at the third layer of the radiant soul realm, his cultivation not even as high as some secular venerables and elders. I kindly went to remind them back then. It seems they've finally taken the hint. They finally realized this stage is not meant for them and got scared and ran away. Ha ha ha. It was that fool wearing the beast-headed hat speaking up again. His words caused the people present to start whispering and murmuring among themselves, making Fiend Yang's expression grow darker and darker. At this moment, the beast-headed hat fellow walked over to the side of the mystical heaven sect's elder and spoke. It seems this time, the struggle for the top position among the three sects will have to be carried out between the two of us. As soon as these words were uttered, Danner among the disciples scoffed disdainfully. As if you're worthy. The beast-headed hat fellow instantly flew into a rage. He roared fiercely. What did you say? Just then, a shout suddenly rang out from the high platform. Quick, look, who is that? Everyone shifted their gaze over and immediately saw the people approaching. They were all startled. It's only the low-ranked battle. Why have they come? Could they have mistaken the date? The people they spoke of were the three from the Demon Soul sect. The first young Master Han swept his gaze around and asked, puzzled, has the demon scheming sect not arrived yet? Third Han furrowed his brows slightly. Not seeing the familiar figure, he nodded and suggested, it seems they haven't come. Eldest brother, perhaps we should go to the viewing platform and wait. The first young Master Han chuckled lightly and headed directly for the viewing platform. I'm already itching to see that monster you two mentioned. Everyone watched as the three Hans slowly made their way to the highest viewing platform, all filled with bewilderment, then began to whisper and murmur. What is going on here? The number one genius of the Demon Soul sect, Han Yunfeng, actually came personally to watch a low-ranked match. Could there be an opponent among these three sects that concerns him? How is that possible? The Demon Soul sect is one of the mid-ranked, with formidable strength. How could they compare to these low-tier sects? Just young Master Han alone could probably take on the entire low-ranked by himself. He's probably just bored, with nothing better to do, wandering around. There's no special meaning to it. The crowd buzzed with noise, taking the three Hans as the subject of their discussion. At the same time, the elder presiding over the Double Dragon gathering was also extremely astonished. Among the sects, there were strict hierarchies where strength was supreme. For the three pillars of the Demon Soul sect to all come and observe a low-ranked match this time, what exactly was their intention? Could it truly be that they were just idle? Just then, Third Han on the high platform seemed to have spotted something. He curled his lip in a contemptuous smile. So it was Shui Ruohua. She was also glaring at him. Elder Yun saw this and quickly advised. Ruohua, calm down. Our target is not the mid-ranked, but the top position among the low-ranked. Don't go causing trouble recklessly. Shui Ruohua heard these words and was startled. She asked in confusion. Top of the low-ranked? Are you sure? Elder Yun gently stroked his beard and laughed. Actually, second place wouldn't be bad either. Just do your best. Shui Ruohua couldn't help but laugh teasingly. I thought you were going to pressure us into a decisive battle with Zhuofan. Just then, the beast-headed hat fellow laughed loudly again in mockery. Very good. You lot certainly know your place. Knowing that the top position among the low-ranked is already in our grasp, you've wisely retreated to secure second place. That can be considered quite clever. A wise man knows when to submit. Admitting defeat before me isn't anything to be ashamed of. Don't be so disheartened. After all, you still have that weak, demonic scheme sect to act as your stepping stone. In any case, I am someone who has been acknowledged by the three young masters of the Demon Soul sect. These words astonished Shui Ruohua. She questioned him suspiciously. What? You were acknowledged by Third Han? Nodding indifferently, the beast-headed hat fellow boasted smugly. Exactly. That day, my master and I went to the demonic scheme sect to challenge their elites. On the way down the mountain, we happened to encounter the second young master of the Han family. I never imagined that Black Bear here would be so overwhelmingly impressive. Now, to be regarded by the three young masters of the Demon Soul sect as a lifelong opponent. I'm a bit nervous as well. Saying this, he immediately looked toward the high platform, clasped his fists, and shouted loudly. Three young masters, please rest assured. As the strongest opponent you have acknowledged, after I seize the top position among the low-ranked, I will certainly come to seek your guidance to repay the kindness you have shown by coming here to support me. Han Yunfeng heard these words, his expression souring as if he had stepped in dung. He asked, puzzled, how on earth did you two manage to get involved with that idiot? Third Han replied awkwardly. Last time, we were only teasing him with a few words. I never imagined he would take it seriously. Han Yunfeng grew angrier the more he listened. Gritting his teeth, he said. Unbelievable. The mighty Demon Soul sect, used by such a fool to unwittingly boost his own reputation. Just thinking about it infuriates me. Second Han saw his anger and hurriedly spoke up. How about I go and clear things up? Han Yunfeng shook his head slightly, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. No need. The higher he climbs, the harder he falls. Let him reap what he has sown. Just then, another shout drew everyone's attention. Quick, look, it's the Demon Flame sect of the high-ranked. Third Han immediately cast his gaze downward and saw Yen Mo leading a group of people over. He exclaimed in alarm. The number one genius of the Demon Flame sect, Yen Mo. What is that monster doing here? Han Yunfeng raised his brows slightly and spoke in a low voice. His appearance here is certainly no coincidence. Could it be that he also has his eye on the same opponent as us? If that is the case, then we are in serious trouble. Third Han heard this and asked, confused. Why is that? Han Yunfeng took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. For someone whom Yen Mo takes seriously, just how terrifying a monster must he be? These words left the two Han brothers dumbfounded. They had not expected that person's strength to run this deep. At the same time, Yen Mo had already led the people of the Demon Flame sect onto the high platform. Seeing him, Shui Ruohua once again impulsively wanted to charge forward. Elder Yun immediately scolded her with dissatisfaction. Ruohua, this is the Double Dragon Gathering. Do not cause trouble. Moreover, that Yen Mo is someone we cannot afford to provoke. Let alone the Demon Flame sect that stands behind him. Shui Ruohua bit her lip fiercely and spoke in a trembling voice. So the vengeance for those senior sisters can never be avenged. The sect will not stand up for them either. They died with unresolved grievances. The elder of the Double Dragon Gathering saw those people, and a thread of unease rose in his heart. What kind of day is it today? A mere low-ranked contest, yet it has drawn the number one disciples of both the Demon Soul sect and the Demon Flame sect to show their faces. As he was pondering, a panicked shout cut off his train of thought. Master, did you see that? Your disciple has already caught the eye of Yen Mo. When he glanced over, he saw it was that idiot with the beast-headed hat again. His master was actually nodding in approval as well. Although it is very dangerous, it also proves that your strength has been acknowledged by the number one genius of the Demon Flame sect. As your master, I am very proud of you. The elder saw this and was utterly speechless. A pair of delusional fools, both master and disciple. There is no one here qualified to be targeted by Yen Mo. Thinking this, the elder took out the plaques and roared imposingly. Time is running short. All sects, hurry and draw your lots. This individual battle will proceed in a round-robin format. There are 3 bamboo plaques in total, numbered with an order. The first and second will fight first. The loser will then fight the third. Afterward, the third will fight the winner of the first match. The points from these 3 rounds will constitute the final score for the individual battle. Everyone was quietly listening to the rules. Only Fiend Yang was in a state of panic. Why hasn't Shuo Fan arrived yet? Thinking this, he spoke hesitantly. Elder, our people have been slightly delayed. Could you perhaps wait a bit longer? The elder flatly shook his head in refusal. Time is up. No one will wait for you. If you do not draw a lot, it will be considered a forfeit. I'll draw. Drawing is fine, isn't it? Fiend Yang sighed helplessly, then reached out and drew a lot. However, after drawing it, he froze stiff on the spot. Because the bamboo plaque he drew was number 1. It takes a special kind of luck to be this unlucky. The 2 Fiend Gui behind him saw his reaction and asked, puzzled. What is it? What number did Fiend Yang draw? Fiend Yang turned his head and flashed a smile, but it was a smile worse than crying. Heh heh, incredible luck. Drew the very first spot. The 2 Fiend Gui directly gave him a thumbs up. Truly worthy of you. Just then, the beast-headed hat fellow suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha, I was just thinking of showing off our sect's might. I never expected to run into the demonic scheme sect right away. No helping it. This round, I'll just have to accept this free gift. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Fiend Yang's face immediately turned ugly. He was already worried sick, and now this. Just as Fiend Yang was fretting, Shui Ruohua suddenly spoke up. The disciples of the demonic scheme sect have not yet arrived. How about our 2 sects switch the order, and let our mystical heaven sect go first? Ha, you're a thoughtful girl, after all. Fiend Yang immediately brightened up and turned to look at the elder of the Double Dragon Gathering. Elder, the mystical heaven sect is willing to swap turns with us. Let them go first. Elder Yun heard these words and immediately refuted in alarm. Nonsense. We never said anything of the sort. Elder, it was merely a disciple speaking foolishly. Please do not heed her. Ruohua, stop spouting nonsense and step back at once. Shui Ruohua heard this and could not help but lower her face somberly. Chu Qingqing saw this and spoke up to comfort her. Senior sister, since they are our opponents, there is no need to hold back. Moreover, a small matter like this won't pose any difficulty for that person. Shui Ruohua could not help but feel doubtful. Chu Qingqing is supposedly on good terms with that young master. Why does she not show him any consideration now? Could it be that love has turned to hatred, and she has turned against him? On this side, Fiend Yang, recalling past events, cursed in extreme fury. That old man, truly without a conscience. And he calls himself righteous, yet can't even compare to a young girl. Elder Yun snorted coldly. Nonsense. Our mystical heaven sect has no relation whatsoever with your demonic scheme sect. The previous matter was already clearly settled. Broad roads, each going their separate way. You can walk your path, so why can't we walk ours? We owe you nothing. Right now, the two sects are still competitors. There is even less need for any concessions. Yen Mo, on the high platform, saw this scene and could not help but curl his lip in disdain. What so-called righteous path? Nothing but a bunch of hypocrites. The demonic scheme sect truly are like Mr. Donghua being treated so unjustly. How frustrating. But for them to be unable to participate because of this. It is truly a pity, especially that monster. Not only him, but the people of the Han family were also waiting for Zhuo Fan's group to appear. Yong Ning and Yun Shuang were even more anxious. Down below, the elder of the Double Dragon Gathering now shouted loudly, "Are the disciples of the demonic scheme sect coming or not? If not, this round will be considered a forfeit." Hearing these words, the faces of Fiend Yang and the other two immediately turned grim. None of them spoke up. After waiting for a long while, the elder sighed again and opened his mouth. "Very well, then." But before he could finish, a disciple outside suddenly shouted loudly, "The disciples of the demonic scheme sect have arrived." The three Fiend Yang immediately brightened up again. Thank goodness, they made it in time. Everyone simultaneously turned their gazes toward the entrance. Zhuo Fan, leading a group of disciples, strode in. Zhuo Fan swept his eyes over everyone and said with a smile, "Apologies for arriving late." Han Yunfeng saw the formation this group presented, and his expression immediately turned grim. More than half of the demonic scheme sect disciples coming to participate are at the ethereal stage. At this rate, not only the individual battle but even the team battle will be troublesome. Thinking this, Han Yunfeng looked at the two Han brothers and spoke in alarm. More than half of the demonic scheme sect disciples coming to participate are at the ethereal stage. How exactly did you two scout the demonic scheme sect? To miss intelligence this crucial. Second Han had also not anticipated this. He hurriedly explained, "Eldest brother, those three, just a few months ago, were still at the 8th and 9th layers of the Radiant Soul Realm. How could they possibly have broken through to the ethereal stage 3rd layer? This is far too absurd." Hearing this, Han Yunfeng immediately furrowed his brows and asked, puzzled, "What? You're saying they had never broken through to the ethereal stage before? The demonic scheme sect is just a minor sect. How could they possibly, in such a short time, help them leap 4 levels consecutively and break through to the ethereal stage 3rd layer?" Thinking his elder brother did not believe him, Second Han hurriedly explained, "Eldest brother, I am telling the truth." Third brother was also present at the time. "You can ask him." Third Han, beside him, also quickly chimed in. "That's right, it was them. But for them to break through so rapidly, it is indeed bizarre." Han Yunfeng listened, then closed his eyes and took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. After a long moment, he finally spoke. "Looking at this, the demonic scheme sect truly cannot be underestimated. It's no longer just a matter of whether they can threaten us. They genuinely possess the strength to replace us. So the plan has changed. We must shift our focus from the demonic scheme sect to the other two sects within the mid-ranked. As long as we are not at the very bottom, even if the demonic scheme sect enters the mid-ranked, they won't be able to threaten us." The two Han brothers heard these words and lowered their heads in silence. At that moment, Han Yunfeng recalled something and hurriedly spoke up. "That's right, the person you two mentioned last time. Is he among these 6 ethereal stage experts?" Third Han heard this and flinched. Then he pointed down below and spoke. "No, eldest brother, it's that brat over there, the one with the lowest cultivation, at the Radiant Soul Realm 3rd layer. Han Yunfeng followed the direction of 3rd Han's finger and looked down. He immediately spotted Zhuo Fan, and his expression turned somewhat grim. 4 ethereal stage experts to willingly walk behind him. It seems this man is indeed one who hides his true depth, with extraordinary methods. Anyone who judges him solely by his Radiant Soul Realm 3rd layer cultivation and underestimates him will surely pay a heavy price." Fiend Yang was now waving his arms and legs, laughing as he spoke. "Zhuo Fan, you finally made it. And you even brought me such a surprising gift. I could just die of love for you. Ha ha ha." Saying this, he even moved to rush over and embrace Zhuo Fan. However, Zhuo Fan fiercely shoved him away. "Get lost. Why do all you fatzos love hugging men so much?" Fiend Yang didn't mind being kicked away by him. He was absolutely overjoyed right now. As expected, it was Zhuo Fan, the man who creates miracles. Xie Wei recruiting him into the sect was, frankly, no different from picking up a priceless treasure. At the same time, the beast-headed hat fellow was gaping, his mouth wide open. What is going on here? How did they all break through to the ethereal stage? Even Shui Ruohua murmured in astonishment. Look at how stiffly they walk, their movements so rigid. Could they be zombies? How did they suddenly become so terrifyingly powerful? As if she had long anticipated this, Qingqing chuckled lightly and said, I told you, he'll handle these small matters in no time. We just need to treat them as enemies and deal with them with all our strength. Qingqing, you make it sound so easy. But a whole group of ethereal stage experts. What do we even have to deal with them with all our strength? Shui Ruohua sighed helplessly, but then quickly realized something. She exclaimed in shock. You mean, they suddenly became like that because of Master Zhuo Fan? Just how did he do it? Chu Qingqing chuckled and shook her head. I don't know either. I only know that he is someone who can create miracles. Saying this, she cast her gaze toward Zhuo Fan in the distance, revealing a trace of deep affection. As if sensing her gaze, Zhuo Fan also glanced over. The two simultaneously exchanged knowing smiles. Shui Ruohua was now sighing incessantly in admiration. So this Master Zhuo Fan not only possesses formidable strength but his methods are also this heaven-defying. He truly is a monster worthy of his reputation. At the same time, the elder of the Double Dragon Gathering was also so astonished he was speechless. What on earth has the demonic scheme sect done? Weren't they all at the Radiant Soul Realm when they arrived? How have they all suddenly transformed into the ethereal stage? Could it be the corpse strengthening pill? To dare use the corpse strengthening pill to temper their disciples. There must be a hidden expert behind this. It seems this Double Dragon Gathering will be full of storms. The demonic scheme sect is about to soar high. Thinking this, the elder immediately shouted loudly. Very well, the individual battle between the demonic scheme sect and the beast taming sect begins now. Disciples of both sides, please come forward to draw lots. As soon as these words fell, the beast-headed hat fellow began trembling like a leaf. He cried out in panic. Master, they cheated. 3 days ago, they were clearly a bunch of sickly weaklings. How have they all turned into such monsters now? They must have pulled some kind of trick. His master heard this and roared furiously. Look here, the points from this round will be added up at the end. If you skip this round, it means you won't score a single point. The beast-headed hat fellow continued to tremble uncontrollably and stammer. But, Master, even if we compete against them, it still means we won't score a single point, doesn't it? Just look at their overall strength. His master now suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. Disciple, you needn't worry so deeply. This battle follows a drawing of lot system. Although their side has 6 individuals with formidable strength, they also have 4 with weaker strength. Hearing this, the beast-headed hat fellow finally felt somewhat relieved. He looked toward Zhuo Fan and spoke. Master, what you say actually seems to make some sense. As long as we are lucky, we can still manage to score a few points in the end. That brat's cultivation is only at the Radiant Soul Realm 3rd layer. If I randomly draw him, then so much the better for me. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he received a knock. His master scolded him angrily. You worthless coward. Their side has 4 at the Radiant Soul Realm, and you choose to fight the weakest one. I beg you, you are at least at the Radiant Soul Realm 9th layer. If you're going to choose, at least pick someone at the Radiant Soul Realm 6th layer. Leave that brat for your junior disciple to handle. If we do that, we still have a chance to secure a few points. You stinking brat. Don't just think about yourself. Zhuo Fan, standing on this side, suddenly felt his ears itching. Who is mentioning me over there? At that moment, the elder of the Double Dragon Gathering spoke up again. Very well. Teams, come forward to draw lots. The lots inside have been numbered. Those who draw the same number will be opponents. The matches will proceed in order, from number 1 to number 10. Zhuo Fan was the first to step forward and draw. The elder saw this and immediately announced loudly. Zhuo Fan, leader of the demonic scheme sect, has drawn lot number 10. Hearing this, Yan Mo up above suddenly felt a surge of excitement and muttered. Number 10, I wonder who the unlucky one will be to face that monster. Yu Mei, standing beside him, saw his reaction and couldn't help but tease. Senior brother Yan Mo normally, you can't even be bothered to watch matches between our own elite disciples. Why such a refined mood today, to come watch these lowly battles of the low-ranked? Yan Mo glanced at her, curled his lip and opened his mouth. So it's Yu Mei. I thought you had already left with those elders. Honestly, the low-ranked battles are the lowest of the low. This lord has no interest in them whatsoever. However, there is one man, worthy of this lord's cautious regard. These words made Yu Mei somewhat suspicious. Even someone as playful as Yan Mo can show such an expression. Could there really be an opponent here that Yan Mo acknowledges in his heart? Following the direction of Yan Mo's gaze, Yu Mei immediately spotted Zhuo Fan. But upon seeing his cultivation level, she exclaimed in shock. Radiant Soul Realm 3rd layer. Yan Mo bit his lip fiercely, seeming extremely irritated as he spoke. That's right, Radiant Soul Realm 3rd layer, That deceitful bastard actually dared to disguise himself as a Radiant Soul Realm 3rd layer cultivator coming here to play the pig and eat the tiger. Last time, this lord almost. But he stopped mid-sentence, making you may even more curious. Almost what? What happened last time? Yan Mo only then realized he had nearly slipped up. He hastily turned his head away to evade. Nothing. You don't need to ask so many questions. It's none of your business. Was I supposed to tell others that I almost got slaughtered by a brat at the Radiant Soul Realm 3rd layer? I'd have to be crazy to say that. At the same time, Yume was also secretly observing Zhuofan. This brat can actually make Yan Mo this furious. Just what is his background? This is getting interesting. At that moment, on the viewing platform, the beast-headed hat fellow had just finished drawing his bamboo lot. He now laughed loudly and smugly. Number 10. It's number 10. Ha ha ha. Heaven truly helps me. Zhuofan glanced over at this idiot and felt somewhat reluctant to act. Beating up an idiot feels a bit dirtying my hands, doesn't it? At the same time, Third Han also couldn't help but curl his lips in a contemptuous smile. That idiot, what a fool. He drew that monster and he's actually celebrating. But Han Yunfeng on this side spoke up indifferently. That's not necessarily a bad thing. That black bear is the strongest in the beast-taming sect. Using him to test the strength of that monster. Though insufficient, having him is still better than nothing. Hearing these words, the two Han brothers fell silent, saying nothing. At the same time, at Yan Mo's viewing platform, Yume found this quite interesting. She curled her lip and laughed. Oh, I didn't notice earlier. So there's such a dark horse in the low-ranked. Their overall strength is almost on par with the high-ranked. It seems this time, it's uncertain if anyone from the high-ranked will be kicked out, but someone from the mid-ranked will definitely lose their spot. That big fellow from the beast-taming sect actually drew the weakest one in this group. What incredible luck. Yan Mo heard this and immediately snorted coldly in disdain. Luck, my foot. He's dead for sure. Yume couldn't help but be stunned and cried out in disbelief. How is that possible? The difference in their cultivation is a full 6 levels. You'll see soon enough. Shrugging indifferently, Yan Mo spoke nonchalantly. Yume heard this and narrowed her eyes, looking down below. This matter is getting more and more interesting. On another side, at the resting area of the demonic scheme sect, Fiend Yang swept his gaze over everyone and spoke excitedly. Brothers and sisters, seeing you all so powerful, this old man is truly overjoyed. I feel that this time, breaking into the mid-ranked might not be so difficult after all. Zhuofan cast a cold glance at him and spoke indifferently. Get to the point. Fiend Yang faltered involuntarily, then laughed and waved his hand, though his tone was not arrogant. He spoke lightly. I was originally planning to praise you all a bit more, but since Butler Zhua has said so, I'll be direct. The main point is, when you fight the beast-taming sect later, remember to hold back a little. Just knock them off the stage. Absolutely do not injure them. Hearing this, Kuei Lang couldn't help but be stunned and asked, puzzled. What for? That stinking bear was so arrogant before. I've been wanting to teach him a lesson for ages. Now that we finally have a chance, you want us to hold back. Fiend Yang shook his head slightly and said with a mysterious air. It's not about holding back. It's strategy. Do you understand? This Double Dragon Gathering is a points-based competition. If we injure them, then their next opponent will be the Mystical Heaven Sect. Wouldn't that be inadvertently helping the Mystical Heaven Sect? As you all know, compared to those flashy show-off enemies, the ungrateful and treacherous kind are far more detestable. Saying this, Fiend Yang even pointed directly at Zhuofan's face and scolded. Especially you. Don't get so bewitched by that young lady that you forget the interests of the sect. Your opponent is the strongest of their lot. Keep his strength intact. Don't cripple or kill him. Otherwise, it's no different from handing free points to the Mystical Heaven Sect. Shrugging indifferently, Zhuofan spoke nonchalantly. Relax. I know my limits. Besides, with her strength, even facing that stinking bear won't be a problem. I don't need to worry. At that moment, a wave of invisible fluctuation suddenly rang out, accompanied by the shout of the presiding elder. The barrier has been raised. Both sides, take your positions. The first to step onto the stage was Chi Changlong. His opponent was from the beast-taming sect. Seeing him, the other man's face was completely drained of color. He looked toward his elder and pleaded. Elder, I'm definitely going to lose. How about we just forfeit? That elder immediately snorted coldly and scolded. Forfeit, my ass. The Double Dragon Gathering is a points competition. A win earns 2 points, a draw 1 point, a loss 0 points. A forfeit deducts 2 points. If we don't even step onto the stage, our losses will be immense. Hearing this, the disciple of the beast-taming sect immediately trembled and muttered in dissatisfaction. This competition is truly designed to torture people. They won't even let us forfeit. Isn't this just forcing us to our deaths? Just then, the first match began. Unable to plead with his elder, he looked toward Chi Changlong, clasped his fists, and begged. Seeing this scene, Chi Changlong immediately sneered. Humph, you know your place. You understand the situation. Today, I'll spare your life. As soon as he finished speaking, Chi Changlong raised his leg and kicked the man off the stage. In less than 3 seconds, the match was over. The victory naturally belonged to the demonic scheme sect. After being kicked off the stage, the man immediately kowtowed to Chi Changlong. Thank you for holding back. Thank you for not killing me. Chi Changlong paid him no mind and slowly walked down from the stage. The second match continued. The one to fight was Yuling. Seeing her, the person from the beast-taming sect directly kowtowed and begged for mercy. Heroine, please spare me. Heroine, don't kill me. Seeing this scene, the elder of the Double Dragon Manor couldn't help but sigh in amazement. These guys truly have no shame left, do they? Yuling, however, was very pleased. She smiled faintly and spoke. Not bad at all. This big sister here really likes men who know their place. Scram. Saying this, she kicked him flying out as well. Just like the one before him, as soon as that man left the arena he kowtowed and shouted loudly, I survived. This despicable scene made the elder of the beast-taming sect so furious his blood boiled. On this side, Shui Ruohua and the others were laughing heartily. Only Elder Yun seemed to sense that something was amiss. Immediately after, he exclaimed in alarm. This is bad. This is the demonic scheme sect's treacherous scheme. Elder Yun looked toward Fiend Yang's group on the other side and spoke, panting with rage. Fiend Yang, well played. You actually pulled this trick on this old man. Hearing this, Shui Ruohua couldn't help but feel puzzled. She asked in bewilderment. What is it, Elder? Is there a problem? Elder Yun bit his lip fiercely and spoke solemnly. Have you all not noticed the problem? In this great battle between the demonic scheme sect and the beast-taming sect, no one has been injured. These words were like a wake-up call for Shui Ruohua's group. Indeed, it was just as he said. However, Shui Ruohua still felt there was no major issue and spoke nonchalantly. The gap between the two sides is too vast. Without a real fight, there naturally won't be casualties. Elder Yun nodded indifferently and slowly explained. Yes, the gap is too vast, so all the matches are entirely controlled by one side. Such a thing has never happened in the Double Dragon Gathering before. After all, everyone must give their all to secure the benefits due to their sect. Therefore, no one can control the overall situation. It is precisely because of this that this old man didn't immediately see through the demonic scheme sect's treacherous scheme. Shui Ruohua listened but still didn't understand. She asked in a daze. Elder, you keep talking about the demonic scheme sect's treacherous scheme. What exactly is going on? Elder Yun snorted coldly in disdain and spoke resentfully. Have you still not figured it out? The demonic scheme sect is deliberately holding back. They are not injuring a single disciple of the beast-taming sect. They clearly want to preserve their fighting strength so that in the next round, when they face us, they can fight with full force. Shui Ruohua couldn't help but flinch. She glanced up at the arena and spoke after a long while. But the disciples of the beast-taming sect are kowtowing and begging for mercy the moment they step onto the stage. There's a saying, never slap a smiling face. If you can spare them, you spare them. Elder Yun snorted coldly again. He gritted his teeth and said, Ruohua, that is our principle. The people of the demonic path do not act that way. Moreover, those demonic madmen are all hot-tempered. One person holding back is possible, but how could every single one who steps onto the stage hold back? This is clearly a premeditated scheme aimed directly at our mystical heaven sect. Those demonic bastards want to suppress our mystical heaven sect and force us to the very bottom. Hearing these words, the people of the mystical heaven sect immediately flinched, their expressions suddenly turning solemn. Xian Xiaoyu was even more dissatisfied and cursed incessantly. Humph. The demonic path, as expected, is despicable and shameless, pulling such a lowly trick. However, as soon as these words fell, Chu Qingqing cut in. They are merely exploiting the rules to control the flow of the matches. Moreover, we already owed them a debt. Just now, we only made things worse. It's understandable that we provoked their anger. This has nothing to do with the righteous path or the demonic path. Hearing these words, everyone simultaneously directed their gazes toward Chu Qingqing. Xian Xiaoyu's expression grew even angrier. He bit his lip and said, Junior sister Chu Qingqing, you're speaking up for those demonic bastards again. Surely this isn't because of that brat, is it? Yes. Chu Qingqing nodded slightly, the corner of her mouth curling up as she admitted nonchalantly. He is an old friend of mine. No matter when or where, no matter what circumstances he is in, I am willing to stand by his side, never leaving, never abandoning. However, even if we set aside this personal relationship, considering that the two sects are now opponents, whatever methods are used, as long as they do not violate the rules, are perfectly legitimate. Finding a sense of superiority when falling behind, slapping baseless labels based on someone's identity, this is the behavior of the weak. No matter who does such a thing, Chu Qingqing will look down upon them. Xian Xiaoyu heard these words and grew even angrier. He gritted his teeth and said, "Junior sister, according to what you're saying, if that brat also did such a thing, would you then stop pining for him?" A trace of delight flashed at the corner of her mouth. Chu Qingqing spoke nonchalantly. He would never do such a thing. Never. In the past, when he competed against others in pill refining contests, it was about speed. He clearly had a massive advantage and had even used many despicable methods to eliminate his opponent from the competition. In the end, that person spent twice the effort to refine his pill and advanced to the next round. But just then, someone spoke up, claiming that although they had finished a second slower, the quality of their pill was far superior and thus they should replace that person. What do you all think would be the proper course of action in such a situation? Everyone exchanged glances and fell into deep thought. After a moment, Danner blinked and said, "It was only a second slower, but the pill quality was higher. No matter how you think about it, they should have replaced that person." Chu Qingqing chuckled lightly and said cheerfully, "At the time, the people in the pill refining assembly probably thought the same. But only he spoke up for his opponent. He was the one who stepped forward to defend the honor of the opponent who had lost to him." Shui Ruohua heard this and was even more astonished, crying out in disbelief. "Ha, then he must be a fool. Didn't you just say his goal was to eliminate that person from the competition? Now, with such a perfect opportunity, why would he suddenly turn around and help that person?" Chu Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle softly. She spoke nonchalantly. "That is precisely who he is. He loses with grace, and wins with honor. Though he is wicked, his wickedness is upright. At the time, I also felt he had missed a golden opportunity and felt a bit resentful. But looking back now, what he did was not wrong at all. Although he will stop at nothing to achieve his goals, he has his own principles." At that moment, I knew that this man, whether judged as good or evil, was first and foremost a true man. Her heart involuntarily trembling, Shui Ruohua unconsciously looked toward Zhuo Fan, who was standing in the distance. Shui Ruohua couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Beneath Zhuo Fan's seemingly carefree exterior, what kind of person is he really? After pondering with a somber face for a long while, Danner blinked again and asked, "Sister Qingqing, did he end up winning?" "He won," Chu Qingqing replied with a smug smile. Danner couldn't help but be surprised and asked, puzzled, "Then what happened to the one who lost? Did he die?" Chu Qingqing chuckled lightly and spoke cheerfully. "You might not believe it if I told you. At the time, I thought that person had been killed by him right in front of everyone. But later, after I came to the sect, a senior sister of mine sent word to me, and only then did I find out. It turns out that person ultimately followed him, and the two of them are now in league together, doing wicked deeds." Danner couldn't help but freeze and cried out in disbelief. "Weren't they enemies? How could that be?" Chu Qingqing chuckled lightly and spoke nonchalantly. "The righteous path has a saying, heroes recognize heroes. Why can't the demonic path have the same? Besides, they are both top-tier alchemists." Just then, Elder Yun spoke up and cut her off. "Qingqing, the righteous path and the demonic path are different. Watch your words." Hearing this, Chu Qingqing shrugged helplessly and said no more. The other women, however, harbored their own thoughts, and the gazes they cast toward Zhuo Fan now carried a hint of deeper meaning. On another side, the matches had now reached the 10th bout. As the black bear stepped onto the arena, he scoffed disdainfully. "Humph, a bunch of worthless trash, losing all face. Let this lord show you what the might of the beast-taming sect truly looks like. Just a piece of radiant soul realm third layer scum." At that moment, Zhuo Fan also stepped onto the arena. Fiend Yang, afraid he might strike too heavily, hurriedly reminded him. "Zhuo Fan, you must hold back. Don't injure him." Zhuo Fan curled his lip disdainfully. The black bear looked at Zhuo Fan standing before him and laughed incessantly. "Ha ha, brat, the humiliation your demonic scheme sect inflicted on us earlier, I will repay it all on your body. If you want to blame someone, blame your rotten luck for drawing the same number as me." Hearing these words, Yen Mo could no longer hold back and opened his mouth to curse. "Idiot." Fiend Yang was also extremely worried and could only silently pray that Zhuo Fan could manage to restrain himself and not take the black bear's arrogant words to heart. Zhuo Fan truly paid no attention because at that moment he seemed to sense a faint tremor emanating from the entrance. He furrowed his brows tightly and hastily turned his head to look, his eyes involuntarily trembling. This scene made the black bear freeze. He felt that Zhuo Fan didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He was speaking, and yet Zhuo Fan dared to ignore him. He must be itching for a beating. Thinking this, the black bear's expression immediately darkened. He roared loudly, "Brat, I'll spot you 10 moves. Just come at me. I swear I won't even fight back." The black bear's roar was deafening, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Yet Chua Fan still stood there dumbfounded, doing nothing. Seeing this scene, Fiend Yang couldn't help but feel bewildered. He murmured in confusion, "Something seems off here." On this side, the black bear saw that Chua Fan was still ignoring him, and his anger reached its peak. He pointed at Chua Fan and roared, "Hey, you brat, have you been scared stiff by this lord? Ha ha ha. But even so, I won't go easy on you. I am a man of principle." As soon as he finished speaking, the black bear immediately unleashed his own aura. His entire body radiated a pale gray halo, and the phantom image of a giant bear appeared behind him. Seeing this scene, Goe who couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Truly worthy of being the top disciple of the beast-taming sect. He indeed possesses genuine talent and skill. Unfortunately for him, he ran into a monster. The black bear, at this moment, had no idea he was courting death. He simply roared fiercely, "Brat, you've brought this upon yourself." Mid-grade martial technique, Bear's Might, Heavenly Palm. Immediately after, he launched a palm strike. Seeing this scene, Han Yunfeng felt somewhat puzzled. What's wrong with him? Could he have truly been scared stupid? On this side, Yong Ning and Yun Shuang were extremely worried and cried out in fear. Chua Fan. At the same time, the black bear had already leaped from afar to behind Chua Fan. Fiend Yang grew more and more alarmed as he watched. What on earth is wrong with that guy? Why is he just standing there like a statue? Has he really gone dumb? Chua Fan had no time to pay attention to that insignificant shrimp, the black bear, because something at the entrance was far more worthy of his attention. Suddenly, in a dark corner, two blinding streaks of fiery light flashed. Chua Fan's eyes focused. Deep within his heart, he sensed a surge of danger approaching. Instantly, the Qilin arm manifested, carrying with it powerful purple lightning. The moment the black bear charged forward, he saw this scene. His eyes involuntarily contracted. But before he could even comprehend what was happening, Chua Fan, as if by instinct, threw a punch backward. In an instant, crimson light bloomed, and purple lightning roared. The Qilin arm and the purple lightning merged into one. The immense force ferociously surged toward the black bear in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, the elder of the Double Dragon Gathering immediately cried out in alarm. "This is bad. The barrier is about to..." But before he could finish his sentence, that immense energy had already shattered the barrier and shot forward. Its target was precisely the resting area of the beast-taming sect. Their group hadn't even had time to understand what was happening when another earth-shattering explosion erupted. Purple lightning splattered everywhere, and earth, stone, and dust flew in all directions. By the time the dust cleared, everyone could clearly see the state of the place struck by that force. The guest wall, which moments ago had stood as firm as a mountain, was now smashed to pieces, reduced to a pile of rubble. The entire group from the beast-taming sect was nowhere to be seen. Not a single figure remained. Only a faint blue glow slowly rose upward, within which purple lightning occasionally crackled. It could not help but tremble in agony and let out an incredulous wail. "Wah! What in the world just happened?" The elder of the Double Dragon Gathering couldn't help but flinch. Looking at the devastation before him, he cried out in disbelief. With just one move, he wiped out every single disciple of the beast-taming sect. Even the elder's physical body was destroyed, leaving only his divine soul. Saying this, he cast his gaze toward the solitary figure standing on the arena. His right arm still crackled with lingering lightning at that moment. Not only him, but the onlookers outside also stared at this scene with wide eyes and gaping mouths. No one could have anticipated that a single move from Chua Fan would possess such devastating power. Even Fiend Yang and the others had not anticipated this. Yen Mo's expression at this moment was also rather grim. So back then, Chua Fan truly hadn't used his full strength after all. However, what he didn't know was that Chua Fan was also very bewildered right now. That strike wasn't something he had deliberately caused. It was just that at that moment, he had suddenly felt a sense of panic, causing the three sources of power within his body to react violently at the same time. Chua Fan narrowed his eyes and looked toward the entrance. Who exactly is that person? Up on the viewing platform, Yu Mei, after regaining her composure, spoke in bewilderment. Senior brother Yen Mo, how do you think that guy compares to Wu Qingqiu? Yen Mo thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "There's no way to compare them. One belongs to the demonic path, the other to the righteous path. One comes from hell, the other from an immortal mountain. Their paths are different, so naturally they cannot be compared. However, if we're talking about ultimate strength, that punch from that brat just now, I reckon even Wu Qingqiu would have a hard time taking it head-on. This Double Dragon Gathering has truly turned into a cataclysmic upheaval." On the other side, with the Han family, Han Yunfeng, after a moment of shock, was finally able to speak. "Regarding the plan going forward, in the upcoming 3-sect grand competition we absolutely must secure the top 2 positions. Unless you want to eat a punch from that brat." The two Han brothers immediately nodded in agreement. They certainly didn't want to eat that punch. Their physical bodies wouldn't survive. Down on the arena floor, the elder of the Double Dragon Gathering now shouted loudly. "The low-ranked competition just now, due to unforeseen circumstances, is temporarily suspended. I will seek instructions from the two exalted ones first, and then reschedule accordingly. Representatives from the various sects, please disperse for now. However, as soon as these words fell, the divine soul of the beast-taming sect's elder immediately retorted unwillingly. You cannot do this, elder. This cannot be let go so easily. Over 10 disciples of my beast-taming sect were killed in a single move by that bastard. How can this be overlooked so casually? Hearing these words, the corner of the double dragon gathering elder's mouth twitched slightly, but he did not speak. On the contrary, Fiend Yang on this side was extremely smug and arrogant. He roared loudly, once you step onto the arena, life and death are disregarded. What's so terrible about a few disciples dying? If we follow your words, then why not just make it a rule in the double dragon gathering that everyone only fights to incapacitation? Whoever kills someone must pay with their life. How about that? Just set that rule, and then who the hell would dare to give their all in the competition? And how could we then evaluate the true strength of each sect's disciples? The elder of the beast-taming sect would not back down either and roared furiously. Like hell, were those disciples of mine on the arena? They were killed off the arena. Fiend Yang shrugged indifferently, curled his lip, and spoke. Like hell to you too. That punch from Zhuo Fan was thrown on the arena. The one hit was your disciple on the arena. It's just that the force was too great, the barrier was unstable, and it collapsed in an instant, spreading to your disciple standing off the arena. If you want to blame someone, blame the shoddy construction of the barrier, unable to withstand even this much residual energy. If you've got the guts, go take it up with the double dragon gathering. Seeing the two of them, one man and one soul, arguing fiercely, the elder of the double dragon gathering was also at his wit's end. He hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. Everyone, please return for now. Allow this old man to report this matter to the two exalted ones. I will certainly give everyone a satisfactory answer. Surely you do not doubt even the credibility of the double dragon gathering. Hearing these words, the two of them finally stopped. They glared at each other for a moment, then turned and descended from the arena. The people of the demonic scheme sect had also followed Zhuo Fan and left the scene by now. Fiend Yang caught up to Zhuo Fan's side and asked in a low voice, "Old brother, back in the sect, I saw that your temperament was quite stable and calm. Even when you killed those two elders, I saw you were meticulously prepared and didn't leave a single loose end for anyone to find. Why did you lose your composure so badly this time? Someone only taunted you a few times, and it made you that angry, to the point of striking so viciously?" Zhuo Fan heard this and turned his head to look back, his eyes filled with bewilderment as he asked, "That guy just now taunted me that much?" To be honest, I wasn't even paying much attention to him. Yet, hearing this, Fiend Yang was immediately stunned. He asked in confusion, "If you weren't angry in your heart, then why did you unleash such a terrifying move? You even wiped out all the disciples their sect brought to participate in the competition. Don't tell me you forgot." "Not exactly." Shaking his head gently, Zhuo Fan couldn't help but sigh. He slowly turned his head back to look toward the dark, secluded entrance and spoke solemnly. "That punch wasn't meant for that cowardly bastard. He wasn't worthy of it." Fiend Yang and the others were even more bewildered upon hearing this. What is that supposed to mean now? At the same time, in a secluded garden, a solitary figure was present. However, very soon, someone approached and asked, "I haven't seen a trace of you all day. I thought you'd run off somewhere and gotten lost. Turns out you were standing here watching the low-ranked competition. Ha ha ha. So, you're usually too lazy to even watch battles between experts of your own sect, and now you've suddenly taken an interest in the commotion of these low-ranked folks." Hearing these words, the young man in front immediately turned his head to look and slowly opened his mouth. "Senior brother, do you remember a few days ago, when I told you that my heart suddenly started racing? My fated opponent is about to appear. As expected, he has arrived." His eyebrows twitched slightly. The young senior brother asked somewhat curiously, "So you've already found him in here?" Smiling lightly and nodding, the young junior brother revealed a look of excitement. "As expected, just as I predicted. He is also half man, half beast. An imperial saint like myself. The energy within our bodies also mutually generates and overcomes. We are destined to be each other's nemesis." Seeing his reaction, that senior brother exclaimed in astonishment, "Junior brother, this is the first time I've seen you this excited." Smiling involuntarily, the junior brother clenched his fist tightly, his eyes revealing a fighting spirit. "Of course, because he is an opponent worthy of an all-out battle. Two ferocious beasts of equal standing. If we wish to determine victory and defeat, we must engage in a decisive duel and become each other's lifelong adversaries. I'm sorry, senior brother. Your title as the #1 genius of the Western continent. I, your junior brother, shall be taking it. Oh, or rather, the battle between two ferocious beasts, preordained for one another, the two of us will decide to whom that title belongs." These words made the senior brother furrow his brows slightly. He stared intently at his junior brother for a long moment. Finally, he nodded firmly and spoke indifferently. "Then congratulations. At the small courtyard where the demonic scheme sect was resting, Fiend Yang tilted his head back and laughed with extreme satisfaction. Haha, satisfying, truly too satisfying. And they wanted to report us. They were just courting humiliation. Zhuo Fan heard his obnoxious laughter and walked out from inside with dissatisfaction. He spoke irritably. What are you doing? It's early in the morning and you're already as fired up as if you'd been injected with stimulants. Fiend Yang chuckled wickedly and said loudly, ha, this is even better than stimulants. Where are those brats? Come out here and share today's spoils of war with me. Zhuo Fan snorted coldly and spoke with dissatisfaction. If you want to show off to me. I already told those brats to go train in the barrier and calm their minds. They just broke through their cultivation levels. They need to seize the next few days to consolidate properly. Good. That's right. You are always so thoughtful. After all, we are those who constantly push our limits. A bit of empty fame from the low-ranked is no longer enough to satisfy our ambitions. Fiend Yang glanced at Zhuo Fan, his face brimming with joy, and laughed excitedly. Butler Zhuo, do you know what we went to do this morning? Shaking his head slowly, Zhuo Fan declined to comment. I don't know, and I don't want to know. At most, you were called in to handle yesterday's incident. What else could it be? These words made Fiend Yang freeze. After a long while, he shrugged helplessly. Everything about you is great. You're just too damn sharp. You clearly know but pretend not to, leaving me no chance to build suspense. How disappointing. At this moment, Fiend Gue walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and spoke. Ha. Fiend Yang, what could you possibly have to build suspense about with him? Just say it directly. If you won't say it, I will. Yet, hearing this, Fiend Yang hastily said, No. The point is for me to say it. This story must be told by me to be truly captivating. Fiend Gue chuckled helplessly and curled his lip. Fiend Yang, you normally don't have any particular hobbies, except for putting on airs and telling stories. Go on. Fiend Yang took a deep breath and put on a mysterious air as he spoke. So, this morning, we were awoken by a booming voice. Looking out the door, we saw a middle-aged man in coarse cloth standing there. Though his appearance was unremarkable, his aura was incredibly powerful. Zhuo Fan, hearing this, grew dissatisfied and spoke coldly. Get to the point. Without waiting for Fiend Yang to reply, Fiend Gue spoke up first. That man was a servant of the Double Dragon Gathering. He called us to explain yesterday's events. These words irritated Fiend Yang. He complained, can't you show the storyteller a little respect? I worked so hard to build the atmosphere, and you just casually cut me off like that. Fiend Gue merely smiled without speaking. Zhuo Fan, meanwhile, finally realized why the entire sect feared his storytelling so much. Seeing that Zhuo Fan said nothing, Fiend Yang continued. At that time, we followed that man to yesterday's arena. The place had become a pile of rubble. But just as we were feeling bored, we suddenly saw two towering figures standing majestically there, commanding our involuntary respect. Stop blathering, Zhuo Fan roared fiercely. Get to the point. And you're exaggerating. I only destroyed a single wall yesterday. Where did this pile of rubble come from? Fiend Yang glared at him and spoke discontentedly. Do you even understand what a rhetorical device is? Actually, we met the two leaders of the Double Dragon Manor along with yesterday's referee and the remnant soul of that old man Lu from the beast-taming sect. The two exalted ones questioned us for a full 3 hours to clarify the situation. Zhuo Fan couldn't help but be stunned and asked, puzzled. The two leaders of the Double Dragon Manor came personally. Nodding slightly, Fiend Yang declined to comment further. Of course, such a major incident occurred in the low-ranked competition. The two leaders of the Double Dragon Manor naturally had to come personally to investigate. Moreover, judging by the expressions on the two exalted ones' faces, they were also very surprised. In the end, they even decided to personally oversee the grand competition of the 3 lower sections. Fiend Gue also nodded and looked at Zhuo Fan, laughing cheerfully. The two leaders of the Double Dragon Manor actually made an appearance because of you alone. Truly a great honor. Fiend Yang waved his hand and laughed. It's just to prevent you from causing any more trouble. Haha. Zhuo Fan, hearing this, felt somewhat suspicious. He asked hesitantly, so does that mean the matter is settled? Fiend Yang nodded slightly and curled his lip in reply. Of course, what else could come of it? I told them, you struck on the arena. Your target was that black bear. The beast-taming sect disciples who tragically died on the arena were purely killed by residual energy. It had nothing to do with us. The elder referee also clearly explained this matter and recounted the truth accurately. The two leaders of the Double Dragon Manor have always acted with impartiality and fairness. Naturally, they would not make things difficult for us. After thinking for a moment, Zhuo Fan asked again suspiciously, what about Elder Lu? Was he willing to let it go just like that? Fiend Yang involuntarily let out a loud laugh, clutching his stomach as he laughed. How could he possibly? But no matter how much he argued until his mouth went dry, the two leaders of the Double Dragon Manor wouldn't even bother to listen. In the end, it seemed that two leaders of the Double Dragon Manor were also fed up with him. They even told him to quickly find a new body to inhabit and continue living, lest his soul dissipate between heaven and earth. Ha ha. I reckon he was boiling with rage by then. Hearing these words, the other two venerables also laughed heartily. Yet at that very moment, a sudden shout rang out. Shuo Fan! Shuo Fan! Disaster! Yun Shuang has been captured. Shuo Fan couldn't help but freeze. Looking out, he immediately saw Yong Ning running over in a panic. Fiend Yang exclaimed in shock. What did you say? How dare they pull such a stunt here? Do they not wish to live? Shuo Fan slowly walked over to Yong Ning and spoke gently to reassure her. What exactly happened? Speak slowly. Yong Ning sobbed and sniffled for a while, then recounted in a trembling voice. We just went out and were harassed by a group of Saiyans from another kingdom. Yun Shuang blocked them and told me to run for help. By now, she must have been captured. Fiend Yang listened and furrowed his brows, muttering suspiciously. This is the main venue of the Double Dragon Gathering. Who would have such audacity to cause trouble so brazenly? Even nobles from other kingdoms who come to watch the matches wouldn't dare do such a thing. Moreover, encountering such a situation, one only needs to casually find a servant of the Double Dragon Gathering to resolve it immediately. Why run all the way here for help? Shuo Fan heard these words and also furrowed his brows in confusion. As if sensing that no one believed her, Yong Ning grew even more panicked and hastily recounted her story once more. Fiend Yang narrowed his eyes at her and spoke solemnly. Clearly, that girl is agitated. She's so scared that she rambles even more than I do. Yet at that moment, Shuo Fan nodded and agreed. Very well, I understand. Let's go rescue Yun Shuang. Saying this, he wrapped an arm around Yong Ning's waist and vanished from the small courtyard in the blink of an eye. Fiend Yang was left behind, shouting incessantly. Hey, this is far too suspicious. Are you really going? Fiend Gui, standing beside him, was slightly calmer and spoke nonchalantly. It's fine. That brat is even sharper than you. Since you've noticed something is off, how could he not see it? Fiend Yang snorted coldly and cursed in dissatisfaction. Knowing full well there's a tiger in the mountains, yet still walking right in. That guy truly has the guts because he's got the skills. On another side, within a small forest, Yun Shuang's eyes were half closed as she leaned back against the trunk of an ancient tree, still and silent. A faint blue aura surrounded her, and a butterfly was fluttering around nearby. Suddenly, Yun Shuang abruptly opened her eyes, her pupils seemingly devoid of spirit. Yet very soon after, that faint blue light was expelled from her body. Then, Yun Shuang slowly closed her eyes once more, lying there peacefully. The butterfly continued to flutter relentlessly around Yun Shuang's body. It trembled twice, inwardly panicked, and emitted a familiar voice. Who exactly is this girl? Even I cannot penetrate her divine consciousness. What on earth is going on here? This person was precisely the divine soul of Elder Lu of the beast-taming sect. Elder Lu watched from afar as someone flew toward them. He immediately revealed a smug smile. Heh heh heh, he's finally here. Once this old man deals with you, you little monster, I'll send those two girls down to join you in the grave. Saying this, Elder Lu dove into a nearby bush to hide. Only Yun Shuang remained leaning against the ancient tree, her face still peaceful. Shuo Fan flew swiftly through the air, calmly scanning everything below. Suddenly, at that moment, Yong Ning pointed at the ancient tree and cried out with a dazed look. Look, it's Yun Shuang. Ha ha, your eyesight is even better than mine. Shuo Fan couldn't help but chuckle softly, a bizarre curve flashing at the corner of his mouth. In that case, let's go down there. As soon as he finished speaking, Shuo Fan's figure flickered, and then he landed safely on the ground. He furrowed his brows slightly and saw Yun Shuang lying there, unconscious. Yet, before he could do anything, after taking just a few steps forward, he bumped into something. The scene before him immediately changed. Shuo Fan glanced around briefly, then laughed coldly. An illusion, huh? As expected, it's a trap. And yet, when I first arrived, I didn't see any trace of a formation set up around here. This illusion must have been created by someone. As soon as these words fell, a low, deep laugh rang out. Ha ha ha. You knew it was a trap, yet you still stepped right into it. You insolent brat, your arrogance knows no bounds. Shuo Fan didn't need to see the person to know who it was. He curled his lip and laughed. Elder Lu, you're an ethereal stage expert, yet you use two young ladies as bait. You've got quite the thick skin, don't you? Elder Lu curled his lip disdainfully and declined to comment further. So what? Who told you this is the Double Dragon Gathering, and you have those three venerables sticking right by your side protecting you? It's inconvenient for this old man to attack directly, so I had no choice but to use a scheme. However, inexplicably, one of those two girls couldn't be bewitched, which also left this old man deeply puzzled. Oh, you mean Yun Shuang? Nodding without a hint of haste, Shuo Fan even leisurely explained. She is the holy maiden of the Tianyu Empire, supremely skilled in observing the heavenly secrets and understanding the paths of destiny. She can sweep away all fog and see the truth clearly. You trying to use bewitchment on her is no different from walking right into a trap yourself. How could you possibly hypnotize her? Elder Lu's heart involuntarily trembled. He nodded slightly in shock. So that's how it is. I had long heard rumors that the Tianyu Empire has the Yun clan. Truly bizarre. Meeting one today, they are indeed extraordinary. But brat, you've just revealed this secret to this old man. Aren't you afraid I'll capture that girl and study her thoroughly? Zhuo Fan snorted coldly and revealed an evil smile. If I had the courage to share a secret with you, it's because I have absolute faith that you'll keep it. Because a dead man is the best secret keeper. Hearing these words, Elder Lu couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. Ha ha, brat, you truly are arrogant. Right now, your life is in my hands. On what grounds do you claim you'll take mine? Just because I can destroy your physical body, I can also completely grind your divine soul to dust. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 large wings appeared behind Zhuo Fan, radiating a faint light. He laughed and spoke. Old undead, you should know that an illusion is ultimately still an illusion, not reality. Now that my mysterious image wings are unfurled, once you inhale my light powder, you'll also fall into an illusion and be unable to escape. Saying this, Zhuo Fan continued to flap his wings, scattering the powder light everywhere. Yet Elder Lu merely laughed mockingly in disdain. You stinking brat. You truly have the brains of a fool and the body of a beast. Even if your mysterious image wings are miraculous, they only work on those with a physical body. This old man's physical body has already been destroyed. I can't inhale any of that light powder. How could I possibly fall into an illusion? Your efforts are completely futile. Ha ha. His body faltering involuntarily, Zhuo Fan furrowed his brows, his expression instantly freezing. Then, he retracted his wings and summoned the Qilin arm. He roared fiercely. An illusion is created based on the foundation of the real world. The illusion is fake, but my fist is real. Let's see if your illusion shatters when I level this place. With a mighty roar, Zhuo Fan threw a punch. A deafening boom erupted, and the entire area trembled from the shock. Immediately after, a crimson light rebounded, sending Zhuo Fan's body flying backward. Seeing this scene, Elder Lu immediately laughed smugly. Ha ha ha. How does it feel to be bitten by your own strength? Brat, no matter how strong you are, this time you're dead for sure. Because in here is my world, and it is your hell. Zhuo Fan struggled to his feet, but before he could do anything, he saw the surroundings change once more. Everywhere, zombies shuffled about chaotically, their mouths incessantly muttering. Zhuo Fan, give me back my life. Zhuo Fan instantly panicked. He trembled and muttered. Impossible. It's all just an illusion. I'll trample all of you to pieces. Yet those zombies clung to him like starving leeches, grabbing tightly onto his limbs and rendering him helpless. Zhuo Fan roared furiously. This can't be. It's just an illusion. Not real. Not real. At the same time, in the real world, Zhuo Fan's body was leaning back against the ancient tree, surrounded by a faint blue light. Elder Lu was now laughing smugly. Ha ha. Of course it's not real. But if you die within that illusion, you die for real out here. Ha ha. Fool. You guessed wrong. You guessed wrong from the very beginning. This old man's divine soul is a dream butterfly. It drags you into a nightmare, not a mere illusion. The methods you use to deal with illusions are completely useless in the endless nightmare I've created for you. After all, in that world, I am God. I can manipulate everything. I want you to suffer to the utmost extreme, to avenge the 10 fallen disciples of our beast-taming sect. Elder Lu tilted his head back and laughed loudly, then shouted with malicious intent. Just die already, you saint-playing bastard. I will slowly crush your heart and make your life worse than death. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached his claws toward the position of Zhuo Fan's heart. However, at that very moment, a voice suddenly spoke. A dream butterfly, huh, truly a rare divine soul. Elder Lu instantly froze stiff. He cried out in alarm. Ha, you're awake. How is that possible? A disdainful sneer suddenly rang out from behind. No, or rather, I was never asleep to begin with. Hearing the voice, Elder Lu immediately turned his head to look and saw yet another Zhuo Fan. He cried out in disbelief. Why are there 2 of you? How can this be possible? How could you wake up from this old man's nightmare enchantment realm? Zhuo Fan curled his lip disdainfully and laughed coldly. Did you not understand my words? I told you from the very beginning, I never fell asleep. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body began to gradually fade, then vanished completely from sight. Elder Lu witnessed this scene and was instantly terrified, utterly bewildered. At some unknown moment, Elder Lu's illusion had already disappeared. He collapsed to his knees in disbelief. This is an illusion. Could it be that the one truly trapped here is this old man? Zhuo Fan blinked and laughed. You answered correctly. Before you even cast your dream butterfly technique, you had already fallen into my void illusion realm. Just as you said, from this moment on, you are in my world. The one who will truly die here is you. Elder Lu remained in disbelief and shook his head frantically. Preposterous. When did you discover this old man's hiding place? From the very moment he set foot in this area, Zhuo Fan had already used the blood infant to locate the old man's divine soul. Thus, from beginning to end, everything was merely an illusion, a dream within a dream. However, Zhuo Fan was not so kind as to explain this to him. He laughed coldly and spoke. That, you do not need to know. Elder Lu, your dream butterfly is truly formidable. Unfortunately, it cannot hold a person. But my void illusion barrier is different. Trying to leave here is as difficult as ascending to heaven. As soon as his words fell, a massive eye suddenly appeared in the sky. Following that, dragon tails also emerged and began coiling around Elder Lu's body. By this point, the old man had lost all his previous arrogance. He cried out in terror. Why you? What are you trying to do? Zhuo Fan curled his lip disdainfully and declined to comment. Naturally, I'm going to do what you were planning to do just now. Trap you in an illusion, and then torture you to death. Elder Lu trembled involuntarily. He roared furiously. This place is the Double Dragon Gathering. You dare to kill someone here. Are you not afraid of death? Zhuo Fan snorted coldly and curled his lip. You dared to do it. Why wouldn't I dare? Anyway, you already wanted me dead. I have no reason to let you live. Taste what it feels like to be torn apart by 10,000 dragons, you old fool. As soon as he finished speaking, a dragon's roar echoed as it lunged toward Elder Lu. The old man tried to escape, but it was futile. After running only a few meters, his dream butterfly wings were already being torn apart by the giant dragon's jaws. In the blink of an eye, his divine soul was torn limb from limb. Agonized screams rang out accordingly. Just then, a deep voice suddenly rang out from behind. Oh, that fellow Lu was captured so easily. Ha ha. He truly reaped what he sowed. Serves him right. Zhuo Fan flinched and turned his head to look. He saw an old man who had appeared there at some unknown time. The old man raised his brows in praise. You brat have some skills after all. It seems the low-ranked competition is indeed unsuitable for you to participate in. Zhuo Fan furrowed his brows and stared at the man, a thread of caution rising in his heart. This man could approach me silently without me even noticing. His strength is truly unfathomable and deep beyond measure. Moreover, the feeling this man gives me is similar to the one Dan Qingshan gave. Just then, Elder Lu suddenly shouted loudly. Exalted He Ran. You've arrived at the perfect time. This brat dared to openly kill someone within the Double Dragon Gathering. Please, Exalted One, uphold justice. Zhuo Fan's eyes involuntarily contracted. He cried out in disbelief. Exalted He Ran. Elder Lu involuntarily laughed coldly and spoke mockingly. You brat, you truly have eyes but fail to see Mount Tai. You don't even recognize Exalted He Ran. That venerable elder is one of the exalted ones of the Double Dragon Gathering, representing the pinnacle of the demonic path in the entire Western continent. Exalted He Ran. Zhuo Fan drew in a sharp breath. The two leaders of the Double Dragon Manor. This is one of the acknowledged powerhouses of the Western continent after Dan Qingshan's departure. Seeing his reaction, Exalted He Ran involuntarily smiled and waved his hand nonchalantly. Brat, you needn't be so surprised. From the very beginning, I never intended to target you. On the contrary, I'm here to save your life. As soon as these words were spoken, Elder Lu immediately jolted. He cried out in disbelief. What did you say, my lord? Exalted One. This man has violated the rules of the Double Dragon Gathering and blatantly caused chaos. How can you? Shut up. Before the old man could even finish, Exalted He Ran cut him off coldly. Elder Lu, do you take this old man for a blind fool? What was your intention in forcing those two girls to come here? You were clearly carrying out a personal vendetta in secret. Where did you throw the rules of our Double Dragon Gathering, then? You ungrateful wretch. We treated you with kindness, and you dared to push your luck. Elder Lu was still unwilling to accept it and muttered tremblingly. But, Exalted He Ran couldn't be bothered to listen to his rambling any longer. He lightly snapped his fingers, and a streak of energy shot through Elder Lu's divine soul, causing it to vanish completely. Only then did Exalted He Ran speak. Didn't I already tell you to shut your mouth? Immediately after, he withdrew his hand and turned his head to look at Zhuo Fan, praising him. Truly a heaven-born talent. To possess such strength at such a young age is indeed a blessing for the Western continent. Even that traitor we once cast aside back then was only at this level. Hearing these words, Zhuo Fan immediately furrowed his brows. The cast-aside traitor. Is Dan Qingshan. What is he implying? Is he pleased or angry? If he still harbors a grudge over what Dan Qingshan did back then and is comparing me to him, using that as a pretext to vent his anger on me, wouldn't that mean I'm doomed? But if Exalted He Ran still cherishes the bond of master and disciple from years past, then this comparison brings more joy than anger, and conversely, I would be safer. A smile that is not quite a smile. What exactly is this old man thinking in his heart? Exalted He Ran chuckled softly and spoke calmly. Ha ha ha. Brat, you needn't be so apprehensive. As I said earlier, I did not come here targeting you. Moreover, you saw it yourself. That old man, I already killed him on your behalf. This proves that I am also on your side, doesn't it? Zhuo Fan cursed inwardly. Only a ghost would believe you. Thinking this, he immediately clasped his fists and said, I wouldn't dare. Thank you, Exalted One, for your intervention and assistance. Seeing his cautious and measured attitude, Exalted Hei Ran couldn't help but sigh. Ah, forget it. You brat are truly cautious. I told you already, I originally intended to save your life, but it turned out to be a wasted trip. Zhuo Fan raised his head and glanced at him, then spoke indifferently. Exalted One, if you have no other business, then I shall take my leave. Saying this, he moved to pick up the two women and depart. However, after taking only a couple of steps, he was stopped by Exalted Hei Ran calling out. Come back. Am I truly that frightening that you're in such a hurry to flee? Zhuo Fan couldn't help but pause. He put on a matter-of-fact expression and spoke. Didn't you say you came to protect me? Now that the culprit has been dealt with, is there anything else? Exalted Hei Ran rolled his eyes helplessly, his anger turning to amusement. But I did protect your life. For you to just leave like that, is that really appropriate? Shrugging indifferently, Zhuo Fan replied nonchalantly. You yourself said it was a wasted trip. This life of mine, whether you intervened or not, I could have preserved it myself. So, thank you for your concern, but I don't owe you a life-saving debt. This old man definitely has business with me. Otherwise, he wouldn't be clinging so tightly to this life-saving favor. That is to say, it's something they are determined to do but find difficult to bring up. Sure enough, Exalted Hei Ran pondered for a long moment before speaking. This time, I helped you deal with Elder Lu. It can also be considered doing you a favor, not just meddling in others' affairs. Think about it. If he had died by your hand, you would certainly have made an enemy of the beast-taming sect. But dying by my hand is different. I was merely enforcing the rules. The beast-taming sect would have nothing to say. Zhuo Fan furrowed his brows tightly and spoke meaningfully. But they will still pin that debt on my head. What difference does it make? Unless you level the beast-taming sect entirely. Then I would be at ease and could accept this favor from you. Exalted Hei Ran's face involuntarily twitched. He burst out laughing. Ha ha, you truly dare to dream. Back then, when my beloved disciple wanted to do this very thing, in order to keep the Western continent stable, I didn't allow him to do so. And now, with just a single word from you, we should just go do it. Then there's nothing more to say. Zhuo Fan waved his hand dismissively. In that case, you have done me no favor. Farewell. Seeing this scene, Exalted Hei Ran immediately grew anxious and stopped him. Wait, come back. I do have business with you. Zhuo Fan revealed a smug smile. As expected, he does have business with me. Then I have nothing to fear. Immediately after, he turned to face him, putting on an arrogant and self-satisfied air. Seeing this, Exalted Hei Ran's face couldn't help but twitch again. Then he shook his head helplessly and laughed. Brat, you don't need to put on such airs. It's nothing major that I need from you. I simply want to place a prohibition on you. In the low-ranked and high-ranked competitions, you are not permitted to participate in battle. That is all. Zhuo Fan couldn't help but freeze. He asked, puzzled. Is that all? Then couldn't you have just directly issued the prohibition? Why discuss it with me? Exalted Hei Ran shook his head helplessly and sighed. Without following proper procedure, a rule cannot be established. Our Double Dragon Gathering has been held in the Western continent up to this day and has gained the recognition of the 9 sections. The most crucial point is fairness. Therefore, in a situation where you have committed no offense, we have no grounds to place a prohibition on you. Otherwise, we would be striking at our own credibility. But your strength is truly a bit too formidable. It has already surpassed the level of the low-ranked, and even the mid-ranked. Therefore, we want to hold you back. When Demonic Scheme Sect faces an opponent in the high-ranked challenge that they cannot withstand, only then will you step in. Zhuo Fan heard this and was stunned. He couldn't help but ask curiously, how do you know our goal is the high-ranked? Haha, the current overall strength of the Demonic Scheme Sect disciples qualifies them for it. Exalted Hei Ran chuckled softly and spoke nonchalantly. Zhuo Fan narrowed his eyes and stared at him, hesitating inwardly for a long moment. However, his hesitation was not about whether to agree or not. He was worried about the strength of those disciples. Thinking this, Zhuo Fan slowly spoke again. Whether I step into the arena or not doesn't matter. The key is, what benefit do I gain from this? Exalted Hei Ran heard these words and laughed aloud. Actually, I already knew about that fellow Lu's intentions long ago. The reason I didn't stop him earlier was precisely to witness your true strength. As expected, a monster like you in the low-ranked competition is fundamentally a threat that shouldn't exist. Exalted One, are you threatening me? Zhuo Fan's face involuntarily twitched as he looked at him with utter disdain. As an Exalted One of the Double Dragon Gathering, can you just casually make a move against a sex disciple? Exalted Hei Ran chuckled softly and spoke nonchalantly. Heh. An Exalted One of the Double Dragon Gathering naturally would not do such a thing. However, Elder Lu of the Beast Taming Sect harbored a personal vendetta against you. He set a trap to kill you. Then, the Double Dragon Gathering investigated the truth, executed Elder Lu on the spot, and restored justice for you. What do you think of this story? Humph. How perfectly clear and logical. Zhuo Fan involuntarily snorted coldly and bit his lip lightly. He nodded in agreement. Fine, I agree to your terms. In the subsequent matches, unless absolutely necessary, I will not participate. Now, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave this time. Saying this, he rushed over and scooped up the two women, preparing to depart. In the blink of an eye he had already soared into the azure clouds. Exalted He Ran still called after him. And one more thing. This concerns the reputation of the Double Dragon Gathering. Do not let anyone else know. Otherwise, relax. I know my limits when it comes to your despicable schemes. Zhuo Fan snorted coldly and curled his lip disdainfully. Once the place was left with only Exalted He Ran, he sighed and spoke. Ah, that brat is truly clever. Before understanding the situation, he was cautious to the extreme. But once everything was clear, he became so arrogant and unrestrained, not bound by trivial details. He is truly someone who can accomplish great things. As soon as these words fell, another voice rang out in response. Indeed, however, this temperament of his, arrogant and unwilling to be restrained, is far too similar to Dan Qingshan back then. I wonder if he will also become a major headache in the future. Exalted He Ran was also uncertain inside again. By May, wasn't the reason we initially established this Double Dragon Gathering precisely to provide a fair cultivation environment for the cultivators of the Western continent, to allow those talented cultivators to pursue the heavenly Tao without hindrance? But as time has changed, too many people have become overly fixated on resources, while very few true cultivators of the Tao have emerged. Not just the demonic path, but the righteous path as well. They place too much emphasis on these resources and have forgotten the original purpose of a cultivator. We are the same. For the sake of fairness in the Western continent, we even drove away our most prized disciple. For nearly 1,000 years, a cultivator who follows his heart like this has rarely appeared, and he was once our disciple. Why should we erase his original nature? Exalted by May listened and spoke helplessly. Perhaps we are no longer cultivators of the Tao with our original hearts. Instead, we have become the two leaders of the Double Dragon Manor, the rulers who control the entire Western continent. Isn't that right? It is we who have changed along with the Western continent. Exalted He Ran nodded slightly and couldn't help but sigh deeply. Haha. No wonder Dan Qingshan's strength surpassed ours so long ago, while our own strength has barely moved in 1,000 years. It's because we have strayed further and further from the heavenly Tao. So, now that we have encountered such a person again, should we still do the same thing as before? By May, if Dan Qingshan truly returns, I intend to give him that sword, to let him go and seek his original self. Do you agree? These words plunged Bai Mei into deep contemplation. He merely glanced at He Ran briefly, then said nothing, only nodding silently in agreement. After 3 days had passed, that punch of Zhuo Fan's had made everyone's spirits soar. The competition began once again. Everyone now surrounded the arena. Just then, someone pointed into the distance and shouted, "Everyone, look quickly. The people from the Demon Soul sect have arrived." Following the person's hand, they saw Han Yunfeng leading the people of the Demon Soul sect entering, accompanied by 2 elders. But before he could even stand firmly, another cry of surprise rang out. The Sword God sect, the strongest among the mid-ranked sects, has also arrived. Han Yunfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression involuntarily darkened. He curled his lip and spoke, "Gentle sword, Wen Tao." The person he mentioned was a young master who appeared refined and elegant on the outside, but a fake smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Second Han exclaimed in shock at this moment. I didn't expect him to already be an ethereal stage 4th layer expert. Han Yunfeng's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. He let out a soft humph and said, "Not bad. This person is also a genius. In this era, he can be considered to have suppressed us by a notch." At this moment, Wen Tao walked over from a distance, smiled, and spoke, "Young Master Han, long time no see. Your cultivation has improved recently. You've already reached ethereal stage 2nd layer. Congratulations, ahaha." Hearing this, Han Yunfeng acted as if he had heard a joke. He shouted angrily, "An ethereal stage 4th layer, like you, congratulating an ethereal stage 2nd layer, like me. Are you looking down on me? Misunderstanding. I am truly sincere in my congratulations." Wen Tao put on a fake smile and spoke, "Right, I heard that a kid from a low-ranked sect has even disturbed the 2 leaders of Double Dragon Manor. Is he really that formidable, enough to pose a threat to us?" Han Yunfeng sneered and declined to comment. "Whether he is or not, why don't you go and find out for yourself?" Wen Tao involuntarily shrugged, curled his lip helplessly, and said, "I just wanted to get a little intelligence from you. Do you have to be so petty? It's not like I don't have my own sources of information. Junior brother, tell him, what is your relationship with that person?" Having said that, Wen Tao glanced at the person behind him, it was Xie Xiaofeng. He still had a cold expression and spoke solemnly, I am Xie Xiaofeng from the Jianyu Empire. I have fought shoulder to shoulder with Zhuo Fan. Wen Tao put on a smug smile again and bragged, see, I have more intelligence than you. How about we exchange some information? Just then, another cry of surprise rang out, look quickly, the people from the Heavenly Circulation sect have arrived. Hearing this, Wen Tao waved his hand dismissively. The Heavenly Circulation sect, isn't that the leader of the three protector sects of the Jianyu Empire? Getting information about the demonic scheme sect from them might be more reliable, don't you think? Oh, sorry, we'll go ahead. We'll talk later, ha ha ha. Having said that, he quickly left with Xie Xiaofeng. Second Han watched his back and asked somewhat suspiciously, hey, is this Wen Tao really the number one genius of the mid-ranked sects? I don't see anything special about him. He has more of a scholar's temperament. Han Yunfeng glanced coldly at him and snorted, that's because you haven't fought him yet. Wen Tao is called the gentle sword, soft within hard, the two types of swords combined into one. The so-called gentle sword, softness in front, the sword behind, with emotion lost in between. Taking someone's life in a gentle breeze and light rain, that is the most terrifying. Get lost. At this moment, a sudden shout rang out, startling Han's people as they turned their heads. Immediately after, they saw Yan Mo leading a group of people walking over. Han Yunfeng quickly stepped aside to make way. He spoke helplessly, indeed, the people from the high-ranked sects have also arrived. It seems everyone has felt the profound threat, ha ha ha. This kid's strength has stirred the experts of all 9 sections. Everyone has come to see him. On this side, Yume, who was walking behind, was still very confused. He asked doubtfully, Yume, have you seen that person in action? Is he really that formidable? Yume snorted lightly, curled his lip, and replied, of course. If not, why would so many people come running here? That person continued to ask doubtfully, then, how does he compare to Brother Yen? This question made Yan Mo pause, unsure how to answer. At this moment, a sudden laugh came over, ha 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 ha, Yan Mo, long time no see. How have you been lately? Yan Mo glanced over and saw a young man in a blue robe, wearing a refined smile. He snorted coldly and spoke, Wu Qingqiu, have you also come to watch the match? I never expected that the number one genius of the Western continent would also be afraid of his position being taken by someone else. Wu Qingqiu smiled casually and said calmly, haha, no, no. The Grand Purity sect values the word purity, light and refined. It is not bound by fame and fortune. I don't care about this title. You can take it if you want. Hearing this, Yan Mo snorted in dissatisfaction, you would have to defeat me first. It takes real strength. Just fleeting clouds and smoke, why take it so seriously? Wu Qingqiu could not help but shake his head, waved his hand with a laugh, and said, indeed, each wave pushes the next. It is not so easy for one person to hold on to their position forever. Having said that, Wu Qingqiu, whether inadvertently or deliberately, revealed a young man behind him. That young man clasped his hands to Yan Mo and spoke confidently, I am Yi Lin. I will be Zhuo Fan's only opponent. The others are not worthy. Yan Mo involuntarily widened his eyes. This is a real sense of oppression coming from the very depths of my heart, something even Zhuo Fan didn't give me. This side is truly terrifying, like a mountain beast encountering the king of all beasts, willingly submitting. Who is he? Suddenly, at this moment, a shout that echoed to the blue sky rang out again, the great Tao has righteous energy. Only the righteous sect is true. The demonic path lifts its head because of my righteous energy, eternally enduring. With Zhao Dezhu here, we are sure to be protected. Everyone followed the shout and saw a group of people in light yellow robes walking over, swaggering with pride. Yan Mo saw them and angrily snorted coldly. The last sect of the low-ranked 3. What right do they have to talk about eliminating demons and defending the Tao? Zhao Dezhu, who can he protect? Wu Qingqiu beside him also said lightly, the righteous path is narrow-minded. Truly, no one can protect anyone. Moreover, the black-bearded supreme, one of the 2 leaders of the Double Dragon Manor, is also a demonic cultivator. Ha 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 ha. A moment later, 2 figures appeared on the highest platform, the 2 leaders of the Double Dragon Manor. As soon as the 2 appeared, the host announced loudly, disciples of the Mystical Heaven sect and Demonic Scheme sect, enter the arena. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned their eyes to the entrance, waiting for the moment the person everyone wanted to see would appear. Immediately after, the disciples of the 2 sects quickly entered. Everyone focused their gaze on Zhuo Fan. Even the 2 leaders of the Double Dragon Manor were no exception. He walked into the resting area of the Demonic Scheme sect. Then, with a light flick of his finger, a line of text appeared on the wall, a tiger's roar invites companions. Will anyone raise a cup with me? 1,000 cups at my door invite guests. The 9 sects can hardly step into this quiet place, deep in the forest, a tiger roars in meditation. Seeing these words, Zhao Dezhu immediately shouted in dissatisfaction, "Excellent, you despicable demonic cultivator. How dare you speak arrogantly? Just you wait, our universal righteous sect will surely annihilate you." Wu Qingqiu, on the contrary, found it very interesting. He curled his lip and smiled, "Haha, if this kid doesn't fight, fine. But when he does fight, he posts such a provocative, thorny message. Clearly he's issuing a challenge to all the sections." Yilin beside him read the lines on the wall once and muttered after a long while. Hiding deep in the forest, he arrogantly acts as the king of the mountain, standing alone and unmatched. The disciples of the entire sect are all powerless, unworthy to step before me. Now, I have prepared everything. Set out the wine cups. If those insignificant ones have the guts, come over here and face me to determine who is superior. Is that what senior brother means? Wu Qingqiu chuckled lightly and said indifferently, "Haha, indeed. Who else can share this sentiment with me? This arrogance is truly immense. Junior brother, it seems he doesn't intend to take the stage immediately. He'll only come out when someone can invite him." Now, the experts from the various sects are starting to roll up their sleeves. Hearing this, Yenmo behind him immediately snorted, his voice full of contempt, "Humph, that bunch. Worthy of him. To invite that guy out is easy enough, but to personally fight him, that's not so easy. Wu Qingqiu, I'm afraid even you wouldn't be able to handle it." Wu Qingqiu glanced at Yenmo. His words made him fall into thought. A moment later, he curled his lip and smiled, "Whether I can fight him or not doesn't matter. The key is that on our side, there is someone who can fight him." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Qingqiu pushed Yilin beside him forward. At the same time, Zhuofan had also sensed the fluctuation of energy within his body. He looked down at Yilin, and Yilin was also looking at him. The two looked at each other, full of fighting spirit. Yenmo, standing very close, clearly saw Yilin smile and felt a sense of awe in his heart. Damn, another monster. On the other side, at the highest platform, the black-bearded supreme observed below for a long time, then suddenly spoke in a deep voice. "Bai Mei, we can now include him in the Double Dragon Gathering list. It was written long ago." Bai Mei nodded slightly in reply. Then, he took out a roster. The first name on it was Zhuofan's. The prelude was over. The elder presiding over the first match immediately shouted, "All right, please draw lots." The elders from both sides quickly stepped forward. The elder of the Double Dragon Gathering glanced at Fiend Yang and asked hesitantly, "Does your demonic scheme sect only have 9 people entering the arena?" Fiend Yang put on a smug expression and laughed, "Of course. To deal with these people, why would we need all 10? Hearing this, Danner immediately spoke up in dissatisfaction. "So arrogant. Who are you looking down on?" That elder looked at Fiend Yang and said slowly, "One person withdrawing will result in a deduction of 2 points. Due to the incident last time with the beast-taming sect, the mystical heaven sect won without fighting. Now, their total points are tied with yours, 20 points each." Fiend Yang shrugged indifferently, put on a nonchalant expression, curled his lip, and said, "No matter. Give them 2 points, then give them another 2 points. What does it matter? In the end, it's still 16-2. The point difference is too large, we don't even care." These words darkened the face of Elder Yun from the mystical heaven sect, but he did not argue. The elder of the Double Dragon Gathering found no further issues and nodded, "Fine. Then come over and draw lots." At this moment, Elder Yun suddenly spoke thoughtfully, "Good, it seems we still have a chance to win. Chuqingchen, later we will request the referee to allow 4 people to fight together. Just unleash the formation you have been practicing. Focus on dealing with that green scorpion guy. Don't worry about the other 3. The 4 girls nodded slightly, their eyes full of fighting spirit. On this side, Fiend Yang was also instructing his disciples. "Taiying, Kuigang, Yuer, you are at the Radiant Soul Realm. Going head-to-head with those strong opponents on the other side may not guarantee victory. Especially that Jade Sword Fairy, Shui Ruohua. She is the top sword wielder of the Mystical Heaven sect, currently at Radiant Soul Realm 9th layer. Kuigang, can you handle that opponent?" Kuigang thought for a moment and then spoke, "No problem. We have prepared thoroughly." Hearing this, Fiend Yang snorted coldly, "You have prepared, but haven't they also prepared? The Qingyu sword in Shui Ruohua's hand is one of the 4 great swords, a 7th grade spiritual weapon. How much better are you compared to her? In the end, it still comes down to strength." At this moment, Zhuofan said coldly and dismissively, "Nothing to worry about. After all, we have 6 ethereal stage experts. 6 matches are certain wins. You 3, just go on stage and do your best. It doesn't matter if you lose, consider it a warm-up." "Yes, master." Upon hearing this, Kuigang and the other 2 nodded in unison. Fiend Yang grew more and more dissatisfied and couldn't help but mock, Oh, there. If it weren't for some show-off who refuses to go on stage, our chances of winning would probably be higher." Zhuofan curled his lip slightly. "I want to be sure. It's because I'm protecting them that I alone take on this arrogant and conceited reputation, exposing all the information. Who knows if those 2 leaders of Double Dragon Manor would kill to silence us." A moment later, the first match began. The first to take the stage was Chi Changlong. He waved his hand, killed a disciple of the mystical heaven sect, and then threw him out of the arena. Seeing this, the presiding elder showed a cold expression and shouted loudly, "First match, demonic scheme sect wins." The faces of the mystical heaven sect group immediately became serious, and no one dared to be careless anymore. On this side, Fiend Yang was dissatisfied with Chi Changlong's actions and spoke irritably, "Hey, young master, what are you doing? Who told you to let that kid die so comfortably? You should have tortured him slowly, to let the opponent know the consequences of daring to provoke us." Chi Changlong shrugged helplessly and said indifferently, "Sorry, I don't have such perverted hobbies." Fiend Yang couldn't help but slap his forehead and said in dissatisfaction, "Are you really a demonic cultivator? Where's your sense of enjoyment?" But in the second match, the result was the same. As soon as Bai Lian stepped onto the stage, she swatted the opponent away, killing him instantly. After coming down from the arena, she even smiled apologetically and said, "Sorry, I'm not like that either." Fiend Yang had nowhere to vent his anger. He gritted his teeth and looked at Guei Hu, shouting, "Guei Hu, remember this. Show them what a real demon is." Unfortunately, Guei Hu also didn't listen to him. At most, Guei Hu would knock the opponent unconscious. He shrugged, smiled lightly, and said, "Now I'm not hungry, so I don't need to eat yet." Fiend Yang was furious, his face full of strangeness as he spoke. "What do you mean? What does killing have to do with being hungry or full?" He nodded quietly. It seems he has learned a thing or two from Elder Yuan. Just then, the presiding elder shouted again, "Fourth match, Chu Qingqing of the mystical heaven sect versus Lu Xia of the demonic scheme sect." Elder Yun heard this and immediately ran over to reporting, "Elder, the mystical heaven sect requests a 4-person team match to decide the winner." Hearing this, that elder immediately raised his eyebrows. Zhuo Fan on this side was no exception. Fiend Yang frowned unhappily and muttered, "A 4-person match? Could it be that they have a formation where 4 people combine their attacks?" On this side, after hearing Elder Yun's words, the presiding elder immediately ordered, "What formation? State its name." Elder Yun presented a jade slip, bowed his head, and reported, "This is the Heavenly Auxiliary 4 Elements formation personally researched and established by the sect leader together with hundreds of enshrined elders in our sect. This formation combines the power of heaven and earth and the energy of the 5 elements, creating an unbreakable realm from all 4 directions. It requires 4 maidens with different unique constitutions to practice together, perfectly aligning with the meaning of heavenly chaos and the harmony of yin and yang. The 4 joined forces, merging into one, capable of resisting 10,000 enemies." The presiding elder took the jade slip and instantly appeared before the 2 leaders of Double Dragon Manor, respectfully speaking, "Please, 2 Supremes, examine it." The black-bearded Supreme took it, looked at it, and then chuckled lightly, "Interesting. Let's see how it goes." The white-eyebrowed Supreme also glanced through it, nodded slightly, and said, If the formation's power is usable, it would be a blessing for the Western continent." Receiving the order, the presiding elder immediately waved his hand and shouted loudly, "The formation masters of the mystical heaven sect, please step forward. The corresponding opponents from the demonic scheme sect, please also come up." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Qingqing stepped onto the stage with her cold light sword, followed by Shui Ruohua and the other 2, all holding long swords. Fiend Yang couldn't help but bite his lip. "I miscalculated. I didn't expect them to have prepared a combined formation. The 2 Supremes truly cannot resist the allure of formations that can maximize a cultivator's power. If they fought individually, they might not necessarily win, let alone now. If it continues like this, once the opponent wins they will receive 8 points, and the result will be a tie, just as they had anticipated. That old man must have calculated every step for this moment." Thinking of this, Fiend Yang shouted up to the high platform, "Lu Xia, it's up to you now. Don't hold back." Lu Xia slowly stepped onto the stage, smiling evilly and said, "Don't worry, I won't go easy." When both sides were on stage, Shui Ruohua clasped her hands and spoke, "Everyone, it's true that we acted improperly before. It's understandable if you have grievances and dissatisfaction with us. But just now, you killed 2 of our disciples." Before she could finish, Lu Xia snorted coldly and interrupted, curling his lip contemptuously, "Humph, you ungrateful wretches. Now you want to beg for mercy." Too late. Feeling the opponent's somewhat harsh attitude, Shui Ruohua didn't know what to say. Chu Qingqing then waved her hand to block. "No need to say more, senior sister Ruohua. After all, we are standing on the Double Dragon Gathering arena. From the very beginning, this has been a place soaked in blood. There are no personal grievances here. Once you step onto this stage, it is already predetermined that no one can hold back." Hearing this, Lu Xia couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh loudly. "Haha, no wonder you are an old friend of Butler Zhuo. You see things clearly. But with you, do I even need to hold back?" Having said that, he glanced at Zhuo Fan, whether inadvertently or deliberately. Chu Qingqing knew what he was thinking. She said slowly, "You're worried about him, aren't you? Don't worry, we've already made it clear, each of us is responsible for ourselves. No need to hold back anymore. Lucia wasn't sure after hearing that and looked at Zhuofan again, but seeing him only standing there coldly, he felt relieved. It seems Zhuofan no longer cares as much about this woman as before. That makes things easier. Thinking this, he smiled evilly and said, if that's the case, don't blame me for not having pity on the fairer sex. As soon as he finished speaking, Lucia's aura suddenly burst forth, carrying pale green bone poison toward the four, Chuqingcheng and the others. Seeing this, Shui Ruohua immediately shouted, this is his spirit surge, everyone be careful. Form the formation. As soon as she finished, Chuqingcheng took the lead, raising her sword. The four swords merged in an instant, and four strange rays of light appeared accordingly. Only a buzzing sound was heard, and then the bone poison vanished. Seeing this, Lucia's expression immediately turned ugly. The two leaders of Double Dragon Manor on the high platform couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. But no one knew that at the moment Lucia's spirit surged, Zhuofan's divine eye of the void suddenly flashed. He was ready to jump onto the stage to rescue at any moment. It was only because the four were unharmed that he returned to his cold state. Although Zhuofan had severed ties with Chuqingcheng before entering the Double Dragon gathering, when he felt she was in danger he still couldn't help but tense up. This contradiction made him involuntarily entangled. Thinking of this, Zhuofan narrowed his eyes at Lucia and cursed inwardly. I almost made a move. That damn Lucia dared to use deadly force. At this moment, Chuqingcheng and the other three raised their swords again. The sword light instantly shone brightly, and a kind of aura flowed ceaselessly around them, linking the four into one. Lucia's eyes narrowed slightly, his heart tightening. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger. Could it be that these four joining forces can pose a threat to me? How is that possible? He was an ethereal stage expert. Thinking this, he immediately shouted, profound martial technique, bone poison storm. As soon as he finished speaking, a palm strike shot toward the four women. Grotesque bone poison appeared around them, like a tornado, enveloping them. Seeing this, Chuqingcheng calmly shouted, the four elements are most precious. Gather the energy of the five elements. Chuqingcheng swung her long sword, and a chilling cold light instantly shot out from the blade toward the storm. In an instant, a huge boom rang out. The storm was suddenly pierced by the sword and shattered instantly. At the same time, the cold light did not stop and continued toward Lucia. Lucia's eyes shrank fiercely. He never expected that the combined formation of these four would be so powerful. Even his full force strike could hardly shake it. Now that the opponent's sword energy was coming at him, he had no way to retreat and could only endure. Another loud bang rang out. Lucia was sent flying, involuntarily spitting out a mouthful of blood. His hands were now covered in freezing frost. At the same time, that powerful impact had knocked Kue Gang and the other two off the stage, instantly disqualifying them from the match. Seeing this, Fiend Yang helplessly rubbed his forehead and sighed repeatedly. Although I knew these three would likely be useless on stage, I didn't expect them to be this useless. Zhuofan, in this situation, if you wanted to go up it probably wouldn't matter. Thankfully, I didn't go up. Zhuofan replied casually, his eyes still fixed on Chuqingcheng, then he chuckled. Hearing this, Fiend Yang couldn't help but curse angrily, you value women over friends. Now I also think it's better you didn't go up. Otherwise, I don't know how many you'd have. Zhuofan shrugged indifferently and said nothing. On the high platform, the two leaders of Double Dragon Manor saw this scene and silently praised it. At the same time, a name appeared on the list below Zhuofan's, Chuqingcheng. At the same moment, Wu Qingqiu watched this shocking scene. It took him a long while to regain his composure and speak. Within this, heavenly auxiliary four elements formation, the four harmonize without discussion, blending with the chaos of the five elements and the Tao, merging into one. They can attack and defend. Even the spirit surge of an ethereal stage expert is dissolved by the auxiliary heaven power. Truly miraculous. I never expected the mystical heaven sect, a low-ranked sect, to devise such a wondrous formation. Ha ha ha. Yen Mo heard this and declined to comment, curling his lip. The formation is indeed miraculous, but the requirements for executing it are extremely high. Not everyone can do it. First, the formation's operators must be exceptionally rare spiritual constitutions. Shui Ruohua over there is a metal spirit body, the girl in red is a fire spirit body, the woman in green is a wood spirit body. Combined with the heavy earth spirit in the center, merging with heaven and earth, only then can they naturally achieve such success. If they were ordinary people, the five elements would be difficult to convert, and the formation would naturally crumble and fail. Wu Qingqiu chuckled lightly, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. That's right, the formation's requirements are indeed high, not something everyone can set up. It's destined to be difficult to enhance the overall strength of the sect. But with these four, it becomes a very powerful weapon. They will surely be selected for the Double Dragon Gathering, second tier. But that woman in white, is she a water spirit body? She doesn't seem quite like it. Metal gives birth to water, water gives birth to wood. At most, a water spirit body can only naturally connect with those two. But why does she feel like the center of this formation? Yenmo couldn't help but sneer, curling his lip contemptuously, and glanced sideways at Wu Qingqiu, mocking him. The power of the others, including the heavy earth power, naturally all gathers on her. I didn't expect the number one genius of the Western continent to have such limited eyesight. Can't you see it? See what? Have you seen it? Wu Qingqiu's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and he asked in surprise. Yenmo smiled smugly, curling his lip, and nodded solemnly. Of course, that woman is not a water spirit body but a void spirit body within the five-element formation. She can freely practice any technique. She only practices water-based techniques to cooperate with this formation. Is she the legendary spirit auxiliary body, the void spirit body? As if realizing something, Wu Qingqiu exclaimed in shock. No wonder I was wondering why this formation is so powerful. It turns out it's because of her existence. The legendary void spirit body can transform and naturally channel various energies. It's the constitution closest to primordial chaos. Truly rare and hard to find. A small low-ranked sect managed to find such a talent. I'm afraid that in any sect, this woman would be the disciple most noticed by the higher-ups. On this side, Yilin was also narrowing his eyes at Chu Qingqiu. After a long while, he nodded, then slowly shook his head and smiled. Haha, the constitution is indeed rare, but her strength is not strong. In the eyes of lone wanderers like us, she is no different from an ordinary person. When her strength greatly improves in the future, she might become a good opponent. Yenmo looked intently at Yilin and then suddenly said seriously, but a constitution like this, used for dual cultivation, can also enhance one's strength. However, Yilin's eyes were full of contempt upon hearing this. He smiled dismissively. Strength gained through dual cultivation, half of it comes from someone else. It will never become your own power. Too superficial. Among the myriad heavenly Daos, I have never seen anyone ascend through dual cultivation because their Dao is no longer pure. Myriad heavenly Daos. Yenmo's eyebrows furrowed involuntarily as if hearing this for the first time, and he exclaimed in shock. A mysterious smile crossed Yilin's lips, and he chuckled. Oh, this matter is still far beyond your reach. Even if I told you about the 10 ancient emperors, you probably wouldn't have heard of them. Haha, never mind. For now, you only need to focus on your own strength. As for stepping on to the final great Tao, that is the goal for him and me. Isn't that right, Shuofan? On this entire continent, only the two of us have known about that direction since the beginning and have always been heading toward it. Yenmo and Wu Qingqiu's expressions suddenly changed, then they were puzzled for a long while, not understanding what Yilin was talking about. On another front, the two leaders of Double Dragon Manor also noticed the anomaly. Heiran couldn't help but speak. Bai Mei, it seems that girl is not a water spirit body but the legendary void spirit body. Bai Mei nodded slightly in agreement. That's right, the void spirit body encompasses all things. If not for that, how could this formation be so perfectly flawless? It can be said that over 5/10 of the formation's power comes from that girl. I never expected the Mystical Heaven sect to have the ability to find such a person. Truly rare. Heiran found this reasonable and looked again at the four women below the stage, praising. Indeed, not only is Chu Qingqiu hard to find, the other three are also very hard to find. If this formation is executed by the four of them together, then take all four of them in. Bai Mei heard this and nodded indifferently, expressing his approval. Everyone was now extremely astonished by the power of the formation formed by those four women. Only Lucia was unwilling to accept defeat, crawling up from the ground, his eyes showing a trace of disgust. He had realized that the energy flow of this formation was directed entirely toward Chu Qingqiu. This proved that she was the formation's eye. Thinking of this, Lucia fiercely bit his lip, then once again unleashed his aura. The bone poison reappeared in the air. In the blink of an eye, his bone poison had transformed into a giant spider. Seeing this, the expressions of Chu Qingqiu and the other three immediately became alert. Lucia's eyes narrowed slightly, and he couldn't help but laugh evilly. That spider suddenly produced strands of silk, which without hesitation shot toward the four women before him. Shuofan's eyes involuntarily shrank. That damn Lucia again. He wants to use absolute power to break this formation. Inside the formation, Chu Qingqiu led the formation, struggling to withstand Lucia's bone poison. The sword light in Chu Qingqiu's hand continuously slashed down, severing the web strands. But at this moment, the bone poison suddenly spread to the positions of the three women behind Chu Qingqiu. Seeing this, Chu Qingqiu was slightly stunned. However, in the blink of an eye, thousands of small spiders appeared within the bone poison. Chu Qingqiu seemed to sense the impending danger. Lucia grew more and more smug as he fought. He laughed maniacally. Die for me. Spirit poison explosion. In an instant, a huge explosion erupted from the surrounding formation. The formation let out a loud blast as well. Seeing this, Zhuofan's expression immediately turned ugly. Xian Xiaoyu on this side also shouted in worry. But when the smoke cleared, only the giant spider and Lucia remained on the stage. Wu Qingqiu couldn't help but remark that Lu Xie is meticulous and thorough, with sharp and vicious eyes. He was able to spot a flaw in this formation. Earlier, Lu Xie pretended to use brute force to suppress them, luring the 4 women into concentrating all their power on one person, which threw the formation's offense and defense off balance. Now that it's been shattered, I'm afraid the match is over. Lu Xie was also very smug at this moment, laughing arrogantly, a bunch of bastards, making me work so hard. Next. But before he could finish, an ice-cold sword tip pointed straight at Lu Xie's neck. The situation suddenly changed. The 3, including Fiend Yang, immediately panicked. On the contrary, the people of the mystical heaven sect were overjoyed. Wu Qingqiu and the other 2 on this side were also startled and couldn't help but admire. Bai Mei also nodded slightly. This girl can actually control the entire power of the heavenly auxiliary formation by herself. Truly unbelievable. He Ran also nodded slightly in agreement. Just a radiant soul realm cultivator, yet she has achieved an unimaginable level of power control. This girl is also a monster. Below the stage, Lu Xie couldn't help but tremble. How is this possible? She actually used ice and bone as armor to block that explosion. Although Chu Qingqing could still stand, Xue Ruohua and the other 2 were injured and slumped on the ground. Chu Qingqing looked coldly at Lu Xie and spoke, "You have lost. However, out of respect for your butler Xue, I will not injure you, even though you have injured my 3 sisters." Having said that, she glanced at Zhuo Fan below. He was also very surprised. He didn't expect her to do such a thing. But very quickly, Zhuo Fan concealed it with a smile. On the contrary, Fiend Yang on this side shouted in dissatisfaction, "Damn it, what's the difference between that and a one-on-one fight?" He got screwed. 6 people, but only 1 drew those 4 women. Just 1 more person, and no matter how skilled those women are, it would be useless. Zhuo Fan burst out laughing upon hearing this. Alright, patiently waiting for prey is also a kind of skill. One could say he was well prepared, just waiting for the opportunity. Now that the opportunity has arrived, we have to accept it. Ha ha ha. Fiend Yang grew more and more dissatisfied. He turned his head to look at Zhuo Fan and snorted coldly, "I've long seen that you didn't want our side to win this match either." Zhuo Fan shrugged indifferently, curled his lip, and smiled. "So what? There's still the team battle later. We'll definitely win." Fiend Yang grew angrier the more he thought about it. He gritted his teeth and said in dissatisfaction, "You still know that? I just don't want the mystical heaven sect to get that reward. Seeing them doing well makes me uncomfortable." Zhuo Fan curled his lip in contempt and declined to comment. What a narrow-minded fatso. At this moment, the presiding elder looked around and understood the situation. He said indifferently, "In this 4-person match, the mystical heaven sect wins." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Qingqing lowered her sword, turned, and left. But Lu Xie behind her had an extremely dark expression, his hands clenched into fists. Without warning, he struck a palm into Chu Qingqing's shoulder, sending her flying. Seeing this, the faces of Xue Ruohua and the other 2 immediately panicked. They shouted in unison, "Chu Qingqing." Caught off guard, Chu Qingqing was sent flying. Xue Ruohua and the others hurriedly ran to catch her. The presiding elder saw this and quickly scolded, "What are you doing, boy? I just announced the result." Lu Xie sneered shamelessly, "But I haven't conceded yet." That elder was not convinced and shouted angrily, "Wasn't the result clear just now? Continuing to fight would only lead to death. What do you have to be dissatisfied with?" But before Lu Xie could answer, Zhuo Fan spoke first. "Of course he is dissatisfied. True victory or defeat is not determined by a decision, but by life and death. As long as the opponent still has a breath, there is still a chance to turn the tables. Therefore, on this arena, if one side has not completely eliminated the other or knocked the opponent off the stage, victory cannot yet be declared. Referee elder, don't you think your ruling was too hasty?" These words of his were indeed correct, but given the situation just now, the referee elder truly did not know what to do. But Danner on this side screamed in anger. "Wasn't it because senior sister Chu Qingqing spared him out of consideration for you that she held back? Otherwise, that single sword strike would have destroyed his body." Hearing this, Zhuo Fan sneered, his tone mixed with anger, "Then that is her own fault. I am from the demonic scheme sect, you are from the mystical heaven sect. Entering the double dragon gathering makes us mortal enemies. If you are kind-hearted and hold back, then you must pay with your life. When that happens, do not blame others. Lu Xie, we are in the double dragon gathering. We must act according to its rules. If the referee elder has ruled as such, we must accept it. But next time, if they are foolish again, even if they lose their lives, it has nothing to do with us." Having said that, Zhuo Fan turned and walked away, leaving Danner so angry she wanted to curse but couldn't form the words. At this moment, Chu Qingqing suddenly called out, "Danner." Danner immediately turned to look, but the person in her heart had already fallen unconscious. Seeing this, Danner panicked and shouted, "Chu Qingqing, Chu Qingqing." Oh no, the palm had poison. These words darkened Zhuofan's expression, but his steps did not stop. Lucia walking beside him immediately remarked, "It seems this butler Zhua is not as deeply attached to that young lady as I thought." On this side, Elder Yun spoke up in dissatisfaction, "Do you see? This is the true nature of demonic cultivators, turning their backs without mercy. Therefore, we must never show them any leniency. Chu Qingqing is the most expensive lesson." After that, the 8th match began. As soon as the Mystical Heaven Sect disciple stepped onto the stage, he roared fiercely, "Watch me avenge senior sister Chu Qingqing." But as soon as he finished speaking, he was instantly defeated by Yueling. Fiend Yang grew more and more excited as he watched. That's it, don't hold back. They stole 8 points from us. We must make them pay a heavy price. The next match was Kueilang's. He stepped onto the stage with great confidence. "Don't worry, Venerable Fiend Yang. We have a 90% chance of winning the next match. After all, the other side has no ethereal stage experts left." Xian Xiaoyu saw him and trembled in fear, panicking, "It's that Kueilang. Elder Yun, he will definitely kill me." "No, I want to forfeit." Elder Yun, on the contrary, was very calm. He clasped his hands and smiled, "Young master, you are a precious body. If it were a different strong opponent, even if you wanted to forfeit, I would not let you go up there. But this Kueilang, ha ha ha, I have long devised a strategy to counter him." Having said that, he leaned close to Xian Xiaoyu's ear and whispered, "Take Chu Qingqing's cold light sword. Then go up on stage and do this. Although Xian Xiaoyu did not understand, he still took Chu Qingqing's cold light sword and walked up to the martial arts stage. Kueilang saw him and sneered contemptuously, "Oh, isn't this the great young master of the Mystical Heaven Sect? Why have you come to the arena looking for a beating?" Xian Xiaoyu frowned slightly as he looked at him and asked suspiciously, "Do you know who I am?" Kueilang shrugged indifferently and mocked with contempt. Who doesn't know that the Mystical Heaven Sect has a young master with a deficient 5-element physique? And that old man, sect leader Xian, is willing to accept it. I wonder if it's because he's afraid you'll implicate him, so he's using this opportunity to get rid of you. Or maybe you're not even his own flesh and blood, so he sent you here to die in his place. Ha ha. These words surprisingly did not upset Xian Xiaoyu. He smiled calmly and said, "Since I dared to step onto the stage, I am naturally confident of victory. The previous owner of this cold light sword, I heard, could not harm any disciple of the demonic scheme sect no matter what. I just don't know whether the people of the demonic scheme sect will strike against the wielder of this cold light sword." Kueilang was somewhat surprised upon hearing this and asked in confusion, "The cold light sword? Its current owner is that Chu Qingqing girl, isn't it? What are you bringing it out for? Do you think it can be your protective charm?" Xian Xiaoyu did not explain. If one looked closely, one would see cold sweat on his face, but he still stubbornly laughed and said, "Haha, I, the legitimate young master of the Mystical Heaven Sect, have never hidden behind anything. Bringing this sword out today is merely to remind you." As soon as he finished speaking, Xian Xiaoyu whispered a name to Kueilang using telepathy. These 2 secret words entered Kueilang's ears and immediately made him freeze. After a long while, he raised his hand and spoke in a tone full of sorrow, "I forfeit." Xian Xiaoyu thus won without fighting. This dirty trick was truly fitting for a foolish, incompetent person like him. Kueilang dejectedly walked down from the stage and immediately faced Fiend Yang's wrath. "Kueilang, what are you doing? Why did you forfeit? Why is it that one person after another is acting so strangely? Are you all conspiring against me?" But Kueilang said nothing, still lowering his head and walking to the back. Zhuofan saw this scene and couldn't help but remark, "It seems the Mystical Heaven Sect has spent a lot of effort to deal with the demonic scheme sect this time." After dejectedly telling Zhuofan everything, Zhuofan nodded in understanding. "So that's how it is. It's understandable. Alright, let this matter end here. From now on, no one is to mention it again. When we return to the sect, don't go reporting nonsense either. Thank you, Butler Zhua." Kueilang's eyes showed joy as he clasped his hands gratefully, but the others were still confused as before. Kueigang couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Father, what exactly happened that made you give in on the spot?" But as soon as he finished speaking, Zhuofan's wrath erupted. He shouted fiercely, "I just said not to mention it. Do you not understand?" Kueigang immediately panicked and quickly bowed his head in apology. "Disciple knows his mistake." Zhuofan snorted coldly and said nothing more. Just then, the referee elder announced loudly, "Demonic Scheme Sect 4 points, Mystical Heaven Sect 8 points. In this round of individual battles, the Mystical Heaven Sect wins." As soon as the words were spoken, the entire arena was once again shocked. Everyone had thought the Demonic Scheme Sect would surely win, but they never expected the tide to turn so quickly. Next, the team battle would take place within a cultivation barrier. But as soon as the referee elder announced it, Elder Yun clasped his hands and spoke, reporting, "Elder, the Mystical Heaven Sect forfeits the team battle and will not participate." Zhuofan was surprised upon hearing this, then sighed. This old man is truly cunning and calculating. Knowing when to advance and retreat is truly rare. At least he's better than some people who jump up at the slightest provocation. Sure enough, Fiend Yang on this side shouted in dissatisfaction, "What did you say? After gaining the advantage, you want to run away? How can such a good thing exist? In the individual battles, you played tricks on us. Don't think you can withdraw so easily. If you have the guts, then continue with the team battle." Zhuo Fan shook his head helplessly and immediately ordered, "Let's go." The group of demonic scheme sect disciples did not dare to disobey and quickly followed him away. After cursing, Fiend Yang saw that he was the only one left in the arena and shouted in dissatisfaction, "Hey, why aren't you waiting for me before leaving? After all, I am the one you are supposed to serve." Unfortunately, no one paid him any attention. On the other side, at the spectator platform, Wen Tao watched Zhuo Fan's departing back and couldn't help but curl his lip and smile. "Zhuo Fan, the #1 expert of the Tianyu Empire, when we challenge the mid-ranked sect this time you will surely make a move, right? Isn't that right, Tiansheng?" But when he turned his head to look, there was no one beside him anymore. At the same time, Zhuo Fan led the demonic sect disciples back. Along the way, Lu Xie couldn't help but speak, "Those women were saved by the referee. Let me tell you, if we had continued fighting, I definitely could have broken their formation." But before he could finish, a loud bang suddenly rang out, and Lu Xie's body was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This scene terrified everyone. Then they turned their eyes and saw Zhuo Fan, his face furious as if he wanted to devour Lu Xie alive. He grabbed Lu Xie by the collar, his expression dark as he spoke, "Boy, I've been putting up with you for a long time. Where is the antidote? Hand it over now." Only then did Lu Xie understand why he had been hit. So he was standing up for that woman. Thinking this, he quickly spoke up, "Butler Zhuo, you cannot treat me like this. I fought for the sect until the very end. You should punish those who fled in the middle of the battle. Instead, you attack me for the sake of a woman from another sect. That's unfair." Hearing this, Fiend Yang also hurriedly advised, "That's right, Zhuo Fan. In the battle just now, Lu Xie truly gave his all. If you want him to hand over the antidote, fine, but there's no need to be like this." Unfortunately, Zhuo Fan had never listened to anyone. The matters he was in charge of, no one could interfere. He narrowed his eyes at Lu Xie, his tone still dark, "I make the decisions here. Who renders service, who is severely punished, it's all for me to judge. Don't think that just because you have Venerable Shi backing you, I don't dare to touch you. You ungrateful dog, hand over the antidote now. Otherwise." Seeing his expression, Lu Xie immediately trembled. He gritted his teeth and spoke, "I don't have an antidote. My poison is not fatal. It only causes her to suffer pain for 49 days. If I killed her, I'm afraid that Double Dragon Gathering would pursue the matter. Besides, the elders over there wouldn't immediately demand that I hand over an antidote, right?" But after hearing this, Zhuo Fan's expression grew even more murderous. His aura immediately erupted, black energy swirling endlessly around the two of them. In an instant, Lu Xie felt as if his body was being corroded by this black energy. Finally, he realized that Zhuo Fan truly wanted to kill him for Chuqingqing's sake. Zhuo Fan's gaze remained cold, like an Azura from hell. He said coldly, "I'll count to 3. Hand over the antidote." 1. Seeing this, Fiend Yang immediately became nervous and hurriedly tried to persuade him, "Wait, Zhuo Fan. He just said he doesn't have an antidote, and that woman is not in danger of dying. The Double Dragon Gathering is still ongoing. We need him. You can't just kill a great general on a whim." But Zhuo Fan didn't care and continued counting. Just as he was about to count to 3, the faces of Fiend Yang and the other two immediately tensed. They thought Lu Xie was surely dead, but he suddenly spoke up, "Wait, I have it, I have the antidote." As soon as he finished speaking, a flash appeared in his hand, and a small bottle materialized in an instant. Having obtained what he wanted, Zhuo Fan immediately threw Lu Xie aside. Fiend Yang grew more and more confused. "You actually have an antidote. Since you have an antidote, why didn't you hand it over sooner? Provoking this great Buddha only leads to death." He too had suffered torment. Fiend Yang grew more and more upset. But Zhuo Fan didn't care. He coldly turned and walked away. Just then, he saw 3 people approaching. Xie Xiaofeng led the way and spoke, "Zhuo Fan, long time no see. Since the 100 Schools contest, back then, after the matter with Ningxiang, I've never seen you so distraught. It seems Chuqingqing's attack wasn't without effect." Haha. Zhuo Fan paid no attention to his words and asked suspiciously, "Xie Xiaofeng, why have you come here? Are you also a representative of the Tianyu Empire?" Xie Xiaofeng shook his head and smiled in reply, "Not exactly. I was up in the spectator stands just now. You didn't see me, but I saw your arrogance clearly. Haha, after all these years, you're still exactly the same. No change at all. Do you still remember my original goal? That's why when you left the Tianyu Empire, I also left. Now I am a disciple of the Sword God sect. I will wait for you in the mid-rank challenge." Zhuo Fan couldn't be bothered with these words. He found this man quite useful, so he handed him the antidote bottle and spoke, let's set aside other matters for now. Help me with something first. Looking at the antidote bottle in his hand, Xie Xiaofeng seemed to understand something. He sighed and spoke, "Tisk, you're still the same, you never handle such matters yourself. Fine, I'll deliver the antidote for you." Having said that, he quickly turned and left. But before leaving, he glanced at Yongning and Yun Shuang, frowned, and smiled. "Why don't you come with me? You probably haven't met Chu Qingqing yet. This time, go and meet her. Know yourself and know the enemy, and you'll never be defeated." Ha ha ha. Yongning and the other were slightly stunned upon hearing this, then followed Qianchang. Zhuofan watched the backs of the three, as if pondering something. Not long after, he shot up into the sky. At this moment, Fiend Yang angrily cursed, "Lu Xie, since you had the antidote, why didn't you hand it over immediately? You even dared to attack that woman. Are you stupid? Zhuofan didn't kill you. Consider yourself lucky to have escaped with your life." Lu Xie held his injured chest and bit his lip fiercely. "But I thought they had severed ties. Didn't they both say that if they met again, they wouldn't hold back?" Kuei-Lang raised his head to look at where Zhuofan had vanished. After a long while, he sighed and said, "The mouth says severance, but feelings are not so easily cut. In this world, with men and women, the heart and the mouth are no longer the same. That woman spared you a sword out of respect for Butler Zhua, and Butler Zhua gave you a beating for that woman. This is called saying one thing but meaning another. In short, you walked right into the sword's point." Lu Xie grew more and more dissatisfied. He shouted angrily, "Damn it, what kind of nonsense is this? The two of them are not of one mind, so why am I the one who suffers? I only did as you instructed, Venerable. With this kind of person who burns the bridge after crossing it, there's no need to hold back." Fiend Yang heard him shifting the blame and glared at him, snorting coldly. Wait, don't drag me into this. I never told you not to hold back with that woman. Where did I say that? You, Zhuofan was right. He's been putting up with you for a long time. All along the way, you've shown him no respect at all. He might overlook other things, but this time you touched his reverse scale. Didn't you see how he dealt with Yenemo just now? Kuei-Lang also nodded in agreement. That's right, you deserve that beating. Matters between men and women, outsiders are best not to get involved. Otherwise, you end up like you are now. Only Lu Xie remained. He was unwilling. He clenched his fists. Damn it, just wait. All of them, just wait for me. On another front, in a small room at the Double Dragon gathering, it was now packed with people, everyone's face full of worry. Chu Qingqing sat on the bed, her complexion somewhat unpleasant. Xian Xiaoyu bit his lip fiercely, his expression heavy, and cursed angrily. These demonic cultivators are truly despicable and vicious. They lost the match and still used such heavy poison. Danner heard this and also glared in anger. That's right, I don't know if senior sister Chu Qingqing is in danger. She's already taken many kinds of pills, but none of them have worked. The others nodded in worry. Only Elder Yun slowly waved his hand and said indifferently, "Everyone, don't worry. I just examined Chu Qingqing. It's probably not a fatal poison. After all, this is the Double Dragon gathering. How could he be allowed to casually kill people? It's just that in the coming days, Chu Qingqing will likely be in great pain." Xian Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed. He gritted his teeth and said, "Humph, those demonic villains. How dare they make junior sister Chu Qingqing suffer like this? I, Xian Xiaoyu, will definitely not let them off." Just then, a disciple entered and reported, "Young master, elder, Xie Xiaofeng of the Sword God sect requests an audience." Xian Xiaoyu frowned in confusion upon hearing this. The head of the mid-ranked sects, Elder Yun, was also somewhat puzzled and asked suspiciously, why would someone from a mid-ranked sect suddenly visit our mystical heaven sect? At this moment, Chu Qingqing on the bed suddenly opened her eyes and spoke, "Let him in. He is an old acquaintance of mine from the Tianyu Empire. He must have come to visit me." Xian Xiaoyu turned his head to look at her, a flash of jealousy in his eyes. Another old acquaintance. Then he shouted angrily, "Junior sister Chu Qingqing is currently poisoned and not available to receive guests. Just send him away." Elder Yun heard this and immediately spoke to stop him. "Wait, young master. He is backed by the Sword God sect, the leading mid-ranked sect. We cannot ignore that. Invite him in." This only made Xian Xiaoyu angrier. He stood there gritting his teeth, but could do nothing. A moment later, Jian Shang brought the two women in, clasped his hands, and spoke, "Chu Qingqing, long time no see. How have you been?" Danner heard this and shouted in dissatisfaction, "Are your eyes just for show? Does my senior sister look well right now?" Tianshang was startled and quickly apologized, "Forgive me, I am a fool." Having said that, he handed over the antidote bottle he had obtained from Zhuofan to Chu Qingqing, then spoke, "Chu Qingqing, I saw earlier that you had been poisoned, so I have come specifically to offer a bottle of our sect's secret detoxification pill, hoping to ease your pain." Chu Qingqing's eyes suddenly lit up upon hearing this, as if she had guessed something. She smiled slightly and nodded. "Then I am extremely grateful for your kindness, Master Xie." "Not at all. We are all old friends from the same hometown. No need to be so polite." Xie Tianshang waved his hand slowly and chuckled lightly. Shui Ruohua quickly took the antidote bottle, then handed it to Chuqingcheng, who was trembling in pain. She asked very suspiciously, Master Xie, Chuqingcheng has already taken many pills, but none have shown any improvement. Could this bottle of yours? It will definitely work. Without hesitation, Xie Xiaofeng chuckled lightly and said calmly. Seeing this, Chuqingcheng also laughed, understanding tacitly. I also believe that your pill, young master, will definitely work. As soon as she finished speaking, she directly opened the bottle, tilted her head back, and drank it all. Then she continued to sit cross-legged and refine it. Very quickly, Chuqingcheng's body returned to normal. Seeing this, Danner immediately shouted joyfully, "Oh, Master Xie, your pill is truly effective. It actually neutralized this poison." Xie Xiaofeng only smiled and declined to explain. But Chuqingcheng smiled mysteriously and said, "He's still the same as before, isn't he? Never shows his face when doing good deeds." Smiling, he curled his lip and asked, "Oh, so you already know?" Chuqingcheng couldn't help but chuckle softly, her face full of happiness as she spoke. Of course. A pill that can cure the right ailment must come from the hand of the one who administered the poison, right? Hearing this, everyone became suspicious. Danner asked in confusion, Chuqingcheng, you mean this antidote was given by the one who poisoned you? That would be that Lucia from the demonic scheme sect, right? That's right. From his own hands. However, she nodded slightly. Chuqingcheng seemed to know everything, and instead looked towards Xie Xiaofeng. Xie Xiaofeng couldn't help but smile, nodded indifferently, and laughed. Chuqingcheng, you're about to become the second version of that guy. That's right. When I went to find him, he was still beating that guy up, forcing him to hand over the antidote. Only you know his character so well. Don't expect him to get his hands dirty with this kind of good deed. Chuqingcheng only felt worried upon hearing this and sighed. Obviously, he's stubborn, stiff-necked, and arrogant, always maintaining that cold appearance. Ever since the 100 Schools contest, I've understood him very well. Danner heard this and exclaimed in confusion and shock, Senior sister, are you talking about Chuafan? Just now at the arena, wasn't he speaking in that harsh tone? That cold, ruthless demeanor, needless to say. Chuqingcheng chuckled lightly and said calmly, he scolded me because he cares about me. He doesn't want me to be in such danger again. When I heard him say that, my heart felt very happy. As for the harsh tone, haha, he's always like that. I'm used to it. These words left the women on this side even more stunned. What exactly is the relationship between these two? Why is it getting more and more complicated? At the same time, Xian Xiaoyu was extremely unwilling at this moment. This antidote was given by that guy. If I had known earlier, I would have stopped it from the beginning. Even if it meant risking offending the Sword God sect, I absolutely cannot let them have any further contact. Xie Xiaofeng listened intently to her, then sighed after a long while, Chuqingcheng, over the years, you've changed quite a bit. Recalling the past, your spirit was so strong. Sometimes, you even made Chuafan, who fears neither heaven nor earth, too afraid to face you. There's also this matter. Danner looked at Chuqingcheng with a strange expression and exclaimed in shock. Chuqingcheng laughed and shook her head, sighing, at first, I insisted that he give me an explanation. But after seeing what he did for Ningxiang, I understood clearly that this man has his own path to walk, so I let go. Ningxiang. Hearing this name, Yongning and the other suddenly exclaimed in unison. Chuqingcheng looked at the two and asked suspiciously, you also know about Ningxiang? Aren't you disciples of the Sword God sect? Xie Xiaofeng then remembered that they didn't know each other and quickly introduced, I haven't introduced you yet. This is Princess Yongning of the Tianyu Empire. And this is the Saintess of the Tianyu Empire, Yunchuang. These two could be considered Chuqingcheng's main rivals. Chuqingcheng, should you be a little concerned? Chuqingcheng narrowed her eyes at him and teased, I never expected that the great warrior of the past would now know how to joke. Having said that, she glanced at Yunchuang and smiled, so you are Yunchuang. Meeting you now, you are indeed as pure as ice and jade, very much like Ningxiang back then. I heard from the master of the Drifting Flowers edifices that Chuafan, in front of everyone, said he wanted to have you. Yunchuang heard this and quickly waved her hand, awkwardly explaining, no, that's not it. I was just a chess piece in his hand. After that there was nothing else. As soon as she said this, the group was startled. Danner spoke up in dissatisfaction, what? So he would use such a good girl as a chess piece? That Chuafan is truly a heartless, whitewashed bastard. Xian Xiaoyu, as if seizing an opportunity to insult Chuafan, shouted fiercely, everyone heard that clearly, didn't they? That demon is a despicable, shameless scoundrel who only knows how to seduce innocent and naive young maidens. Sister Qingqing, you must see clearly his true face. Don't let him poison your mind any longer. First, he sent someone to injure you. Then he sent that kid to deliver the antidote. Clearly, it's a case of a sweet date on a rope, binding you gently. You need to open your eyes and see clearly. I understand his character much better than you do. Chuqingcheng involuntarily turned cold, curling her lip in contempt. Besides, as long as he is safe and sound, I don't even mind being his chess piece. The only thing I fear is that he might abandon me forever, so that I wouldn't even have the joy of being a chess piece. These words left everyone present stunned. This icy, cold girl, who was usually so proud and aloof, was now willingly becoming someone else's chess piece. Forever dependent on that man. Was this still the same ice beauty untouched by the dust of the world? Elder Yun, who had been silent all along, finally sighed helplessly and said, "This girl has truly been bewitched to the point of delusion by that demonic madman." Shui Ruohua also reminded her, "Junior sister Qingqing, wake up. Have you been bewitched by those demonic cultivators?" Chu Qingqing shook her head slightly and said calmly, "Senior sister, I have indeed been bewitched by him, but it is my own choice." Shui Ruohua was even more shocked. "Your own choice." Before she could understand what was happening, Chu Qingqing looked at Yongning and the other and spoke, "I know that both of you have willingly stayed by his side. Since that is the case, you must understand him, especially the matter of Ningxiang." Yongning hesitated for a moment, then bit her lip and spoke, "I have heard about Ningxiang from the Luo clan. In the end, Zhuofan managed to save her, but she forgot him, so he let her go." Chu Qingqing nodded indifferently and said thoughtfully, "That's right, you know a little. But surely you do not know how he went through this ordeal." Thus, Chu Qingqing began to recount the past. She told everyone the whole story of how Zhuofan came to be who he is today. A moment later, she chuckled softly and spoke, "It was at that very moment that I knew this man's heart was not without feeling. He was just trying to restrain himself. The path he must walk is predestined to be a path of ruthlessness. If that is the case, why should I become an obstacle in his way? So I left. I did not want him to face me and once again fall into the same agony as Ningxiang did back then. In short, as long as he is safe and sound, I am content. The fortunate thing is that I still exist in his heart." Upon hearing these words, everyone could not help but stand there stunned. They never expected that a cold and ruthless demonic cultivator like Zhuofan had once experienced such a bittersweet and torturous love. And these two, they wanted to immediately go back and be together. Oh, this pair of jade-like celestial lovers. Xian Xiaoyu, on the contrary, was extremely angry. He was so jealous he could no longer bear it, as if he wanted to bite his own lips off. At this moment, Xie Xiaofeng could not help but sigh and said profoundly, "So that's how it is. No wonder Chu Qingqing is no longer so fierce towards that guy. It turns out she has already given him her heart. But it seems he is still just as entangled as before, no different. In the end, which is more important, his own Tao, or this deep love? This will eventually become a knot in his heart. Nevertheless, no matter what, I hope he can untie that knot and become even stronger. Having said that, I can also pursue this goal without end." Hearing this, the women could not help but stare intently at him, their gazes somewhat strange. This brotherly affection is a bit too much. At the same time, outside the small courtyard of the mystical heaven sect, a figure stood dazed outside, not entering. It was undoubtedly Zhuofan. Ever since Xie Xiaofeng and the others had entered, he had been standing here. He only wanted to learn of Chu Qingqing's condition after they came out. Just then, a sudden sound of wind rang out, followed by a familiar hoarse voice, "Little demon, still unable to let go of that girl, huh?" Zhuofan turned his head in shock and saw that it was undoubtedly the old man Dan Qingqian. He could not help but freeze and said strangely, "Senior, why have you appeared again?" Dan Qingqian smiled indifferently and declined to comment. "This old man told you before, on this continent there is no place this old man cannot go. So what? I took a stroll behind your back. Do you have a problem with that? Suit yourself." Shrugging indifferently, Zhuofan curled his lip and said. Yet Dan Qingqian truly said nothing, only gazing thoughtfully at Zhuofan for a long while. Finally, he smiled and spoke, asking, "What is love in this world, that people are willing to live and die for it? Kid, if you want that little girl, just go and take her. What are you hesitating for?" Zhuofan put on a difficult, helpless expression. He shook his head and sighed. "Senior, don't joke. You should understand clearly. I am not worthy." Dan Qingqian nodded indifferently, curled his lip, and laughed. "Oh, that's right, I suppose. You kid are so promiscuous. You already have those two girls, and now another one. You really have no right to ask for anything more." Zhuofan glanced at him, his face involuntarily twitching. He sighed and spoke, "You know that's not what I meant. I am on the demonic path. The path I walk is the path of ruthlessness. How can I fall in love? If I truly fall in love, I will not only harm myself but also harm her. So why bother? Moreover, there has already been a living example of this happening before." Dan Qingqian looked at him intently, naturally aware of this matter. Then he asked strangely, "Then why are you still standing here? If you have already entered the path of ruthlessness, you should sever all ties and emotions. Now you're standing here staring at a girl's room. Isn't that harming yourself and harming others?" Zhuofan sighed involuntarily and shook his head helplessly. "Senior, you are right. It's just that some things, once they have happened, are difficult to completely break away from. I, Zhuofan, owe no one any favors. It's just that some favors, once owed, are impossible to repay in a lifetime." Hearing this, Dan Qingqian could not help but raise his eyebrows. Then he casually sat down and said jokingly, "Hee hee, so there's a story. I like it. Tell me, and I'll give you some advice. Who knows, it might enlighten you. After hesitating for a long while, Zhuofan nodded in agreement. Alright,